Chapter 1. System from a Cosmic Civilization. Brain storage location. I am not responsible for any brain damage caused by not storing the brain. All worldviews in the text are fictional and not related to reality. My name is Li Yang, an ordinary university student living a mundane and boring life. Hearing that there would be a meteor shower tonight, I specially came to the mountain to watch it. But it feels strange. Why do I feel like one of the meteors is getting closer and closer to me? Liang looked up at the sky, his eyes fixed on that huge fireball which seemed to be burning, falling straight towards him. At that moment, he finally realized that this was not an illusion, that meteor was indeed approaching him in a terrifying manner. Damn it, I'm just a good student, haven't done anything bad, at most just a little guiding. Is it wrong to guide a bit? Why does the heavens have to use a meteor to blow me up? As Liang ran desperately, he shouted loudly, complaining about this unfortunate encounter, glancing up from time to time, only to find that the meteor was still relentlessly chasing him, showing no signs of letting up, that my life is over. Knowing he could not escape, Liang slowly stood still, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, thinking that even if he was to die, he should die with dignity. Boom! The meteor fell straight from the sky, and a massive energy burst forth, creating a powerful shockwave. For a moment, dust flew everywhere, smoke filled the air, and when the smoke gradually dissipated, only a large, deep pit remained, while both the fallen meteor and Liang disappeared without a trace. I'm not dead. Liang, who had prepared himself to quietly wait for death, found that after a long time, he felt no pain at all, nor any unusual movements, and couldn't help but slowly open his tightly closed eyes. What lay before him was a vast expanse of white, like a completely blank, mysterious space. What the hell, after all that, I'm still dead. But at least it's a painless death. But is this really hell? Where are the ox head and horse faced, and the black and white impermanence? Liang was filled with doubts, mumbling to himself. Just as Liang was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded without warning. Beep! The new fire program of the Shili Empire is activating. What the hell? Empire? Program? Feeling even more confused, Liang was completely at a loss. Beep. Activation successful. Congratulations, human. You have been selected by the Empire's new fire program. Please complete the assessment task first. Hey, what is the new fire program? Who are you? What does assessment task mean? Liang shouted loudly in agitation. This sudden and inexplicable situation had completely bewildered him. The assessment task is ready. Virtual scene constructing. Construction complete. Preparing consciousness transmission. The unfamiliar voice was filled with a cold mechanical tone, ignoring all of Li Yang's questions, only speaking to itself. Hey! Although Liang was somewhat unclear about what was happening, he vaguely felt that this was probably not a good thing, and hurriedly prepared to refuse. However, as soon as he opened his mouth to say hey, he stumbled and fell straight to the pristine ground. He instantly became motionless, and if it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest indicating he was still alive, one might think he had already passed away. After a long time, Liang woke up, but unlike his previous confused and bewildered self, he now wore a calm and composed expression, with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his eyes. Having been pulled into a virtual world, Liang learned that the meteor that had struck him was actually from the system of the Shili Empire. As for the Shili Empire, it is a superpower in the universe. In the 9 levels of cosmic civilization, the Shili Empire is ranked at level 7.It can freely transition between different dimensions of planets, galaxies, and numerous celestial bodies, using different dimensional spaces to create necessary resources and nurture life. The civilization power it possesses is sufficient to transform stars into habitable planets, activating the stellar core at will, thus shaping the atmosphere, oceans, land, and suitable temperature and other environmental factors beneficial to life on that star. The goal of the system is to randomly select humans from the vast universe to participate in the new fire program. The essence of the new fire program is to randomly select humans from the vast cosmos to become part of the Empire. Of course, joining the Shili Empire is not easy. One must pass the assessment tasks set by the system. If one fails to complete them, consciousness will be erased, and the system will seek the next lucky candidate. As for the assessment task, it involves granting a country on a planet of level 1 technological civilization in the virtual world, with the requirement to unify the world within a specified time limit. Once the task is completed, consciousness will return, and everything in the virtual world will feel like a dream, not altering one's character and behavior in reality. To be honest, if it weren't for the system, Liang would never have thought that as an ordinary person, he could lead a country to achieve the grand feat of unifying the world. Beep. Congratulations, you have officially passed the assessment task and become a member of the Empire. Due to your exceptional performance in the virtual world by completing the task ahead of time, according to the new fire program, your reward will be elevated one level. Please prepare to receive it. In this vast white space, the system's voice sounded, and upon hearing it, a look of joy instantly appeared on Liang's face. It should be noted that the Shili Empire is a level 7 civilization from the universe, and with such a powerful level of strength, how could the rewards be anything less? Beep. Congratulations, Comrade Liang. According to the new fire program, you will be awarded the rank of First Lieutenant and enjoy all the privileges and benefits of a First Lieutenant of the Shili Empire. As soon as the system's voice fell, a military uniform appeared out of nowhere in the previously empty space. Li Yang reached out to pick up the military uniform, which was overall a dark gray color with a collar and faint golden stripes on the cuffs. The rank insignia on the shoulders, 2 pockets on the chest, and a black dragon emblem on the right chest, with a black diamond cross emblem bordered in gold between the two. Collar flaps, and a wide-brimmed hat with a golden band featuring a black dragon entwined around a diamond cross symbol, with black trousers and tall leather boots. The emblem of the Shili Empire is a black dragon entwined around a black and gold framed diamond cross. The rank insignia on the shoulders is embedded with a shining silver-white star, and below the star, there's a similarly colored shaped stripe. First Lieutenant? Is this a rank? Wow. Gently stroking the delicate texture of the military uniform in his hand, Liang couldn't help but feel astonished. It should be understood that this is a rank from a level 7 civilization, and with the issuance of the rank, even the system's address for him changed. It previously referred to him as you, but now it not only addressed him as comrade, but also changed to you. Impatiently, Liang, not caring about anything else, hurriedly changed into the military uniform in his hand and put on the insignia. Although there were no mirrors here, looking down at this magnificent military uniform, Liang could confidently assert that he looked extremely handsome. After all, he also had a certain level of attractiveness. Just as Liang was still admiring his military uniform with delight, the system's voice rang out again. Beep. Lieutenant Liang, according to the new fire program, please complete your first task. Task? There's still a task? Quickly tell me, what is the task? Hearing what the system said, Liang hurriedly responded. Task. Incorporate the planet you are on into the Empire's grand blueprint. What the hell? Chapter 2. Planetary Fleet. Hearing the system say this, Liang couldn't help but exclaim. Wait, can you say that again? Are you sure the mission is to occupy the planet I'm currently on? Doubting that the system had made a mistake, Liang quickly inquired. Yes, Lieutenant Liang, your first mission is to occupy this planet. If you fail the mission, according to the new fire plan, you will be stripped of your rank as a first lieutenant. Upon hearing this, Liang had no choice but to accept it. To be honest, he didn't have any special feelings for this planet. However, at least the virtual world started with a country now. He was empty-handed, alone, and still trying to occupy this planet. Was he supposed to stand in front of everyone and declare that he was now an officer of a high civilization, urging everyone to surrender? He would probably be taken away as a lunatic. As if detecting Liang's thoughts, the system spoke again. Beep. Lieutenant Liang, to complete the Empire's mission, your fleet has received information. Please complete the coordinate transmission and combat instructions. As soon as the voice fell, a signal device, only the size of a palm and made of transparent material, suddenly appeared in Li Yang's hand. Before Li Yang could react, a flash of light suddenly appeared before him. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had left that mysterious space and returned to the hillside he was on before. Standing in the deep pit, Li Yang first looked at the device in his hand in confusion and took a while to process what the system had just said. A fleet? I can't believe it. I thought this was an impossible hell-level task, but it turns out to be a welfare task. A 7th-level civilization's fleet occupying a planet of no more than tuned-level civilization wasn't that as easy as pie? Thinking of this, Li Yang, extremely excited, quickly began to study the signal device in his hand. By the way, how do I send this thing? There isn't even a button. Could it be? Ultraman, transform. After studying for a while, Li Yang looked at the device in his hand and felt increasingly familiar with it. He immediately struck a pose, as if transforming into Ultraman. To his surprise, as soon as he raised it, a beam of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the depths of the universe. Wow, it actually works. But why do I need to do it this way? Can't it just come over directly? Just as Liang wondered why a 7th-level civilization still needed such an ancient method to transmit information, the system's voice rang in his mind. Beep. According to the new fire plan, officers selected from lower-level civilizations can personally experience the feeling of summoning a fleet, which helps enhance their sense of belonging to the Empire, a gentle reminder. The signal device only needs to be raised. There is no need to shout out strange commands. Listening to the voice from the system in his mind, all of Li Yang's previous doubts were resolved. I see. However, it does feel pretty good to summon the fleet personally. System, when will my fleet arrive? Estimated arrival time, 2.5 hours. On the other side, a fleet quietly floated in the universe, consisting of 4 small frigates, 1 main ship, and 1 medium multifunctional ship. In the command room of the main ship, a group of beings in military uniforms quietly watched the massive screen before them. Among them were humans with animal organs, bizarre humanoid creatures, and some completely non-humanoid beings. Everyone, the Empire's new fire plan has been activated, and the new commander has been confirmed. Proceed to the designated star system immediately. Yes. Looking at the information displayed on the screen, the officer standing at the front addressed the others behind him. As the order was transmitted down, the fleet, which had been motionless, began to take action. All starships, please note, the destination coordinates have been confirmed. We are about to initiate hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1. Jumping. As soon as the voice fell, the fleet, which had been moving forward, began to flicker, and in the blink of an eye, the once massive fleet disappeared without a trace. On the other side, after waiting quietly for 2.5 hours, Liang finally received a message from the system. Beep. Lieutenant Liang, your planetary-level fleet has arrived in the solar system. Planetary level? What does that mean? Beep. Your rank only allows you to check the following fleet levels of the Empire: planetary level, stellar level, and superstellar level. For higher levels, you currently do not have the qualifications to check. You must be promoted to 9th-level lieutenant to inquire further. So, it's the lowest level fleet. Well, after all, I'm still just a first lieutenant. Level 9, that's a long way to go. By the way, system, what kind of strength does a planetary level represent? Seeing that his fleet was the lowest level, Li Yang hurriedly asked. Beep. Since you are first lieutenant, your fleet consists of an Imperial-type Star Destroyer as the main ship, 2,200 meters long, with 35,000 crew members, 300 assisting officers, 24,700 service personnel, and 10,000 soldiers. That IT has 12 laser cannons and 4 heavy ion cannons, 1 super-type Star Destroyer cannon for blue light defense shield devices, and several small turrets. It carries 200 Imperial planetary-level combat aircraft, 300 shuttles, 500 intelligent reconnaissance drones, 100 transport landing boats, 100 assault boats, 50 assault gunboats, several assault boats, several reconnaissance robots, and several support vessels. 4 Imperial light shield-type E-class frigates, each 300 meters long, with 800 crew members and 200 soldiers. They are equipped with 10 laser cannons, 8 defense turrets, 1 laser interception device, and 2 missile launch devices. They carry a small defense fleet. 1 Imperial medium E-class multifunctional ship, 1,200 meters long, with 5,000 crew members for 1,000 service personnel and 1,000 soldiers. IT has 8 compressed railguns, 5 laser defense turrets, 1 towing bridge, a maintenance base, a medical base, and carries several intelligent robots and a small defense fleet. Your fleet information has been fully reported. Based on the Empire's assessment of planetary-level fleet strength, it can easily annihilate ordinary-sized planets, occupy small star systems, and destroy all civilizations below. Level 2. After hearing the system's explanation in full, Li Yang was completely stunned. Wow! Easily annihilating a planet and destroying civilizations below level 2. Doesn't that mean from level 1 to just below level 2? As long as it's not level 2, it's fine. Thinking this way, the planet Liang was on was probably not even level 2, at most just a bit above level 1. After all, the requirement for a level 2 technological civilization is to be able to easily traverse their own small asteroid system. Although the fleet was the lowest level in the Empire, it was more than enough for him. It seems the mission is completely secure. Chapter 3. Welcome to the human supremacy empire. So, system, how do I get to my fleet? Do I really have to wait for them to land on Blue Star? Beep, that is not necessary. Your fleet has already arrived in the solar system. Please use the signal receiver to teleport. Hearing the system's response, Li Yang's gaze fixed intently on the divine light stick in his hand, and he couldn't help but wonder if this thing, besides transmitting coordinates, also had teleportation capabilities. However, since the system was so confident, it must be fine. Just as Li Yang was about to raise the divine light stick high, the system suddenly reminded him. Beep, you only need to raise it. There's no need to shout out some strange commands. Ahem, I understand now. Li Yang coughed lightly, feeling a bit awkward. Originally planning to transform again, he completely dismissed that thought, realizing it would be more appropriate to obediently follow the system's arrangements. Just as Li Yang raised the signal receiver, in a room on the main ship far beyond Blue Star, an enormous machine stood silently on the ground, receiving the captain's transmission information, operating at full speed, and proceeding with reception. As soon as the words were spoken, the machine in the room roared to life. The two circular rings on the massive disc began spinning wildly like a fierce wind, and then an extremely dazzling white light flashed instantaneously. Meanwhile, the young on Blue Star was still puzzled as to why the signal receiver had not emitted that familiar beam of light. Just as he was racking his brain in thought, a white light appeared out of nowhere and flashed by, causing Li Yang to vanish without a trace. Ugh, I'm so dizzy. As the white light dissipated, the rotating rings gradually came to a stop, and Li Yang appeared in a place that seemed utterly incomprehensible. I'm very sorry, Captain. Since this is your first time using the teleportation device, your body may take a moment to adjust. Please wait a moment. Looking at Li Yang, who was dizzy and pale as a sheet, the man speaking gently waved his hand, and a person in a white robe quickly approached, casually waving at Li Yang. A mysterious green light flashed by, and Li Yang, who had been frowning in discomfort, suddenly regained his clarity in the blink of an eye. All the unpleasant symptoms that had been overwhelming him disappeared without a trace. Li Yang, who had never felt such comfort and ease, couldn't help but be surprised. Comrade Captain, hello. I am the deputy captain of this planetary fleet. You can call me pal. Still in a daze, Li Yang saw a tall and sturdy human in military uniform standing straight in front of him, raising his right fist. Beep. Raising the right fist is a form of etiquette in the Empire, signifying loyalty to the Empire and the Emperor. Hearing the system's words, Li Yang didn't hesitate at all and quickly raised his right fist in return. Only then did Li Yang realize that the person in front of him seemed not to be entirely human. Although he looked very similar to a human, he had 3 eyes, which were neatly aligned in a straight line. Hello. You can just call me Li Yang. Yes, Captain Li Yang. Please follow me, and I will explain the specifics of this fleet to you. Seeing Pal's respectful demeanor, Li Yang had no choice but to comply and follow along, as he truly knew nothing about this fleet. On the way, various strange and peculiar objects deeply attracted Li Yang's attention, and people passing by would stop to salute him. However, most of these individuals were not human, many were aliens he had never seen before. To be honest, Li Yang initially kept returning the salutes politely, but later the system informed him that only those of higher rank or of equal rank needed to return the salute. Others only required a slight nod. This eased Li Yang's burden considerably, as constantly raising his fist was indeed a bit exhausting. During this time, Li Yang also noticed that Pal's military insignia consisted of 1 copper star and 1 thick copper V-stripe along with 2 thin V-stripes. System, what rank is Pal? And why haven't I seen a single human on this ship? Beep. Comrade Pal is a level 5 second lieutenant, AS for humans. Due to the Shili Empire's strong advocacy of human supremacy, humans are extremely rare in the Empire. According to the data, humans make up only 1 in 10 million of the Empire's total population. 1 in 10 million. The territory of this empire must be incredibly vast. Because of human supremacy, non-human species are also treated worse than humans. Second Lieutenant Pal is a typical example. As long as one reaches the rank of lieutenant in the Empire, they are granted a fleet to command personally, but this is limited to humans. Non-humans need to reach a school-level rank or make significant contributions to the Empire to qualify for commanding a fleet at the lieutenant level. The system continued to expound on the various privileges humans enjoy in the Empire for a long while before pausing. After hearing the system's detailed explanation, Li Yang concluded that humans in the Shili Empire could be considered a noble and privileged existence. No wonder the so-called New Fire Project only selected humans. It turned out to be an empire that prioritized humans above all else. But will other species really not rise up in rebellion? Of course, these were not concerns Li Yang needed to worry about. After all, this was a level 7 civilization, and it was unknown how long it had existed. If they could resist, they probably would have succeeded long ago. On the other side, after leading Li Yang to tour some critical facilities, Pal brought him into the command room of the main ship. Wow! As soon as he stepped into the command room, Li Yang felt as if he were Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, completely dazzled by the scene before him, especially by the various people and non-people. Are those really rabbit ears? Li Yang looked at a petite and exquisite individual with a pair of fluffy, white long ears on her head, curiously asking, "Rabbit ears?" "Sorry, Captain, I'm a long ear race member." Feeling Li Yang's unwavering gaze, the long ear woman appeared a bit flustered and quickly explained, "Oh, long ear, huh? I didn't know." Seeing so many aliens, Li Yang's strong curiosity was instantly piqued. He kept staring at one and then turning to look at another, his eyes filled with wonder and a desire to explore that, of course, others were also deeply curious about this human captain. After all, humans were a rare species and usually hard to come by, let alone being their captain. "Captain Li Yang, do you have any unique suggestions for occupying this planet?" Eventually, it was Pal who stepped forward, interrupting Li Yang's intense curiosity. He respectfully extended his palm, and a clear projection of a planet appeared before everyone. This planet was none other than Li Yang's home planet, Blue Star. Chapter 4. Stellar Controller. Looking at the exquisitely crafted projection in Pal's hand, Li Yang suddenly found himself at a loss for practical and high-quality suggestions. He certainly couldn't just blurt out to activate the planet-destroying cannon. After all, as of now, his understanding of this fleet was mostly limited to the planet-destroying cannon. "Captain Li Yang, since this is your home planet, your suggestions are particularly important. Could you please share some detailed information about this planet with me?" Pal's gaze was full of earnestness. Seeing Pal's sincerity, Li Yang no longer held back and openly shared everything he knew. "Wait, Captain Li Yang, are you saying that this planet only has humans like you? No other humanoid life forms exist?" "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Looking at Pal's shocked expression, Li Yang was a bit puzzled, but upon reflection, he could understand. After all, humans were considered a rare species in the Empire, so it was reasonable for them to be surprised by a planet entirely populated by humans. Not just Pal, but others began to whisper and discuss among themselves. You see, on other planets, even if humans lived there, there would still be other humanoid creatures, etc. However, from Li Yang's words, they learned that this planet had only humans and lower life forms. If that's the case, Captain Li Yang, I suggest applying to the Empire for a stellar controller. A stellar controller? What is that? Hearing about something he had never heard of before, Li Yang was filled with curiosity, but fortunately, the system would explain. Ding! The stellar controller is a high-tech product used by the Empire to control any planet in the universe. For example, in the solar system, whether it is as small as the moon or as large as the sun, it can be contained and controlled. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Yang was a bit bewildered. What? Containing the sun? You mean such a massive sun can be treated like a toy? His small brain was filled with big questions. Ding! Yes, except for some extremely special celestial bodies. All can be contained and controlled. Seeing the system say this, he hesitated no longer and thought to directly use it to see what this high-tech product was like. Pal, what are we waiting for? Just apply. I'm sorry, Captain Li Yang, but I currently do not have the qualifications to apply for such a weapon. You must personally apply to the Empire. Faced with Li Yang's excited demeanor, Pal awkwardly touched his nose and replied, I apply? How do I apply? Li Yang frowned and asked, You just need to communicate with the intelligent brain in your mind. Intelligent brain? Upon hearing Pal say this, Li Yang couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. What exactly is the intelligent brain? Ding! Is it possible that the system you referred to is the so-called intelligent brain? The system's voice suddenly rang out in his mind, and Li Yang suddenly realized that all along, the system was the intelligent brain. The system is just your name for me. My full name is the Shili Empire Intelligent Auxiliary Brain System. Every citizen belonging to the Empire will have this system implanted. All right, after listening to the system's explanation, Liang finally understood that this system was something everyone had. He previously thought it was something unique, like in novels where only a select few have it. So how do I apply for that stellar controller? Ding! Lieutenant Liang, please confirm whether to apply for the stellar controller. Confirm. The application request has been submitted to the Empire. Please wait. Seeing that the system had completed the application, Li Yang's curiosity, which was bouncing around like a deer, could no longer be contained, and he eagerly continued to ask, System, why does this thing still need to be applied for? Can't we just use it directly? Ding! Your current level of authority is insufficient. The fleet is not allowed to carry the stellar controller. Please work hard to raise your level. Well, it all comes down to not having a high enough level. Get done, Liang. Seeing Liang lost in thought, Pal gently called out, Oh, I've already submitted the application for the stellar controller. The system says we have to wait. Okay, but before the stellar controller arrives, I suggest we can first gain a deeper understanding of the target planet. Understand? I've been here for nearly 20 years. That should be enough, right? No, wait. I've always been limited to my little corner. It seems I really am not familiar with other places. After a moment of thought, Li Yang accepted Pal's suggestion, and the entire fleet set off towards Blue Star in grand fashion. Meanwhile, inside a mysterious research institute on Blue Star. Report. We have suddenly detected a special signal coming from space. It seems to be an email. The researchers stared at the screen in disbelief. An email from outer space. What is this situation? Could it be aliens? Or has there been a hacker intrusion? Step aside. Let me take a look. An elderly man hurried over, staring at the large envelope on the screen, equally shocked. It is known that this research institute specializes in outer space research, and this device is specifically used to receive various signals and waves. However, they had never encountered such a situation before. Old Yang, why not try opening it? It might be a hacker intrusion, suggested a researcher nearby. However, Old Yang knew very well that this device was a national secret device, and the entire research institute used an internal network. Hackers had no possibility of intrusion. Nevertheless, it was still best to click and check. Old Yang slowly moved the cursor and gently clicked to open the envelope. Once opened, a piece of text appeared on the screen. Hello, humans of Blue Star. We are a fleet from the Shili Empire civilization. Your planet has been incorporated into the Empire's grand blueprint. Please abandon all feudal armed forces. As everyone stared at the words on the screen, they seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. This really is an alien civilization? This is incredible. This is a groundbreaking discovery. Are you not going to finish reading? Did you not see they said to abandon resistance and prepare for the occupation of our planet? The few people who were originally in an excited state were suddenly interrupted by this statement. Yes, they're here to occupy us. This is not a friendly exchange. In an instant, everyone began to discuss, with some feeling fearful and others discussing how to resist. Silence. This matter is too serious. I must report to the country immediately. Until the country issues a directive, everyone stay here quietly. Old Yang shouted angrily, and after seeing everyone quiet down, he hurriedly ran out. Similarly, other countries on Blue Star also received emails from the Shili Empire civilization. Chapter 5. The meeting of various countries on Blue Star. In the main command room of the flagship, Liang looked at the emails that had already been sent out and sighed helplessly, hoping that they would accept his suggestions. After all, this is his home planet, and it's best not to resort to violence. In fact, Liang initially wanted to convey his message using more advanced high-tech methods, as that would be more persuasive. However, after studying for a long time, he found that with Blue Star's current level of technology, the best they could do was to receive his emails like this. In a spacious mansion on Blue Star, an elderly man looked seriously at the newly reported information in his hands, and his usually calm heart was suddenly stirred with waves of anxiety. It was truly unexpected that an alien civilization had actually made contact with them. However, the situation was not optimistic, as the visitors clearly had ill intentions. Sigh. The old man let out a slight sigh and then fell into deep thought. Just then, the phone on the table suddenly rang, and the old man picked it up casually. Elder, decision-makers from other countries are calling one after another. They hope you can attend an emergency meeting led by Eagle Country. Sure enough, those guys couldn't hold back any longer. Well, after all, the current situation is not simply about relations between countries, but concerns the fate of the entire planet. Faced with this sudden alien civilization, all countries must set aside past grievances, cooperate hand in hand, and overcome the current difficulties together. In the concealed meeting room, looking at the decision-makers from various countries on the big screen, the noise in the channel was incessant. The old man observed carefully and found that practically all countries with a certain level of strength had participated. However, due to the suddenness of the event, there was no time to hold an on-site meeting, so a remote meeting had to be conducted. All right, everyone quiet down. I believe you all know about the alien civilization by now. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss what attitude we should adopt in response to this alien civilization and our future development plans. After the representative from Rabbit Country arrived, the leader of Eagle Country quickly signaled for everyone to be quiet and then solemnly outlined the key points of the meeting. Their letter is so arrogant and overbearing. What is there to think about? We should just go to war. The decision-maker from Bear Country passionately expressed his views, and his words immediately received support from many people. Go to war. What will you fight with? Do you plan to rely on nuclear bombs? We are facing an alien civilization that can traverse the vast universe freely. I propose that we accept their conditions and give up resistance. Perhaps the other party is only superficially occupying this planet, while the actual management power remains in our hands. Seeing Bear Country's leader's radical ideas, the decision-maker from Chicken Country quickly voiced his opinion, also gaining support from some countries. As expected of professional surrenderers. What are you talking about? What's wrong with surrendering? I'm doing this to ensure everyone's safety. As they watched the impending invasion by the alien civilization, everyone stopped caring about their pride and began fiercely arguing with each other. The quarrel between the decision-makers from these two countries escalated, even dragging up various unpleasant historical events and dark pasts. The decision-maker from Eagle Country, seeing this, quickly intervened. All right, everyone quiet down. We are here to discuss solutions together, not to bicker endlessly. Now that everyone has expressed their opinions, how about Rabbit Country? What are your thoughts? Upon hearing the decision-maker from Eagle Country, all eyes turned to the elder from Rabbit Country. Ahem. My suggestion is to first try to engage in friendly communication with the other party to gain a deeper understanding of this so-called alien civilization. If we cannot coexist peacefully, it is not too late to resort to force, as knowing ourselves and our enemy will allow us to win every battle. After hearing the elder from Rabbit Country say this, most people nodded in support. After all, compared to the ideas from Bear Country and Chicken Country, Rabbit Country's proposal was clearly more prudent and reasonable. In that case, let's decide by vote. Agreed. Before long, the voting from various countries was completed, and ultimately Rabbit Country's plan stood out and won. All right, since you all decided to act according to my idea, I won't disturb your further discussions. I will take my leave now. Seeing his opinion adopted, the elder from Rabbit Country turned and left, interrupting the meeting. In that case, let's disperse. Each of us should make full preparations for the two possible situations that may arise. After Rabbit Country left, Eagle Country also announced the meeting's end and disconnected the call. The participants from other countries gradually disconnected as well, issuing various orders to make thorough preparations. On the other side, on the flagship, Li Yang was excitedly trying out various new weapons and equipment in the armory when suddenly, Pal's holographic projection appeared in front of him. Report, Captain. Our fleet has fully entered the range of Blue Star and is ready to land and take action or conduct a strike at any time. Listening to Pal's report, Li Yang nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. System, transport me to the command room. Received. A flash of white light appeared, and Li Yang instantly disappeared from his spot. In the command room, upon seeing Li Yang arrive, all the staff quickly saluted. Pal, relay my orders to launch a transport landing craft towards Blue Star, carrying just a small team to test their attitude. Li Yang gazed thoughtfully at the blue planet outside the transparent light screen, then issued the command. Yes, Captain. Shortly afterward, the bottom of the battleship began to operate, and a hatch slowly opened, with a transport landing craft carrying a small team speeding towards Blue Star. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, various countries noticed the fleet hovering in the starry sky. Looking at the clear photos sent by satellites, everyone was filled with worry, as this was a genuine alien fleet. Report: the largest starship has launched an object towards us. According to experts, it is highly likely to be their spacecraft. Is it coming towards us? Quickly ascertain the landing location of the spacecraft. We need to communicate with them at the first opportunity. Yes. The same scenario was playing out in the command rooms of each country, with various fleets and aircraft being dispatched, all preparing to engage in communication with the alien civilization at the earliest possible moment. Chapter 6: The first encounter with Blue Star on board the transport landing craft. Everyone, we are approximately 2.5 minutes from the target planet surface. Move quickly, put on your gear, and carefully check your weapons. A large number of flying objects have been detected approaching us. In this spacious area, 5 soldiers were methodically preparing their equipment. They were wearing D-class full-coverage battle armor from the Shili Empire. The entire suit had a sleek, streamlined design, with beautiful and smooth lines that also carried a sharp edge. The surface was covered with a metallic material that shimmered with a deep blue light, seemingly crafted from the brilliant fragments of stars. The helmet of the armor had a slightly oval shape, with no sharp edges, and from the outside, one could only see a deep, dark void. This battle armor possessed extremely powerful protective capabilities, effectively resisting various energy attacks, physical impacts, and extremely harsh environmental conditions. In terms of functionality, it likely had a series of advanced features such as adaptability, invisibility, energy absorption and conversion, and life support. The weapons they carried were standard energy guns from the Shili Empire, capable of absorbing and storing various energy types, and they could convert energy into the required form for firing based on actual needs. Just as the 5 of them finished donning their gear, the transport landing craft smoothly landed on a vast, endless grassland. All right, prepare to depart. This operation should avoid the use of force whenever possible, focusing on friendly communication as the main task. Force is only permitted in special circumstances. Yes, depart. The Blue Star armed personnel, who arrived at the scene first, quickly surrounded the area around the transport landing craft. Is this an alien spaceship? It really does resemble those in the movies. Looking at the enormous transport landing craft before him, a Blue Star soldier couldn't help but murmur to himself. To be honest, as an ordinary soldier, the thought of facing aliens filled his heart with tension and fear. In the Blue Star command room, the expressions of the decision-makers from various countries grew increasingly tense as they gazed at the immense transport landing craft on the screen. Are the nuclear bombs ready? They are all prepared, just waiting for your order to launch at any time. Hearing this, the heart of the decision-maker from Bear Country, which had been racing with anxiety, began to gradually calm down. Has it landed on our territory? I really don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. Upon learning that the alien civilization ship had landed on their territory, the elder from Rabbit Country couldn't help but feel anxious. Just as the decision-makers from various countries were whispering and discussing among themselves, the hatch of the transport landing craft slowly opened. Prepare for alert. Watching the slowly opening hatch, all the soldiers on the scene did not dare to relax for a moment, raising their weapons and aiming at the hatch. As the hatch opened, 5 Imperial soldiers in battle armor calmly and unhurriedly walked down from the landing craft. Everyone present, including the decision-makers watching from outside the screen, was deeply shocked by the sight before them. This high-tech yet aesthetically pleasing battle armor, along with those uniquely shaped weapons. Is this what alien civilization looks like? Meanwhile, the 5 Imperial soldiers were also observing the humans before them, beginning to whisper among themselves. Captain, according to the brain scan, their weapons still belong to the gunpowder type and pose no threat to us. What threat could a low-level civilization have? But indeed, they're all humans. All right, quiet. I will handle the negotiation. The captain interrupted his teammates' discussion and took a few steps forward. As he did, everyone present instantly tensed up, their nerves on edge. Ahem. Humans of Blue Star, please do not be nervous. I am a soldier from the Shili Empire civilization. Please let your decision-maker come out to communicate with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire scene fell into a deep silence. What is he saying? It sounds somewhat familiar, but I just can't understand it. From the perspective of the Blue Star soldiers, they saw an alien step forward, mumbling something, but no one could grasp the meaning. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the Blue Star humans, the captain realized that they could not understand what he had said. After all, only beings equipped with the Empire's brain system could communicate without barriers. Fortunately, the language database contained the language materials uploaded by Captain Leong earlier. Brain, translate my words. The captain activated the translation system and repeated his previous statement. At this moment, some people present suddenly understood. Huh, isn't this our Rabbit Country's language? Apart from the foreign soldiers, all the Rabbit Country individuals and those who understood Rabbit Country's language comprehended what was said. What is going on? Why is he speaking our language? Listening to the voice coming from the screen, the elder from Rabbit Country was also taken aback, followed by a face full of joy. Although he had no idea how the aliens knew Rabbit Country's language, since they chose to use it for communication, it must be beneficial for Rabbit Country. Someone, prepare for remote communication. I want to have a good talk with this alien friend. Meanwhile, observing the still-dazed Blue Star humans, the captain began to wonder if there was a translation error. It shouldn't be, as this was data personally transmitted by Captain Leong. Just then, a soldier approached, holding a military laptop. Alien friend, our leader is temporarily not here, but he can communicate with you through this. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage to express his intention while looking at the tall and technologically advanced battle armor, the soldier said, "Remote communication? That works too." The captain took the laptop from the soldier and looked at the elder on the screen, also stating his intention. "Hello, are you the decision-maker of this planet? We are soldiers from a Shili Empire civilization, and your planet has been incorporated into the Empire's territory. We hope you will abandon all resistance and fully cooperate with the Empire's actions." The elder, who originally intended to test the waters, was left speechless by the captain's words. However, this so-called planetary decision-maker, that could work too. Meanwhile, the decision-makers from other countries were also watching the exchange between the two in real time. Through the translation, they understood the words spoken by the aliens. What is this? When did our Rabbit Country become the decision-maker of the planet? We, Eagle Country, are still here. See, I told you, the newcomers are not friendly. They open their mouths with this kind of talk. We might as well just launch a nuclear bomb. What a brute. The alien fleet is still hovering over our planet. In my opinion, let us just surrender as before. Chapter 7, the first communication with Blue Star, however. Regardless of the opinions and discussions from other countries, the final decision at this moment was firmly in the hands of the Grand Elder of Rabbit Country. The Grand Elder gazed solemnly at the screen, displaying the mysterious mask, as elusive as an abyss, and fell into deep contemplation, unable to make a decision for a long time. After all, it was crucial to understand that this decision was of great significance. It was not only related to the Grand Elder's own honor and disgrace, but also closely tied to the future and fate of people worldwide. This matter is of great importance, and I really cannot rashly make a decision in a short time. After all, I cannot consider myself the sole decision-maker of this planet. I must discuss it with other countries, weigh the pros and cons. How about this? Why don't we have an open and honest face-to-face conversation? What do you think? Since it was difficult to make a unilateral decision, he might as well involve everyone and share this responsibility. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the captain also thought seriously for a while before finally nodding in agreement. All right, in that case, I will arrange for someone to guide you right away, and we can have a deeper exchange then. Seeing that the alien civilization had agreed, the Grand Elder's face instantly broke into a joyful smile. He hurriedly finished speaking and quickly ended the remote communication. Phew, it's my first time communicating with this mysterious alien civilization, and I'm really quite nervous. I need to quickly prepare everything needed for the meeting and send urgent messages to other countries, asking them to come as soon as possible. On the other side, aboard the transport ship, when a crew member saw that their captain had finished communicating with the Blue Star people, he hurriedly approached to inquire. "Captain, how is the situation? Are they preparing to resist, or do they have other plans?" At the mention of resistance, excitement flickered in the crew member's eyes. Seeing his subordinates so eager, the captain couldn't help but frown, not indulging him at all, and raised his hand to smack the back of his head. Fight, fight, fight. All you think about is fighting. I should have had Deputy Captain Powell transfer you to the Expeditionary Force earlier. It's just that you haven't been active for too long. This is Captain Li Yang's home planet. We can't act recklessly. The Blue Star person just said, "We should go for face-to-face communication," and mentioned he is not the decision-maker of this planet. I seem to remember the captain mentioning that this planet hasn't achieved unification and is still divided into many countries. All right then, since that's the case, let us go and negotiate with them properly. Since it's divided into multiple countries, things might be easier. We could just teach a lesson to anyone who disagrees. You'll be at the forefront. The captain is wise. After a brief exchange, the personnel sent to escort them arrived before them. "Hello. We are here to take you to the meeting location. Please follow us." A soldier came before them, saluted solemnly, and clearly stated his purpose. However, when the captain looked at the transport aircraft not far behind the soldier, he frowned slightly, showing signs of dissatisfaction. "Forget it. Just tell us the address coordinates directly." Seeing the captain refuse his request, the soldier showed a difficult expression but couldn't say much more and could only go to report to his superiors. After receiving approval from the higher-ups, the soldier finally presented them with the coordinates of the meeting location. "The fleet has already scanned this planet, right?" The captain turned back and asked his crew members. The scanning was completed as soon as we entered the planet's range. "Intelligent brain, give me the situation regarding this coordinate point." The captain addressed the intelligent brain. As soon as he finished speaking, the real-time camera view of that coordinate point immediately appeared before the captain's eyes. The captain observed carefully, apart from a large building and soldiers standing guard outside. There were indeed no other special features. "Intelligent brain, initiate a transport request to the fleet." Beep beep. The request has been approved and is being processed. Just as the soldier was puzzled, not understanding why these aliens only wanted the coordinate address, wondering if they planned to fly over themselves, a dazzling white light shot down from the sky, instantly enveloping the entire squad. This white light was emitted by the fleet stationed in outer space. After the white light disappeared, the entire squad vanished along with it. Everyone present was left in shock, staring at the alien spacecraft that remained in place, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. As for taking the alien civilization's spacecraft away, they wouldn't dare to act rashly unless they received explicit orders from their superiors. Meanwhile, another beam of white light shot from the fleet towards Blue Star, but this time the destination was the coordinates address. The same white light flashed by, and a 5-person squad appeared on the previously empty ground. Sure enough, without a planetary controller, the transport was fraught with complications. The soldiers on guard were even more shocked, wondering what was going on. How did 5 people in strange outfits suddenly appear? Just as the guard soldiers were about to step forward to inquire, they received orders from their superiors and hurriedly approached the squad, saluting. "Hello, I have received orders from my superiors to take you to the meeting room. Let us go." Watching the squad enter the building, the guard soldiers began to whisper among themselves. "Wow, I can't believe I wasn't seeing things just now. How did they suddenly appear? I heard that the higher-ups have already made contact with the alien civilization. Do you think those are the aliens? Just now? Really? Now even aliens have appeared." In the meeting room, when the captain saw that only the Grand Elder of Rabbit Country was present, his expression clearly showed some displeasure. "Isn't your planet divided into many countries? Why haven't I seen anyone from the other countries?" Faced with the alien visitor's question, the Grand Elder hurriedly responded, "I sincerely apologize. This was indeed unexpected for us. We didn't anticipate you would arrive so quickly. After all, the speed of our current transportation means cannot be compared to yours, so they are still on their way." The Grand Elder calmly explained the reason, while also appropriately elevating the advanced nature of the other party's technology, clearly pointing out that it was because their technology was far inferior, which caused the delay. After all, he had heard reports from below that a beam of white light could facilitate transport at will. How could that be compared? Hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, the captain's earlier displeasure gradually returned to normal. After all, he was making a valid point. It was unavoidable that they were slow due to technological limitations. However, it wouldn't due to just wait slowly like this. After all, they came from an advanced civilization and must show them some authority. Chapter 8. The Rabbit Kingdom's Gesture of Goodwill. Please lend me your computer for a moment, the kind that can connect to your planet's entire network. The captain pondered for a moment before making this request to the Grand Elder. They were somewhat familiar with computers, as it was merely a product of a lower civilization, and there was relevant information about it in the databank. Computer? Please wait a moment. I'll have someone fetch it right away. Before long, a military computer was delivered to the captain. He picked it up and examined it carefully. Is this what the data bank recorded as a computer? Right? It can connect with decision makers from other countries, right? The captain turned to ask the Grand Elder. Seeing the captain inquiring, the Grand Elder hurriedly responded, yes. This computer has been specially processed. Aside from being unable to access the internal networks of other countries, it can freely access all public networks, including our country's internal network. So contacting other nations will not be an issue. To be honest, opening their internal network to extraterrestrial visitors was a gamble for the Grand Elder. He had completely given up on any thoughts of resistance and fully extended goodwill to the alien civilization. Previously, he might have still harbored thoughts of fighting to the end. But upon realizing that the other party could teleport at will, those thoughts of resistance vanished entirely. After all, if a fight broke out, the others could simply teleport in and carry out a decapitation operation. How could one possibly fight against that? Meanwhile, the captain examined the interfaces on the computer, and soon, his fingers began to undergo a remarkable transformation. In just a moment, his armored fingers transformed into a shape compatible with the computer's interface. As he plugged his fingers into the interface, the captain immediately called out to the intelligent brain. Intelligent brain, take control of the network on this planet, and check if the so-called internal networks of other countries can be accessed. Beep. Network takeover complete. A few areas with physical barriers have been detected and cannot be accessed. Hearing the report from the intelligent brain, the captain could only sigh slightly. Sigh. I wonder when we will be equipped with the Empire's latest intelligent brain and battle armor. I heard they can control the networks of lower civilizations at will with just a thought. Unlike me, who is helpless when faced with physical barriers. Despite his constant complaints, the captain's actions did not pause. Using the network controlled by the intelligent brain for detection, he easily pinpointed the current locations of decision-makers from other countries. Although these locations were constantly moving, it posed no challenge for them. You all go to these locations and bring the decision-makers from other countries to me. I have no patience to wait for them to arrive slowly. Since the intelligent brain had taken control of the network, the other team members naturally knew the locations, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Of course, this flickering wasn't teleportation. It was simply extremely fast movement, appearing to the naked eye as if they had disappeared in an instant. The same scene made the Grand Elder even more grateful for his decision to extend goodwill to the extraterrestrial civilization. After all, to him, this was the instant movement of an alien civilization, truly astonishing. After the team members left, the captain eagerly began to explore the network of this planet, especially the internal network of his own country that the Grand Elder had mentioned. Nuclear launch authorization? Launch orders? Nuclear weapons. It seems there is information about this in the databank as well. Saying this, the captain checked with the intelligent brain and gained a comprehensive understanding of what nuclear weapons truly were. TCH, so this is their strongest weapon? It might not even be able to destroy a planet. It seems they really haven't reached the level of a Type 2 civilization, barely qualifying as a lower Type 2 civilization. However, at least this is their strongest weapon, their last trump card. These Blue Star people handed it to me without reservation. Quite impressive, I appreciate it. Seeing the Grand Elder's sincere goodwill, the captain nodded in response. On the other side, the team members arrived in the sky, gazing at the fast-flying planes before them, thinking that the people they were looking for should be among them. Intelligent brain, activate collision ignoring mode. As soon as the team member's words fell, the battle armor began to flicker, and then he vanished, instantly entering the interior of the plane. Inside the airplane, the people saw someone suddenly appear before them, clad in strange battle armor, and immediately tensed up, quickly getting into defensive positions and aiming their guns at this unexpected guest. Seeing the guns pointed at him, the team member showed no fear. Setting aside whether their weapons could penetrate his armor, in collision-ignoring mode, the bullets they fired would simply pass through him without causing any harm. The team member utilized his helmet to scan everyone present, and upon noticing one person heavily protected at the back, he promptly queried through the Blue Star network. After confirming that this person was indeed the target, the team member flickered again, instantly appearing behind the target. Intelligent brain, deploy a 2-meter protective shield centered on me. As the command was given, the battle armor unfolded a protective shield glowing faintly blue, perfectly enveloping the target. In a moment before anyone else could react, the team member flickered again, disappearing without a trace along with the target. Where is our president? You ask me, I ask who? This must be the aliens. A similar scene played out in various planes, with 4 team members working tirelessly, moving from one target to the next. In less than an hour, the once empty conference room gradually filled with people, each one a decision-maker from different countries. Were you also captured by them? How else? Aren't you the same? Haha, to be honest, that initial moment really scared me. I almost thought I was going to die. Same here, but the technology level of the alien civilization is far beyond ours. I think I'll choose the plan from Chicken Country later. I feel the same. But let's first see what Rabbit Kingdom has to say. After all, they're the first country to contact extraterrestrial civilization. In the conference room, decision-makers from various countries engaged in lively discussions. After all, this meeting was entirely different from the last one. The content of this meeting would truly determine the future direction of their blue star and their respective countries. Is everyone here? Cough. Everyone is present. Seeing the captain inquiring, the Grand Elder carefully surveyed the room. Everyone who should be there was indeed present. Even some decision-makers from lesser-known small countries have been brought in. The languages on your planet are truly numerous. Communication is quite inconvenient. As the captain spoke, he retrieved a small spherical object from the armor on his arm. Throwing the small ball into the air, a flash of white light appeared instantly, so fast that the attendees didn't even have time to react. What has happened? How would I know? Who knows what the aliens are up to? Wait, how can I understand what you're saying? Though the language in his ears was completely incomprehensible, his brain clearly understood the meaning. This miraculous scene astonished everyone present, who couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. In reality, the small ball was merely a translator. After all, when traveling to various planets and encountering diverse civilizations, the existence of a translator was crucial. Of course, this translator can only translate the languages already present in the intelligence database. As for the languages of Blue Star, after gaining control of the Blue Star network, various languages have naturally been incorporated into the database. Intelligence, open the visor. At that moment, the captain and the team members' oval-shaped head armor began to slowly retract, revealing their original faces. When the extraterrestrial visitors opened their visors, everyone present stared intently, eager to see what these aliens looked like. However, once they got a good look, their faces were filled with surprise. Most of them had human-like appearances, but some had an extra eye, some were missing a nose, and others were covered in fuzz. The only one who looked relatively normal had pointed ears, like an elf from Story. In fact, the members of the small team sent by Li Yong were all humanoid soldiers, if they had been from some bizarre race. A few people might have been frightened on the spot. Everyone, now that there are no barriers to our communication, let's begin negotiations. Of course, the one negotiating with you is not me, but our captain. Chapter 9 news from the Stellar Controller Captain. Hearing the captain's words, everyone showed expressions of anticipation. Meanwhile, on the battleship, Li Yong was sitting in his seat, watching everything happening on Blue Star with great interest. Pal, prepare for me. I want to go down and discuss with him in person. Captain Li Yong, it might be dangerous for you to go down personally. Why not use a holographic projection instead, or a clone? Seeing that Li Yong intended to go down himself, Pal hurriedly spoke up to stop him and advised. This was the newly appointed captain, and a human captain through the New Fire project. Nothing must go wrong. Clone? I understand holographic projection, but this clone won't actually be a real copy of myself, right? The clone is your avatar, which has no consciousness of its own. By connecting your consciousness through the fleet's instruments, you can control the clone at will. After Pal's detailed explanation, Li Yong finally understood what the clone was about. In short, it was just remote control. All right, then let's use the clone. Okay, please follow me. With that, Pal took Li Yong through the teleportation device to the multifunctional vessel. The teleportation device could achieve arbitrary teleportation throughout the fleet. The higher the rank, the broader the teleportation area. As one was the captain and the other was the vice captain, their permissions were naturally sufficient for free teleportation. Upon arriving at the multifunctional vessel, Li Yong saw a capsule-like device in front of him and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Pal, is this the device for the clone?" "Yes, you just need to lie inside, and then the device will automatically scan and produce a clone that looks exactly like you." Hearing Pal say this, Liang walked in without any wariness and lay down comfortably in the device. As for why he didn't suspect Pal might harm him, one could only say, unless one had a persecution complex. Otherwise, in an empire civilization centered on human supremacy, harming a newly promoted lieutenant would be a grave sin, akin to exterminating 10 clans in ancient Blue Star. Just as the device fully shut down, a mechanical voice sounded. "Beep. Scanning. Scan complete. Generating clone." "Lieutenant Liang, your clone has been generated. Would you like to control it now?" At the same time, beside the capsule device, another identical capsule slowly opened, revealing a clone that looked exactly like Liang, even down to the military uniform. Is that it? Then let's start controlling it directly." To be honest, the speed of cloning was surprisingly fast. It felt like only a few minutes had passed. Truly the mark of an advanced civilization. Just as Liang finished speaking, in the blink of an eye, his perspective shifted to that of the clone. "I haven't even reacted, and it's already done?" Standing up, Liang specifically looked at his original self lying in the device, his face filled with disbelief. "Yes, for the Shili Empire, these are just minor technologies." Hearing Pal say this, Liang nodded repeatedly, then thought of something else and hurriedly asked Pal, "Pal, can this clone be infinitely replicated? Does that mean I can achieve immortality?" "Unfortunately, Captain, this device only allows your consciousness to control the clone in real time. It cannot directly transfer consciousness. Unauthorized consciousness transfer is against Imperial law." Pal shook his head, shattering Liang's thoughts of immortality. "However, with the Empire's technology, immortality can indeed be achieved. It's just that our current rank is not qualified. Captain, if you have thoughts of immortality, please work hard to promote your rank." This statement gave Liang hope. After all, who wouldn't want to achieve immortality? "It seems I have to work doubly hard. All right, enough of that. Let's hurry and go see Blue Star. Brain, teleport to the coordinates of Blue Star." As soon as he finished speaking, the clone controlled by Liang was enveloped in a white light, and then the ship shot a beam of white light toward Blue Star. In the command room, everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the so-called captain. Suddenly, a white light appeared out of nowhere in the conference room, and in the blink of an eye, as the white light disappeared, a figure appeared without warning. "Is this the captain of the alien fleet? Why does he look exactly like us?" As the white light dissipated, everyone could clearly see the face of the so-called captain, who appeared to be a young man, indistinguishable from the people of Blue Star. If it weren't for the strange white light and the sudden teleportation method, one might really think a young person had intruded in. "Report, Captain. All the decision-makers from the countries of Blue Star are here." Thank you for your hard work." Seeing the alien soldiers salute and report to Liang, everyone could finally be certain that this young man was indeed the captain of the alien fleet. After scanning the crowd, Liang calmly walked to the podium. Standing at the podium, Liang slowly stated his purpose. "Dear friends of Blue Star, I am an officer from the Shili Empire civilization and the captain of the fleet from outer space. As for the purpose of our Shili Empire, I believe you have already understood. In light of our shared humanity, I allow you to ask me questions." Upon hearing Liang say this, everyone present was shocked. It turned out that this so-called alien captain was indeed human, and it was not their illusion. Although they were allowed to ask questions, everyone just looked at each other, and no one dared to speak first. I would like to ask, if Blue Star were to join you, how would our countries be handled?" Finally, someone spoke up, and all eyes turned to him. This question was indeed of great concern to every country, as it involved significant interest for decision-makers. "That's a good question. All countries on Blue Star will be abolished, with only the division of cities remaining, and a decision-maker for Blue Star will be established." Li Yang's words were like throwing a stone into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves, prompting everyone present to start whispering and discussing among themselves. We of Black Continent countries do not agree with your statement. Why should our countries be abolished? This is unfair. You are discriminating." Seeing someone rise in protest, others quickly turned to look, and they saw decision-makers from more than 10 Black Continent countries gathered together, loudly protesting. "Yes, I, the Bear Country, support the Black Continent countries. The decision-maker from Bear Country immediately stood up to show support, but the person beside him quickly asked, "Hey, you're not really supporting them, are you?" "Just joking. Do you really think the people of Bear Country are brawny and simple-minded? I'm just giving them lip service. Let them be the ones to stick their necks out while I observe from the back. Don't you understand the principle of adapting to the situation?" After truly witnessing the technology of the Shili Empire civilization, especially the experience of being captured directly from an aircraft, the decision-maker of Bear Country had long lost the strong resistance he had before. They were all seasoned political players now. Adapting to the situation and letting others take the lead was the wise choice. Just as Li Yong furrowed his brow, preparing to say something, Pal transmitted a message. "Captain Liang, the planetary controller has been delivered and needs you to come over in person, as I don't have the authority." "All right, understood. I'll be there right away. I just don't know how to deal with these rebels. After all, the weapons on the fleet are extremely powerful, and a careless mistake could potentially destroy Blue Star. Since the planetary controller has arrived, let's use it to give these rebels a warning." Chapter 10. Colonel Martin, as soon as Li Yong stepped onto the ship, he spotted a man in military uniform, draped in a cloak, standing in front of the command room's light screen with his back to him. This must be the one sent by the Empire to transport the stellar controller. Li Yong thought to himself, quickly approaching and preparing to initiate a conversation. "Hello, may I ask if you are?" Before he could finish his sentence, the man suddenly turned around. When Li Yong saw the person's appearance, the words he was about to say caught in his throat. A robot? The person in front of him had facial features indistinguishable from humans, and his physique was quite similar as well. However, the texture of his skin emitted a unique metallic sheen. Seeing Li Yong staring blankly, the newcomer smiled slightly and spoke. "You must be Lieutenant Li Yong. No need to be so surprised. There are countless races in the Empire. Just call me Martin." Upon hearing Martin's words, Li Yong suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly looked at the insignia on Martin's shoulder. To his astonishment, he was left speechless. There was a silver sphere embedded in the insignia, with 7 stars of the same color arranged below it, and copper vines surrounding the insignia. "System, what rank is this? It's far more impressive than mine." Li Yong quickly inquired of the system. "This is the rank of a level 7 colonel. According to the Empire's etiquette, subordinates should salute when meeting their superiors." The system not only answered Li Yang's question, but also provided a timely reminder. "A colonel, that's a whole rank above me." Coming back to his senses, Li Yong straightened his posture and raised his right fist high. "Long live the Shili Empire. Long live." Seeing Li Yong salute him, Martin calmly returned the gesture. "All right, no need to be nervous. We are all part of the Empire. I am here to deliver the stellar controller to you." Although Martin said this, it would be a lie to say that Li Yong wasn't nervous. He had just recently become a junior officer, and suddenly a high-ranking officer was standing right in front of him. How could he not be anxious? After calming himself down, Li Yong posed his question to Martin. Sir, does a weapon like the stellar controller really require a colonel like you to personally deliver it?" Li Yang's interest in the stellar controller grew stronger. A weapon that required a colonel to escort, it must be incredibly powerful. "Oh, the stellar controller? To be honest, any major could use it. As for transportation, as long as the Imperial military approves your application, it will be automatically delivered to your fleet." After hearing Martin's explanation, Li Yong became even more confused. "If the stellar controller doesn't need a dedicated escort, then what is the purpose of your presence, Colonel?" Seeing the puzzled look in Li Yang's eyes, Martin smiled and patted his shoulder. "Although equipment doesn't require personnel to escort it, I find myself quite interested in newly promoted human officers, especially those who have come up through the New Fire program." With that statement, Li Yong instantly understood. It turned out that Colonel Martin was here to build a good relationship with him. However, this also surprised Li Yong. Is being human in the Empire really that advantageous? He was just a lieutenant, yet a colonel came personally to establish a connection. You're quite puzzled, aren't you? In reality, human officers are quite rare in the Empire. Not to mention you were selected from the New Fire program. It's entirely normal for me to want to befriend you. All right, it seems I underestimated my status as a human in the Empire. Since Colonel Martin was interested in befriending him, that was naturally a good thing, especially since Li Yong was new and genuinely needed the guidance of someone like Colonel Martin. Li Yong gladly accepted the goodwill extended by Colonel. After all, this was a high-ranking officer, significantly above his own level. Ha! Comrade Liang, you're too kind. Don't worry, if you have any needs in the future, just let me know. Anything within my authority is no problem at all. Seeing that Li Yang was willing to befriend him, Martin happily shook Li Yang's hand as a gesture of friendship. The two of them shared silly smiles, one delighted at having a backing, and the other pleased with having invested in a human officer. By the way, since we have become friends, I certainly can't be stingy on our first meeting. Here, I'll give you this. It will definitely be useful for you right now. As he spoke, Martin, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a sphere about 10 centimeters in diameter and slowly handed it to Li Yang. A gift? Receiving the sphere from Martin, Li Yang was filled with confusion, wondering what use this ball could have. This is a carefully crafted Guardian intelligent machine from our mechanical race. Its name is T7. The intelligent core will help you connect and use it. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Contact me if you need anything. After saying this, Martin's entire figure slowly faded away, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, leaving Li Yang in a daze. No way. A living person just disappeared like that? Beep. This is just Colonel Martin's holographic projection. He did not physically come here. I see. I was wondering how a colonel could go to such lengths to come here and leave just as quickly. It turns out it was a projection. I must say, this projection is incredibly realistic. After Martin left, Li Yang stared at the sphere in his hand and asked the system, how do I activate this T7? Beep. Does Lieutenant Li Yang wish to connect to the intelligent machine? Yes. Connecting. Please wait. As the system's voice fell, the sphere in Li Yang's hand began to change, slowly expanding and distorting until it formed a humanoid figure standing before him. T7 Intelligent Guardian Machine reporting for duty. Watching the sphere transform into a robust figure, Li Yang was quite surprised. Dude, are you Neza? You went from a ball to a person. Beep. T7 Intelligent Guardian Machine is a product created by the mechanical race, responsible for protecting its owner's life and safety. In the universe, it costs up to 7 million star coins. The system explained to Li Yang appropriately. 7 million star coins? Star coins should be the Empire's currency, right? By the way, system, what is my salary as a lieutenant? Beep. According to the Shili Empire's officer rights law, the salary for a level 1 lieutenant is 10,000 star coins per month. 10,000 star coins. Does that mean it would take me 700 months to buy one of these? Upon hearing his salary, Li Yang couldn't help but feel shocked. After all, he was a fleet captain, and his pay was only 10,000 star coins. Beep. The 10,000 star coins is just your basic salary as a level 1 lieutenant, along with your planetary income and mission earnings. Additionally, according to the Shili Empire's Human Supremacy rights law, the basic salary of human officers is doubled, and the tax on their planets is halved, with mission bonuses increased by 100. Planet? Mission? If you complete the mission on Blue Star, then according to the Shili Empire's planetary rights law, Blue Star will belong to your private planet. The revenue generated from that planet will only see the Empire take 30, while humans will only take 15. Wow! Previously, when the system mentioned the various generous benefits for humans, Li Yang had only heard of them. It was only at this moment that he truly realized how advantageous being human was in the Empire. Chapter 11. The deployment of the Stellar Controller. By the way, I almost forgot. What about the Stellar Controller? After recovering from his shock, Captain Li Yang quickly inquired about the Stellar Controller. After all, this device is the key to helping him perfectly complete his mission, not to mention that Blue Star will belong to him after the mission is completed. Captain Li Yang. The Stellar Controller is already in the launch chamber and can be launched at any time. Pal, who had been standing not far from Li Yang, finally spoke up. It's worth noting that as soon as he entered, he saw a level 7 lieutenant colonel standing in front of him. And seeing the lieutenant colonel chatting happily with Captain Li Yang, he didn't dare to make a sound. Is it already in the launch chamber? Can you take me to see it? Although he already knew that the Stellar Controller was in the launch chamber, Li Yang was still eager to see this amazing device with his own eyes. Of course, please follow me, Pal said, leading Li Yang to the launch chamber. Looking at the diamond-shaped crystal floating in front of him, Li Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. This thing is the Stellar Controller? The diamond-shaped crystal was over 10 meters long and about 3 to 4 meters wide, and its surface was covered with numerous small diamond-shaped fragments, resembling a mysterious and exquisite piece of art. Yes, after the ship conducts a comprehensive scan of the target planet. As long as it meets the activation requirements of the stellar controller, it can be launched at any time to control and contain the target planet. Pal explained with some excitement. After all, such a high-tech device is not something he, a mere second lieutenant, could come into contact with. Only Captain Liang, as a human captain, was qualified to apply to the Imperial military for its use at the lieutenant level. I see. Let's go back to the command room. Once again stepping into the command room, Liang gazed at the beautiful blue planet through the light screen, and his heart couldn't help but feel excited. Prepare to launch the stellar controller, target planet, Blue Star. Yes, all departments, please note that the stellar controller is about to be launched. Please get ready. 3, 2, 1 launch. With the command issued from the command center, the stellar controller, which had been resting in the launch chamber, was slowly released. After completely detaching from the ship, it shot towards Blue Star like an arrow released from a bow. On the other side, far away on Blue Star, the Grand Elder of the Rabbit Country stared intently at the real-time satellite images coming from the computer, and in an instant cold sweat poured down like rain. What has the alien fleet launched at us? The other national decision-makers beside him, hearing the Grand Elder's murmurs, also walked up to him, looking at the images displayed on his computer. What is going on? Why did the alien fleet launch weapons at us? The confused decision-maker from the Eagle Country shouted loudly, attracting the attention of everyone present. What? Why? The negotiations haven't even started. Why did they recklessly use force? Impossible, their soldiers are still here. Are they preparing to destroy this planet? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, the alien civilization wouldn't have gotten angry. The decision-maker from the Chicken Country angrily grabbed the collar of the troublemaking decision-makers from the Black Continent, shouting furiously, "No, this is impossible. It definitely isn't our fault." Hearing the Chicken Country decision-makers' words, others recalled that it was indeed because of the trouble caused by the Black Continent decision-makers that the alien captain left in anger. The things launched afterward must also have been provoked by this group of Black Continent decision-makers. Thinking this way, everyone began to denounce the Black Continent decision-makers, angrily calling them the sinners of humanity and the culprits leading Blue Star to destruction. Meanwhile, the Imperial team, which had been silently observing from the side, looked utterly confused. What the hell is going on? Why is everyone arguing? Oh no, some are even starting a fight. Seeing the situation escalating, the soldiers of the Imperial team hurried over to intervene. Hey, everyone quiet down. What are you all shouting about? The captain shouted, his voice booming like thunder, startling everyone into silence. We haven't even started discussing why they launched weapons at us. This isn't fair. The Eagle Country decision-maker stood up stubbornly, questioning the captain. Doesn't he fear being crushed if they get unhappy? Fear, of course, but since they've already launched weapons at Blue Star, even if I'm terrified, I have to speak out. Looking at the Eagle Country decision-maker, who was trembling slightly, the captain felt puzzled. Weapons? What weapons? We haven't received any orders from the command center, though he was filled with confusion. Seeing the expressions on the faces of these Blue Star people didn't seem like they were faking it, so the captain inquired with the command center. Command center, this is Team 1. The Blue Star people just had a fierce conflict and are asking whether we launched weapons at their planet. Over. Command center received. The fleet has launched the stellar controller at Blue Star. Please calm the emotions of the Blue Star people. The captain and vice captain will come over shortly. Upon learning that it was the stellar controller being launched, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. Our team is still on Blue Star. It's impossible for us to launch weapons. It turns out it was the stellar controller. After understanding the real situation, the captain reassured everyone, stating that it was not a weapon and that the captain would come over to explain the details later. Hearing this explanation, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the comfort of having escaped a major disaster. You see, I told you it definitely wasn't our fault. The Black Continent decision-makers looked aggrieved, appearing pitiful, mumbling that everyone had wronged them earlier. How can you say that? Even if it wasn't your direct cause, it was still an indirect cause. If you dare to talk back again, you won't even need to wait for the alien civilization to deal with you. I'll launch a nuclear bomb to blow up your homeland right now. The decision-maker from the Bear Country was furious, glaring with wide-open eyes. pointing at the Black Continent decision-makers and shouting loudly. Seeing the Bear Country decision-maker so enraged, the Black Continent decision-makers fell silent, not daring to say another word, quietly sitting in their places. Hey, weren't you supporting them just now? Why do you want to blow them up now? The decision-maker from the Chicken Country had a teasing expression, leaning in front of the Bear Country decision-maker, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Oomph. What was in the past is in the past. Now is now. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll blow you up too. Seeing the Bear Country decision-maker's decisive and ruthless style, the Chicken Country decision-maker wisely closed his mouth, as everyone knew the Bear Country's usual approach. When it comes to solving problems, they would never waste words. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, the stellar controller had reached the vicinity of Blue Star and began to slow down. Target planet, Blue Star, data has been uploaded. Starting control. The stellar controller began to disassemble, the huge diamond-shaped crystal blossoming like a flower, splitting into countless ultra-small diamond fragments. One by one, the diamond fragments scattered around Blue Star at an astonishing speed, and within just a few minutes, the scattered fragments formed an immense net, completely enveloping Blue Star. However, the fragments were so small that they were completely undetectable from the outside. The nodes had been deployed and began connecting. One by one, the diamond-shaped fragments started to emit beams of light, intertwining and connecting with each other, eventually forming a massive net that covered the entire Blue Star. Connection completed. Beginning to unfold, the beams of light that originally connected the fragments rapidly widened and expanded, transforming from a giant net into a huge glass sphere radiating a mysterious blue light, completely encasing the Blue Star, like a dazzling blue pearl treasured within a unique container. The star body controllers have all been deployed and are controlling the target planet. Just as the mechanical voice finished speaking, the humans living on the Blue Star suddenly felt an indescribable anomaly, standing frozen in place for quite a while. Chapter 12. Blue Star Management Department, however. Because everyone was just momentarily stunned, no one took it to heart, including the decision-makers from various countries of Blue Star in the conference room, who did not notice any abnormalities. The target planet has completed control, just as the planetary controller had successfully completed its task. The system of Liang issued a timely reminder. The planetary controller you launched has now achieved comprehensive control over the target planet. As soon as the system's voice fell, a light screen suddenly appeared before Liang without warning. Looking at the dense text on the screen, Liang was once again deeply shocked by this magical planetary controller. Various data on it could be easily changed, such as altering the atmospheric pressure of Blue Star, clearing all living beings from the planet, moving tectonic plates, raising sea levels, and so on. In short, at this moment, Liang felt like an omnipotent god, able to change and control everything on Blue Star at will. Moreover, he saw two special functions. One was destruction, and the other was containment. The function of destruction was simple to understand, but as for containment, could it be? That's right. Once the planetary controller successfully controls a planet, after activating the containment function, the entire Blue Star, including all life on it, would be absorbed into a special space of the planetary controller, allowing the entire planet to fit into a palm-sized glass sphere for easy movement and transportation. The system also timely answered the doubts that surfaced in Liang's mind. 6 in response, other than a 6. Liang really didn't know how to express his complex feelings at this moment. After carefully examining the panel before him, to be honest, there really wasn't anything that needed changing. After all, the current situation was already quite good. By the way, system, I've already used the planetary controller. Why is the task regarding Blue Star still not completed? Clearly, I have already become the god of Blue Star, so why hasn't the task been marked as complete? It can't be forgotten, right? Beep. Detection indicates that the intelligent beings on Blue Star have not yet submitted to the Empire, so the task has not been completed. Alternatively, eliminating all intelligent beings on Blue Star would also complete the task. Alright, it seems that regardless of the outcome, I have to go to Blue Star again. In the Blue Star conference room, Liang, Pal, and T7 appeared out of thin air in the meeting room in the blink of an eye. The crowd that had been noisy and tumultuous instantly fell silent, quickly standing up from their seats. Oh my God, how did they appear? Just now, the room was completely empty. Who knows what kind of alien technology this is? The last time they saw them teleport, there was a flash of white light. Now, they just appeared like magic without any warning. Looking at the crowd, staring intently at him, Liang, although outwardly calm and showing no change in expression, felt quite different inside. Sure enough, with the planetary controller, even teleportation became much easier, truly deserving of being a level 7 civilization. The previous teleportation required a transfer through the main ship, but now, with the planetary controller, there was no need for transfer stations at all. Across Blue Star, he could instantly reach anywhere he wanted. Ahem, since everyone is here, let us begin discussing the follow-up arrangement for Blue Star and the specific situations of each country. Seated in the center position, Liang cleared his throat to express his intentions. Pao also promptly sat beside Liang, while T7 stood straight beside them, waiting for orders like the Imperial Squad. Seeing that Liang and Pao had taken their seats, the others cautiously sat down. They understood that the upcoming discussions would concern the future of Blue Star and their own fates. All countries on Blue Star will be completely dissolved. Hearing this, the attendees were already mentally prepared and did not raise any objections, as resistance would be futile. Everything on Blue Star would entirely belong to the Empire, retaining the current urban planning. As for the management of Blue Star, a Blue Star Management Department will be established, and all affairs of Blue Star will be managed by this department, which I will directly oversee. The main event is here, and everyone present was waiting for this statement. If they could enter this department, their power would be far greater than that of their national managers. Each person looked at Li Yang with great anticipation, especially the Grand Elder of the Rabbit Country and the decision-maker of the Eagle Country, as both were well aware that the managerial role was merely ordinary, while the so-called Minister of the Blue Star Management Department was what they truly coveted. As for the Minister of the Blue Star Management Department, it will be held by the Grand Elder of the Rabbit Country, and all other managerial positions will be decided by the Minister. Do you have any questions? Hearing that this so-called Minister position ultimately fell to the Grand Elder of the Rabbit Country, the expressions of those present varied, especially the decision-maker of the Eagle Country, who looked quite unwilling, but he did not dare to openly oppose it. After all, who told him that the other party was more powerful than him? I am honored to serve as the Minister of the Blue Star Management Department, and I will certainly lead the people of Blue Star to make greater contributions to the Empire. Looking at the Grand Elder, who was overjoyed, Liang quickly responded. By the way, since you're the Minister of Blue Star, what is your name? I will apply for your citizenship to the Empire. Citizenship? Oh, my name is Xia Quan. Seeing the older Xia Quan, who was over 50, looking as excited as a child, Liang couldn't help but smile. Then, Captain Liang, what about us? The decision-maker of the Eagle Country, still unwilling, stood up to ask. Oh, considering that everyone present were the previous decision-makers of their respective countries. You will all be directly incorporated into the Blue Star Management Department, with positions determined by Xia Quan, and you will also have citizenship of the Shili Empire. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including the decision-maker of the Eagle Country, although they couldn't become the Minister of the Blue Star Management Department. At least they gained the status of citizens of an alien empire. As for the other matters, Deputy Captain Powell will continue to discuss them with you. I will head back now. Understood. Just now, the system informed me that the task has been completed, and Liang's eyes lit up as he hurriedly prepared to return to the fleet. After all, the major issues were basically resolved, and the remaining tedious details could be handled by those below. System, the task is complete. What rewards do I get? As soon as he returned to the command center of the fleet, Liang eagerly inquired about the system. Beep, the task of occupying Blue Star has been completed. Based on Lieutenant Li Yang's outstanding performance, he has been promoted to Level 2 Lieutenant and granted ownership of Blue Star. As soon as the system's voice fell, the silver bar on Li Yang's shoulder instantly transformed into 2 silver bars, officially promoting him to Level 2 Lieutenant of the Empire. Before Li Yang could fully enjoy his promotion, the system's voice came again. Beep. Since Blue Star belongs to Lieutenant Li Yang, according to the Shili Empire's Human Supremacy Rights Law, the Empire will subsidize 10 million star coins for the development of Blue Star. And the loan limit for planetary development has been increased from 100 million to 200 million. 10 million? Oh my, human supremacy. By the way, what is this loan limit? Li Yang understood the subsidy of 10 million star coins. In short, it was a gift of 10 million, but what was this loan about? The Planet Development Loan is a type of loan provided by the Supreme Bank of the Shili Empire for individuals looking to develop their own planets. The loan amount and interest rates vary depending on the individual's status. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Yang understood that this loan is indeed a great opportunity, especially since Blue Star's technology is just a little over level 1 and hasn't even reached level 2 yet. To develop the economy, a significant amount of investment is certainly required. After all, 85% of the revenue generated by Blue Star is from its own resources. By the way, system, how is the interest calculated? B. According to the Human Supremacy Rights Law of the Shili Empire, the interest for the Planet Development Loan will be 0, with a repayment period of 100 years. Wow, a limit of 200 million, a century, 0 interest. Who would dare say that this Human Supremacy Rights Law is not good? This is simply amazing. Without hesitation, Li Yang directly applied for a limit of 200 million through the system to the Empire. Chapter 13 Terrorists. The 200 million quota is indeed a bit large, and we still need to wait for the approval results, which may take several days. By the way, system, how should we handle the humans on Blue Star? Should they all be granted imperial citizenship? The Shili Empire is an empire that upholds the supremacy of humanity as its doctrine. So will all humans on Blue Star receive preferential treatment? B. According to the Shili Empire's Human Supremacy Rights Law, only humans with legal imperial status can enjoy the rights granted by the Empire's Human Supremacy Rights Law. The imperial citizenship you reported for the Blue Star Management Department has been approved, while other humans still need to undergo examination and screening. And only those who pass will become part of the Empire. Well, it seems impossible for all these billions of humans to become imperial citizens, but it should still be possible for a few 100 million to pass the screening. Just as Li Yang was still contemplating how Blue Star should develop next, human society on Blue Star had already fallen into complete chaos. What the hell? Has an alien civilization occupied us? Blue Star Management Department? What about the country? Is it all gone? We, the Rice Cake Nation, refuse to accept this. Why is the head of the so-called Blue Star Management Department from Rabbit Country? Clearly we, the Rice Cake Nation, are more suitable. After the decision-makers of Blue Star discussed everything with PAL, they each returned to their respective countries to announce the latest news. Blue Star has been brought under the rule of an alien civilization. All countries have been abolished. Only city planning is retained. And national management has changed to a Blue Star Management Department. Upon hearing this news, everyone initially thought it was a joke, but looking at the official announcement, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, yet had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. Some people accepted it calmly. After all, the Blue Star Management Department is still managed by our Blue Star people, especially the Rabbit Country people, who are all excited beyond control. Who understands our families? We woke up one day to find ourselves as aliens. Anyway, our great elder is the head of the Blue Star Management Department. In other words, that Estabal leader. How can that not make people happy? Most people silently accepted it, but only the terrorists crazily incited ordinary people to resist. Upon learning about the terrorist organization, the Blue Star Management Department also urgently convened its first meeting since its establishment. Ahem, do you have any good suggestions for those induced crowds? Xia Quan sat at the main seat. Beside him was the former decision-maker of Eagle Country, now the deputy head of the Blue Star Management Department, Tai Lang. Xia Quan looked at everyone present with a mocking expression. After all, most of these induced ordinary people were in Bear Country, Eagle Country, and Rice Cake Nation. The first two are understandable. After all, gun proliferation is rampant, and it's normal for terrorists to incite resistance. But it's surprising that Rice Cake Nation is also acting like them. As the deputy head, I believe these resistances are extremely wrong and must be dealt with seriously. Yes, I support the deputy head's words. I will send someone down to persuade them. We absolutely cannot let the Empire think we are doing nothing. The area manager of Rice Cake Nation stood up to express support for Deputy Head Tai Lang's opinion. This isn't good. After all, Blue Star now belongs to the Empire. For these induced, ordinary people, we should still consult Captain Liang, right? However, besides those in support, there were also dissenting voices expressing their views. If we can't even handle such a small matter, how will the Empire view us? They might be preparing to replace us all. It was unclear who said this, and the crowd fell into silence. After a moment, Xia Quan sighed and spoke. All right, let us do this. For those just shouting slogans, patiently persuade them. If it really doesn't work, temporarily detain them. As for others, let your respective area managers handle it. That's it. Meeting adjourned. After finishing, Xiaoquan stood up and left the conference room, leaving a group of bewildered people behind, looking at each other. All right, since the minister has spoken, let's all take action. Deputy Head Lang also supported Xiaoquan's proposal. And seeing that both the minister and deputy minister had said so, everyone had no choice but to comply. In the Rice Cake Nation area, a group of induced rice cake people raised banners shouting against the alien civilization, demanding the return of our great rice cake, marching vigorously down the street, naturally mixed with terrorists. Among the crowd, there were many holding various weapons like knives, guns, and clubs. Everything was present. Return our rice cake nation. Reject the oppression of alien civilization. Girl group, go for it. Although there were some strange shouts mixed in, they continued to advance. Just as they were passionately marching, several armored transport vehicles sped over and blocked their path. One of the vehicles had a man in formal attire climb out, raising a megaphone and shouting loudly, "Please hurry back home. You have all been induced by terrorists. Do not hinder the future development of Blue Star. Resistance is meaningless." Upon hearing this announcement from the megaphone, the crowd was initially stunned for a moment, then continued shouting slogans, steadfastly moving forward. District Head, they aren't listening. Seeing that the shouting had no effect, the person who had just shouted hurriedly returned to the vehicle to report to the District Head of Rice Cake Nation. "Let me do it," the District Head said as he snatched the megaphone from him, agilely climbing onto the roof of the vehicle. "Hello, everyone. I am currently the District Head of Rice Cake Nation. Regarding Blue Star belonging to the civilization of the Shili Empire, this is definitely a good thing. This way, our Blue Star civilization can develop rapidly, and we might even be able to explore the universe as freely as depicted in movies. Your actions are wrong. They obstruct the development of Blue Star civilization. Please stop immediately," the district head earnestly advised, continuing to elaborate on many benefits. Summarizing it all in one sentence, there is no downside to Blue Star submitting to alien civilizations, only benefits. Nonsense. I see you're just afraid for your life. What Shili Empire civilization? Just the name doesn't sound good. Terrorists hidden in the crowd began to incite the masses. Down with the Shili Empire. Down with alien civilization. Unfortunately, things did not ease as the district head had hoped. Instead, the conflict intensified. My God, how could they even shout this? Hearing them loudly calling to overthrow the Shili Empire, the district head broke out in a cold sweat. This is not something to shout casually. If the Empire hears this, they might not be pleased and decide to destroy the star. At that time, it would truly be hopeless. Quick, 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 start taking action. Seeing this situation, the district head could no longer hesitate and directly issued the command for action. As his command was given, several armored vehicles deployed a group of support personnel. Their target was not the ordinary people, but the terrorists hidden among them. Action. With the order given, the operation officially began. Seeing the opposing side charging over, the large group that had been gathered dispersed in all directions, fleeing, leaving only the terrorists still remaining in place. Found them. These are the ones who incited the crowd. Saying this, they began to attack the terrorists. Wrong. Too late. However, compared to the actions in the regions of Bear Country and Eagle Country, the situation in the Rice Cake region is relatively mild. After all, the people in the other two regions are truly fighting with real guns and ammunition. In the face of such powerful strength, all terrorists have been apprehended, and the ordinary people who were misled have naturally been released, as they were coerced. The Blue Planet is gradually coming to accept the fact of being occupied by an alien civilization. After all, it would be a lie to say there are no consequences when being hit. As for the 9mm incidents, there is definitely no issue, because those who were hit aren't speaking. Chapter 14:3 calls after hearing about the changes on Blue Star. Liang on the fleet still wore a calm expression. After all, such a sudden and massive change would surely provoke some resistance. However, he didn't expect that the management team of Blue Star could suppress all the resistance so quickly. It seems that entrusting the management of Blue Star to the original team was indeed a wise and correct choice. Ding! Lieutenant Li Yang. Your loan and subsidy have been credited. Please check. Oh, that was fast. I thought I would have to wait a few more days. As he spoke, Leon opened his account panel through the system. When he saw the figure of 210 million, his face instantly broke into a smile. Ding! Colonel Martin is requesting a call. Just as Li Yong was staring at his balance with a silly grin, the system's notification abruptly interrupted his laughter. Martin? I agree to the call. As soon as he finished speaking, a holographic projection appeared before Li Yong in the blink of an eye. And the person was none other than Martin. Brother Li Yong, I heard you on a planet now? Seeing Martin's smiling face, Li Yong was quite puzzled. He had just completed his mission not long ago. How did Martin find out so quickly? But after a moment's thought, given Martin's rank as a colonel, it seemed normal that he could learn about it so fast. Yes, I just completed the Empire's new fire plan mission, and I was rewarded with a planet. I envy you humans. The reward for the first mission is a planet. Huh? What do you mean by that? Brother Li Yong, you may not know, but for non-human races like us, owning a planet requires either spending a fortune to buy one or exchanging it for military merits. A planet as a reward for a single mission. I'm afraid only you human officers can enjoy such treatment. As he spoke, Martin let out a long sigh, and a hint of envy unconsciously appeared in his gaze towards Li Yong. However, we mechanical races are not short on money. I already own dozens of planets. Huh, damn. Li Yong instantly retracted his earlier sympathy. He had worked hard, or rather, easily, to earn one planet, and this guy had dozens, flaunting it in front of him. Seeing the helpless look in Li Yang's eyes, Martin awkwardly scratched his head. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm here to ask how you plan to transform that planet. Transform? Yes, planets can generally be transformed in several ways, such as for weaponization, resource extraction, or economic development. Seeing that Li Yong was not familiar with these concepts, Martin patiently explained. Generally speaking, after successfully acquiring a planet, there are several options. You can either transform it into a powerful planetary weapon, directly use it as a resource extraction site, or heavily develop it, building various facilities to turn it into an economic commercial planet. Of course, there's also an extremely luxurious option, transforming the planet into your private garden. However, this choice is usually made only by those wealthy magnates. Ordinary people wouldn't consider it. Weapons? A planet can be transformed into a weapon? Of course. But the intricacies involved are quite complex. The materials and methods required are beyond what you can handle at the moment. Anyway, you won't need that right now. So don't think about it. Yeah, given those requirements, my 210 million might not even be enough for the initial costs. As for turning Blue Star into a resource planet, I shouldn't hold my hopes too high either. Blue Star has been extensively mined by humans over the years, so I fear there aren't many resources left. It seems that leaves me with only the last option, transforming Blue Star into an economically developed planet. Economic development type? Not bad, based on the information about your planet. That transformation direction is indeed the most suitable choice. Martin nodded in approval of Li Yang's decision. But to transform an entire planet, my 210 million may be far from enough, right? 210 million. Wait, what did you say? 210 million? Martin displayed an extremely shocked expression. His gaze fixed on Li Yong. What's wrong? You don't think this is my own money, do you? This is a loan for planetary development from the Empire Supreme Bank. Besides, you own dozens of planets. 210 million shouldn't be too much for you, right? Most of my planets are used for resource extraction. Generally, transforming a small planet costs about 200 to 300 million. But why would the bank give you a loan of 210 million? As he spoke, Martin scrutinized Li Yong from head to toe. Well, human officers are indeed privileged. They could just say they need 200 million, and it's granted. If you're sure you want to transform it into an economically viable planet, I can help you contact a construction company. They have a good reputation and are quite capable. Really? That would be great. Oh, by the way, what is the interest on your 210 million loan? Oh, they didn't charge me interest. They gave me 100 years to pay back the principal. I should have known not to ask. I'm leaving. Huh? Before Li Yong could react, Martin hurriedly disconnected the call, and the holographic projection vanished without a trace. At least leave me the contact information of that construction company. Ding, Lieutenant Li Yong, you have a call request from an unknown number. An unknown call? I agree. Although he was unsure who it was, being alone in the Empire, It was likely that they had an important matter to discuss. After all, this was the Empire, not Blue Star, so there were no nuisance advertising calls. Hello, are you Captain Leong? We are from the Planetary Construction Company. Introduced by Colonel Martin. All right, so it was the construction company introduced by Martin. I thought, with no connections, how can anyone call me? But Martin's efficiency is truly impressive. He just finished a call with me, and the company called right away. Yes, I am. I do have a planet that needs to be transformed. Okay, no problem. Our staff will arrive at your location as soon as possible, and we can discuss the specific transformation plan for the planet together. All right, let us do it that way. Just as Leong finished the call and had not yet sat down, the system prompted another call request. What's going on? Another one? The first was Martin. The second was the construction company. What could the third be? Ding! The Citizen Review Bureau of the Shili Empire is requesting a call. Hearing that it was a call from an organization of the Empire, Leong quickly agreed to the request. Hello. We are staff from the Citizen Review Bureau of the Shili Empire. According to the data, there are billions of humans on Blue Star under your name. We need to go to Blue Star to conduct a detailed census and strict review of the humans there. Those who meet the criteria will be granted Empire citizenship. Hearing this, Leong understood the purpose of the Review Bureau's visit. However, since Blue Star is your private planet, even if the humans there pass the review, they will only be granted second-class citizenship. Second-class citizenship? What does that mean? Second-class citizens can still enjoy the legal protection of the Shili Empire, as well as the rights and benefits of citizenship. However, you can apply to us at any time to revoke their second-class citizenship. After the call ended, Leong finally understood. To put it simply, ordinary citizens can freely leave Blue Star and engage in development and actions at will. But second-class citizens can have their status revoked at any time if they are not satisfied. It turns out there is such a thing as second-class citizenship, because when Blue Star is under your name, the humans on it do not have imperial citizenship, meaning they could be considered your private property. It seems that this Shili Empire civilization is also a society where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, with clear hierarchies. Although it advocates human supremacy, there are still levels and distinctions among humans. Chapter 15. Imperial Citizen Inspection Bureau. It has been exactly a week since Blue Star was taken over by Leong, and the personnel from the Imperial Citizen Inspection Bureau have finally arrived. Welcome, comrades. You've had a hard journey. Leong walked towards the three individuals who were disembarking from a small starship in an unhurried manner. Hello, we are staff members of the Imperial Citizen Inspection Bureau. The comrade next to me is responsible for the Imperial Guard Division stationed in this star system. The person in the center of the three explained their identities to Leong in detail. Hearing this, Leong discreetly observed the three individuals. The two from the Imperial Citizen Inspection Bureau were indeed dressed differently, in pure black work uniforms paired with black hats, and they seemed to be wearing some sort of device on their arms. If it weren't for the emblems representing the Empire and their inspection bureau, one might mistakenly think they were maintenance personnel from Blue Star. In stark contrast, the individual from the Imperial Guard Division wore a military uniform similar to Li Yang's. But instead of a deep black, it was a pure white. However, judging by their rank, a small golden dot plus a thin stripe indicated they were a first-class sergeant, which was significantly lower than Li Yang's rank. System, what kind of organization is this suddenly appearing Imperial Guard Division? With a polite smile, Leong greeted the three individuals while simultaneously inquiring with the system, as he still had many uncertainties regarding the various organizations within the Empire and needed the system's assistance to clarify. B. The Imperial Guard Division is part of the Imperial Guard Army of the Shili Empire. Every star system belonging to the Shili Empire has an Imperial Guard Division stationed to handle armed conflicts, rebellions, and illegal activities by officials in the star system. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Yang's gaze towards the sergeant changed. It sounded like a police force, but their authority was far greater. By the way, system, does that mean Blue Star is also under their management? B. Blue Star belongs to your private planet, although the Imperial Guard Division can intervene and manage. Everything must be done with your consent. For example, if someone in the Blue Star Management Department violates the Empire's laws, the Guard Division has the authority to arrest them. But how to handle the situation afterward must be approved by you. Only in the case of a rebellion can the Imperial Guard Division have full authority to manage. Although that was what the system said, Liang was well aware that to continue developing, he had to maintain a good relationship with the Imperial Guard Division and absolutely could not offend them. We're here to discuss the specific situation, which I believe you're already aware of. To be honest, this is my first time inspecting a planet entirely populated by humans. And the Empire specifically sent 3 of us humans to conduct the inspection. The personnel from the Inspection Bureau said, with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liang realized that all 3 individuals before him were genuine humans, not some humanoid species. This was also Li Yang's first encounter with humans other than those from Blue Star, but upon closer inspection, there were indeed no obvious differences from the humans on Blue Star. If he had to point out a difference, none of them resembled Westerners. Does that count as a difference? I understand. What do you need me to do? Originally, inspecting so many people would require specialized equipment. But since Blue Star was equipped with a planetary controller, we would like to apply for control over the planetary controller for identity inspection. After finishing the statement, Liang received a request from the Imperial Citizen Inspection Bureau. Beep. The Imperial Citizen Inspection Bureau requests permission to access the planetary controller of Blue Star. Do you agree? Agree. With Li Yang's consent, the permissions for the planetary controller were temporarily granted to the Inspection Bureau. All right. We will conduct an inspection of the humans on Blue Star as soon as possible. Saying this, the personnel from the Inspection Bureau slowly extended their arm and pressed a button on the device on their arm, projecting a light screen instantly. As the Inspection Bureau personnel quickly tapped on the screen, Blue Star began to undergo astonishing changes. The entire planet seemed to freeze. Not only did the humans and creatures on it become motionless, but even the planet's rotation stopped. It was as if the entire planet was frozen in time. And the light screen began to rapidly flash the detailed information of every human on Blue Star. In no time, the flashing on the light screen suddenly stopped, and the personnel from the Inspection Bureau closed the screen. Blue Star resumed normal operation. The planet began to rotate again, and everything on it became active once more. Okay, we have conducted a comprehensive inspection of the humans on Blue Star. A total of 253, 349, 214 humans were found, with only 162 for 145. 884 qualifying as second-class citizens. The remaining humans do not meet the requirements. Upon hearing the results announced by the Inspection Bureau, Liang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Over 6 billion humans, yet only about 1 billion met the criteria. This inspection standard was indeed extremely strict. Of course, since the planet is your private property, you can apply directly for second-class citizenship for those who do not qualify, or they can apply for reinspection themselves with the Empire. Seemingly sensing Li Yang's astonishment, the personnel from the Inspection Bureau said politely, "So, even those who do not qualify can all be granted second-class citizenship?" "Yes, but if the number of second-class citizens is too large, the taxes imposed by the Empire will also increase significantly. Skipping the inspection and directly applying for second-class citizenship incurs a tax of about 1,000 star coins per year per person. Of course, for specific figures, please consult the relevant personnel at the Imperial Tax Bureau." Looking at the smiling staff member, Liang felt his head spinning. One person, 1,000? For 6 billion people, that would be 60 trillion. Not to mention 6 billion people. Even for the qualified 1 billion, he couldn't afford that amount. Seeing the twitches at the corners of Li Yang's mouth, the personnel from the Inspection Bureau seemed to guess his thoughts and quickly said, "You may have misunderstood. Only those who directly apply for second-class citizenship will incur taxes. Those who are inspected and qualified do not require you to pay additional taxes. They will pay their own taxes to the Empire." Upon hearing this, Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me. I almost thought I would owe trillions of star coins right off the bat. If that were the case, I'd be left with nothing. Their brain systems and identity information will take about 2 days to arrive, so please be patient." "No problem, I understand. All right, we have other planets to attend to, so we will take our leave now. Long live the Empire! Long live!" As the personnel from the Inspection Bureau and the Guard Division boarded the starship, they did not forget to salute Li Yang, who quickly returned the gesture. Although his rank did not require him to return the salute, it would be inappropriate not to, especially since they shouted "Long live the Empire." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. While further understanding more information about the Empire, Liang received a message from the fleet. Captain Liang, the Imperial Citizen Inspection Bureau has sent a transport ship to request docking above Blue Star. Please provide instructions. Huh? They sent a transport ship directly? That makes sense, considering there are over 1 billion people whose identity information needs to be processed and intelligence systems installed. Approve their docking request. I will go over immediately. With Li Yang's approval, an enormous transport ship appeared above Blue Star, and many people on the ground looked up at the massive starship, unable to help but exclaim in awe. Wow, what a huge alien spaceship. Fortunately, they surrendered. Otherwise, with such a large spaceship, what would be the point of fighting? Looking at the massive alien spacecraft, everyone was discussing it, but they did not know that this starship was not intended for armed combat purposes. It was merely a transport ship. Chapter 16. Installation of the intelligent brain as the transport ship of the Citizen Review Bureau arrived. Everyone in the Blue Star Management Department received relevant news and understood the purpose of the transport ship's visit. Such a large starship was actually just here to process our identity information. Looking at the enormous transport ship, even the people from the Blue Star Management Department couldn't help but marvel. Everyone, I just received a message from Captain Liang, asking us all to head to the open area. The starship will pick us up. After receiving Li Yang's message, Xiaoquan didn't dare to waste any time and quickly said to the group, before ushering everyone to leave the building and head towards the open area. As the group stood in the square, looking up at the starship, a dazzling white light shot down from the ship towards them. The intense and blinding light making it impossible for anyone to open their eyes for a moment. Before they could react, the white light enveloped them, and they instantly vanished, leaving the nearby guards staring blankly at the empty square. Where are the leaders? It seems they were taken by the alien spaceship. Inside the transport ship, after the blinding white light disappeared, everyone slowly opened their eyes again, but the surrounding environment had completely changed. They were no longer in the square on Blue Star, but inside the transport ship. Captain Liang, Xiaoquan with keen eyes, quickly spotted Liang standing with two unfamiliar individuals. Although he didn't know who the other two were, it was clear that they were personnel from the Empire, given that they stood alongside Liang. As the crowd gradually regained their composure, Liang leisurely walked to the front and addressed them. These two are comrades from the Empire's Citizen Review Bureau, specifically here to handle your identity information. Hearing Liang introduce the two, the members of the Citizen Review Bureau quickly stepped forward. Everyone, please follow me. With this, they led everyone deeper into the transport ship, with Liang closely following. In fact, Xiaoquan could have completely opted out of such trivial matters, but his curiosity was too strong. He wanted to see how this intelligent brain, which was his system, was installed. After all, he had installed the intelligent brain in the virtual world without understanding how. And now he had the opportunity to witness the entire process firsthand. Before long, the two personnel from the Review Bureau brought everyone to a device. The device had a circular base, with a mechanical framework extending upwards, topped with another circular section. Please step on one by one. Your identity information has already been added to the Empire's database. Everyone looked at each other, hesitant to move, not out of fear for their safety, but because it was their first time seeing this device, causing a mix of fear and excitement within them. Let's go by position. I'll go first. Xiaoquan's face was calm, but upon closer inspection, excitement flickered in his eyes as he stepped into the device without hesitation. As soon as he entered the device, a transparent light screen rose up, completely enveloping Xiaoquan inside. Beep. Identity verification in progress. Verification successful. Second-class citizen Xiaoquan. Identity information XXX. Intelligent brain installation preparing. As a mechanical voice finished, a needle extended from the mechanical frame behind and directly pierced into the back of Xiaoquan's head. Witnessing this, everyone present was stunned, and even Liang frowned slightly. System, did you also pierce into the back of my head like this back then? Beep. This intelligent brain is a specially made system from a new fire project, and the installation method is to dissolve directly into your brain. Dissolve? All right. While it does sound more sophisticated than their injection method, it also feels a bit scarier. However, after the needle pierced the back of Xiaoquan's head, he felt no discomfort at all, not even realizing what had happened. only noticing the surprised expressions of the people outside looking at him. The needle was quickly withdrawn after just 1 or 2 seconds, and the device's voice sounded again. Intelligent brain installation complete. Welcome to the Empire. As the light screen slowly closed, Xiaoquan stepped out. Seeing him come out, everyone hurriedly surrounded him, inquiring with concern if he felt any discomfort or if his head hurt. Headache? I don't feel anything uncomfortable. It's like I was just standing there for a few minutes. After dismissing those who came to ask, Xiaoquan approached Liang and asked Captain Liang, what does it mean to have an intelligent brain and be a second-class citizen? Liang did not answer Xiaoquan's question, but told him to wait until everyone had finished processing their identities before discussing it. The others also took turns to step up and install the intelligent brain, undergoing identity verification. After witnessing the installation method of the intelligent brain, Xiaoquan quickly touched the back of his head. No wonder everyone asked if my head hurt when I came out. It turns out the intelligent brain was installed this way. Once everyone was done, the review bureau personnel activated the device on their arms, and a light screen was instantly projected. You are now officially members of the Shili Empire. As for the other personnel on Blue Star, we will deploy corresponding devices to every city on Blue Star. The information about personnel will also be sent to you via the intelligent brain, and you will be responsible for verifying the identity information and installing the intelligent brain for other humans. If you have any questions, you can ask your respective intelligent brains. As soon as the words fell, a series of texts suddenly appeared before everyone, detailing the identity information of the remaining 1 billion humans. Oh my God! A lot of text suddenly appeared in front of me. Me too. Is this the magic of the intelligent brain? Seeing that he no longer needed to explain anything, Liang turned and left. The group was then transported back to the square by the transport ship. A flash of white light, and everyone returned to the square. Leaders? The guards, upon seeing their missing leaders reappear, hurriedly approached to greet them. Notify the troops. They must control the items dropped from the starship immediately, and absolutely must not allow idle personnel to approach. Yes. After issuing the command, Xiaoquan quickly called everyone to the conference room for a discussion. While they were in the meeting, the transport ship in the sky began to take action, with hatch doors slowly opening and square boxes being dropped one after another. The engines at the corners of the boxes began to activate, flying towards various cities. Upon receiving the order, the troops in each city quickly took action, ensuring that they secured the boxes the moment they landed. What are these things? They must be something good from an alien civilization. Otherwise, the troops wouldn't be so tightly guarded. People outside the security line looked at these boxes, starting to discuss excitedly about what might be inside. Meanwhile, the personnel list sent by the Review Bureau was finally organized by the Blue Star Management Department with the help of the intelligent brain, and they began to relay it downwards. And the people on Blue Star received a notification from the Blue Star Management Department. The list of personnel whose identities were approved by the Shili Empire? I need to check quickly to see if I passed. Upon learning that it was the list of approved Imperial citizens, everyone eagerly searched for their names on the list. Unfortunately, out of over 6 billion people, only 1 billion passed, and most people couldn't find their names on the list. It's frustrating. I finally found someone with the same name as mine, but their identity information is completely different. It's just a person with the same name, and I'm not on the list of those who passed. Damn it. Those who didn't pass are venting their frustrations online, but they dare not express any dissatisfaction. After all, the last crackdown left them with a deep lesson, while those who passed are overjoyed and celebrating. Chapter 17. Imperial Organization. The installation of the intelligent brain is progressing smoothly and orderly, with installation sites in every city packed to the brim, teeming with people, even though their names are not on the list. This does not hinder their curiosity and eagerness to watch the excitement. On the other side, Xiaoquan is fully focused on studying his own intelligent brain. Intelligent brain? Can I check my specific identity information? Beep. Okay, your identity information will be displayed immediately. Instantly, a series of texts appeared before Xiaoquan, clearly showing his current identity information. Second-class citizen. G7 level. Intelligent brain. I have already inquired about the meaning of second-class citizen after the meeting, so I understand that. But what does this suddenly appearing G7 level mean? Xiaoquan had already asked about the meaning of second-class citizen during the meeting. but he was truly confused about the newly appeared G7 level in his identity information. B. G7 level is your administrative rank within the Empire. Administrative rank? Hearing the response from the intelligent brain, Xiaoquan's eyes lit up. So, he actually holds a position in an alien civilization? Of course. It wasn't just Xiaoquan who noticed this situation. Other personnel from the Blue Star Management Department also discovered that they had entered the Imperial organizational system. Hi, Lao Xie. What's your level? I just checked the intelligent brain and found out I'm actually at G8 level, and some people are even at G9 level. Tai Lang excitedly burst into Xiaoquan's office, saying with enthusiasm. Looking at Tai Lang's overly excited face, Xiaoquan cleared his throat and calmly responded. Ahem. I'm just one level higher than you. I'm G7 level. Tai Lang shot Xiaoquan a disdainful glare. Just one level higher. I'll surpass you sooner or later. Oh, who wasn't at the top of the pyramid back then? Who can surpass whom is still uncertain, right? Oh, true. I've already surpassed you now. So boring, I'm leaving. Unable to tolerate Xiaoquan's arrogant display, Tai Lang chose to ignore him and turned to leave. Watching Tai Lang's hurried departure, Xiaoquan felt overjoyed. Competing with me? You're still far from it. Intelligent brain, what is the highest level in the Empire? The administrative levels of the Shili Empire are divided into 7 major ranks from high to low. A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And each major rank is further divided into 9 minor levels. After listening to the intelligent brain's detailed explanation, the corners of Xiaoquan's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Just now, he was flaunting in front of Tai Lang, and it turned out he was merely the 3rd lowest rank. However, even if he is among the lowest, so what? He has walked the path of politics before. On Blue Star, he climbed to the highest rank step by step, and within this imperial civilization, he is equally confident that he can reach the peak. This novel and unique political environment only served to further ignite Xiaoquan's fighting spirit. As for Liang, he was also aware of the relevant matters of the Blue Star Management Department. After all, these administrative ranks were applied to the Empire by him for them. After all, managing a planet should at least come with some organizational structure, considering he is also a Blue Star person. Anyway, with the identity restriction of being a second-class citizen, even if they soar to the top, it is impossible for them to surpass his rank. By the way, system, why are there so many levels in the Empire? And what is my military rank converted to in administrative levels? Liang asked curiously. B. According to the Shili Empire's officer transition regulations, only officers at the rank of major and above can apply for transition. The lowest rank of major transitions to Empire D9 level, while lieutenant colonel transitions to D6 level, and so on. After listening to the system's explanation, Li Yang carefully calculated. So, every 3 military ranks correspond to 1 administrative level. D level corresponds to officer level. C level corresponds to general level. But what about B level? And the highest A level? It can't be that after serving in the military, one ends up with just a C level, right? That would be too lame. B. To transition to B level requires a general officer, while a level is a military political integration selected personally by His Majesty the Emperor. As for their management scope, you currently do not have permission to know. After all this, there is still a rank above the general level. A marshal level? Forget it. No need to think too much. After all, I'm just a small lieutenant now, and there is a long road ahead. Shaking his head to get rid of those unrealistic thoughts, he now just waits for the construction personnel for Blue Star's transformation to arrive. Captain Li Yang, an unknown starship has requested to dock, claiming to be from the construction company and looking for you. Just as Li Yang was preparing to handle official business, he received a message from Pal and quickly put down his work. Agree to their request. I'll be right over. By the way, also call the people from the Blue Star Management Department. Finally, the construction company personnel had arrived, and the planning and advancement of Blue Star's transformation work could begin. On another starship, Li Yang, accompanied by a group of Blue Star Management personnel, marched towards the construction company representatives. If it weren't for the fact that the leading person was wearing Imperial military uniform, the construction company might have thought they encountered space pirates. Hello, you must be Lieutenant Li Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the manager of the planetary construction company. You can call me Zhang. Looking at the smiling figure. To be precise, not a human, but a creature resembling an octopus. Hesitating for a moment at the outstretched tentacle, Li Yang ultimately shook hands. Hello, Zhang. Just call me Captain. Let's cut to the chase. Shall we first take a look at the specific situation of Blue Star? Sure. Seeing the human officer willing to shake hands, Zhang felt particularly pleased. After all, in the Empire, due to human supremacy, arrogant humans are everywhere, especially those military and government officials. A friendly and approachable officer like Captain Liang was truly a first for him. This is the specific situation of Blue Star. Do you have any questions regarding the transformation? After showing Zhang around Blue Star and temporarily granting him control of the planetary controller, Liang couldn't help but ask nervously as Zhang closed the holographic screen. No problem. This planet is simply amazing. It's an extremely ideal transformation candidate, especially the humans on it, which are quite rare in the Empire. My plan is to transform this planet into one focused on tourism, and the local specialties can also be sold to other planets. Watching Zhang speak eloquently, Liang understood that he had found the right person this time. Zhang's plan would surely drive Blue Star's development and even generate profits. After all, he currently had a fleet to support, although the Empire provides subsidies, weapons, and various resources each month. It only maintains the status quo, and further expansion is far from enough. All right, the transformation of Blue Star will be led by you. These are the management personnel on Blue Star, so just reach out to them if you have any needs. By the way, what is the approximate cost of the transformation? Seeing Li Yang's slightly awkward expression, Zhang was also taken aback for a moment. It seems that this captain's financial situation is not very wealthy. Considering how friendly he has been to me, Zhang decided to charge a little less. Captain Liang, your attitude is the best I've seen among humans. If you don't mind, I would like to be friends with you. As for the price, it will naturally be at a friend's rate. Upon hearing Zhang's words, a hint of joy appeared on Li Yang's face, indicating that he would certainly be willing to be friends with Zhang. Unlike those humans in the Empire, Liang does not feel a sense of superiority towards these alien races, but treats everyone equally. If you're good to me, I will definitely be good to you. Finally, based on Zhang's plan, the cost was calculated to be around 200 million star coins. Liang was unsure whether to be grateful that his star coins were sufficient, or to wonder why it just happened to be his balance. After paying the deposit, Zhang's actions were extremely swift. In just one day, he brought in one starship after another, preparing for a large-scale transformation of Blue Star. Chapter 18. Fantasy Civilization, the transformation project of Blue Star officially commenced. With the strong assistance of the Star Body Controller, the renovation work progressed exceptionally smoothly, akin to a force that could break through bamboo, handling monumental tasks like moving mountains and filling seas with ease. Looking at the grand scale and the bustling renovation work, Liang felt that at the current pace of progress, within a month at most, the transformation would be largely completed. The renovation on Blue Star itself was relatively straightforward, thanks to the robust support of the Star Body Controller. However, a space station needed to be constructed in the outer region of Blue Star, which was undoubtedly the most time-consuming key part of the entire project. At the same time that Blue Star was undergoing large-scale renovations on a planet in another galaxy. Far away and unknown, a group of orcs riding fierce steeds and wielding sharp spears were frantically pursuing a group of people ahead of them. This group was dressed in futuristic battle armor and held various weapons, clearly indicating that these two parties belonged to completely different worlds and eras. Pierre, it's all your fault. If it weren't for your reckless actions, would we have exposed our identities? The person at the back shouted angrily at the one running in front. Even with a helmet on, the anger of the helmet's owner was palpable. This isn't my fault, Sig. We ran out of energy and were almost depleted. I just wanted to see if that thing could replenish our energy. Who can we blame for running out of energy? It's all because of you. You couldn't even pilot the ship properly and crashed it. As Pierre and Sig began to argue heatedly, a person running in the middle of the group spoke up. All right, there's still relentless pursuers behind us. We can argue after we successfully escape, but they're chasing too closely. We can only choose to teleport away. Are you crazy, Owen? Our battle armor only has this last bit of energy left. After teleporting, it will be completely drained. Shut up. I'm the captain. Everyone obey my orders. Prepare for teleportation. The man named Owen issued the command without hesitation. Although Sig was still reluctant, seeing his teammates activating the teleportation mode of their battle armor. He had no choice but to follow suit. Teleport. As the command was given, a dazzling white light flashed, and the entire squad instantly vanished without a trace, leaving the pursuing orcs bewildered and at a loss. No wonder they are wanted by the 5 great empires. They even know such magical teleportation. Let's go back and report. Seeing the squad disappear, the leading orc could only lead his group back along the original path. Meanwhile, atop a towering mountain, the squad that had just successfully escaped reappeared. Looking at his teammates lying on the ground, gasping for air, Owen felt a sense of helplessness. His 5-member squad was originally just explorers in the universe, responsible for exploring various unknown planets and special environments. Once discoveries were made, they would report to the Explorer Alliance or the Shili Empire to earn star coins. When they discovered this planet, which was not recorded in their database, they were all overjoyed. After all, planets with civilizations that had not yet been discovered could potentially grant them the status of imperial citizens if reported to the Shili Empire. However, Pierre insisted on scouting the situation first and even claimed they might find something valuable to sell. With their battle armor for protection, they thought they couldn't be harmed by a low-level civilization. Who would have thought that Pierre would crash the ship upon landing? If they hadn't put on their battle armor in time, they might have already lost their lives. Thus, their group was stranded on this planet without a ship. Without the ship, the energy of their battle armor was also slowly depleting. Once the energy ran out, their weapons would similarly be unable to function effectively. Owen, what are we going to do now? A female member of the team slowly removed her helmet, revealing a delicate face. At first glance, she looked human, but her pointed ears clearly indicated that she was a humanoid species, and all 5 of them belonged to the same race. Yeah, Emily and I are almost in despair. Is there really no way to contact the Alliance? Another female member also took off her helmet and looked at Owen, asking, sorry, Adel. For the past month, we've been trying to contact the Alliance, but for some unknown reason, we've been unable to reach them. It might be because the civilization of this planet belongs to a fantasy civilization. Fantasy civilization, as the name suggests, is a civilization that does not rely on technology for development, primarily consisting of elements like magic, cultivation, and superpowers. Such civilizations generally do not develop technology, but their strength is not weaker than that of technologically advanced civilizations of the same level. The Shili Empire has been stagnant in technological development for many years, so they have begun to study fantasy civilizations, attempting to leverage their power to advance their own technology. Explorers like them, upon discovering a fantasy civilization and reporting it to the Shili Empire, would generally receive considerable rewards. Even though the Empire has occupied countless fantasy civilizations, the rewards for newly discovered fantasy civilizations remain unchanged, which is one of the important reasons they chose to land on this planet to scout. According to the Empire's data, if this planet is a level 3 or above fantasy civilization, they could really strike it rich. Unfortunately, after a month of exploration, this civilization turned out to be at most a level 1 civilization. However, this month was not entirely without gains. They had discovered that this planet was divided among 5 great empires: the Forest Empire, Beast King Empire, Chaos Empire, Fishman Empire, and Monster Empire. Initially, when they learned that the people of the Forest Empire looked like them, humans with pointed ears, they thought they had encountered a different civilization of the same race and hurried to the Forest Empire, hoping for help. However, the result was as soon as they showed up, they were wanted and labeled as heretics of elves to be exterminated completely. Even the other 4 empires issued wanted notices against them, leading to their group being pursued by all 5 nations simultaneously. After a month of battles and running, the energy of their battle armor was dwindling, especially after using the last bit of energy for teleportation. Now, if they encountered pursuers again, they would truly be defenseless. Owen, I made contact. Just as Owen was racking his brain thinking about what to do next, Pierre's shout pulled him back to reality. What? You contacted the Alliance? Really? Seeing this, everyone quickly surrounded Pierre, their eyes fixed on him. They had been yearning for over a month to make contact with the Alliance. Not the Alliance. I've contacted the Shili Empire. Just as Pierre was explaining, a voice echoed from his helmet. This is the Galactic Guard Division stationed by the Shili Empire. Please state your purpose. Chapter 19 New Mission Imperial Guard. Hearing the name from the communication, the 5 people were shocked. How could they contact someone from the Guard? Hello, it's like this. We are stranded on a planet due to a spaceship crash. Who cares who it is? We finally managed to contact the outside world, and we absolutely cannot miss this rare opportunity. I see. Please tell me your citizen information, and we will send someone to rescue you. We are explorers, and we do not have the identity of Imperial citizens, Pierre said awkwardly. Not Imperial citizens? Sorry, according to the regulations of the Shili Empire Guard, we are not obligated to help you if you are not Imperial citizens. You should contact your Explorer Alliance. Seeing that the guard was about to hang up, Owen quickly shouted loudly. We have discovered a previously unknown Class 1 fantasy civilization planet, and we originally intended to report it to the Empire. It's just that we got stranded here due to our ship being destroyed. After Owen said this, everyone stared intently at Pierre's helmet, fearing that this hard-won opportunity would slip away. After all, such situations are generally handled by the Imperial Land Bureau, and the guard might not care about them at all. Just as the tension among the group was rising, a voice came from the helmet again. To be honest, this kind of thing is not managed by our guard. However, because you are the first to discover the planet, I am now representing the Shili Empire to ask you if you are willing to give up the discovery reward, report the planet's information, and assist the Empire in incorporating the planet into its territory. After all, the planet belongs to the Empire, so the Guard can still have some involvement in this matter. Seeing that the Guard was willing to help them, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed their willingness to give up the reward and report the planet's information. However, at that moment, they had no way to report all the information collected by the armor, because it had completely run out of energy. If it were not for that gadget that Pierre had fiddled with earlier, which could restore a little energy, they wouldn't even have the energy to contact the outside world. Therefore, this exploration team could only send the coordinates of the planet to the Guard, planning to hand over the detailed intelligence to the arriving personnel once the Empire's team arrived. On the other side, looking at the information sent by the smart brain, Martin seemed to be lost in thought. A Class 1 fantasy civilization. Indeed a nice planet. Just right to assign this mission to Brother Liang. I'm sure he will appreciate it. Ha ha ha. While the guard was reporting the situation, Martin, a lieutenant colonel, also learned of this news and directly used his authority to assign the mission to Liang. At the same time, Liang, who was on Blue Star, suddenly received a prompt from the system. Beep, you have a new mission. Please check. No. Why does it sound like a delivery rider receiving an order? Liang couldn't help but frown. Beep, Lieutenant Liang. The Empire has issued a new mission directive to you. Please accept it. Although it still felt a bit strange, whatever, let us see what the mission is first. Fantasy civilization? Planet? Me? After browsing through the specifics of the mission, Liang suddenly felt overwhelmed. Although it was just a Class 1 civilization, it was still a fantasy civilization, the kind that possessed magic and fighting energy. Moreover, the mission required him to first rescue the exploration team on that planet and report the intelligence to the Empire before deciding on the subsequent mission arrangements based on the information. However, thinking about it carefully, it was just a rescue of a small team. Even if it was a fantasy civilization, it shouldn't lead to any unexpected situations. Just as Liang was about to call Pal over, a communication request came in. Beep. Lieutenant Colonel Martin is requesting a call. Martin? He just contacted me right after I received the mission. Could it be that he is behind this mission? System, agree to the call. Hey, Brother Liang, did you receive that mission? As soon as the call connected, Martin's holographic projection appeared in front of Liang, looking very pleased. Yes, I just received it. Did you arrange it? Liang, who was already accustomed to this sudden holographic projection, looked calmly at Martin. That's right. I used my authority to get this mission from the Imperial Guard specifically for you. Pretty generous, right? Hearing this, Liang looked at Martin helplessly. After all this, it really was his doing. He actually managed to get a mission from the Imperial Guard. One could only say that the Lieutenant Colonel's authority was quite substantial. Brother Martin, can you tell me how powerful a Class 1 fantasy civilization really is? So I can prepare in advance. Looking at Liang's serious expression, Martin was first stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! Brother Liang, You're not actually scared by this so-called fantasy civilization, are you? Watching Martin laugh heartily, Li Yong was completely confused. What's going on? Did he overthink it? Fantasy civilizations can indeed be quite tricky, but based on the basic intelligence provided by that exploration team, it's only a Class 1 civilization. Their attack methods can't even break through your fleet's energy shield. As he spoke, Martin slowly walked in front of Li Yong, wearing a mysterious expression. In short, this mission, for now, is just to let you earn military merit and claim rewards. Of course, I'm not clear about the subsequent mission arrangements. We'll have to wait for the Empire's higher-ups to make a decision and see based on the specific situation. If it really poses a danger to you, I will find a way to help you cancel this mission. Looking at Martin's all-encompassing attitude, Li Yong truly felt the comfort of having someone to protect him. It was really damn refreshing. As for why Martin was so willing to help him, Li Yong could probably guess. It was merely because he saw the potential in him as a human officer, waiting for him to level up so he could lend a hand. However, since Martin was so willing to invest in him, once he achieved success, he would surely remember to help him in return. All right, I understand. I will gather the fleet and head to the mission coordinates. The two continued to chat for a few more minutes before ending the call. After ending the call, Li Yong immediately gathered Pao and the personnel from the Blue Star Management Department. Upon learning that Li Yong needed to carry out a mission, the people from the Blue Star Management Department all expressed their concern for him. After arranging the follow-up work for Blue Star, Li Yong sent the personnel from the management department away. Pao, gather the fleet and head to the mission coordinates. Yes. Chapter 20. Rescue Mission The Fleet, which had been quietly lingering outside the atmosphere of Blue Star, finally began to slowly activate, with engines emitting a deep and powerful roar. Checking the target star system coordinates. Check complete. All departments, please pay attention. Prepare to initiate hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1. Jumping now. As the command was given, the entire fleet began to shimmer with brilliant light and disappeared from the range of Blue Star in the blink of an eye. Watching the fleet vanish without a trace, Xiaquan's eyes revealed a hint of uncontainable excitement. In the command room, Captain Li Yong gazed out of the ship's window at the starry, dreamlike environment, deeply captivated. Is this the enchanting scenery during a space jump? Captain Li Yong, it will take about half an hour to reach the target star system. Half an hour? That's quite fast. I'll go check the cabins. Li Yong stood up and walked toward the cabin. Upon arrival, since this mission was of a rescue nature, Li Yong did not intend to recklessly send the entire fleet down, but instead prepared to rely on the combat aircraft in front of him to execute the mission. The Imperial Planetary-class combat aircraft had a perfect, streamlined overall outline, as if sculpted and polished by wind and light. The smooth lines extended from the rounded and delicate head to the slightly upward curved tail. The wings resembled enormous, translucent crystal fan bones, thin yet incredibly tough, elegantly extending from both sides of the fuselage like outstretched wings. The head of the aircraft featured a polyhedral diamond structure, with each face embedded with a softly glowing sphere. Thanks to these spheres, even without windows, the pilot could still clearly observe the surrounding environment on the light screen. Looking at the high-tech combat aircraft, Li Yong decided to deploy 10 of them, along with 2 transport landing craft and 2 squads of Imperial soldiers. After all, it was just a rescue mission, not a combat mission. These personnel and equipment should be more than sufficient. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the fleet successfully exited the space tunnel, arriving at the target star system. Gazing at the 7 planets displayed on the light screen, Li Yong carefully cross-referenced the coordinates of the mission and then commanded the fleet to approach one of the large green planets. Is this the target planet? It looks much larger than Blue Star. According to the scanning report from the main ship, the planet's surface area is about 1.02 billion square kilometers, with approximately 38 being vast oceans and 62 vast land, showing clear signs of the existence of civilization. Seeing these detailed data, Li Yong nodded slightly. It seemed he hadn't found the wrong planet. It was indeed this one. Pal, conduct a comprehensive scan of this planet and be sure to locate the target personnel. It won't be easy to find them with just manpower on such a large planet. Also, try to contact the target personnel. Yes. In no time, the entire planet was scanned. Looking at the data and images sent by the main ship, Li Yong saw several armored individuals standing on a mountaintop, and not far from them, a creature with animal features was confronting them. An orc? No wonder it's a fantasy civilization. We have located the mission target personnel. Pal, let the rescue team act immediately and complete the mission as quickly as possible. Yes. The hatch slowly opened, and one by one, the combat aircraft and transport landing craft swiftly headed towards the target location on the planet. On the other side of the planet, the explorer team, standing on the mountaintop, was fully focused, on high alert, looking at the creature before them. How could an animal appear at such a high altitude? It looks like some kind of magical beast. Could it be sent by that so-called beast empire? As the few pondered, the creature, referred to as a magical beast, slowly stood up. Its body began to twist and transform, and in a short while, it morphed into a humanoid form, although it still retained prominent animal features. Judging by your attire, you must be the criminals long wanted by the Forest Empire, right? What? What do you want? Owen stepped forward fearlessly. Over the month, they had collected language data from the 5 great empires, and with the help of their helmets, communication posed no barrier. I am a general from the Beast King Empire, a master of both martial and magical arts, now at level 7. I advise you to comply and return with me. After all, the bounty for live captives from the Forest Empire is much higher than for corpses. I wouldn't want to accidentally kill you. Seeing this self-important, high-profile orc general, the few of them did not dare to let their guard down. On this planet, power was divided into 9 levels, and level 7 was already considered quite high. If their armor had sufficient energy, even facing a level 9 would be no cause for fear. But unfortunately, with their armor's energy depleted, although they could withstand some attacks, due to the armor's material, they had no effective means of offense. Stalemating like this was not a long-term solution. Everyone, let's buy some time. If we really can't hold on, we should surrender first. The Silry Empire has already sent people to rescue us. As long as we can survive, that's a victory, Owen said to the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, the orc general frowned slightly as he observed the strange armor worn by the individuals before him, speaking in a language he could not understand. No wonder they are wanted as heretics by the Forest Empire. Such behavior truly qualifies as heretical. However, daring to ignore me, they are truly a group of uncouth individuals. With that, flames suddenly ignited in the orc general's hand, and he charged at the group at high speed. Seeing the orc general charging towards them, the group hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. Command Center, this is the rescue operation team. We have located the target personnel, and an unknown dangerous creature is approaching them, requesting to open fire. Agreed. Just as the orc was about to close in on the explorer team, a dazzling laser suddenly shot out, heading straight for the orc general. With a loud bang, the laser instantly pierced through the orc's head, blasting the upper half of his body to smithereens, and the remaining body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The orc general, who had made an impressive entrance, claiming to be a master of both martial and magical arts from the Beast King Empire, died inexplicably, perhaps not even understanding how he met his end. The explorer team was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. However, once they regained their senses, they realized that it was an attack from a laser weapon, which could not possibly exist on this planet. In other words, they hurriedly looked up at the sky, where they saw Imperial combat aircraft circling above, and 2 transport landing craft were slowly descending towards their location. Phew, it seems the Silry Empire's people have arrived. We are finally saved. Owen let out a deep sigh of relief, his face filled with excitement, and the others felt the same, wishing that the transport landing craft would land instantly. They wanted to leave this wretched planet as soon as possible. As the transport landing craft landed smoothly, the hatch slowly opened, and an Imperial squad appeared before them. Looking at the standard-issue weapons and equipment worn by the Imperial soldiers, the explorer team couldn't help but feel envious. If only they could have such equipment. You must be the explorer team, right? One of the Imperial soldiers approached Owen and asked. Yes, that's us. Thank you so much for your timely assistance just now. A small problem. Let's go back with us. The captain is still waiting for you. Before the explorer team could say anything more, they were escorted by Imperial soldiers into the transport landing craft. The hatch closed, and the rescue operation team successfully completed their mission. Command Center, this is the rescue operation team. The target personnel have been successfully located. Mission accomplished, requesting to return. Received, return is permitted. Chapter 21 Meeting the Explorer Team, the rescue team, successfully brought the Explorer team back to the main ship. Just as the transport landing craft returned to the chamber, the system's voice rang out clearly, indicating that the mission was complete. Beep. Target personnel have successfully arrived at the fleet. The rescue mission has been completed, and you have received a mission reward of 100 military merits and 100 000 star coins. Please check your account. Military merits? Leon often heard Martin mention military merits, but he wasn't particularly clear about their specific functions. Beep. Military merits are a special reward issued by the Imperial Military Department to officers. Based on the number of military merits, various rich supplies can be exchanged from the Imperial Military Department. Although Liang didn't quite understand, he could ask the system. After receiving a detailed explanation from the system, Liang roughly understood what it meant. System, can you show me what I can exchange military merits for? Beep. Querying the Imperial Military Department's Military Merit Exchange Supply Database. Before long, a detailed list of supplies appeared before Liang's eyes. The table was filled with various supplies, among which was one item that looked familiar to him. Imperial Type 1 Star Destroyer. 10,000 military merits? Isn't this the starship I'm currently on? It can actually be exchanged for 10,000 military merits? Liang then looked at other supplies, various models of starships, battle armor, weapons, and so on, all dazzling, but the required number of military merits was quite substantial. Looking at the 100 military merits he currently had, Liang sighed helplessly, then closed the supply list. He couldn't continue looking. The more he looked, the more envious and greedy he felt. System, what kind of organization is the so-called Explorer Alliance? Liang was filled with curiosity about the Explorer Alliance he had just heard of. The Explorer Alliance is a legal organization within the territory of the Shili Empire, composed of a large number of explorers. Explorers obtain corresponding rewards by accepting tasks assigned by the Alliance or by exploring unknown planets on their own. Most explorers are not citizens of the Empire, so the majority of them are not protected by Imperial law. After hearing the system's explanation, Liang gained a certain understanding of the Explorer Alliance. It felt very much like the adventurer guilds described in novels for Blue Star. By the way, pal, how is that explorer team doing now? It was only at this moment that Liang suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten about the explorer team. Without your orders, they are currently waiting in the chamber. Bring them over. Yes. In the chamber, the members of the explorer team sat together, trembling and cautiously observing their surroundings. It seemed they were in the starship's chamber, looking at the rows of combat aircraft and vessels neatly parked around. Owen deduced their current location based on his experience. Captain, did you see that? Several officers just walked past us. As Pierre's words fell, several people looked toward the direction pointed by Pierre. They saw several Imperial sergeant-level officers standing there quietly discussing something. To be honest, given their team's composition and experience, this was the first time they had seen so many officers from the Shili Empire. After all, they were just the most ordinary, lowest-ranked team within the Explorer Alliance. Their weapons and equipment made it clear they didn't even have battle armor with energy conversion capabilities. If they lost their ship, even facing a level 1 civilization could put them in a desperate situation, risking their lives. Just as they were cautiously discussing in low voices, one of the officers they had been looking at walked toward them. Hey, why is he coming over? Did he overhear us talking about them? No way. We were just casually talking. Seeing the team members starting to show fear, Owen took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and bravely faced the approaching officer. Captain Liang wants to see you. Please follow me. Just as Owen was mentally preparing himself for insults or even a beating, the officer's words greatly surprised them. There was no expected insult or beating. They were simply asked to meet the captain. Wait, Captain. Owen's eyes widened instantly, and he wasn't the only one. His teammates behind him looked just as shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Regarding the intelligence about that planet, when they boarded the ship, the Imperial soldiers had taken away their battle armor, and the intelligence was naturally stored inside the armor. Since the intelligence had already been submitted, what could this so-called captain want them for? With a feeling of unease, the group followed the officer and slowly walked toward the command room. Report. The Explorer team has been brought in. Kumin, As the door to the command room slowly opened, the explorer team hesitantly walked in. As soon as they stepped inside, they saw two officers dressed in Sheely Empire uniforms standing tall in front of a large light screen. "You're the explorers, right?" Seeing the group enter, Liang smiled and extended his hand to them in a friendly manner. Looking at the officer reaching out his hand, Owen was momentarily stunned, as if he'd been hit by a freeze spell, standing still and muttering unconsciously. "Human?" Not only was Owen stunned, but his teammates behind him were also frozen in place, motionless. It should be noted that in the Sheely Empire, humans were a very rare existence, let alone human officers. Ahem. Seeing Owen frozen in place, Pal timely coughed a few times to remind him. Coming back to his senses, Owen realized he had just ignored the captain's etiquette, and a cold sweat broke out as he quickly grasped Li Yang's extended hand, shaking it vigorously. "Why you?" "Hello. We are the Explorer team, and I am the team leader, Owen." Feeling Owen's nervousness, Li Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. He wasn't some vicious monster that devoured people. Why was the atmosphere so awkward? "Ahem. Let me introduce myself. I'm Captain Li Yang of this fleet. You could just call me Captain." "Oh, okay, Captain." Owen quickly straightened up and performed a gesture of respect as per the Imperial etiquette. "Ahem. You're not a citizen of the Empire, so that etiquette is not applicable," Pal quickly pointed out as he looked at Owen, who had raised his right fist. Sorry. I truly didn't know." Seeing Owen so nervous that he was even slightly trembling, Liang waved his hand helplessly, indicating it was okay. "Never mind. Let me tell you this. The intelligence you provided has been reported to the Empire. You're not allowed to leave the fleet until further orders are issued from above. Do you understand?" "Yes, we will definitely stay here safely." Liang originally wanted to communicate with Owen and the others, discussing other interesting things in the universe. After all, as explorers, they must have been to all sorts of strange planets. But seeing the nervous and fearful expressions on their faces, Liang thought for a moment and felt it would be better to let them calm down first. Chapter 22. Follow-up requirements of the mission after leaving the command room. The explorer team was led by soldiers towards the temporary accommodation area. "These 5 rooms are prepared for you. If you have any needs, just call for me," a soldier said, pointing to the 5 rooms in the dormitory corridor. Owen and the others nodded eagerly in response. Once the soldier turned to leave, they all let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. "I was scared to death. What we went through today will probably be unforgettable for the rest of my life," Adele said, patting her chest, her face filled with the expression of someone who had survived a disaster. "I never expected that the ones coming to rescue us would actually be human officers. The last time I saw a human was several years ago on a planet, let alone a military officer from the Sheely Empire," Owen said, equally emotional. He had been the most nervous and scared person just moments ago. If he had done something inappropriate that angered the human captain, he and the others might not have made it out alive. If Liang knew Owen's thoughts, he would surely be confused. "What? Come on, guys. Am I that terrifying? Why does it sound like I'm taking your lives at every turn?" After a brief conversation, they each returned to their rooms. Emily and Adele couldn't wait and headed straight for the shower room. After spending an entire month in that hellish place, they were drenched in sweat from the tension, feeling utterly filthy. After a while of washing up and resting, Pierre sneaked up to knock on their doors. "What's up, Pierre? You're not thinking about stealing something from the starship again, are you?" Sig said, and the others looked at Pierre in shock. Owen quickly grabbed Pierre's hand. "Pierre, if your hands are itching, don't drag us into it. Otherwise, before the captain says anything, I'll be the first to take action against you." Seeing the stunned expressions on his teammates' faces, Pierre hurriedly explained, "What are you talking about? Don't listen to that idiot Sig. No matter how much my hands itch, I wouldn't dare to touch anything from the Sheely Empire." Seeing Pierre's aggrieved look, Owen finally released his grip. After all, Pierre was right. While they knew he had sticky fingers, he wouldn't act recklessly in such matters. "So why did you come to us?" Owen asked, puzzled, as they had finally managed to get some rest. Yet Pierre seemed to be plotting something. "Hey, didn't you notice that captain before? His rank is..." Pierre glanced around cautiously to ensure no one else was listening. "That SA lieutenant's rank." Upon hearing this, the group was stunned. "Lieutenant. Oh my God. Sig, can't believe I've actually seen an Imperial lieutenant in my lifetime." To be honest with their status, Even a regular Imperial soldier would command their utmost respect. Looks like the planet we discovered this time really is our lucky break. Meanwhile, after submitting the intelligence report about the planet, Leon quietly awaited notifications from above. Beep. Colonel Martin is requesting a call. Accept the call. Hearing the system's prompt, Leon was pleasantly surprised and quickly accepted the call request. Haha, Brother Leon, the orders from above have come down, instructing you to continue with the follow-up mission. As for the specific mission details, you'll know when the task order comes down. I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Before Leon could say anything, Martin quickly finished speaking and hung up. What is going on? Just as Leon was still trying to process this sudden situation, the system's voice sounded again. Beep. The Imperial military's mission has been issued. Please check. Hearing that the follow-up mission had arrived, Leon hurriedly opened the mission details interface and focused on reading. Mission: occupy the planet where a level 1 fantasy civilization is located, eliminate all unstable factors, and preserve the civilization's culture, data, etc. Mission completion rewards: 10,000 military merits. Rank increased by 3 levels and 1 million star coins. After reading the mission requirements, Leon couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. This mission, while not particularly difficult, was quite troublesome. If it were just about occupying the planet, given the current strength of his fleet, it would be easy to clear the way with naval guns and have soldiers storm in. However, the mission required preserving the civilization's data and culture, which meant they couldn't use high-power weapons. Yet the weapons currently on his fleet were all destructive to a level 1 civilization. It wouldn't do to just send soldiers in a fight, considering this planet was even larger than Blue Star, with just his soldiers. It might take a long time to successfully occupy it. Just as Leon was deep in thought, Pal approached him and said, Captain Leon, as far as I know, the level of civilization on Blue Star is much higher than this one, and their weaponry is actually low-powered for us, right? Pal's words suddenly enlightened Leon. Right, Blue Star's technology is at least close to level 2, which is definitely stronger compared to this newly reached level 1 fantasy civilization. Since the mission requires occupying the planet while preserving the civilization, wouldn't it be appropriate to send troops from Blue Star to fight? Pal, you've really opened my eyes. Let us go. Return to Blue Star immediately. Yes. Chapter 23 changes in the mission on the way back to Blue Star. Leon took the opportunity to ask Martin about his ideas in detail. After listening to Li Yang's explanation, Martin nodded in agreement and promised to report this to the Imperial Military Department, requesting certain changes to the mission. Then, as soon as they returned to Blue Star, Leon quickly gathered all the personnel in the Blue Star Management Department for a meeting. They had been gone for less than a day, and now they were back. Who knows, but the captain seems eager for us to have a meeting right away, probably because there is some major news. A group of people whispered and speculated as they made their way to the conference room. In the conference room, Leon was already seated at the main position, quietly waiting for them. Seeing Leon present, those entering the room lowered their heads and hurried to their seats. Hey, Lowly, are you not ready yet? The captain is already waiting in the conference room. If you are late, just wait to be fired. Some who arrived early secretly used communication devices to relay messages to their companions. The originally unhurried personnel immediately quickened their pace, and everyone started running towards the conference room. As Leon saw that the conference room was already filled with people, he nodded slightly and then spoke. Everyone, I'm sure you're all curious about why I called this meeting so urgently, so I'll be brief. According to instructions from above, we are about to conquer a brand new planet. A new planet? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to whisper and discuss among themselves. It's worth noting that Leon said we, not I. This means that this conquest operation will involve Blue Star as well. All right, quiet down and let me finish. Seeing the crowd starting to murmur, Leon waved his hand to signal them to be quiet, and they quickly complied, closing their mouths and focusing their attention on him. The planet we are going to conquer belongs to a fantasy civilization, a world that exists with magic and fighting energy, like those found in novels. As soon as Leon finished speaking, the crowd was astonished. Magic? Fighting energy? It turns out that such a magical world really exists in the vast universe. However, since that planet has magic and fighting energy, can they really defeat it? Some people couldn't help but think of the magic from novels. the kind that causes mountains to collapse and worlds to be destroyed at any moment. Is such a civilization something that Blue Star can contend with? Liang noticed some people's concerns and continued calmly. Of course, according to the intelligence we have received, this fantasy civilization is only a level 1 civilization. Their magic cannot possibly be as destructive as depicted in novels. Therefore, I firmly believe that Blue Star's civilization is definitely stronger than theirs. Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had learned a lot about the classification of civilizations since joining the Shili Empire. For instance, take Blue Star. Although it is also a level 1 civilization, it is at the upper tier of level 1 civilizations. While they cannot say that dealing with an average level 1 civilization is an easy win, the scales of victory will definitely tip in their favor. As for the specific details about that planet, after the meeting, we will send someone to provide you with a detailed explanation. Your task is to assemble the troops on Blue Star and prepare for the conquest battle. Just as Li Yong was about to say more, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Beep! Comrade Li Yong, your mission has been changed. Please check promptly. A mission change? It seems Martin has already taken care of it. Sorry everyone. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please discuss among yourselves for now. With that, Li Yong turned and left the conference room, with Par following closely behind. Watching the two leave, everyone finally relaxed and began to discuss loudly. Did you hear? We are going to conquer an alien planet. The head of the management area in the Bear Country was full of excitement, looking as if he couldn't wait to throw himself in a battle immediately. I really didn't expect such a huge change in Blue Star in such a short time. Xiaoquan sat in his seat, lost in thought. Even he anticipated that Blue Star would also begin to participate in interplanetary wars. Meanwhile, Li Yong carefully checked the details of the mission to see what changes had been made. New mission. Lead Blue Star in a conquest operation against the target planet. Eliminate all unstable factors and preserve as much of the civilization's culture and materials as possible. Mission rewards. 10,000 military merits. Promotion of 3 ranks, 1 million star coins. All Blue Star participants will be granted second-class citizen status, and Blue Star management personnel will have the opportunity for promotion with the planet owner's permission. Looking at the revised mission, Li Yong couldn't help but smile with joy. Although this mission doesn't seem to enhance his own rewards, it is particularly generous for Blue Star. As for Blue Star, it's his own planet. In other words, this also indirectly strengthens his own power. He believes they will be very pleased to hear this news. Li Yong returned to the conference room, and the crowd quickly quieted down upon seeing him come back. Comrades, I have just received the latest mission from the Imperial Military Department. Li Yong stood on the platform, resting his hands on the podium, and spoke with a serious expression. The people present quickly stood up and straightened their bodies upon seeing this. According to the latest directives from the Imperial Military Department, I am to lead Blue Star civilization in a conquest operation against the target planet. After the mission is completed, all participating Blue Star personnel will be granted second-class citizen status, and Blue Star management personnel will have opportunities for promotion. After Li Yong finished speaking, the crowd was stunned, especially Xia Quan and Tai Lang, who stared at Li Yong without blinking. Opportunities for promotion? This is something they have longed for. After all, who doesn't want to elevate their position, especially for those who were once politicians? Pass my orders. Immediately begin to assemble all Blue Star troops. Within a week's time, all personnel and equipment must be gathered. As for the transport starships, I will take care of that. Is that understood? Yes. May our Blue Star's first mission be a complete success. Long live the Empire. Long live. Everyone present raised their right fists and shouted in unison. After installing the intelligent brain, everyone also learned about the etiquette knowledge of the Shili Empire. After all, this is basic knowledge that every imperial citizen must know. Chapter 24, Assembling the Troops on the Other Side. The explorer team still in a room was awakened by a sergeant leading them, who gestured for them to follow him. Captain, can you tell us what this is all about? Sig cautiously asked Owen while watching the imperial soldier leading the way. You asked me, who can I ask? Besides, they even returned our battle armor. When the imperial soldier entered the room, he brought their battle armor with him and indicated for them to put it on. Thus, the explorer team followed the imperial soldier into the conference room with feelings of anxiety. As soon as they stepped into the conference room, Everyone from the Blue Star Management Department stared intently at the entering Explorer team. The Explorer team was also surprised to find that everyone in the room was human, with not a single member of another race present. "Hello, you must be the ones Captain Liang mentioned," Xia Quan said, walking forward calmly, extending his hand and speaking amicably. "You, hello." Owen froze for a moment, looking at Xia Quan's outstretched hand, and after a while, he finally reacted and hurriedly shook it. "Your task, as the Explorer team, is to provide them with all the information you know about that planet in detail," the sergeant who brought them said. "Rest assured, if the mission is successfully completed, Captain Liang will apply for Imperial citizenship for your Explorer team." Seeing that the Explorer team was still a bit dazed, the sergeant continued. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously shocked individuals instantly perked up, especially Pierre, who excitedly grabbed the sergeant's hand and asked, "Really? This is what Captain Liang personally said? What? You think our Shili Empire would go back on its word?" The sergeant frowned, withdrawing his hand with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. No, sir, I was just too excited and lost my manners. Don't worry. We will definitely complete the task assigned by Captain Liang." Noticing the sergeant's displeasure, Pierre quickly retracted his hand and explained sincerely. The others shook their heads helplessly at the overly eager Pierre. Although they were also excited, they didn't lose their composure and manners like that. "All right, everyone, please come over and sit down, and tell us in detail what you know." Xia Quan gestured for them to sit down. Once they calmed down, the group hurriedly sat down and began to recount everything they knew in detail. The entire planet was divided among 5 empires, with a population of about 5 billion. But the combined military forces of the 5 empires numbered around 20 million. After all, they had stayed there for a month, gathering as much information as they could, although they couldn't access any hidden information. What is the destructive power of their civilization's magic and fighting spirit? Xia Quan asked seriously, putting down his recording materials. After all, the number of people wasn't the key. In the face of firearms, they were just live targets, but magic and fighting spirit were different. "I'm not sure about the other empires, but when we first went to the Forest Empire, we encountered one of their opponents who claimed to be a level 9 mage." Owen calmly recounted, while the members of the Blue Star Management Department watched him intently, as this was the most crucial information. "Then we engaged in battle. At that time, our battle armor and weapons were fully energized, and the battle ended in less than a minute. When we fired our weapons, his shield managed to withstand one shot, but the second shot penetrated it directly," Owen said with a relaxed expression. After all, their battle armor and weapons were products of a level 2 civilization. "And then? Did he just die like that?" Taryn frowned because Owen's words revealed no effective information about the level 9 mage's strength, as their soldiers had no battle armor. "Of course not. Before he died, he cast a spell at us, causing us to be randomly teleported away immediately. Later, according to our battle armor's readings, that spell had enough power to destroy a mountain." Owen sighed at this point, as if they hadn't teleported away in time, they might have perished there, since their battle armor couldn't withstand such an attack. "I see. A spell capable of destroying a mountain?" Xia Quan pondered, although they could do that with their existing missiles and bombs. Who knew if the opponent would suddenly launch such an attack at the crowd? After all, magic wasn't missiles. It wasn't something that could be easily defended against by a defense system. It seems we need to find a way to carry out decapitation operations against their high-level combat forces. Subsequently, after a brief exchange, once Owen and the others finished recounting everything they knew, everyone left with their notebooks in hand, leaving the Explorer team still in the conference room. "Captain, it seems we really hit the jackpot this time." After the Blue Star members left, Emily excitedly said to Owen, "Yeah, I didn't expect to have the chance to obtain citizenship in the Shili Empire. Once we have Imperial citizenship, let's see if that Tigerhead team still dares to bully us." Pierre looked proud, and seeing this, everyone also displayed happy smiles. On the other side, upon returning to Blue Star, Xia Quan immediately issued orders without hesitation, and the entire Blue Star began to operate at high speed. Troops from various regions began to integrate, and armored vehicles, transport trucks, and even mighty tanks appeared on the streets. The onlooking crowd, seeing this situation, was naturally filled with curiosity and confusion. Why did they suddenly start making such a big move? Even tanks are appearing? What's a tank? Just yesterday, I saw many missile trucks starting to mobilize. Could it be that a war is about to start? But haven't we already become part of the Shili Empire civilization? Who knows? Let's wait and see. The Blue Star Management Department should issue an announcement explaining the situation. The crowd discussed heatedly, both online and offline, with various theories emerging, such as preparations for a civil war, the emergence of terrorist organizations, and even people saying they should prepare to resist imperial civilization. Of course, the person who suggested preparing to resist imperial civilization was invited for tea by relevant personnel within a day. Not only were the crowds filled with doubts, but even the soldiers summoned into the assembled troops were equally puzzled. Didn't I hear before that there was a plan to reduce troops? Why are they suddenly gathering now? My brother, who is already retired, has been urgently called back. Hey, let me tell you a little insider information. My uncle who works at the Blue Star Management Department told me that this time they are preparing to go conquer another planet. Another planet? In just 3 days? Nearly all the available troops on Blue Star were assembled, totaling around 20 million combat personnel. However, since Li Yong had given them a week's time, Xia Quan and Terran discussed for a while and decided to publicly announce this news to society. According to the latest directives from the Shili Empire's military and Captain Li Yong, we will be assembling the troops on Blue Star to embark on a conquest operation against another alien civilization. When the people of Blue Star learned of this significant news, they were all extremely shocked, and even the soldiers were no exception. How long has it been? Are we starting an interstellar war already? In response, most people were in a state of excitement and joy, leading to recruitment offices in various regions being overwhelmed by crowds, especially when they heard that anyone who could survive would be unconditionally granted the status of imperial citizen. Those who had not originally been selected as citizens became even more frenzied. Chapter 25, Imperial Titan E-Class Armed Transport Ship. A week passed in the blink of an eye. While troops were being gathered vigorously on Blue Star, Li Yong was also racking his brain for solutions regarding the transport ship. Zhang, how is life on Blue Star treating you? Zhang, who was focused on the blueprints in his hands, turned around quickly upon hearing someone call him. Oh, Captain Li Yong, what brings you here? It's quite nice here, to be honest. I've never seen so many humans in one place. As soon as Zhang saw that it was Li Yong, he began to recount his experiences living here over the past period. Back in the Empire, humans would look at him with an air of arrogance. But here on Blue Star, they treated him with utmost respect. Although some were curious about his tentacles, they still maintained the appropriate respect and politeness. Watching Zhang speak nonstop about his feelings, Li Yong couldn't help but interrupt him. Zhang, I'm here to ask if your company has any large transport ships available. Transport ships? Oh, I see. You want to use them to transport the Blue Star troops, right? During his time on Blue Star, Zhang had learned about the mobilization of troops to another planet, so he quickly guessed Li Yang's intentions for inquiring about transport ships. Yes, because my fleet is indeed limited in size and cannot accommodate so many personnel, let alone all that equipment. To be honest, Li Yong had considered using a planetary controller to encapsulate Blue Star and then transport it. However, given that Blue Star is still undergoing transformation, and considering the potential unforeseen circumstances during transport, the losses would be unimaginable. Thus, it was more prudent to use a transport ship. Let me check if there are any idle ones in the company. Zhang readily agreed to Li Yang's request and began contacting the company to see if there were any available transport ships. Got it. The company currently has 2 fold jump-type transport ships and 1 Imperial Titan E-Class armed transport ship, equipped with small-scale space compression technology. Zhang extended a tentacle, and a holographic display appeared, clearly showing the detailed information of the 3 transport ships. The fold jump-type transport ship is 2,800 meters long, has 10 storage compartments, is equipped with a hyperspace fold engine for energy defense turrets and a laser defense system. The Imperial E-Class Titan armed transport ship is 22,000 meters long, has 100 space compression storage compartments, is equipped with a hyperspace jump engine, 10 turbo laser turrets, 5 ion turrets, several small defense turrets, and a blue light shield defense system. Without discussing anything else, the Imperial Titan E-Class armed transport ship immediately caught Li Yang's attention, not only because of its abundant firepower, but also its unique storage compartments. What exactly is this space compression technology? This is a basic technology that large transport ships must have. Depending on the level of compression technology, several cubic meters of space can be compressed into 1 cubic meter. In simple terms, from the outside, it looks like just a small room, but once you open the door, it leads to a spacious warehouse inside. After hearing Zhang's explanation, Liang instantly understood. This was akin to the principles of space rings or storage bags described in novels. No visible change from the outside, but the internal space is entirely different. Just between us, this transport ship was acquired with great effort from our boss at the Imperial Military Department. If you're interested in purchasing it, I can give you a discount. It can be yours for 20 million star coins. Indeed, from the name of this transport ship, it was clear that it was manufactured by the Empire and not a private creation. However, that price, I probably can't afford to buy it. But renting should be fine, right? Liang pondered for a moment and asked Zhang. He had initially planned to purchase a transport ship, but given the current situation, he decided against it. After transforming Blue Star, he wouldn't have so many star coins left. Moreover, perhaps he could buy such a starship from the Imperial Military Department at a military price or through merits. He would need to ask Martin about that later. For renting, how about this? Let's say 50,000 star coins a day, and the time starts counting once the transport ship arrives. What do you think? 50,000 a day? Leon contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to rent it for 20 days, believing there should be enough time to transport the Blue Star troops. All right, I'll call the company right away and have them send a transport ship over as quickly as possible. Don't worry, you'll definitely feel it's worth the value. Seeing that he successfully made a deal with Liang, Zhang appeared particularly pleased. Although the amount was much less than the cost of transforming Blue Star, it still counted as a good achievement. After Liang arranged the relevant issues regarding the transport ship, he also received news from Blue Star, informing him that all combat troops had been assembled and were ready to depart at any time. Looking at the detailed information on the holographic display, filled with personnel and weaponry, Liang couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. According to the displayed information, it seemed that the Imperial transport ship would need to make multiple trips to transport all personnel and equipment. He carefully reviewed the information again, thought for a moment, and then sent an order to the Blue Star Management Department, requesting the removal of outdated and low-performance weaponry, keeping only the most elite parts. After all, among these equipment, many were old items, and Liang even saw some weapons left over from the last World War. They actually reported even these antiques, which was just a waste of transport space. Meanwhile, the Blue Star Management Department, upon receiving Li Yang's instructions, urgently convened a meeting. Everyone, Captain Liang has reviewed the information we submitted and requested that we exclude some of the weaponry, especially those outdated items. How could you report tanks and planes from the last century? At this point, even Xia Quan felt somewhat speechless. Going into battle on another planet with weapons from the last century is just asking for trouble. Upon hearing Xia Quan's remarks, the district heads from the smaller regions could only awkwardly smile, as these were indeed the items they had reported. However, they had their reasons. Before Blue Star was merged, they had no choice but to use those outdated weapons and equipment. Chapter 26. Advanced Team. Looking at the awkwardly smiling crowd, Xia Quan really couldn't say much more. After all, he was well aware of the difficulties they were facing. Forget it, for those areas lacking weapons and equipment, you just need to send people, and I'll take care of all the weapons and equipment arrangements with Tai Lang. The weapons production line, which had stopped operating after the merger was completed on Blue Star, was restarted the moment the order from Liang was given. Coupled with the ample supplies that had been stored before, arming these personnel was quite sufficient. The regions I named below, you should take back all your weapons and equipment. Xia Quan then clearly read out the names of the regions on the list one by one. Wait, why is our White Elephant region on this list? Upon hearing Xia Quan mention his region's name, the district head of White Elephant suddenly panicked and hurriedly stood up to ask anxiously, White Elephant, don't you know the condition of those weapons and equipment? Sending that stuff to fight on another planet is just a way to harm people, isn't it? Before Xia Quan could respond, the district head of Xiong region bluntly mocked. The others present also suppressed their laughter, secretly holding back their amusement. They all knew about the situation in the White Elephant region. Those weapons and equipment were indeed not up to standard. If given the choice, They would prefer to use weapons from the last century. Sit down. Why are you standing up? This list is not something I drafted. It's a list personally confirmed by Captain Li Yang. If you have any objections, go discuss it with Captain Li Yang yourself. Xia Quan glanced at the district head of White Elephant, waved his hand to signal him to sit down, and continued reading the names on the list. The district head of White Elephant, upon hearing that it was Captain Li Yang's personally drafted list, immediately dared not say another word. After all, he knew very well the quality of the weapons and equipment produced in his region. On the other side, Li Yang also learned from Zhang about the latest situation of the transport ship, which would still need about half a month to arrive. Half a month? That's a bit slow. After thinking for a moment, Li Yang promptly sent a message to the Blue Star Management Department, notifying them to come for a meeting to discuss. Having learned from the last experience, everyone arrived at the meeting room at great speed this time, while Li Yang ended up being the last one to arrive. However, with the status, it wouldn't matter even if he arrived the next day. Everyone came so quickly this time. Good. Walking into the meeting room and seeing that everyone was already present, Li Yang nodded in satisfaction and signaled them to sit down. The issue with the transport ship has been resolved, but it will still take about half a month to arrive. Therefore, I plan to send an advance team over before the transport ship arrives. If you have any thoughts or opinions on this arrangement, feel free to share. This idea was a plan that Li Yang came up with after careful consideration. After all, waiting around during this time would be a waste. It would be better to send a team over using our fleet. Given that it's just one team, our fleet should have enough spare capacity to accommodate it. Advance team? After hearing Li Yang's words, everyone exchanged glances, looking at each other. They all undoubtedly agreed with Li Yang's idea, but the quota for this advance team was clearly a significant opportunity. Who wouldn't know that completing this mission could elevate their administrative rank? The greater the contribution, the greater the potential for advancement. If the team from their region could be selected as the advance team, that would be wonderful. However, everyone ultimately focused their attention on Xia Quan and Tai Lang. After all, when it came to the combat capabilities of the Blue Star forces, only the troops in their jurisdictions were the most elite. Chog, Captain Li Yang. I believe that the task of the advance team should be assigned to the troops from our region. Tai Lang, seeing that everyone was looking at him, and Xia Quan, hurriedly stood up and volunteered. That's not very appropriate, Deputy Minister Tai Lang. Your region's troops have always been known for their firepower and strong weaponry. The advance team's operation shouldn't carry too much equipment, right? I think it's more suitable for our region's troops to take on this task. After all, our troops are more suited for individual combat. Seeing Tai Lang stand up, Xia Quan also rose and calmly said. The crowd began to murmur. Indeed, compared to the troops from the Eagle region, the combat style of the Rabbit region's troops was more aligned with the needs of the advance team mission. Who says our region's troops aren't good at individual combat? We have the top-notch special forces. In terms of individual combat capability, we are not afraid at all. Tai Lang quickly rebutted Xia Quan, asserting that his side had the most elite special forces. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a dilemma, unsure of whom to support. One was the minister, and the other was the deputy minister. It wouldn't be wise to offend either, especially since both had reasonable arguments that were convincing. After thinking for a moment, everyone turned their gaze to Li Yang, as the final decision rested in his hands. All right, I won't interfere with how you arrange this quota. Just make sure to report the list to me by noon tomorrow, a total of 5,000 people. You decide how to handle it. That's it, meeting adjourned. After Li Yang finished speaking, he resolutely stood up and left the meeting room. Seeing this, everyone also got up and dispersed, while Xia Quan and Tai Lang walked side by side, discussing as they walked. Deputy Minister Tai Lang. We must discuss how to secure more slots for this advance team, Xia Quan said with a serious expression, deliberately emphasizing the title of Deputy Minister. Aklapak, Minister Xia Quan. No matter what, I still believe that our region's troops are more suitable for this mission. Tai Lang stood his ground. After returning to their respective offices, both quickly summoned their capable subordinates to conduct intense discussions on how to secure more slots. In Xia Quan's office, a group gathered. Minister, in my opinion, we need to highlight the advantages and flexibility of our troops in individual combat. Exactly. And we must emphasize our ability to respond in complex environments. The soldiers from the Eagle region definitely can adapt to unfamiliar environments as well as we can. The atmosphere in Tailang's office was equally tense. Deputy Minister, we must showcase the elite nature of our special forces and the adaptability of our powerful equipment. Since the number of equipment we can carry is limited, we should bring the best and the most advanced equipment. Yes, we need Captain Liang to clearly see our comprehensive strength. The entire Blue Star Management Department was caught up in a flurry of activity over the allocation of this advanced team quota. Rather than being busy, it was more like an intense competition between Xia Quan and Tai Lang. Chapter 27, The Landing of the Advanced Team. The next morning, Xia Quan and Tai Lang successively delivered the carefully drafted lists to Li Yang's office. Li Yang took the two lists, his expression serious, and focused intently on comparing them. Then fell in a deep thought. Didn't we say to submit only one list? Why did you bring me two? Li Yang furrowed his brow, staring sternly at the two men, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate their hearts. Although Li Yang appeared young, Xia Quan and Tai Lang were still intimidated by his gaze, hastily lowering their heads, not daring to meet his eyes, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Well, it's like this. After repeated deliberation and careful consideration by our Blue Star Management Department, we believe that both lists have their own merits. Therefore, we rashly decided to submit two lists and hope to hear your insights and suggestions. Xia Quan replied slowly after a few seconds of thought. Tai Lang, hearing Xia Quan's explanation, forced a wry smile, secretly thinking to himself, it's still you people from the Rabbit region who can cleverly smooth over such situations. Hearing Xia Quan's explanation, Li Yang shook his head helplessly and sighed. Say, all right. Don't think I don't know your little tricks and thoughts. Integrate half of the personnel from each list and organize them to report back to me. Yes. In the end, Xia Quan and Tai Lang dared not be the slightest bit negligent and hurriedly integrated the personnel from the two lists, carefully selecting the most elite and suitable 5,000 individuals for the advanced mission and reported back to Li Yang. After finalizing the specific list, the Blue Star Management Department quickly convened all the soldiers on the list. Given the extreme importance of this mission, the soldiers specifically selected were those with imperial citizenship. After all, soldiers equipped with intelligent brains are more convenient and efficient in command and cooperative combat than ordinary soldiers. A total of 5,000 individuals were quickly gathered in a vast open space, standing tall and solemnly awaiting the next orders. Beside them, more than a dozen tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters were neatly parked. As for the warplanes, they were not brought here. After all, the mission site was an alien planet, and there were no ready-made airports for takeoff. In comparison, helicopters were undoubtedly a wiser and more practical choice. In the sky above Blue Star, Li Yang looked at the clearly displayed troops on a light screen and began to methodically command the fleet for transport. Column after column of brilliant light beams poured down from above, and the entire troop began to be transported onto the starship in an orderly manner. With the last beam of light quietly disappearing, the entire advance team was successfully transported, leaving only an empty expanse of land. Seeing that the troops had been loaded, Li Yang immediately began to command the fleet to perform a space jump. The target planet coordinates have been confirmed. All departments, please note. Prepare to initiate hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1. Jumping now. With the roar of the starship engines, the entire fleet flickered and instantly vanished into the vastness of space above Blue Star. About half an hour later, Li Yang's fleet successfully arrived over the target planet. Captain Liang, we have arrived at the target planet. Please instruct the next steps. Li Yang did not respond immediately to Pal's greeting, but instead focused intently on observing the various complex environments presented by the planet on the light screen. Pal, first send our warplanes to clear this position to fully prepare for the landing of the Blue Star Advance Team. Li Yang pointed to a lush green forest on the light screen, his tone firm, preparing to use it as the landing point for the advance team. Yes. As Pal's order was communicated, the massive hatch of the mothership slowly opened, and an Imperial planetary-level combat aircraft shot out like an arrow, racing towards the target location. The Imperial planetary-level combat aircraft dashed towards the target forest like lightning, the powerful roar of its engines instantly breaking the original tranquility of the planet. Wherever the aircraft flew, the air surged violently, and trees were knocked down. Soon, the combat aircraft accurately reached the designated location. Command Center, this is Unit 1. I have arrived at the target location. Please advise. Unit 1, this is the Command Center. Your mission is to eliminate all creatures and any obstructions within the target area. Over. Understood. As soon as the words fell, the experienced pilot skillfully operated the weapon systems, unleashing powerful energy beams that swept through the target area. Thick trees were severed, and creatures in the forest began to flee in panic. Suddenly, the entire forest ignited in a raging fire, thick smoke billowing upwards, blocking out the sky. Before long, the originally dense and flourishing forest was quickly cleared into a large open area, sufficient for the advance team to land. Report, the target area has been cleared. Requesting to return. Received. Return is permitted. The Imperial fighter jets moved swiftly, coming and going like the wind, leaving behind a devastated forest. Good. Prepare for the landing of the advance team. Seeing that the target location had been successfully cleared, Liang immediately began to command a landing arrangements for the advance team. At this time, the advance team within the fleet was already on high alert and fully prepared. As Li Yang's orders were given, the massive hatch of the starship slowly opened, and landing craft carrying the Blue Star advance team sped towards the cleared land like birds released from a cage. Since this planet lacked the assistance of a planetary control system, using the teleportation device to send them down one by one would not only consume a lot of time, but also greatly deplete the fleet's energy. Inside the transport ship, the soldiers of the advance team wore serious expressions, tightly gripping their weapons, their eyes firmly fixed ahead. As the landing craft approached the ground, they ejected powerful buffer airflows, smoothly landing on the recently cleared open space. All units, prepare for action. Carefully observe the surrounding environment and stay vigilant. With the orders issued by the various leading officers, the soldiers quickly surged out of the landing craft like a tide, rapidly spreading out in a tight and orderly combat formation, keenly observing the movements around them. Tanks and armored vehicles also roared out from the transport ships, while armed helicopters quickly ascended into the sky. However, after the firepower cleansing by the Imperial fighter jets, the entire area appeared quiet, with only the crackling sounds of burning trees and the roaring engines of the tanks and armored vehicles. All units, please note, set up camp on site. Armored vehicles and helicopter squads conduct detailed reconnaissance of the surroundings. Yes, the full name of the advance team is the Blue Star Special Operations Advance Corps, and the one just giving orders is the commander of this regiment-sized unit. Chapter 28 First Encounter with the planet's natives. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a 4-person adventurer team was carefully making their way toward the forward camp. The team leader said, "That loud noise we just heard was likely caused by a high-level magical beast. Rushing in like this might not be the best idea." A female adventurer, holding a staff, wearing a robe, and sporting 2 cute cat ears, looked worried and spoke softly. "Don't worry, we're just going to take a look. Besides, what can a mere high-level magical beast do? You should know, your team leader is the son of a duke from the Beast Empire. Dealing with some beasts that haven't awakened their intelligence is a piece of cake." The man at the front, wielding a great sword and clad in heavy armor, spoke nonchalantly, a hint of disdain on his face. As the group slowly approached the edge of the cleared area, they were deeply shocked by the scene before them. The entire forest trees had been destroyed, flames were raging, and some of the land was even charred black. "Captain, this probably isn't something a magical beast could cause." Another female team member, also wearing a robe but holding a bow, exclaimed with wide eyes and a shocked expression. "I've seen my master cast 9th-level magic, but its power is far from enough to create such an astonishing scene. Captain, should we just head back?" A male team member, also in a robe and holding a staff, timidly expressed his opinion. Listening to his teammates' discussions, the captain, standing at the front, was clearly hesitant and wavering. But then he thought to himself, it was his proposal to come here and investigate. If they turned back now, it would be too embarrassing. What are we afraid of? Our strengths are all above level 6. Even if we encounter danger, if we can't fight, we can still escape, right? Trust me. Let's keep moving forward. With that, the others had no choice but to say nothing more. After all, the captain's status was noble, and he was the strongest in their team, so they could only follow his lead and bravely continue into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, an armed helicopter was roaring through the air, heading straight for the direction of the adventurer team. In no time, sharp-eyed soldiers on the helicopter quickly spotted the suspicious adventurer team on the ground. "This is Armed Helicopter Team A. We have discovered the planet's natives. I have sent the exact coordinates, requesting the nearest armored vehicle team for rapid support." The soldier urgently transmitted this important message through the intelligence system as soon as he spotted the adventurer team. "Received. This is Armored Vehicle Team C. Making full speed towards the coordinates." The armored vehicle team immediately revved up, racing towards the direction of the adventurer team at breakneck speed. On the other side, just as the helicopter team discovered them, the adventurer team also keenly noticed the imposing armed helicopter in the sky. "Captain, what is that strange thing in the sky? It doesn't look like a magical beast. I don't sense any energy aura at all. Could it be some kind of mysterious magical puppet?" Despite not knowing what it was, the bizarre object appearing in this remote area might be the mastermind behind the chaotic scene before them. The team members hurriedly raised their weapons, their eyes fixed on the armed helicopter above. "Do they seem to have noticed us? It's fine. The armored vehicle team will arrive soon to support us. We just need to keep close to them and not let them slip away." The armed helicopter circled in the air, never relaxing for a moment, closely monitoring the adventurer team's every move. The adventurer team's captain gripped his great sword tightly, beads of sweat unconsciously forming on his forehead. "What on earth is that? I've never seen anything like it. Could it be some magical puppet that escaped from a ruin?" The captain furrowed his brow, murmuring in confusion, facing this completely unknown entity. Although he was extremely nervous and scared inside, he still tried hard to maintain a calm demeanor. Just as both sides were at a standoff and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, Armored Vehicle Team C arrived at the scene like lightning. The roar of the armored vehicle's engine was deafening, shaking the ground slightly. Seeing this suddenly appearing behemoth, the adventurer team members' faces grew increasingly serious, as if they could drip water. "What is that thing? Captain, what should we do?" The male adventurer holding the staff spoke with a voice trembling like leaves in the wind, filled with fear. The unknown object in the sky had already made them uneasy, and now another imposing figure filled with danger had emerged, increasing their anxiety. The captain gritted his teeth, raised his voice to try to bolster his courage, and shouted loudly, "Whatever it is, everyone prepare for battle." Just as the adventurers braced themselves, the armored vehicle slowly came to a halt, the doors opening with a loud clang. A group of well-equipped soldiers quickly disembarked, surrounding the adventurer team completely. "Drop your weapons and put your hands on your heads," the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices loud and commanding, with their guns aimed directly at the adventurer team. On the other side, watching several humanoid beings in strange clothing suddenly emerge from the unknown behemoth, the adventurer team members looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion and helplessness, completely unsure of how to respond to this sudden situation. "What were they saying?" one adventurer asked, bewildered. Seeing the dazed adventurer team, the soldiers suddenly realized that they had been speaking in Blue Star language, which the adventurers couldn't understand. They then repeated their command in the language of this planet through the intelligence system. This time, the adventurer team finally understood what the soldiers were saying. Although they were puzzled by this inexplicable encirclement, the captain thought that he absolutely could not easily surrender. He needed to clarify the situation first. "Who are you? Why are you here? What is that behemoth? And what is that thing in the sky?" The soldiers ignored his questions and simply repeated their command. "Drop your weapons and put your hands on your heads." After learning that they had encountered natives, the commander still at the camp quickly relayed orders to ensure that the armored vehicle team brought these people back. "We will warn you again. Drop your weapons and put your hands on your heads, or we will take coercive measures." The soldiers warned again, the 12.7mm mounted machine gun on the armored vehicle also turning its barrel to point at the adventurer team. Although they did not sense any energy aura from these strange people, for some reason, the odd objects in their hands inexplicably gave them a strong sense of pressure, especially the weapon on the behemoth, which made them feel the threat of death, as if they would be instantly erased with the slightest mistake. Chapter 29, A friendly attitude, facing the dark gun muzzle. The members of the adventurer team became increasingly tense, their bodies involuntarily trembling slightly. They didn't know what kind of weapon it was, but their instincts told them they would die. They would really die. The armored man's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, but he still held on and shouted hoarsely, "We mean no harm. We just happen to pass by here." However, the soldiers showed no signs of lowering their weapons. At that moment, the female adventurer with cute cat ears could no longer suppress her fear and burst into tears. "Captain, why don't we listen to them? I really don't want to die here." The armored man slowly turned his head, carefully observing the fear and helplessness on his teammates' faces. Gritting his teeth, he helplessly said, "All right, we'll put down our weapons." As the son of a duke from the Beastman Empire, this was the first time he felt so humiliated in his life. The armored man slowly placed his heavy greatsword on the ground and then silently raised both hands. Seeing this, his teammates followed suit, putting down their weapons and obediently raising their hands. The soldiers quickly rushed forward, firmly controlling them, and then took them to the armored vehicle, preparing to bring them back to the camp. So this thing carries people. Sitting in the armored vehicle, the adventure team was shocked, their eyes darting everywhere. Filled with curiosity about these novel things they had never seen before, temporarily forgetting their earlier fear. Soon, the armored vehicle arrived at the camp. To their amazement, in such a short time, the previously chaotic area had been transformed into neat rows of tents, resembling a small military fortress. "Who's the boss here?" The adventurer team, disembarking from the vehicle and gazing at the orderly scene before them, was left speechless, utterly astonished. So much so that they didn't even respond when the soldiers asked them questions. "Hey!" After this sudden shout, a few of them finally snapped back to reality. At that moment, the armored man stepped forward. "I am the captain of the team. If you need anything, come to me." "All right, follow me. Our commander wants to see you," the soldier said, escorting him toward the largest tent, with handcuffs and shackles securely fastened. These handcuffs were not products of Blue Star, but were Imperial products specifically taken from the equipment depot by Leon. As these people were dangerous beings capable of magic and martial arts, and ordinary handcuffs would likely not hold them. Upon entering the tent, the commander looked at the armored man, his face radiating a friendly smile. "Come, remove the handcuffs. Guests are here." "Commander, but..." The surrounding soldiers wanted to say something else, but upon seeing the commander's authoritative gaze, they could only reluctantly go and remove the handcuffs and other restraints. "Let me introduce myself. We're the Special Operations Advance Team from the Blue Star, a territory of the Shili Empire, and I am their commander, Xiaofeng." Saying this, Xiaofeng graciously extended his hand in a gesture of friendliness. Looking at Xiaofeng's outstretched hand, the armored man hesitated for a while, but eventually reached out to shake it. "Hello, Commander Xiaofeng. I am Raoul, the son of Duke Rabbit from the Beastman Empire." "Duke's son?" Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng felt a stir in his heart and began to scrutinize Raoul, secretly thinking, "Haha, starting off with a Duke's son is quite a gain." Similarly, Raoul was pondering to himself, Shili Empire? Blue Star? Why have I never heard of these places? And why is there suddenly another empire? We are newcomers to your esteemed land, so if there is anything inappropriate, please forgive us. Xiaofeng maintained a beaming smile. "You're too polite, Commander Xiaofeng. It was just a small misunderstanding, no problem." Seeing this, Raoul decided not to delve deeper into where they came from, as they seemed friendly enough. Besides, considering their strange weapons, they might even become a powerful force in his family's bid for power. After all, the Duke had more than one son. "Bring Raoul's companions here, and also bring some food. I'm sure everyone is hungry," Xiaofeng ordered loudly. "Haha, you're too kind." Watching Xiaofeng's friendly gestures, Raoul couldn't help but feel pleased, thinking this is how it should be. I, Raoul, the son of a duke, deserve this kind of treatment. Before long, Raoul's companions were brought over, and Raoul put on an air of authority, warmly inviting them. Come, sit down. This is Commander Xiaofeng." And those earlier events were just small misunderstandings. Seeing Raoul and the so-called Commander Xiaofeng getting along so well, the others finally felt relieved, their earlier fears gradually dissipating. Gazing at the food the soldiers brought to the table, the enticing aroma made them all unable to resist salivating. This smell, so fragrant, Watching the others still sitting in their seats, staring hungrily at the food, Xiaofeng quickly encouraged them. Please, everyone, this delicious food is our specialty. It wouldn't do just to look at it. Hurry up and try some. With the invitation given, they put aside their pride and began to wolf down the food on the table. Delicious. I've never tasted food this good before. Seeing them eat with enthusiasm, Xiaofeng occasionally struck up a conversation. By the way, may I ask where we currently are? Cough. We got lost and ended up here. Oh, this is the eastern part of the Adi Forest, heading west. It's about 2 days' journey to the border of the Beastman Empire. Why don't you come back with me to the Beastman Empire? I will definitely treat you well. When Xiaofeng asked, Raoul, still stuffing his mouth, mumbled indistinctly in response. Oh, I see. Since it's the border, there must be a lot of troops stationed there, right? Ah, don't be fooled by the border. There are only a few thousand troops stationed, the strongest being just an 8th level mage. Raoul did not hesitate to divulge information about the border troops. Oh. Subsequently, Xiaofeng asked many questions about the Beastman Empire and other empires. Perhaps due to having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Raoul and the others didn't notice anything amiss and eagerly shared everything they knew. After several rounds of drinks, Raoul and his companions were thoroughly intoxicated, slumped over the table, snoring loudly. Wake up! Wake up! Xiaofeng approached and gently patted their shoulders, but found them unresponsive like limp noodles. A slight, barely perceptible cold smile appeared on his lips. Come here. Yes. Remove all their equipment and make sure to clean up a bit, understand? Xiaofeng's voice was low, laced with a chilling tone. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a squad of well-trained soldiers stormed him like wolves, swiftly grabbing the individuals and ruthlessly dragging them outside. Bang, bang, bang. In a short while, several crisp and chilling gunshots came from outside, followed by the crackling sound of flames burning grease. Report, everything has been handled, burned directly with gasoline. Now it's all turned to ash, Xiaofeng said expressionlessly. Good. Send a message to the fleet, saying we have mastered all the information on the border of the Beast Empire and have seized a batch of equipment. Yes. After the soldiers left, Xiaofeng looked at the spotless desk and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, letting out a soft sigh. What a group of naive young people. Xiaofeng had never intended to befriend them. That seemingly friendly attitude was merely to entice them to spill valuable information. Before the main force arrived, the existence of their advance team absolutely could not be exposed. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame their bad luck and unfortunate fate. On the other side, Liang on the fleet also received news from the advance team. Oh, interesting. In less than a day, they've gathered so much valuable information, Liang said thoughtfully while flipping through the detailed reports from the advance team. Captain Liang. They also sent over a batch of trinkets from the native civilization. As he spoke, Pal waved his hand gently, and 2 tall soldiers walked in carrying a pile of items. Looking at the mountain of miscellaneous objects on the ground, Liang stepped forward with great interest and began to observe them closely. Armor, weapons, staffs, as expected of a fantasy civilization, these items are indeed filled with fantastical elements. Liang mumbled to himself, pulling out a scroll covered in unique characters from the native civilization. Smart brain, translate this. Beep. According to the database, this text is Blazing Flame Technique. Hearing this, Liang's eyes lit up with interest, secretly thinking. It seems this is the magic scroll often mentioned in novels. I just wonder how powerful it really is. Pal, prepare the training room. I want to test the power of this thing. Yes, the training room, as the name suggests, is a dedicated space on the starship for soldiers to train, specially modified to absorb all destructive energy within the room to the greatest extent. Liang brought the magic scroll to the training room, where Pal had already made arrangements, preparing medical personnel in case Liang encountered any danger during the experiment. After all, the military uniform Liang wore was not the Empire's battle armor. While it could withstand some damage, no one could determine the true power of this magic scroll. Looking at the magic scroll in his hand, Liang couldn't help but ponder. This training room is incredibly sturdy. Even a standard Imperial energy gun can't damage the walls. I wonder if this magic scroll can? He thought about whether this item should be torn open directly. Without hesitation, Liang ripped open the scroll and in that instant, a powerful and surging energy burst forth. A massive flame erupted, akin to a raging fire dragon, charging straight ahead and crashing into the training room wall with a loud bang. When the flame subsided, the wall remained smooth and new, showing no signs of damage, not even a speck of dirt left behind. Looks like this thing is useless. It didn't leave a mark at all. Pal, do we have any more of these scrolls? Maybe the previous one wasn't powerful enough. Let's see if there's a higher level one. Preferably one of those so-called level 9 magic types. Feeling the wall, Liang casually asked Pal about other scrolls, his demeanor relaxed, as if he were happily setting off firecrackers during the new year. Captain Liang, there are indeed a few other scrolls, but didn't the military request that we report these items? Pal said, looking troubled. It wasn't that he was reluctant to part with the scrolls, but the military's task requirements were such. He was just a junior lieutenant and couldn't afford to be as carefree as Liang. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. All right, bring one more scroll over. You can report the others to the Empire as per regulations. To be honest, Liang hadn't really taken this matter to heart. After all, these items were merely products of a level 1 civilization and were just a bit of research value garbage to a powerful empire. Furthermore, could this be called abuse? It was a critical use. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, on the other side of Blue Star, the head of the Sun District Management Area couldn't help but sneeze. Why did I suddenly sneeze? Is someone talking about me? Chapter 31. The arrival of the Titan transport ship after using the last scroll, Liang completely lost interest. After all, he had personally tried both scrolls. As for their power, it could only be said that they might be somewhat effective against the Blue Star forces. But if they encountered the elite soldiers of the Empire, it would be nothing short of a clown's act, posing no threat whatsoever. Even artillery would look down on such things. It would be better to fly the starship and blow up some asteroids for fun. All right, pal. Report the other matters to the Empire. The fleet is also preparing to set sail back to Blue Star, and as for the advance team, let's leave a small escort ship here to provide support for them. Yes. With Li Yang's decisive order, the fleet began to activate its powerful space jump engines once again. Massive energy surged, the ship slightly trembled, and then it transformed into a brilliant light, disappearing without a trace. Only a solitary small escort ship remained to assist the advance team. After all, even a small escort ship is still a starship. Upon returning to Blue Star, Liang carefully checked the progress of the renovation work while patiently waiting for the arrival of the Empire's Titan E-class armed transport ship. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the scheduled date for the transport ship's arrival. It must be said that Zhang's prediction was quite accurate. He said it would take half a month, and it was exactly half a month, not a day more or less. During this time, the advanced team on the distant alien planet did not rest at all and continued to expand outward. According to the reports, personnel were almost deployed to the borders of the Beast Empire. However, due to the overly rapid expansion and reconnaissance actions, many locals were captured during this period. Without exception, they were dealt with under Xia Feng's orders. Those who were unsuspecting were lured into the camp before being dealt with, while those who were wary were handled on the spot. If 7.62mm rounds couldn't handle them, they switched to 12. 7mm, if 12.7mm still couldn't handle it, they directly used 30mm autocannons. In short, if smaller calibers didn't work, they switched to larger ones, and if larger calibers still didn't work, they called for fire support from the starship in space. If there were powerful beings that even the escort ship couldn't handle, they would report directly to the Imperial military, stating that the intelligence was incorrect and that it was not a level 1 civilization, and request the use of the planet-destroying cannon. Task. What task? I don't know. Under Xia Feng's strong suppression actions, a full half-month passed, and the people of the Beast Empire had no idea that an unknown mysterious force had appeared at their borders. On the other side, after waiting for half a month, the Empire's Titan E-class armed transport ship finally arrived at Blue Star. Upon receiving the news from Zhang, Liang hurriedly made his way to the space station on the outskirts of Blue Star. More than half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, and the renovation project on Blue Star had already progressed more than halfway. Naturally, the space station was the first to be completed. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Blue Star Management Department rushed to the space station after hearing the news. After all, A great opportunity to make achievements had finally arrived. How could they not be anxious? When everyone arrived at the space station, they saw that the Empire's Titan E-class armed transport ship resembled a grand and massive metal fortress, quietly docked in the vastness of space. Its hull shimmered with a cold and dazzling light, and its enormous silhouette appeared particularly spectacular and majestic against the backdrop of the brilliant stars. Its shape was smooth and natural, with beautiful lines full of a sense of power, and various markings and mysterious symbols on its hull displayed its nobility and strength. Moreover, the ship even bore some mottled scars, as if silently telling the story of a starship that had weathered the trials of war. It's really huge. No wonder it measures 22,000 meters in length. This physique. Honestly, looking at this mighty and massive Titan transport ship, Li Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was drooling. After all, as a man, when it comes to weapons, he likes larger calibers, and when it comes to starships, he naturally prefers larger ones. As for the lower half, cough cough, thinking too far, Li Yang shook his head vigorously to calm himself down and couldn't wait to board the starship for a closer look. How is it, Captain Li Yang? Are you satisfied with our company's product? This is a fine vessel that has honorably retired from the Imperial military. Zhang looked at Li Yang's slightly excited expression, his face full of pride, and asked proudly, "It's indeed impressive, Zhang. Hurry, take me aboard to have a look." Seeing the proud expression on Zhang's octopus-like head, Li Yang also smiled in response. After all, this starship was indeed astonishing. As the group slowly stepped into the interior of the Titan transport ship, they were instantly struck by the stunning scene inside. If one were to say that the decor was luxurious, it wasn't. If one were to say it was filled with dazzling technological elements, it wasn't either, but could be summed up in one word: big. Especially the storage compartments inside, which were boundlessly vast. Captain Li Yang, if each storage compartment is this large, then our troops should only need 2 trips to transport everything. Xia Quan carefully observed the storage compartment that seemed to reach the sky, then turned to Li Yang and said, "Indeed, but at least 3 trips would be needed, as the logistical support for the troops must keep up. Who knows if the food there will be suitable for the soldiers? We must ensure that the logistical issues for every soldier are handled perfectly." Li Yang, who also observed carefully, responded steadily and unhurriedly to Xia Quan. "Yes, you're right. We will ensure that every soldier's logistical support is done perfectly." With the advanced teleportation devices inside the starship, it only took a little over half an hour to roughly tour the entire Empire's Titan E-class transport ship. Upon returning to the space station, Li Yang wasted no time and immediately said to Xia Quan, "Convey my orders, summon the Blue Star forces immediately, and prepare to board the ship." "Yes." Xia Quan also responded loudly. After returning to Blue Star, Xia Quan and his team did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly gathered the troops that had been waiting for a long time to start assembling. With the help of the powerful celestial body controller, the Blue Star forces proceeded with the boarding operation in an orderly manner. One spacious storage compartment after another was gradually filled, with tanks and aircraft stacked in layers like building blocks in the compartments. At first glance, they seemed to be closely packed together, but in reality, there were tiny gaps between them, miraculously floating within the compartments. Chapter 32. The portal device. After all the supplies and personnel were loaded, the massive Titan transport ship slowly started its engines and began to depart from the space station. "Captain Li Yang, the Titan transport ship is fully loaded and ready for everything. We can initiate the space jump at any time," Pao reported solemnly, standing beside Li Yang. "Finally loaded? All right, then give the order for the fleet to set off immediately." Li Yang sighed with relief. It is worth noting that the waiting period for troops to board the ship took several hours. After all, this batch included hundreds of thousands of soldiers and numerous pieces of equipment. Even with the assistance of the planetary controller, the loading had to be done in batches. "Yes," Pao responded firmly. As Li Yang's orders were relayed down the chain, the entire fleet, along with the Titan transport ship, began to activate their hyperspace jump engines. All starships and units, please note that the coordinates for the target planet have been confirmed. Prepare to begin the hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1, jump. With the clear and resolute voice of the command officer, The powerful activation of the hyperspace engine caused a brilliant flash of light. And in an instant, the entire fleet disappeared from the outskirts of Blue Star, leaving behind a tranquil, starry sky. Meanwhile, at the forward operating base of the alien planet, Xiaofeng was focused on handling affairs when he received news from Blue Star, informing him that the main force was on its way. Great! Finally, the day has come. Someone come! Xiaofeng exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Commander, what are your orders? A soldier quickly ran over and stood at attention. The main force is on its way. Go notify everyone to recall the soldiers who are currently on missions outside, and thoroughly clean up the area we prepared earlier. We need to be fully ready to welcome the main force. Xiaofeng methodically issued his commands. Yes. The soldier took the orders and quickly turned to relay them. On the other side, a small team at the border of the Beast Empire also received the news from the base. Captain, the commander wants us to return to prepare for the main force. What about these people? Should we take them back? A soldier asked, glancing at a few indigenous adventurers nearby. These individuals were discovered by the team during a reconnaissance mission. Seeing that they were friendly, they initially planned to deceive them back to the base for interrogation to gather useful information. However, this sudden message completely disrupted their original plan. Of course, the soldiers spoke in the language of Blue Star, and the indigenous adventurers could not understand their conversation. Why ask? The main force is coming, just kill them. The captain said without hesitation, raising his gun to aim at the adventurers and decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 With a few gunshots, the bullets pierced through the bodies of the adventurers. The indigenous adventurers fell to the ground with expressions of confusion and disbelief, not understanding why these people suddenly turned on them. Let's go. Hurry back. The captain waved his hand. What about the bodies? Shouldn't we clean them up? The soldier asked again. Clean up? The main force is coming, the captain said nonchalantly. Right. The soldier nodded and said no more, following the captain back to the base. After half an hour had quietly passed, the fleet, carrying the Titan transport ship, finally arrived at the outskirts of the target planet. Captain Liang, we have received word from the forward troops that they have cleared the landing site for the main force, Pao reported. Oh, I was planning to send fighter jets for cleanup like before. It seems that won't be necessary now. Liang nodded slightly. However, a rather tricky problem was now facing Liang. How to safely transport the large force on the Titan transport ship to the alien planet. After all, this planet did not have the assistance of a planetary controller. If they used transport ships, it could take 1 or 2 days just for the transportation. It is important to note that this was not just a small force of 5,000 people, but a large army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and various types of weaponry. Captain Liang, actually, military transport ships like this one usually come equipped with a special teleportation device. Pao's words undoubtedly solved the dilemma Liang was facing. Such a device exists? Take me to see it quickly, Liang said eagerly. As soon as he finished speaking, Pao led Liang back onto the Titan transport ship. Looking at the rectangular box, only a few meters in size, placed on the ground, a hint of doubt appeared on Liang's face. This is the teleportation device. It's so small. Honestly, I didn't notice it during the previous tour. This is the portal device that comes with military transport ships. Personnel need to be arranged to take it to the destination to set up the portal, after which the troops can directly pass through the portal from the storage chamber to the target location. Pao quickly explained the specific use of the teleportation device upon seeing Liang's confusion. I see. Then quickly send a team to take this thing to the target location. Liang ordered. Yes. Soon, an elite team of well-trained Imperial soldiers, carrying the teleportation device, boarded the transport ship and sped towards the forward operating base like an arrow leaving a bow. Before long, the transport ship landed steadily at the target location with a slight tremor. A few soldiers quickly exited the transport ship with the teleportation device. Excuse me, Xiaofeng, seeing only one transport ship land, was filled with confusion, thinking to himself, is it not a main force? How come only one transport ship has arrived? Sir, we have been ordered to install the teleportation device to ensure full preparation for the subsequent landing of the Blue Star troops, the soldiers said in unison, saluting loudly. I see. Hurry, hurry, I'll lead the way, Xiaofeng said, realizing the situation and quickly beckoning the soldiers. As for why the Imperial soldiers referred to Xiaofeng as Sir, it was naturally because Xiaofeng held an Imperial position. After all, he was the commander of this forward team and was indeed part of the management department of Blue Star. So it was not surprising for the Imperial soldiers to call him Sir. Chapter 33. The large troop landings after the squad followed Xiaofeng to the target location. They quickly set down the box they were carrying. At the same time, a flickering light curtain unfolded around the wrist of the leading soldier. The Empire's small two-way teleportation portal was in position, applying to connect to the transport ship. Connection successful. The ship's model is the Empire Titan E-class armed transport ship, unfolding. A mechanical and clear voice sounded. As the machine's voice fell, the originally square rectangular box began to undergo a marvelous transformation, splitting into slender, elongated frames. In no time, a door frame towering several dozen meters high and over 10 meters long appeared before everyone. The teleportation portal has been fully deployed, preparing to activate. As soon as the words fell, the portal, which was merely a frame structure, suddenly shimmered with a pure white light curtain, dazzling and mesmerizing. At the same time, Liang, who was on the Titan transport ship, also received a reminder from the system. Beep. The Empire Titan E-class armed transport ship is applying to open the storage chamber teleportation portal. Approved, accompanied by Li Yang's crisp and decisive words. A similar teleportation device began to activate at the edge of the wall in the number 1 storage chamber, instantly becoming identical to the teleportation portal at the target location. What the heck? That startled me. The soldiers in the number 1 storage chamber were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the teleportation portal, turning their heads curiously to look, but it was merely curiosity. Without clear instructions, no one dared to move recklessly. This is the command center. The teleportation portal has been opened. Please have the leading officer of the number 1 storage chamber gather the troops and prepare to enter the portal. Just as everyone was still puzzled, a loud voice clearly resonated in their minds. So this thing is a teleportation portal. Wow. It's no wonder it's an advanced civilization. Even the landing method is so creative. Some soldiers couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Everyone be quiet. Listen to my orders. Tanks and armored vehicles will enter the portal first. Soldiers will follow as the second wave, and aerial units will be in the third wave. Is that clear? After hearing the command, the leading officer of the number 1 storage chamber quickly stood up and called out to everyone. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Then, following the leading officer's instructions, they began to orderly enter the teleportation portal one by one. Meanwhile, on Xiaofeng's side, upon witnessing the teleportation portal unfold, he was also astonished, but what followed left him even more shocked. He saw tanks and armored vehicles slowly driving out one after another from the massive light curtain. In just a short while, the previously somewhat empty area was instantly filled with various land units. What are they all doing here? Move out for the comrades behind to have space. After receiving news from Liang and seeing the scene becoming somewhat chaotic and crowded, Xiaofeng quickly began to give commands. After all, with so many vehicles clustered together, a slight misstep could lead to a chain collision accident. Under Xiaofeng's strong command, all land units began to move out in an orderly fashion, and the second wave of soldiers also steadily walked out of the teleportation portal. Wow, is this an alien planet? The air here is so much fresher than on Blue Star. The soldiers who had just stepped onto the alien soil were momentarily dazed, but they were soon pulled back to reality by Xiaofeng's loud shout. What are you all doing? Don't just stand there foolishly. Speed up and move out. Make space quickly. After all the soldiers in the second wave had been teleported, only some aerial units remained in the number 1 storage chamber. Fortunately, aside from the helicopters, all the planes were securely fixed on transport vehicles, and as the transport vehicles slowly moved, they successfully passed through the teleportation portal one after another to reach their destination. In just a few minutes, the entire number 1 storage chamber was completely emptied, and all personnel and equipment successfully landed on the alien planet. It should be noted that this was only one storage chamber. There were still 99 more to go. Fortunately, the area cleared by the advance party was wide enough. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough space to park all this equipment. However, to be safe, after carefully reviewing the map, Liang decisively decided to deploy a squad of Empire fighter jets to continue clearing space. After all, with so many planes, just the construction of an airport would require a massive land area. Both sides busily worked simultaneously. The Empire fighter jets were fully responsible for expanding the space, while the teleportation portal continuously transmitted troops. The troops that had already been teleported were also not idle. It should be noted that this battle was expected to be a protracted one. How could they manage without proper infrastructure? Therefore, Liang not only brought combat troops, but also a small construction team and various construction materials. The troops that had already been teleported immediately began to assist the construction team, fervently building infrastructure, compacting the land, and making adequate preparations for the construction of the airport. After a long half-day, all storage chambers on the Titan transport ship were finally emptied, and all troops successfully landed at their destination. At this moment, their urgent task was to build a sturdy camp and a complete defense system as quickly as possible, thus making thorough preparations for the subsequent 2 waves of troops. However, such a huge commotion inevitably alarmed the people in the border city of the Beast Empire. Have you heard? All day today, there have been deafening noises coming from deep within the Adi forest, and many adventuring teams have hurried back. Who knows what actually happened in there? I heard that many adventurer teams have mysteriously disappeared in there recently. Just thinking about it is terrifying. I also heard that a vicious demon was previously imprisoned in the Adi forest, and now the demon has been released. Damn it, what demon? I bet it's probably some powerful high-level beast, right? In the tavern, a group of adventurers sat together, passionately discussing various rumors about the Adi forest, and these words clearly reached the ears of the nearby group. Chapter 34, Tactical Discussion. This group of people was distinctly different from other adventurers. One of them was dressed in incredibly luxurious attire, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture, clearly a noble, either rich or powerful. The others were either clad in sturdy armor or draped in mysterious robes. Adi Forest? Interesting. I'll go take a look tomorrow to see what is going on. Your Highness, this is not appropriate. Our trip is merely to negotiate with Duke Rabic. What if something unexpected happens along the way? A person in a robe had not finished speaking when the elegantly dressed individual slapped him hard. Do I need you to teach me how to do my job? It's just a few days delay, so what? Does Duke Rabic dare to be dissatisfied with me? The one referred to as Your Highness had a haughty expression, completely disregarding the so-called Duke Rabic. Yes, Your Highness. The robed man covered his face, a flicker of resentment in his eyes, but he dared not say more, only obediently responding. Meanwhile, the Titan transport ship was speeding back toward Blue Star, and the depths of Adi Forest had been completely flattened, with infrastructure construction work underway on a large scale. The Titan transport ship was swift on both its outbound and return journeys, and the subsequent 2 batches of troops began to land on the alien planet one after another. As for Captain Liang, he was currently engaged in a tactical meeting with the staff of the Blue Star Management Department. Captain Liang, please look here. This location is flanked by towering cliffs on both sides and is only a little over 1,000 kilometers from the capital of the Beast Empire. I believe we must seize this key position at the earliest opportunity. Xiaofeng pointed to a city on the holographic projection map, his expression exceptionally serious. Following Xiaofeng's direction, Li Yang saw that on the map, a city was nestled between the steep cliffs, with the border city of the Beast Empire just a few hundred kilometers ahead and the capital behind it, clearly a vital military target. That's right. We must occupy this place. Please continue with your thoughts. Yes, my idea is, you see, this city is only a few hundred kilometers from the border. We just need to rush in at the fastest speed, with our advantage of coordinated operations between land and air. As long as we can capture this city in the brief moment before the Beast Empire can react. Xiaofeng spoke passionately, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Wait, are you suggesting we capture this city while also taking the border at the same time? That seems rather impossible, right? Although Xiaofeng's idea was quite forward-thinking, the risks involved were too great. If the news of the border being breached reached their capital first, that city would surely bolster its defenses. It's important to note that there were other cities between the border and this city, charging straight and could put the attacking troops in a dangerous situation of being caught between 2 fronts if the plan failed. At this moment, 2 distinctly different opinions emerged in the room. One side firmly supported Xiaofeng's plan, believing that if successful, They could swiftly conquer the Beast Empire before other empires could react. But the other side firmly believed the plan was too risky. If it failed, not only would they lose many troops, but could also alert the enemy, making subsequent conquests even more difficult and time-consuming. They felt it would be better to proceed steadily, advancing little by little, as they had powerful artillery and accurate missiles to assist them, making victory merely a matter of time. Observing the ongoing debate, Li Yong was also seriously considering the feasibility of both plans. To be honest, he was more inclined towards Xia Feng's proposal, as this strategy could quickly end the battle, which would better ensure the cultural heritage and complete preservation of the local civilization compared to a slow, drawn-out approach. Another important reason was, in the virtual world assessments, he had also employed similar tactics with good results, which gave him confidence in Xia Feng's plan. Enough. Our mission is not only to successfully conquer the entire planet, but also to preserve their civilization and various informational materials as much as possible. If we rely solely on artillery and missiles to force our way through, what valuable information could be preserved? Li Yong said loudly. Seeing that Li Yong had voiced his stance, everyone quickly quieted down. Indeed, considering Captain Li Yang's words, if the sole purpose was to occupy the planet, even without using the fleet's powerful weapons, the sheer power of nuclear bombs would be enough to annihilate all life on this planet. So, for this combat plan, I believe Xia Feng's proposal is superior and more aligned with our mission requirements. Do you have any differing opinions or suggestions? Li Yong scanned the room, and those who had previously disagreed all lowered their heads, not daring to say anything further. After all, since even Captain Li Yong had personally endorsed this plan, how could they be so ungrateful as to oppose him? Since everyone agrees with this plan, we will execute it accordingly. Is that clear? Yes. After initially determining the general tactical plan, the group began to delve into various details, such as what type of vehicles to use as vanguards and what routes would be most reasonable. Of course, the most critical issue was the selection of the commander for this battle. Understand that this is the Blue Star troops' first battle, and the merits involved should not be underestimated. Xia Feng, do you have a suitable candidate in mind for the commander of this battle? Or would you like to take on the role yourself? For a role that required direct frontline command, Li Yong had no interest in participating. He preferred to be a stable behind-the-scenes controller, leaving such public affairs to his subordinates. Moreover, he had already commanded battles countless times in the virtual world assessments. If it were interstellar warfare, that would be a different story. Captain Li Yong, I indeed have an ideal candidate for the commander of this operation. Chapter 35. Undergo for this role of personally commanding operations on the front lines. Li Yong had no interest in participating at all. He felt it was enough for him to be a stable behind-the-scenes controller, leaving these public affairs to his subordinates to handle. Of course, actual combat with real weapons was another story. He did have some interest in that. Captain Li Yong, I do have an ideal candidate for the commander of this operation plan, said someone. Oh, tell me quickly. That would be Undergo, the district chief of the Hans Cat area. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze turned towards the district chief. Me? Undergo exclaimed in shock, incredulously pointing at himself. Yes, it's you. Stop pretending. During the integration of Blue Star, I reviewed all the previous national secrets of your area. You've often simulated blitzkrieg tactics, and doesn't this operation plan align perfectly with your enthusiasm for that style? Once this statement was made, the others present looked at Undergo with astonishment. Well. This person looked honest and straightforward before. Who would have thought he was secretly plotting a blitzkrieg? The one who felt the most emotional was undoubtedly the district chief of the Polish Rabbit area. He could only say that it was fortunate that Blue Star completed its integration. Otherwise, he would likely have suffered the misfortune of being blitzed. Seeing his secret plans before the integration of Blue Star being publicly exposed, Undergo no longer pretended. He put away his previously bewildered expression and looked at Li Yong with a serious demeanor. Captain Li Yong, since Comrade Xia Feng trusts me so much, I absolutely cannot betray his trust. I am willing to take on the role of tactical commander for this operation. If the action fails, I am willing to bear all the consequences. Looking at Undergo's solemn face, Li Yong nodded slightly, expressing his approval and optimism. To be honest, he really did not expect that this guy had secretly tried to replicate the combat style of his predecessors. Well, Since everyone has no other objections, you will be the commander this time. Yes, I guarantee to complete the mission successfully. After the meeting concluded, Andergu officially became the highest commander of the Blue Star forces on the surface. As for why it was on the surface, everyone knew that the true highest commander controlling the overall situation was Li Yong, who was quietly in the fleet. However, this time, Li Yong did not intend to just sit back and watch from the fleet. He was even prepared to personally engage in battle, but not as Captain Li Yong. Captain Li Yong, this is really too risky. How can you personally take action in this situation? Palstoa beside Li Yong, looking helpless. It was because Li Yong planned to disguise himself as an ordinary soldier to go to the front lines to participate in the battle. Just think about it. Wasn't that just nonsense? Why give up being a good captain to rush to the front lines and risk his life? Oh, pal, I'm not sending my main body into danger. I'm just dispatching a clone. But you do have a point. If I'm just an ordinary soldier, what if others start barking orders at me? That would indeed be a bit uncomfortable. Forget it. Just arrange a Blue Star officer identity for me. By the way, make sure not to give me a high position like a general. The kind of role still has to stay in the rear to command. Li Yang's idea was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather something he contemplated thoroughly. After all, the main body of the battle was primarily the Blue Star forces clashing with the alien forces. The fleet he led was only responsible for the final support work and cleanup tasks. Moreover, he couldn't recklessly take the fleet to other star systems for adventures. The importance of the mission always came first. It was better to personally go down and be active rather than staying here, doing nothing. Don't think that Li Yong only knew how to command from a distance. During the virtual assessments, he had also personally experienced charging in a battle on the front lines. Okay, I understand. I will start processing the information regarding your identity right away. In the end, Pal chose to compromise and was willing to cooperate with Li Yang's idea. After all, his rank was higher than Pal's. On the other side, Andergu also received a message from Li Yong. The message requested him to carefully select 120 outstanding soldiers to form an independent company specifically responsible for infiltrating the enemy camp. Captain Li Yong has the same idea as I do. To be honest, Andergu had long been brewing this concept in his mind. But he had just been appointed as commander and hadn't had the chance to make specific arrangements. After all, there could be no mistakes in this battle. The long distance of several hundred kilometers could not be accomplished solely by relying on speed. The work of infiltrating the enemy's rear was equally crucial and indispensable. However, since Captain Li Yang's thoughts matched his own, it was enough to indicate that his concept must be correct. But it was rare that Captain Li Yong was personally preparing to select the commander of this company. After all, even he became the highest commander of this battle through Xia Feng's recommendation. Li Yong had never personally designated personnel for these positions. Unexpectedly, he was so concerned about a small company. But Andergu did not sense anything amiss, thinking it was just a whim of Captain Li Yong. Little did he know that the commander of this company was actually Li Yong himself. On the other side, Pal successfully processed Li Yang's identity information. But when Li Yong looked at the information in his hand, he was momentarily stunned. The rank was Lieutenant Colonel. No problem, neither high nor low. The position was the commander of a special operations company. Also fine, but why was the name still my own? ISNT, there's supposed to be a modification? Li Yong pointed to the name Li Yong on the information form with a serious expression, looking at Pal. I didn't expect you still wanted to use a pseudonym. But don't worry, apart from the relevant personnel of the Blue Star Management Department, other Blue Star people basically have never seen you, so they definitely won't recognize you. Pal smiled awkwardly, scratching his head to try to hide his embarrassment. Chapter 36 Special Operations Unit. Well, my image basically only appears in the management department of Blue Star, and other Blue Star people really haven't seen me. Forget it. It is what it is. Is the clone ready? Li Yong waved his hand helplessly, too lazy to ask Pal for modifications again. After all, only people from the Blue Star Management Department can recognize him. So changing the name doesn't really matter. After all, it's quite normal for people to have the same name in the world. The clone is ready, and you can connect your consciousness at any time. All right. Saying this, Li Yong and Pal went to the operation room used for consciousness connection again. After carefully checking the clone, lying in the capsule, and confirming that there were no issues, Li Yong then lay down in the capsule on the other side. After all, This situation is different from the last time. Last time, the creation of the clone and the consciousness connection were completed in one go, while this time, the clone was prepared in advance, and he just needed to complete the consciousness connection. Detecting the clone, connecting, in just a few minutes, Liang successfully connected his consciousness with the clone's body. All right, pal, you stay here. If there's an emergency, just notify me through the smart brain. After saying that, Liang used the teleportation device of the main ship and instantly disappeared from the spot. Looking at Liang's departing figure, Pal shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't understand why a lieutenant officer of the Empire would have the idea of personally participating in such a low-level civilization's battle. However, Pal had no worries about safety, not to mention that Liang's real body was safely on the fleet. Just the T-7 intelligent guard robot beside him was enough to ensure the clone's safety. On the other side, under Andagu's careful arrangement, a total of 120 special soldiers were carefully selected from the main force. Hello, is anyone there? I'm here to report. A soldier gently pushed open the tent's entrance and stepped inside. Before he could finish his sentence, he was surprised to find that over 100 soldiers were already seated inside, all of them staring at him intently. Brother, you're late. You're the last one to report. That can't be right. The squad leader hasn't shown up yet. He should be the last one. Everyone started to make a fuss. After all, they had been doing just fine in their respective units and were inexplicably pulled over to join this so-called Special Operations Unit, only to find that they hadn't even seen the squad leader's face. Ahem, I heard you were looking for me? Just as everyone was chattering, the tent's entrance was suddenly pulled open again, and a fit man with steady steps walked in, closely followed by a burly man. The newcomer was Li Yang and his T-7 intelligent guard robot. In an instant, everyone fell silent, not to mention anything else. Just the rank of major on Li Yang's shoulder was enough to make them quiet down, not to mention the imposing figure next to him. Although his rank was not much different from theirs, just from his robust physique and fierce aura, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Hello, sir. We are here to report, as ordered. As both sides quieted down, a quick-witted soldier quickly stepped forward and shouted loudly. Is everyone here? Report, sir. The Special Operations Unit is supposed to have 120 personnel, and all 120 are present, not one missing. Good, as long as everyone is here. What's your name? Li Yang nodded with satisfaction, especially pleased with this person in front of him, who was able to grasp the personnel situation so clearly even though they had just arrived to report. Report, sir, my name is Iguang. All right, this unit has just been established and doesn't have a deputy squad leader yet, so you will take on this role. Do you have confidence? Yes. I will definitely not let you down, sir. Just as Li Yang was about to say a few more words to the others, a communication soldier rushed in. Report. Who is the squad leader of this unit? I am. What is the matter? Sir, the commander requests you to come over. Commander? Why does that guy Andagu want to go over? Did he discover me right after I got here? Li Yang couldn't help but wonder. Although he was unsure why Andagu wanted him, Li Yang still decided to go. After Li Yang and T-7 left, everyone immediately rushed forward, surrounding Guang in the middle. Good, you kid, you took all the limelight. You're a traitor to your brothers for becoming the deputy squad leader. Although everyone was continuously denouncing Guang, it was mostly playful banter. On the other side, as soon as Li Yang entered the command room, he saw Andagu pacing back and forth around a person who was tightly bound. You're here, Li Yang. Captain? Hearing the noise behind him, Andagu turned around and saw the familiar face, instantly filled with shock. What? After all this time, you didn't recognize my identity? I thought you called me over because my disguise was exposed. Seeing Andagu's expression, Li Yang immediately understood that he had overthought it. Andagu hadn't discovered his true identity, and calling him over was likely for something important. Well, when I first saw the name on the list, I thought it was just a coincidence. Who would have thought you would personally come to take on this? Andagu's words were cut off by Li Yang. All right, there is no need to say more. I have my own plans. Why did you call me over this time? Oh, it's like this. This person was captured by our men at the edge of the forest, Andagu said, while pointing to the tightly bound individual. Indigenous? Hearing this, Li Yang turned his head to look. He saw that the bound person, although similar in appearance and shape to a human, had 2 horns on his head. Beast man? Or magical beast? Knowing a bit about the local civilization data, Liang only knew that both had animal traits, but he had no idea how to distinguish between the two. Bastards! I am Mogul, the third prince of the magical beast empire. Who are you? How dare you kill my people and kidnap me? Prepare to face the wrath of the magical beast empire. Mogul shouted angrily, his face full of rage. Mogul? I'm still a mushroom, but the third prince of the magical beast empire is indeed a big fish. Indegu, how did you capture him? Captain Liang, the situation is like this. Chapter 37, the first confrontation with the level 9 mage time rewinds to 2.5 hours ago. At the edge of the Adi forest, a group of people was leisurely making their way through the woods, none other than Mogu and his subordinates. Your Highness, please be extra cautious. Although I haven't sensed any dangerous auras, my intuition keeps warning me. This place is definitely not simple. The robed man, looking tense, hurriedly stepped forward to remind Mogu, who was striding confidently ahead. Oh, intuition, what good is that? Mogu scoffed dismissively, continuing to lead the group without a care. Why was he so arrogant? It was simply because he was the esteemed third prince of the Beast Empire, and his subordinates were powerful level 7 and level 8 warriors and mages. The robed man who had just warned him was even a level 9 Grand Mage. The strength of these capable subordinates gave Mogu the confidence to act so recklessly. Your Highness, there is something ahead. I smell blood. The robed man furrowed his brow, pointing in a direction, and one armored warrior immediately dashed toward where he indicated. Seeing this, Mogu also halted his hurried steps and quietly waited for his subordinate to ascertain the situation. After all, despite his arrogance, he understood that life is precious and should not be risked lightly. Shortly after, the warrior who had gone to investigate quickly returned. Your Highness, there are several corpses about 100 meters ahead, and the smell of blood is coming from there. There is currently no sign of any danger around. Oh, let's go take a look. Seeing that there was no danger, Mogu immediately quickened his pace and strode forward, with his subordinates closely following. As soon as Mogu stepped into the open area, he saw several mangled corpses lying on the ground, their faces filled with extreme terror. Seeing the scene, the robed man approached and carefully examined the bodies. Based on the wounds on the corpses, they had died from being pierced by some powerful force, and the force of the piercing was incredibly great. Saying this, the robed man picked up a severed hand from the ground, concentrating intently on it. From his observations, it was clear that this hand had been broken by an extremely powerful piercing force. What? Can you tell what caused this? Mogu walked over to the robed man, kicked one of the corpses with disdain, and asked, Your Highness, I found this. It should be the weapon that caused their deaths. The robed man dropped the severed hand and crouched down, straining to pull out a sharp object from the ground, about the size of a thumb. This object was none other than a Fire 12, 7mm bullet, but they had no idea what it was. This thing? So small? Mogu took the bullet from the robed man's hand and examined it closely, unable to understand how such a small object could kill. It looked like an arrowhead, but it had no shaft or fletching. From my observation, it is definitely this thing that killed them, but I'm also puzzled as to why there are no traces of battle aura or magical energy left at the scene. Just as the group was racking their brains over this, an armed helicopter was rapidly flying toward them from the sky. Report. The infrared radar shows that there are 6 targets moving in a small area 500 meters to the southeast. It's likely more intruding natives. Let us go see if we can capture them alive and contact ground units for support. Yes. After completing contact with the ground units, the armed helicopter unhesitatingly charged toward Mogu and his Group S location. Meanwhile, the robed man, still focused on his observations, suddenly straightened up and looked toward the sky. An unidentified object is rapidly approaching us from above. Everyone prepare, protect the prince. The robed man quickly called out, and everyone quickly surrounded Mogu tightly, their expressions serious as they looked up at the sky. One could only say that he was indeed a level 9 Grand Mage. While the Blue Star forces relied on infrared radar to search for targets, he could sense it just with his own perception. In less than a moment, an armed helicopter appeared right before their eyes. But to them, this unprecedented object was completely beyond their realm of understanding. What is that thing? How come I've never seen it before? Mogu looked at the armed helicopter in the sky, his face filled with confusion. As the esteemed third prince of the Beast Empire, he had seen almost everything in the world, yet this object was something he had never encountered. Whatever it is, let us shoot it down first. Fireball spell. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball the size of a basketball suddenly materialized from the robed man's hand and shot straight toward the armed helicopter. Danger! Get out of the way! The pilot's expression changed dramatically as the other side immediately attacked without hesitation, and he hurriedly fumbled to maneuver the helicopter to avoid the incoming fireball. Did we dodge it? Then let us try again. Saying this, the robed man quickly gathered another fireball in his hand, but this time it wasn't just one. Over 10 blazing fireballs surged toward the armed helicopter. Quick, lower the control stick, prepare for an emergency landing. The fireballs were too close. Even firing missiles to intercept them could easily cause explosive airflow and debris to affect the aircraft. Although the pilot reacted quickly and managed to control the helicopter to descend, it was still unfortunate that one of the fireballs struck the rotor, causing sparks to fly, and the entire armed helicopter lost balance, plummeting toward the ground. Fortunately, the height was not too great, and the helicopter successfully landed close to the ground without a violent explosion. The crew only sustained minor injuries, and there were no fatalities. Damn, these natives are even more troublesome than the ones we encountered before. Haven't the ground units arrived yet? The ground units are still about a kilometer away and are expected to arrive in a few minutes. Everyone, grab your weapons, form a defensive formation, and be ready to fire. Although the armed helicopter didn't explode completely, it couldn't fly, thus losing its combat capability, as missiles could not be fired. After the lead officer issued the order, the entire crew quickly sprang into action, raising their rifles and using the helicopter as solid cover, keeping a vigilant watch on the advancing robed man. Chapter 38: The Death of the Level 9 Mage and Elf. But there is no trace of elven aura. How strange. The robed man looked at the oddly dressed individuals with suspicion, unable to help but mutter to himself. The target has entered firing range. Fire. Before the robed man could continue his thoughts, the group unhesitatingly pulled the triggers of their weapons, a barrage of bullets raining down on him like a torrential downpour. What? Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the robed man couldn't react in time and was instantly pierced by a bullet. However, at the moment of injury, a radiant barrier suddenly appeared, successfully blocking the subsequent bullets that followed. Damn, is this the mysterious weapon? The attack speed is astonishingly fast. The robed man supported the barrier with one hand while gently touching his wound with the other. A soft green light flashed, and the bleeding wound instantly stopped, beginning to heal, with the punctured injury visibly regenerating at an incredible rate. Damn it! Shockwave spell. The robed man seethed with anger, waving his arm, and a powerful force surged from the ground, charging toward the crew members. Not good. This force was incredibly fast, and the crew had no time to react as the ground beneath them erupted violently, the powerful shockwave sending them flying in all directions. So fragile. Bang! Before the robed man could feel triumphant, a deafening explosion sounded, followed by an unidentified flying object hurtling toward him at high speed. Another sneak attack. Naive. Having learned from the previous encounter, the robed man sensed something coming his way and quickly summoned a more solid barrier with both hands. When the unidentified flying object collided violently with the barrier, boom! A massive explosion échoué. Looking toward the direction from which the object was coming, he saw a dark tank turret aimed directly at him. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the robed man was still trembling, standing in place, his robe now tattered and scorched. What the hell? A grenade can't kill me. Loader, switch to armor-piercing rounds. Isn't there a shield? Let's see if your shield can withstand my armor-piercing rounds. Under the command of the tank commander, the loader swiftly switched to armor-piercing rounds, ready to fire at any moment. Meanwhile, the robed man was in a dire situation. Having never anticipated such a powerful explosion from the weapon, and he was sneakily attacked by the opponent. Watching the dark cannon barrel aim mercilessly at him again, the robed man quickly waved his hands, and mysterious magic arrays appeared, surrounding him with a thicker and more massive barrier. Fire! Bang! With the command from the tank commander, an armor-piercing round shot out like lightning toward the robed man. Again? This time I am fully prepared. Mere explosive damage can't touch me. This barrier is specifically designed to absorb explosive force. Boom! The shell hit the barrier accurately, but unfortunately, this time the shell was not the previous grenade. It could withstand explosions, but could not stop penetration. At the moment the armor-piercing round made contact with the barrier, the long rod-shaped projectile tore through the so-called energy-absorbing barrier, striking the robed man inside. The robed man's entire body was instantly shredded by the immense kinetic energy, flesh flying everywhere, blood staining the ground. A level 9 mage met his untimely end in such a bewildering manner, and even in his last moments. He couldn't comprehend how a weapon relying on explosive power could pierce the barrier he prided himself on. On the other side, Magoo and his subordinates were already dumbfounded, unable to speak. This is a level 9 mage, just like that, gone? Magoo's voice trembled as he whispered in disbelief. And when he saw the cannon that had just effortlessly killed the mage slowly aim at him and his group, he panicked and shouted, "I'm the third prince of the Beast Empire. You can't kill me." Third prince? A big fish, cease fire. Hearing this, the tank commander quickly stopped the loader from preparing to fire again, then opened the tank hatch and nimbly climbed out. On the opposite side, immediately lower your weapons and lie down with your hands on your head. Otherwise, I will fire. The tank commander stood atop the tank, holding a loudspeaker, his voice booming like thunder as he shouted at Magoo and the others. The loader inside the tank also understood the command, aiming the cannon directly at Magoo, finger on the firing button, ready to shoot at any moment. Before Magoo could finish his sentence, another deafening roar of engines sounded as several tanks emerged from all directions, and the whirring of propellers filled the air once more. Lay down your weapons. Surrender. Facing these strange machines he had never seen before from all sides, Magoo was terrified to the extreme, his hands trembling as he quickly dropped his weapon and obediently lay down with his hands on his head. Seeing their master choose to surrender, his subordinates naturally followed suit, dropping their weapons and lying down with their hands on their heads. Noticing that Magoo and his group had laid down their weapons, a fully armed squad approached them cautiously. As they got closer to Magoo, the team members quickly acted, using various sturdy handcuffs and leg irons to secure him tightly, and his subordinates received the same treatment. "You're the so-called third prince?" The officer leading the support team approached Magoo, his expression stern and eyes sharp as he asked, "I am the third prince of the Beast Empire. You better let me go, or the wrath of the Beast Empire is something you cannot bear." Although he chose to surrender, Magoo still refused to back down verbally, attempting to exert pressure through his identity. Watching Magoo still boasting, the officer couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, "Now you're so arrogant, but just a moment ago, you didn't seem so tough. In the end, you were just afraid of death." "Who are these people?" The officer pointed at the group behind Magoo and asked. "They're my guards." "Guards? That's useless. All dealt with." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the officer finished speaking, before the guards could react, a barrage of bullets instantly penetrated their brains, and they all fell dead on the spot. Chapter 39 Action Departure. You have quite the guts. I've already given up resisting, and you still dare to kill my guards. Seeing all his subordinates killed, Mogul shouted in surprise and anger. "What are you shouting for? Shut your mouth and take him back." The soldiers did not hesitate to grab a piece of rag from the ground and roughly stuffed it into Mogul's mouth, not forgetting to wrap tape around it tightly. Report. All members of the B Group armed helicopter squad have perished. When the rescuers arrived at the scene, they immediately rushed to the location where the original crew was, but unfortunately, the powerful force of the 9th level mage was something ordinary people could not withstand, and not a single member of the helicopter squad survived. Report to headquarters. Give them the treatment they deserve for their sacrifices. Yes. After carefully cleaning up the battlefield and properly collecting the bodies of their comrades, the entire team escorted Mogul towards the camp in an orderly manner. So this guy was just captured like this. After listening to Andegu's detailed account, Liang turned his gaze back to the squatting Mogul, sizing him up. No matter how he looked at it, there was no sign of the so-called prince's demeanor. "Forget it. Since you caught him, you can handle it. Do your best to ask all the questions that can be asked. Yes, I will make him honestly clarify all the intelligence." Saying this, Daegu looked at Mogul with a meaningful smile, but that smile gave off a chilling feeling. By the way, how is the construction of the airport progressing? Most of the airports are still under construction and not yet completed, but now a small portion of the airports can be put into use. After all, it has only been about 2 days since the main force successfully landed, and it is already a considerable achievement that some airports can be used in such a short time. Has the combat time been determined? After a joint discussion in our meeting, it has been decided to officially launch a full-scale attack on the Beast Empire at midnight the day after tomorrow. Midnight the day after tomorrow? Li Yong silently calculated the time in his heart. It was now 3 p.m. There were only about 57 hours left until the attack commenced, so there should be enough time. All right, arrange a transport plane for me. I plan to lead my company to the target city in advance to set up an ambush. When you successfully breach the border city, I will create chaos in the city to buy more time for the troops. Yes, I will have someone arrange it right away. On the other side, Mogul listened dumbfounded to their conversation. Since the translation system of the smart brain was defaulted to be on, Mogul watched as the two discussed the plan to attack the Beast Empire without restraint. What are you talking about? Attack the Beast Empire? This is impossible, right? Mogul's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. The Beast Empire is one of the 5 great empires, with comprehensive strength ranking among the top 3 powerful empires. You can just say you will attack and act so casually about it. This is too absurd. To this, Li Yong merely glanced at Mogul indifferently and turned to leave without saying a word. However, Daegu had a meaningful smile on his face as he slowly squatted down and curiously touched the horns on Mogul's head. Are you surprised? Don't worry. There will be more surprises for you later. Someone, prepare the interrogation room and treat this prince well. Before Mogul could say anything more, a group of soldiers rushed in like wolves and tigers, grabbing Mogul and quickly walking him outside. Bastards, you are abusing me. This violates the Empire's treaty and will be met with joint sanction from the 5 great empires. As Mogul struggled to be taken out, he shouted hoarsely, TCH, and the Empire's treaty? We are preparing to attack your homeland. What treaty are we keeping? Moreover, we are not even from this planet. What nonsense treaty? I've never heard of it. Looking at Mogul being taken away, Daegu dug at his ears and muttered disdainfully. On the other side, back at the company, Li Yong immediately gathered all the soldiers without stopping, loudly ordering, gather your weapons and equipment immediately, prepare to depart, and execute the mission. Just after reporting, we are starting the mission directly. The soldiers whispered to each other, revealing a hint of surprise. Truly worthy of the Special Operations Company, it really is special. But I like it. Some soldiers excitedly expressed their feelings. Amidst the noise, 120 soldiers acted swiftly and soon were all ready to go, able to depart at any time. Follow me to the airport to board the plane. As for the specific combat mission, I will explain it in detail on the plane. Do you understand? Li Yong said with a firm gaze. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison. Saying this, Li Yong led the group towards the airport, and along the way, other soldiers looked at this fully armed and high-spirited team with curious expressions. What kind of troops are they? They look like they are about to go into battle. Someone couldn't help but whisper inquiringly. Hey, I know. Do you see that person in front? His name is Yi Guang. He is my comrade. He was urgently transferred to a secret company yesterday, and it should be this company. Wow, doesn't that mean they can go into combat now? So envious. The soldiers who volunteered to fight were all there to earn military merit and imperial citizenship. Everyone sincerely envied this team that could go into action early. As for death, they were not particularly afraid. After all, in war, someone always has to sacrifice. If they survive, they can become heroes, and if they unfortunately die in battle, their families will also receive generous treatment. Before long, Li Yong brought everyone to the airport, where a large transport plane stood quietly on the runway, like a giant beast ready to take off at any moment. Please show your identification. Seeing a crowd rushing towards the airport, the guards quickly stepped forward to stop them. Looking serious, Li Yong slowly took out his identification from his pocket and handed it to the guard. The identification is in order, sir. Please pass. After confirming there were no issues, the guards did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly moved aside the barricade. Chapter 40 discovered. After entering the airport, Li Yong immediately ordered Everyone, start boarding. Move quickly. The soldiers, well-trained, swiftly and orderly boarded the transport plane. Li Yong stood firmly to the side and only boarded the plane after everyone else had done so, at which point the hatch was tightly closed. Everyone checked their gear and fastened their seatbelts as the plane was about to take off, accompanied by the loud and deafening roar of the engines. The transport plane slowly started moving, gradually accelerating towards the vast sky. Inside the cabin, Li Yang's expression was serious as he began to explain the mission objectives. Comrades, there are just over 50 hours left until the main force officially begins the attack. Our objective this time is to arrive early and ambush within an important city of the Beast Empire, preparing for the subsequent attack by the main force. This is a challenging but crucial task. Does everyone have the confidence to complete it? Yes. The soldiers shouted in unison, their voices firm and powerful. Li Yong then handed out a more detailed mission brief to everyone, allowing them to better understand the process of this task. After explaining the mission objectives, Li Yong quietly sat in the cabin, closing his eyes. However, he was not sleeping. He was communicating with the intelligence brain, Pal. Pal, is everything normal on the fleet? Rest assured, Captain. Everything is normal except for some trivial minor issues. That's good. By the way, send a frigate to wait for my orders in space. Yes. Although this mission appeared relatively simple on the surface, it was still necessary to prepare for any eventualities, such as encountering powerful dangers like a level 9 mage or strong warriors. After all, the team was primarily equipped with conventional weapons and lacked heavy weaponry. As for T7, its main mission was just to protect itself, but it would certainly assist in necessary or urgent situations. During the flight, aside from Li Yong communicating with the intelligence brain, other soldiers were either silently checking their weapons repeatedly to ensure everything was perfect or resting with their eyes closed, adjusting their states to build strength for the upcoming battle. Beep, beep, beep. After an unknown amount of time, a clear alert sounded from the plane. We are about to arrive at the mission site. Please prepare for parachuting. All personnel, check your equipment and wear your masks in preparation for parachuting. We will assemble at the target location. The soldiers quickly and skillfully put on their masks, and as the hatch slowly opened, a blood-red sunset illuminated the cabin, reflecting on the soldiers' resolute faces. Prepare to jump. 3, 2, 1. Jump! As soon as the command was given, soldiers unhesitatingly leaped from the cabin, parachutes unfurling in the air as they floated towards the destination. Li Yong led the way, being the first to jump, skillfully adjusting his posture in the air while keenly observing the situation on the ground. Below was a vast and dense forest, and as he descended, Li Yong could see the intertwining branches of the trees more clearly. Finally, using his excellent skills, he landed steadily and quickly and orderly packed away his parachute. As other soldiers landed one after another, once everyone had assembled, Li Yong lowered his voice and commanded, "Check the number of personnel and equipment. Maintain communication silence, and proceed according to the planned route." After confirming that no one was missing, the group, like ghosts, quietly advanced towards the city of the Beast Empire according to the plan. It was unclear whether it was due to the approaching evening, the dim light, or the city's inherently weak defenses, but Li Yong and his group managed to sneak up to the city wall without being detected. Drone. Upon reaching the city wall, Li Yong looked up at the towering structure and waved to signal the soldiers behind him. A soldier quickly approached Li Yong, pulling a small box from his backpack, and upon opening it, a palm-sized, exquisite drone appeared. "Go check if there are any guards up there," Li Yong instructed in a low voice. "Yes." The soldier focused intently on operating the drone, which soon flew up to the top of the city wall. After carefully inspecting with the camera and confirming that no guards were present, the soldier controlled the drone to scan the surroundings again, ensuring there was 100% no danger before carefully retrieving the drone. "What is the situation?" "Li Yong Asked Eagerli. Report, squad leader. No guards detected." "Good. Prepare the grappling hooks." Li Yong waved again, signaling another team of soldiers who quickly took out their pneumatic grappling hook launchers, aimed at the top of the wall, and decisively pulled the trigger. With a few soft firing sounds, the grappling hooks successfully latched onto the edge of the wall. After testing the strength to ensure it wouldn't loosen, the soldiers nodded solemnly at Li Yong. Everyone, climb the wall as fast as possible, Li Yang urged in a low voice. Upon hearing this, everyone tightly grasped the ropes, using both hands and feet to quickly ascend the wall. In just over 10 minutes, everyone successfully reached the top. Li Yang carefully gestured for everyone to remain quiet. Then, he stealthily leaned over the wall to look inside, only to find it equally unguarded below. Seeing this, Li Yang hurriedly signaled for everyone to throw down the rope, and they quickly descended one by one. "Who are you?" Just as they descended, a plainly dressed, beautiful woman suddenly appeared, her face filled with terror as she looked at Li Yang and his group. After all, anyone would be frightened to suddenly see a bunch of strange beings they had never encountered before at this dusk-like hour. The reason for calling them strange beings was that everyone was wearing special equipment, which appeared extremely bizarre to these natives. Damn it, clearly the guards didn't notice. But she did. Li Yang felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind, but he quickly composed himself, promptly removing his mask, forcing a smile, and slowly approaching the woman. "Don't be afraid. We're the guard team of the Beast Empire, just conducting routine training." Li Yang tried to make his voice sound gentle, his eyes conveying a reassuring meaning, while slowly inching closer to the woman. Chapter 41. Gathering information. Looking at Li Yang's handsome face and his kind smile, the woman's tense nerves relaxed slightly, and she secretly let out a sigh of relief. "You scared me. I thought you were bad people. By the way, you..." Before the woman's words could finish, Li Yang had quickly stepped in front of her. With a swift motion, he pulled out a sharp dagger from his sleeve and without hesitation plunged it deep into the woman's throat, while simultaneously covering her mouth tightly with his other hand. At the moment the dagger pierced, the woman's blood vessels and trachea were instantly severed. She tried desperately to say something, but the rupture of her trachea prevented any sound from escaping her lips, and blood mixed with bubbles gushed out from the rupture of her throat. "Take a deep breath. Deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for seeing what you shouldn't have." Li Yang whispered calmly in the woman's ear, his tone devoid of any emotion. In just a moment, the woman had completely lost her breath, yet her face remained contorted in extreme terror, her eyes wide open in a look of unyielding death. Those who witnessed the scene behind him were equally shocked. Although they had killed on the battlefield, they could hardly imagine such a swift and decisive assassination. It could only be said that they might not be able to accomplish it themselves. After all, from the moment the woman discovered them to her demise, it had only taken about a minute. "All right, clean up the scene. Disguise it as a scene of a thug killing. Understand?" Li Yang's voice broke the stunned silence. "Yes." The others, coming back to their senses, hurriedly began to clean up the scene. In no time, the entire area was disguised. "Follow me, let's move on," Li Yang ordered in a low voice, leading everyone forward. With the comprehensive scanning from the spacecraft's escort ship, a detailed map of the entire city was presented clearly before Li Yang's eyes through the smart brain. With the guidance of the smart brain, the group weaved through the city, finally arriving outside a seemingly abandoned and dilapidated church. "This is it. Everyone, be cautious and investigate the building. If you encounter anyone, take action immediately. Leave no witnesses," Li Yang commanded seriously in a low voice. "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, raising their weapons and cautiously entering the church, meticulously checking every corner inside. Finding no one, they reported safe. Seeing that this place showed no signs of anyone having been there, Li Yang decisively decided to use it as a temporary base. "Send a small team to keep watch and scout. The rest of you rest here." "Yes." After a long flight, parachuting, climbing walls, and other series of high-intensity actions, everyone was exhausted and gasping for breath. When they heard they could rest, they quickly sat down on the ground, relieved. "Higuang, come here." Before Higuang could sit down, Li Yang called him over. "Company Commander, what is your command?" Higuang jogged over and asked. "Now that it's dark, are you interested in going out with me to gather some information?" "Ah." Upon hearing this, Higuang's face showed reluctance. "What? Are you tired? You're the deputy company commander. You need to lead by example." "It's decided. You'll come with me." With so many people, it was clearly impossible to act all together. After thinking it over, Li Yang decided that just one person would be enough to accompany him. As for why he chose Higuang, there was no other option. The other soldiers didn't even know each other's names. And besides, He Guang was personally selected as the deputy company commander. Who else could he choose? Before He Guang could refuse, Li Yong cut him off with a single sentence. Company commander, what are you doing? After following Li Yong outside, He Guang looked on in confusion as Li Yong stealthily slipped through a window into an ordinary residence. What do you think? Of course, it's to prepare for our upcoming disguise. Are we going to attract everyone's attention on the street in these conspicuous special forces outfits? Stop talking and hurry up. In no time, Li Yong emerged agilely and tossed a set of clothes to He Guang. After changing clothes and properly hiding their gear, the two walked boldly and casually onto the street. Company commander, where are we going? On the way, He Guang quietly leaned closer to Li Yong and asked in a low voice, let us see where there's a tavern. We're going to tavern. A tavern? Are we going to drink? At this, He Guang's eyes lit up with excitement. Drink my foot. The tavern is filled with all sorts of people. The information is the most reliable there. Of course, we're going to gather intelligence. By the way, how did you even pass the selection to join the special forces with this kind of thinking? Li Yong glanced sideways at He Guang, helplessly rubbing his forehead, secretly regretting his choice. If he had known, he would not have picked this guy as the deputy company commander. He had seemed clever before, but now he appeared utterly foolish. I got in once I passed the selection. He Guang scratched his head awkwardly. Before long, the two found tavern. Just as Li Yong was about to step inside, He Guang reached out to stop him. What now? Li Yong frowned, sleekly impatient. Company commander, do we have money on us? Even if we're just going in to gather information, we can't go in empty-handed, right? Otherwise, they'll definitely kick us out. I have to say, at this moment, He Guang's brain finally started working again. However, Li Yong had already thought of a solution. He calmly pulled out a pile of currency from his pocket. At least you're a bit smart. Don't worry, while I borrowed clothes, I also borrowed some money. Looking at Li Yang's cheerful expression, He Guang couldn't bring himself to expose him. This wasn't borrowing, it was clearly stealing. He Guang muttered inwardly. But since he was the company commander, He Guang didn't dare say much and obediently followed Li Yong into the tavern. As soon as they entered, they saw all sorts of adventurer teams gathered around tables, noisy and bustling. Bartender, 2 drinks, please. Li Yang shouted loudly. Sure, please wait a moment. The bartender replied. The drinks were quickly served. The two sipped their drinks while pricking up their ears to listen to the conversations nearby. I heard that Duke Rabbit is now offering a high price for one of his offspring. If we can find him, we could strike it rich. Don't daydream. I heard he has been missing for more than half a month. His body probably doesn't even know where it is. Listening to the discussions around him, Li Yong fell into deep thought. Duke Rabbit's son. Could it be that unfortunate guy caught on the first day by the advance team? However, this information didn't seem very useful. They couldn't just sit here. They had to take the initiative. Chapter 42. Duke Rabbit. Li Yong stood up, bought another drink, and walked over to one of the adventurer teams. With the help of alcohol, he managed to gather some different information, but unfortunately, it was still not very useful. Undeterred, Li Yong continued to mingle in the tavern, seeking information. Because he was generous with his spending, everyone was eager to befriend him. After all, who wouldn't like someone who treats others to drinks generously? After quite a while of hustling, Li Yong finally managed to obtain some useful intelligence. The city lord would host an event the day after tomorrow morning. Although he didn't know what the event was, since the city lord was personally involved, it must be of considerable scale, providing a perfect opportunity to incite chaos. However, the attack was scheduled for midnight, so he needed to communicate with Andegu to see if they could move the attack time forward. Stop drinking. Let us go after gathering the information. Li Yong patted He Guang on the shoulder, sighing inwardly. To be honest, he was regretting bringing He Guang along. He had been the one doing all the work, while He Guang seemed more like the commanding officer, and he had become the soldier. Are we done? Let me secretly tell you, Commander. I just found out some information, He Guang said with a mysterious look. Oh, go ahead, Li Yong responded casually. It seems that Duke Rabbit has already arrived at the border city to investigate the disappearance of his offspring. Upon hearing this, Li Yong looked at He Guang thoughtfully. Well, it seems he wasn't entirely useless. Although this information wasn't crucial, at least he was contributing. After returning to the temporary base, Li Yong immediately initiated communication with Andegu through the intelligence network. Captain Li Yong, do you need assistance? Andegu, who was far away, quickly connected the call, his heart racing, fearing that Li Yong had encountered some kind of accident. No, I've gathered some good intelligence. The so-called City Lord will hold an event the day after tomorrow morning. We can create chaos then to draw most of the attention, so change the attack time on your side to the morning. Is that a problem? Upon hearing this, Andegu quickly responded that there was no problem. After all, the initial timing for the night was just to consider that it would be easier to act in the dark. In reality, acting during the day wouldn't make much difference. On the contrary, that so-called event was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that couldn't be missed. All right, it's settled then. You will launch a full-scale attack the day after tomorrow morning, and I will do my best to provide cover for you. Yes. On the other side, in the border city, inside the City Lord's mansion, a man, almost grotesquely overweight and dressed in extremely luxurious clothing, sat angrily in the main seat, yelling at those below him. Bastards, my son went missing in your damn place, and you dare tell me you don't know? This man was Duke Rabic, who had traveled a long way to the border city due to the disappearance of his offspring. Although he had more than one child, this was a matter of how many children he had. It was about Duke Rabic's face and dignity. After all, someone dared to harm his child, which was undoubtedly a blatant slap in the face to him, a gross insult to his authority as a Duke of the Empire. I'm sorry, my Lord Duke, but I truly do not know where your offspring has gone. The person below, trembling and looking humble, was the City Lord of this border city. Although being a City Lord seemed impressive, to a powerful Duke, it was merely a position that could be replaced at any time. Don't know? Then hurry up and find out. My son was last seen here. I want him alive or dead. If you can't find him, then you can disappear with him. Duke Rabic didn't care about the consequences. This matter had to have someone to bear his furious wrath, or else where would his dignity as a Duke be? I only give you 3 days. If you can't find him in 3 days, you should know the consequences, Without waiting for the City Lord to say anything else, Rabic stormed out of the City Lord's mansion with his subordinates. Damn it, this is simply too much. Your son runs around and goes missing, and you expect me to take the blame? This is absurd. The City Lord gritted his teeth in anger, his chest heaving violently. However, despite his anger, he knew he had to find the person. Otherwise, his own life might truly be at risk. Wait, the Audi Forest. Perhaps he went missing there. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit the City Lord as he recalled that there had been a series of disappearances in the Audi Forest recently. Perhaps the Duke's son had encountered misfortune there. Get a team of guards ready. We're going to the Audi Forest. Without hesitation, the City Lord sprang into action. Duke Rabic's time limit was only 3 days, and time was of the essence. The City Lord quickly gathered the guard team and rushed towards the Audi Forest. At the outskirts of the Audi Forest, the City Lord led the guard team after a night of exhausting travel and finally arrived at their destination. Further ahead was the entrance to the depths of the Audi Forest, where all the strange rumors originated. My lord, continuing forward means we're completely entering the Audi Forest. One of the guards hesitated, stammering. What is wrong? Are you afraid of those baseless rumors? We are all at level 7. Even if we encounter a level 9 beast, we can escape safely. The City Lord glanced disdainfully at the guard. After all, he didn't believe in such unfounded rumors. He had been a City Lord for many years and knew precisely what kind of beast resided in the Audi Forest. Perhaps they had just coincidentally encountered a level 9 beast, but as for the rumored demonic god, that was simply ridiculous, an absurd joke. Chapter 43. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Little did they know that as they approached the outskirts of the Audi Forest, a pair of hidden eyes were already watching them closely from the shadows. Report to headquarters, this is the outer team. We have discovered a group of indigenous people, and the one in charge is dressed lavishly. It feels like we've caught a big fish. Please advise, headquarters. Big fish? Then find a way to capture him alive and bring him back to the camp. The tank and armed helicopter units are currently racing towards your direction. Received. Just as the Lord and his party cautiously stepped into the Audi Forest, soldiers who had long been lying in ambush surged out from all directions like a tide, raising their guns without hesitation and aiming them at them. Who are you? Seeing this situation, the Lord was both shocked and angry, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Don't worry about who we are. Put down your weapons immediately and dismount to surrender." Just as the soldier finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed around them, and tanks came rumbling in, their dark cannon barrels slowly turning towards them, like a gaze of death, mercilessly aimed at them. The horses beneath the Lord and his party were startled by the powerful roar of the tank engines, whinnying and jumping around in chaos, causing them to tumble off their mounts in confusion. "Damn, what kind of monster is that?" Looking at the enormous steel beast, the Lord's face turned pale, but he still slowly raised his sword. Even though his group was already surrounded, as a level 7 warrior, his dignity would not allow him to surrender so easily. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out suddenly, and the Lord's sword was instantly knocked away, shattering into 2 pieces that fell to the ground. If you resist stubbornly and refuse to surrender, next time the target won't be your weapon, but you. Seeing how easily his sword was shattered by the unknown weapon in the soldier's hand, the Lord couldn't help but look fearfully at the tank's cannon, and he swallowed hard in fear. "I surrender." Before the soldier could continue to persuade him to surrender, the Lord hurriedly knelt on the ground, raising both hands high to indicate his willingness to surrender. His guards, seeing the Lord surrender so decisively, also dared not hesitate any longer, quickly throwing down their weapons and kneeling obediently, raising their hands in fear of meeting the same fate as the broken sword. The kneeling Lord kept justifying himself in his heart. "This isn't my fault. The enemy is too powerful, and this is my only option. As long as I'm alive, there is hope." Seeing the Lord and his party surrender, the soldiers quickly moved in, skillfully putting handcuffs and leg irons on them, and then escorted them back to the camp. In the interrogation room. Name? Sigri. Gender? Huh. Sigri looked at the soldier in front of him with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Are you serious? Just answer my question." Male. Identity? Lord of the border city of the Beast Empire. Upon hearing Sigri's words, the interrogating soldier suddenly stood up, a look of astonishment on his face, and asked again, "Say that again. What is your identity?" "I'm the Lord of the border city of the Beast Empire." "Is there a problem?" Seeing Sigri reaffirm his identity as Lord, the soldier didn't bother with him any longer and hurriedly turned to leave the interrogation room. Before long, Andegu strode into the interrogation room, his sharp gaze sizing up Sigri from head to toe. "Are you really the Lord of the border city?" "Yes, why? Do you know me?" Sigri frowned and asked back. Seeing that he was indeed the Lord of the border city, Andegu couldn't help but break into a radiant smile, secretly pleased. He hadn't expected this big fish to be such a catch, and it was almost effortless. "I don't know you, but I believe we will get to know each other very soon. Now, you have 2 choices. One is to pledge allegiance to us and wholeheartedly help us attack the Beast Empire, and the other, I don't need to say more, do I?" Andegu crossed his arms, his expression serious. "What? Attack the Beast Empire? Are you crazy?" Sigri's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't believe in our strength? Bring in that prince." Andegu clapped his hands, and as soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers brought in the unconscious Magoo into the interrogation room. "This is the 3rd prince?" Seeing the identity of the person who came, Sigri was filled with surprise, not only because of the 3rd prince's noble status, but also due to the shocking wounds on his body. The 3rd prince of the Beast Empire was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. Now he was covered in injuries, with one of his 2 horns broken, looking utterly pitiful. "Yes, he is also a big fish we caught. It took us considerable effort to get information about the Beast Empire from him. So, do you want to give it a try?" Andegu bent down and gently patted Sigri's face, a meaningful smile on his face as he asked in a soft tone. But to Sigri, this person was simply a devil, treating even the 3rd prince of the Beast Empire so cruelly. It seemed that their intention to attack the Beast Empire was indeed genuine. I am willing to pledge allegiance. Please spare my life." Sigri frowned and thought for a while, ultimately gritting his teeth and deciding to surrender to Andegu. If he thought about it carefully, he was already being threatened by Duke Rabik. If he couldn't return with the body of the Duke's heir, it would undoubtedly mean death for him. As for revealing the truth, even he had only dared to believe the facts after witnessing the 3rd prince's tragic state. With Duke Rabik's arrogant personality, he would probably think he was just fabricating stories. Since returning would mean certain death, it would be better to join them. Perhaps they could truly succeed in defeating the Beast Empire. And then, as the first to pledge allegiance, his status would surely be much higher than it is now. Seeing Sigri willing to pledge allegiance, Andegu immediately smiled and helped Sigri to his feet. Ha! Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. Mr. Sigri, you made a wise choice. Come, quickly unlock our friend's handcuffs. This sudden 180-degree turn in attitude surprised Sigri a bit. Wasn't he afraid that he might suddenly betray them? But thinking about it, the other party had the confidence and courage to attack the Beast Empire, so they must have absolute faith in their own strength. Even if he were to betray them, it probably wouldn't pose any real threat to them. Now that I have pledged allegiance, what do you want me to do? Come, let's south change to another place to discuss this in detail. Saying this, without giving Sigri any chance to object, Andegu firmly pulled him along and strode towards his command room. Chapter 44. The day before the full-scale offensive, you're launching the attack tomorrow morning? That is too soon, isn't it? After arriving at the command room, Andegu unreservedly revealed the operation time to Sigri. Upon hearing this, Sigri was filled with disbelief, nearly jumping up in shock. He thought it would take several more days. Never expecting it to be tomorrow. Is it too fast? Our people have been lurking here for over half a month, but you just happened to be captured by us today and chose to surrender. Andegu crossed his arms and said calmly. Hearing this, Sigri suddenly realized why there had been a series of disappearances in the Adi forest during this time. It turned out they were behind it all. Thinking of this, Sigri couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat that kept appearing on his forehead, secretly relieved. Fortunately, I surrendered today. If I hadn't come to the Adi forest, I might have lost my life when they launched their attack tomorrow. I see. You want to use me to quickly capture the border city, right? Sigri asked tentatively. Exactly. Otherwise I wouldn't have kept you. You should know that everyone we previously captured was executed. Andegu nodded, his gaze sharp as he looked at Sigri. Of course, besides quickly capturing the border city, the most important thing is to allow the vanguard to reach the target city faster. But this confidential information will not be disclosed to Sigri for now. Although I am the city lord, half of the garrison in the city are not my direct subordinates. And now, there is also Duke Rabbik in the city, who has brought over 100 people. Sigri's expression became serious as he began to describe the defense situation in the border city in detail. The border garrison has more than 5,000 men, half of whom are from influential families in the city, making it impossible for Sigri to take command. In terms of combat strength, most of the garrison's power is only at levels 3 and 4, with only one level 8 mage. But that level 8 mage is also from an influential family. At the same time, there's also a level 8 mage under Duke Rabbik. So excluding your men, there are over 2,000 garrison troops, plus those 2 level 8 mages. After listening to Sigri's description, Andegu frowned, falling into deep thought. The 2,000 garrison troops are not particularly intimidating. In the face of the overwhelming force of advanced technology, they are as insignificant as ants, easily crushable. However, those 2 level 8 mages are a bit tricky. It's not that they can't be defeated. After all, wasn't he a level 9 mage also blown to pieces by a tank shell? The fear is that they might delay the progress of the vanguard. After all, this operation is crucial, and even a 1-hour delay or even a 1-minute delay could lead to changes in the entire plan. After a moment, Andegu finally thought of a countermeasure to take advantage of the current situation and eliminate these obstacles to pave the way for tomorrow's attack. In that case, I'll arrange for a company to follow you back right now, and your task is to eliminate all unstable factors with our assistance before tomorrow. A company? How many people are there? Do you have one of those big guys with a long barrel? Upon hearing Andegu's plan, Sigri's expression turned tense as he eagerly asked. As for their strength, Sigri didn't doubt it. After all, it was known that there must be level 9 experts among the third prince's subordinates, and they managed to capture the third prince alive. So it was likely that level 9 experts also fell into their hands. A company has about 100 people, and as for what you call a tank, there won't be any this time. Sigri couldn't help but exclaim. But don't worry, besides tanks, we have other powerful heavy weapons. A mere level 8 mage is completely beneath our notice. Saying this, Andega laughed heartily and patted Sigri on the shoulder, not out of blind arrogance, but out of strong confidence in their own strength. Upon hearing this, Sigri had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree to Andega's plan. Thus, the team that originally had only 20 or 30 people now returned with over 100. Sigri and his guards were filled with anxiety as they sat in the armored vehicle. After all, the entire Beastman Empire was about to undergo a tremendous change tomorrow, and it was absolutely impossible not to feel nervous. As for the guards, after hearing that their lord had directly surrendered, they were also astonished, but after thinking it over, they too surrendered in line, as their lives were the most important. They had personally witnessed the powerful might of those strange weapons. With the armored vehicle running at full power, the group rushed back to the border city in less than half a day. Halt! What are you doing? The guards at the city gate, seeing several strange large vehicles approaching them, panicked and quickly shouted, "It's me. Open the city gate quickly." Seeing this, Sigri jumped down from the armored vehicle. Seeing that it was the city lord, the guards didn't dare to delay and hurriedly opened the city gate to let them through. What is that? The city lord actually crawled out from inside. Who knows? Maybe it's some strange magical puppet created by the mages in an extremely luxurious residence. Duke Rabbik was comfortably sitting in a soft chair, enjoying the feeding of a beautiful woman. "My lord, City Lord Sigri has returned." One subordinate hurriedly reported. "Returned? So soon? Didn't he just rush to the Audi Forest last night? Could it be that he found a clue about my son so quickly?" Hearing the report from his subordinate, Rabbik was first taken aback, then roughly pushed away the beauty in his arms, stood up, tidied his clothes, and prepared to personally go to the city lord's mansion. He wanted to see if Sigri had really found a clue about his son. On the other side, as soon as Sigri returned to the city lord's mansion, he and T even settled down before receiving news that Duke Rabbik was angrily heading to his mansion. "Good. Let us take you as the first target." Just thinking about Duke Rabbik's previous bad attitude towards him made Sigri grind his teeth in hatred. Chapter 45: The Downfall of Duke Rabbik. Everyone, I'm sorry to trouble you, but Duke Rabbik is on his way here. I hope you can help when the time comes. Sigri said sincerely to the soldiers of the squad. "Don't worry, leave it to us. If that 8th level mage is here, you just..." The squad leader leaned in close to Sigri's ear and quietly explained his plan. All right, please rest assured, I will handle it well." Sigri nodded repeatedly, his eyes revealing determination. After arranging the plan, the soldiers quickly got into action, each picking up their weapons and stealthily ambushing in various corners of the Lord's mansion, waiting quietly for the arrival of Duke Rabbik. Before long, Duke Rabbik arrived at the Lord's mansion with a group of people, looking aggressive. "Your Grace, you're making such a big fuss and bringing so many people. Is there something urgent?" Sigri approached quickly with a flattering smile on his face. No more nonsense. I heard you went to the Audi Forest to investigate the whereabouts of my son. You're back so soon. You must have found a trace of him, right?" Duke Rabbik said with a stern expression. "You are right. I did find a trace of your son in the Audi Forest." Upon hearing this, Duke Rabbik was somewhat surprised. He really found a clue about his son. After all, for Duke Rabbik, he initially just wanted to push Sigri out as a scapegoat to vent his anger. But if he could truly find his son, then the identity of the scapegoat could be erased. "Really? Then where's my son?" Duke Rabbik asked eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Sorry, Your Grace. I didn't find your son, but I found this." As he spoke, Sigri raised his hand and pointed to a nearby armored vehicle. Looking in the direction Sigri was pointing, Duke Rabbik noticed a strange, never-before-seen large object placed on the empty ground. "What is this thing?" Duke Rabbik approached the armored vehicle curiously, touching it here and there. "Your Grace, this is what I found in the Audi Forest. Since I've never seen anything like it, I suspect it might be related to your son's disappearance, so I went through a lot of trouble to bring it back." Sigri explained cautiously from his side. "It is indeed a curious object. Could it be some kind of new magical puppet?" Duke Rabbik frowned and muttered to himself. "My lord, why not let your 8th level mage take a look? Perhaps he can discern something." Seeing that Duke Rabbik was still puzzled after observing for a long time, Sigri subtly suggested. Duke Rabbik glanced at Sigri, thought for a moment, and then waved his hand, summoning his 8th level mage to come forward and examine it. There is no magical aura, but the hardness of this is far greater than most metals on the market. As soon as the 8th level mage arrived, He waved his hand to cast a magic circle, enveloping the entire armored vehicle. Strange, I sense a life force inside, and not just one. How peculiar? Upon hearing this, Sigri and the soldiers inside the armored vehicle instinctively held their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing they might inadvertently expose themselves. My lord, perhaps the pipe on top can see what's inside. Sigri quickly jogged to the 8th level mage and pointed at the armored vehicle. A pipe? Following Sigri's gaze, the 8th level mage finally noticed a long, thin pipe on top of the large object. What's inside? The 8th level mage gently waved his sleeve, and his whole body floated gracefully towards the pipe. Completely unaware of any impending danger, the 8th level mage leaned his face close to the pipe. Good opportunity. Now fire. With a command from the squad leader who had been observing from outside. Before the 8th level mage could react, the 30mm machine gun on top of the armored vehicle instantly unleashed a torrent of fire, and in the blink of an eye, the 8th level mage's entire head was blown to smithereens by this terrifying force. Without the support of his head, his entire body fell straight down from the air, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What happened? Seeing this horrifying scene, Duke Rabbik was taken aback, anxiously looking at Sigri, trying to get an answer from him. Attack! Seeing that the most threatening 8th level mage was dead, Sigri decisively shouted. The soldiers lying in ambush around them suddenly charged out like tigers leaping from the mountains. Without even giving Duke Rabbik a chance to speak, they all pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The continuous gunfire erupted, deafening. In just a short moment, the entire scene was filled with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. With only Sigri and the soldiers still standing, everyone Duke Rabbik had brought was lying in pools of blood, with no one spared. As for Duke Rabbik, he still had a breath left, not completely dead yet. One could only say that he was indeed tough to kill. Watching Sigri slowly walk towards him, Duke Rabbik's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected to fall at the hands of this small lord whom he had always looked down upon. Your Grace, please rest in peace. Looking at the still, gasping, barely alive Duke Rabbik, Sigri bent down to pick up the long knife on the ground, raised it high, and aimed for Rabbik's neck. With a swift motion, the knife fell, and Duke Rabbik's head was severed, completely lifeless. Let's go, everyone. There's just the garrison left to deal with. Chapter 46. The Cleansing of the Border City after dealing with Duke Rabbik. Sigri did not dare to delay, for even a moment, and quickly summoned the guards in the city to the spacious square in the center. It was almost dark. Why was the Lord in such a hurry to gather us? Who knows? After spending almost half an hour, he finally gathered all the guards in the city one by one in the square. What are those things? Some guards looked at the armored vehicles parked at the edge of the square, filled with confusion, and couldn't help but whisper. Everyone, I called you here for a not-so-serious matter. I just want to ask, are you willing to wholeheartedly follow me? Sigri said loudly from the elevated platform. Hearing Sigri's baffling question, everyone looked confused and began to whisper among themselves, wondering what it meant to follow him. Before they could ponder further, Sigri spoke again. If you are willing to follow me wholeheartedly, stand on the left side of the square. If not, just stand still. What is this? What does he mean by willing or unwilling? Has the Lord lost his mind? The crowd still didn't react, and no one started to move. In the last minute, those who were willing to follow me go to the left. Although they didn't know what Sigri was up to, those who genuinely wanted to follow him slowly began to move out of the crowd and stood on the left side of the square. 3, 2, 1. Okay, time's up. It seems I'm quite a failure as a lord, haha. Seeing that only a third of the people stood on the left, willing to follow him while the rest remained motionless, Sigri couldn't help but mock himself, a bitter smile on his face. He had previously told Andegu that half of the people were on his side, but it turned out there weren't even half. It was truly laughable. Hey, Sigri, what exactly do you want to do? A level 8 mage at the front of the crowd pointed at Sigri and shouted loudly. He was not afraid of Sigri's status as a lord. After all, he was a noble level 8 mage, while Sigri was merely a level 7 guy. Everyone, please take action. As soon as Sigri's words fell, before the crowd could react to what he meant, the soldiers waiting by the side of the square immediately picked up their weapons and decisively pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 Various types of bullets flew towards the crowd like a torrential rain, and the guards had no time to react before being hit by the bullets. The level 8 mage was particularly targeted, bombarded continuously by the 30mm cannon of the armored vehicle. Bastard! Sigri, are you trying to rebel? After the soldier's storm-like attack, only the level 8 mage remained standing alone in the square, covered in wounds, one hand struggling to support a magical barrier, glaring at Sigri and shouting loudly. Indeed, under direct attack, ordinary firepower could do nothing against these high-level mages. Seeing that the level 8 mage was only injured, the squad leader couldn't help but sigh helplessly, frowning. It seemed they would need to use heavy weapons to break through their barriers. No worries, just leave it to me. Sigri unsheathed his dagger without hesitation and walked steadily towards the level 8 mage. This dagger was certainly a new one taken from the Lord's mansion, as his previous weapon had already been shattered in the earlier battle. I don't know what kind of weapons you have, but I'm a level 8 mage. Weapons of this power cannot kill me. As he watched Sigri approach step by step, the level 8 mage quickly lowered his magical barrier and rapidly unfolded another magic array with both hands. Fire burst. A powerful flame appeared instantly in front of the level 8 mage. He raised the blazing fire and fiercely hurled it towards Sigri, a mere level 7 warrior. I don't take him seriously at all. The gap between levels is not trivial. Even 10 level 7s would not pose a threat to me. As the level 8 mage charged towards him, Sigri remained calm and motionless. Just when the distance between them was only a few meters, suddenly, Sigri swiftly pulled out a shotgun from behind and aimed at him. Bang! Sigri decisively pulled the trigger, and a number 12 slug shot out from the barrel. The level 8 mage, unable to react in time to summon his barrier again, was directly hit by the powerful slug, which instantly pierced through his chest. What? Before he could finish his sentence, the level 8 mage's eyes widened, and he died completely, never expecting that Sigri possessed such a mysterious and strange weapon. A moment of carelessness and blind confidence cost him his life. Had he been cautious and kept his barrier up, he wouldn't have met such an end. Unfortunately, there are no regrets in this world, and a level 8 mage thus died filled with regret. Wow, this thing is really useful. Sigri blew on the shotgun barrel, genuinely amazed. Although he had killed the level 8 mage using this unexpected method, he had to admit that the power of these weapons was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the group of guards who had been watching in shock were now so scared that they couldn't stand, collapsing to the ground. Who would have thought that within just a few minutes, the entire square had turned into a hellish scene, with limbs and blood everywhere, and even the powerful level 8 mage had perished at Sigri's hands. Don't worry, since you are loyal to me, I certainly won't take your lives. Upon hearing Sigri say this, the remaining guards nervously stood up, hurriedly expressing their loyalty to Sigri. Enough with the unnecessary words. Now is the time to show your loyalty. Please give us orders, Lord. We will do our utmost to fulfill them. The guards nodded repeatedly, vowing to comply without hesitation to any requests. It's simple. Just go and eliminate all the prominent families in the city. Don't worry, they will assist you. Sigri pointed to the soldiers by the side of the square. Looking at those soldiers, the guards couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with fear. After all, the terrifying weapons that could take lives in an instant had just been fired from their hands, under the joint purge of the guards and the soldiers. None of the prominent families in the border city were spared. All were slaughtered mercilessly. Not a single person was left alive. Even the pets were killed. Worms were dug up and split in half, and eggs were smashed. In such a short time, the entire border city was completely under Sigri's control. After receiving this surprising news, Andegu, far away in the camp, was thrilled and quickly gathered his troops, setting off overnight towards the border city without delay. Originally, he had planned to gradually weaken the border city's defenses for a more convenient attack the next morning, but unexpectedly, Sigri had exceeded expectations and had already taken down the entire border city ahead of time. Since the situation was so favorable, why wait? The troops would directly station in the border city and set off at dawn the next morning toward the target city where Captain Liang was located. After Liang received the news from Andegu, he was also taken aback and pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect to easily occupy the border city without alarming the Beast Empire. However, This was even better, as it would significantly shorten the time for the advanced troops to arrive here tomorrow. Chapter 47. The tank drives through the wheat field the next day. Just as dawn broke, the vanguard troops, already primed and ready, couldn't wait any longer and rev their engines, charging out of the border city with great momentum, launching a rapid attack straight towards the target city. With tanks and armored vehicles as the vanguard, and armed helicopters providing powerful fire support from the air, the entire unit was unstoppable, plowing through the terrain. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the target city, Li Yang and his group had also begun their operations early, taking advantage of the fact that the residents were still in sweet slumber. Li Yang led his squad of soldiers to quietly and orderly install bombs in various corners of the city. Squad leader, we have successfully set up C4 explosives around the buildings surrounding the central square, one soldier reported. The sky was nearly completely bright now, but fortunately, all the bombs had been installed, and now they just needed to patiently wait for the so-called event to begin. During the time spent setting the bombs, Liang also received a message from Andagu that the vanguard troops had already begun their advance and were speeding towards their position, expected to arrive in about 8 hours. After all, there were no smooth roads on this planet, and the speed of the tanks was difficult to increase. Additionally, they would need to detour around other cities along the way, so 8 hours was already a pretty extreme time frame. Comrades, I just received news from headquarters that the vanguard troops have set out and are expected to arrive in 8 hours. Our task is to fully disrupt the garrison in the city within these 8 hours, preventing them from focusing on defending the city gates. Can we do it? Rest assured, squad leader, we guarantee to complete the mission. Over an hour later, the residents of the city began to leave their homes one after another, gathering towards the central square. After all, today their lord was going to hold a grand event, which was quite rare. As the crowd filled the square to the brim, several figures rapidly flew towards the center of the square from the air. When they finally stood firmly on the high platform in the square's center, everyone could clearly see their appearances. Two mages dressed in blue robes, holding staves, tightly surrounded a man in splendid attire in the middle. It was clear without guessing that the man in the center was the so-called Lord of the City. Residents of Shuangshan City. Today marks the 1-year anniversary of Lord Erica's appointment, so our great Lord has decided to distribute unlimited food and fine wine today to commemorate this special day. Please, lavishly praise our great Lord. One of the mages standing beside Erica stepped forward and loudly proclaimed to the crowd below. Upon hearing the mage's declaration, the residents below instantly erupted into frenzied cheers. Many of them barely managed to fill their stomachs on a daily basis. Yet today they could eat and drink without limits. How could they not go crazy? Lord Erica seemed to deeply enjoy this scene. He closed his eyes, raised both hands high, and fully embraced the cheers and applause of the people. Back when he was in his family, he loved to host parties and gatherings, relishing the scene of everyone cheering for him. After taking office as the Lord of Shuangshan City, through family connections, he had not held a large party in a year, and now he had this perfect opportunity to throw a grand celebration. After all, his city was located in a safe position within the empire, and there was no way any dangerous situation could arise unless someone could breach the border and prepare to attack the Beastman Empire. Even so, it was several hundred kilometers to the border. It would take days and nights to reach. Thus, Erica, who had completely let down his guard, listened to the frenzied shouts of these lowly commoners, feeling an unprecedented surge of power and pleasure in his heart. What madness! I thought it was some major event, but it turns out to just be a 1-year anniversary celebration. Are all the lords in this country so unreliable and out of touch? Guang, watching the crowd go wild in the square, couldn't help but question. Who cares if we're going crazy? The crazier they are, the more advantageous it is for our operation, Li Yang replied calmly. After all, in a society as technologically backward as this, reminiscent of the medieval times on Blue Star, it was not surprising to see peculiar and bizarre things happening, let alone just a gathering party. It wouldn't be strange for them to engage in even more absurd activities. As Erica's orders were issued, his subordinates continuously brought table after table of food and drinks to the platform. Watching the massive piles of food and drink in front of him, many people rushed forward like hungry tigers, crazily snatching at the food. The entire square was instantly thrown into chaos, with trampling incidents and bloodshed occurring frequently. Yet Erica showed no intention of calling the guards to stop it. After all, they were just lowly commoners. If some died, so be it, as long as the celebration could continue. Squad leader, I feel like we don't even need to interfere. They seem to be in chaos on their own. Guang said as he looked at the increasingly chaotic crowd. Get out of the way. I see it. No need for you to say. Liang pushed Guang aside and continued to observe every movement in the square, occasionally checking the time as he quietly awaited the arrival of the vanguard troops. In a vast, boundless golden wheat field, a gentle breeze lightly brushed over, causing the wheat waves to rise and fall like a beautiful, flowing golden painting. A group of farmers from the Beastman Empire was diligently bent over, working hard in the fields, sweating profusely. Suddenly, a low and heavy rumbling sound of engines came from the distance, and the entire ground began to tremble slightly, instantly breaking the peaceful atmosphere. What is happening? Is the Earth Dragon turning over? Everyone stopped their busy labor, their faces filled with panic as they hurriedly looked towards the direction of the sound. They saw one tank after another, menacingly rolling into view, the tracks ruthlessly crushing the plump wheat ears beneath them, sending crushed grains and broken stalks flying everywhere. The cold, hard steel exterior of the tank reflected a dazzling light in the brilliant sunlight, and the tracks sank deeply into the soft, moist earth, leaving behind deep and long ruts. As the tank units continued to advance, the wheat field was torn open, creating wide and massive gaps, dark smoke billowing from the tank's exhaust pipes, filling the air. What kind of monster is this? Watching this terrifying scene, some timid individuals even felt their legs go weak and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. But the tanks paid them no mind, roaring past them directly and steadfastly moving forward. One tank, however, stopped in front of them, and a soldier quickly climbed out, shouting to the people, "We don't have time to capture you. Surrender to the rear troops." Before the crowd could comprehend what this meant, the soldier quickly climbed back inside, and the tanks continued to drive forward without stopping. Just like that, one after another, countless tanks and armored vehicles whizzed past them at breakneck speed, and it took more than 10 minutes for them to finally disappear from sight. Looking around, the entire wheat field was left in disarray, battered and broken, with only a few lone stalks of wheat still standing strong in the field. What was that just now? As the tank convoy gradually moved away, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream and began to breathe heavily. The scene just now was even more terrifying than a Warcraft siege. Although those massive machines didn't harm anyone, the pressure of watching such enormous entities pass by with such force was immense. As for the wheat fields, it didn't matter anymore. At least their lives were intact. Wheat could be replanted, but life is only one. Why were we asked to surrender? Could it be that another empire's army has invaded? Some people were repeatedly pondering what that soldier had said, and the conclusion they reached was, the Warcraft Empire had been invaded by foreign enemies. Seeing this situation, everyone hurriedly rushed home, anxious to gather their belongings and flee. As for surrendering, unless captured, who would dare to surrender? Who knows if the enemy would kill civilians? No one was willing to gamble on that possibility. Chapter 48 One-Hit KO. The celebration in Shuangshan City began in the morning and continued until noon, with the entire central square completely occupied by various kinds of trash and a dense crowd of people. Captain Liang, our vanguard is only about half an hour away from the target city. All right, got it. To be honest, we don't even need to intervene in Shuangshan City right now. It's already in chaos by itself. The vanguard can just blow open the city gates and rush in. We'll be ready to assist inside. Understood. After ending the call with Andegu, Liang quickly gathered the soldiers in the company to prepare for action. Since the vanguard was about to arrive, the operation could officially begin. Boom! The C4 explosives that had been carefully planted around the square exploded with a deafening roar, sending many people nearby flying through the air due to the powerful shockwave. The already chaotic square became even more disorderly because of the sudden explosion. People panicked and ran around frantically, shouting at the top of their lungs. I don't remember arranging for a fireworks display. Seeing the crowd thrown into even greater chaos by the explosion, Erica frowned, filled with confusion. My lord, It seems that the explosion just now was intentional. The mage beside Erica rushed to check the situation after the explosion, not daring to waste any time, as their lord had never arranged for such an event. Then go find out who is so bold as to dare to sabotage on such a special day. Erica's face was filled with anger. This day was of great significance to him, and someone dared to cause trouble at this time, blatantly slapping him in the face. On the other side, Liang, seeing the bomb detonated, did not hesitate and quickly led the soldiers to hide. After all, this city was not small, and there must be 9th-level powerhouses present. The weapons of the soldiers could not compete. After receiving Erica's order, the mage flew into the sky and raised his hand to cast a massive and brilliant magic array that enveloped the entire Shuangshan city. Found them. Their SA group with a special aura. With the assistance of the huge magic array, the mage easily locked onto Liang and his group S position, then flew directly toward them without hesitation. Found you a bunch of damn rats. 2 mages flew directly in front of Liang's group and raised their hands to unleash an attacking magic array. Fire. Seeing the urgent situation, everyone decisively pulled the trigger, and bullets rained down like a dense storm toward the 2 mages. However, these 2 mages were not as defenseless as the previous ones. The attacking magic array transformed in an instant into an incredibly sturdy barrier, blocking all incoming bullets. Interesting weapon. Its power is already enough to break through some low-level barriers of levels 5 or 6. One of the mages picked up a bullet head with great interest, examining it closely. But if that is all the strength you have, I'm afraid it's still not enough. Before Liang and his group could continue their assault, one of the mages instantly transformed the magic array in his hands, and a dazzling bolt of lightning shot toward Liang like a silver snake. After all, from their position, it was easy to see that Liang was the leader of this team. Threat detected. Before the lightning could strike Liang, T7, who had been quietly standing beside him, took a step forward and blocked the fierce attack. At the moment the lightning hit T7, it seemed to lose all its attacking power, not even tearing a thread of T7's clothing. This is impossible. This is a 9th-level lightning spell. Watching T7 remain unharmed, the 2 mages widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, even a 9th-level warrior of the same level would be injured by taking this hit head-on. Yet this person in front of them showed no reaction at all. Of course, it wasn't just the 2 mages. Even the soldiers behind Liang were stunned. Is this still a human? Whether or not he was human was uncertain, but he definitely couldn't be from Blue Star. After taking that hit, T7 slowly raised his head to look at the mages. Dangerous target. Eliminate immediately. As soon as the words fell, T7's hand instantly transformed into a thick cannon barrel, and before anyone could react, a powerful laser energy shot out from the cannon. What? Seeing the imminent danger, the 2 mages quickly summoned a thicker barrier in an attempt to block the attack. Unfortunately, ideals are often rich while reality is stark. The laser pierced through their so-called barrier without any obstruction, and the 2 mages were instantly turned to ash under the powerful energy of the attack, leaving not even a trace behind. The scene fell silent to the point where a pin drop could be heard, especially among the soldiers, whose eyes were about to pop out. A 9th-level mage was taken out in one hit? Liang was only slightly surprised. Given T7's technological strength, it was impossible to lose against a group of first-level civilization beings. However, being taken out in one shot by T7 was indeed a bit beyond his expectations. It seemed that the gift from Martin was truly quite impressive. Chapter 49, The Small Power of the Small Escort Ship. Just as the soldiers were still in extreme shock, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from a distance. Captain Liang, the vanguard troops have successfully arrived and are launching a fierce siege on the city gate. On the other side, outside the city gate of Shuangshan, the guards on the city wall were so frightened by the densely packed tanks, resembling giant steel beasts, that their legs went weak, almost unable to stand. Monsters are attacking the city? Having never seen such a novel and powerful war machine as tanks, the guards mistakenly identified them as monsters. Quick, there's a monster siege. Ring the alarm bell and immediately activate the city defense formation. With the order given, the city defense formation was quickly activated, and a massive and brilliant magical barrier suddenly appeared, completely enveloping the entire Shuangshan city. All units, follow orders. No need for consultation. Fire at will. Following Commander Andega's command, all tanks and armored vehicles began to fire powerful shells toward Shuangshan city. Boom! 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 The thunderous roar of artillery echoed through the sky, and the entire city wall was instantly obscured by the dazzling firelight and rolling smoke produced by the explosions. Cease fire. After a barrage of bombardment, with the order given, the artillery fire temporarily ceased, and everyone held their breath, quietly waiting for the smoke to gradually clear. The magical barrier still stood intact, though its color had dimmed significantly. So many shells couldn't break it? Relay my order. Continue firing. Seeing that the barrier had not been breached, Andegu unhesitatingly continued to issue orders for firing. After all, the dimming of the barrier's color indicated that the previous attacks had indeed been effective. Meanwhile, inside Shuangshan City, in a secret basement located in the central square, over a dozen mages were tirelessly channeling magical power into a gigantic crystal over a meter tall. This crystal was the core of the city's defense formation, and it needed a continuous supply of magical power to maintain its operation. Otherwise, the barrier protecting the entire city would vanish. We can barely hold on. The enemy's attacks are just too fierce. In such a short time, we've already consumed most of our magical power. Lord City Master, haven't the other mages arrived for reinforcements? One of the mages, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, anxiously asked Erica beside him. Since the moment Andegu began the siege, Erica hurriedly followed the mages to hide here. After all, he only had a level 6 strength, and in the face of such powerful attacks, he couldn't play any role at all. But now there are no high-level mages left in the city. The 2 level 9 mages I brought from my family have also unfortunately perished. Erica was in a state of panic, his features somewhat distorted. Today was supposed to be a glorious day for him. How could it have turned into such a disastrous situation? It was just a celebration. Why did it trigger a monster siege? Erica racked his brains, but couldn't figure out that the attackers were not monsters at all. Outside the city, after experiencing another round of bombardment, Andegu's expression turned extremely grim. This was already the 3rd wave of bombardment, and the barrier, aside from its fading color, showed no signs of damage. Who knows how much longer this barrier can hold? The vanguard troops only carried half a load of ammunition in pursuit of speed. If we continue to bombard recklessly like this, after at most 3 more rounds, we will truly run out of shells and have nothing left to use. Andegu, is the city gate still not breached? Just then, Andegu received a call from Liang. Captain Liang, this city is covered by an extremely large barrier. Our shells have bombarded it 3 times in a row, but still haven't broken through. Hearing this, Liang looked up at the sky from within the city and saw no sign of any barrier. It seems this thing is one way. It can't be seen from the inside. Regardless of whether it can be seen or not, Liang didn't want to continue wasting time like this. All right, you all stay outside. Let me think of a way. Pal, have the escort ship fire the laser cannon at the target location I sent. After ending the call with Andegu, Liang quickly contacted Pal in space, issuing orders for the escort ship to attack the target location. Since Blue Star's technological means can't break through for the time being, I don't believe the powerful firepower of the starship can do nothing either. Yes. After receiving Liang's order, the escort ship slowly moved its massive cannon, accurately aiming at the target location. Target location confirmed. Weapon energy adjusted to 10%. Fire. A brilliant and intense laser energy was instantly fired from the cannon, racing towards Shuangshan City on the planet. Boom! A thick laser descended like the wrath of the gods, directly piercing through the so-called city defense formation, and the powerful energy continued to strike within the city, triggering a colossal explosion. WTF. Outside the city, Andegu watched helplessly as a laser descended like the light of doom, directly hitting Shuangshan City. Coming back to his senses, Andegu quickly called for the troops to rush in. As soon as they entered the city, they saw that the city was already in ruins, with corpses strewn about and debris everywhere. Only a few small houses barely standing upright. The center of the city was even more horrific, with nothing left. Not to mention people. Even the ruins of buildings had vanished, leaving only a massive crater. Cough, cough, cough. In the outermost ruins of the city, Liang covered his mouth and nose, struggling to crawl out, followed closely by other soldiers. It turns out that we still need to minimize the use of the fleet's weapons. Just using 10% of the weapon energy from the escort ship almost flattened the entire city. What kind of report can I even send back to the Empire? The soldiers behind Liang were now almost in a daze. Previously, those beside the squad leader had their arms turned into cannon barrels, instantly killing 2 level 9 mages. And now the squad leader himself could casually issue orders to command the fleet to attack. Anyone could tell that their squad leader was no ordinary person. Forget it. One city shouldn't matter much. Anyway, after this city is taken, the Blue Star troops will find it much easier to attack the entire monster empire. Liang turned around to look at the soldiers in his unit. When a mysterious squad leader glanced at them, everyone quickly stood up straight. To be honest, from the time they enlisted until now, this was the best and most standard posture they had ever had. The vanguard troops have already entered the city. The unit is dismissed on the spot, and you all return to your original troops. As for military merits, they will be recorded accurately for you. Without waiting for the soldiers to react, Liang hurriedly left with T7 to find Andegu. After the troops entered the city, they quickly launched operations, clearing the ruins and gathering all surviving residents. As for the guards, those who surrendered were gathered with the residents, while those who refused to surrender were knocked out and tied up first. Commander, a major is asking to see you. While Andegu was focused on directing the troops, a soldier hurriedly ran over to report. A major? Let him wait. Immersed in the command work, Andegu didn't take it to heart when he heard it was just a major. Yes, I'll go right away. Wait, Major. Where is he? I'll go personally. Before the soldier could finish speaking, Andegu suddenly realized a colonel. It seemed that Captain Liang, who played the company commander, held the rank of colonel. Thinking of this, Andegu hurriedly called the soldier to a stop. Andegu followed the soldier and, upon a glance, indeed saw that the colonel was Captain Liang. Fortunately, he had recalled this in time. Captain Liang, the power of your fleet is truly formidable. The barrier we couldn't break through for half a day was shattered by you in an instant. Andegu quickly approached to greet him. Enough with the flattery. It's precisely because the power is so great that the Blue Star troops were arranged to engage in battle. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Liang casually waved his hand and said, "The Blitz operation has been successfully completed, so I will return to the fleet first. Remember to report all relevant materials during the cleanup." "Rest assured, Captain, we will ensure the mission is completed," Andegu said with a serious expression. Seeing this, Liang nodded slightly, and a beam of light enveloped him as he returned to the mothership through the teleportation device. After watching Liang leave, Andegu let out a deep sigh. Although the battle had been successfully completed, the task of collecting data was quite challenging for him. After all, with that laser cannon strike, the entire city had almost been leveled, and he didn't know how much useful data could still remain. "Sir, we have captured someone claiming to be the city lord." "City lord? Bring him up to see." Hearing this, Andegu was somewhat surprised, thinking to himself, "How did we capture another city lord? Is it that fated?" Soon after, a disheveled and pitiful-looking Erica was brought up, tightly bound. "Let me go, you bunch of lunatics. How dare you attack the city of the monster empire? This is absolutely unforgivable, a heinous crime." Erica shouted hoarsely, her face twisted in madness. Seeing Erica in such a frenzy, Andegu immediately lost the desire to interrogate him. Anyway, the most important city had already been successfully taken, and Andegu was confident that he could conquer the entire monster empire within half a month. As for other countries, they were naturally not a problem. A few hours after the troops entered the city, the entire Shuangshan city had been thoroughly cleared, and all useful data had been promptly reported to the fleet. Meanwhile, the massive pit located in the city center was still being filled with materials by the troops. After all, they couldn't just leave such a large hole in the center of the city unattended. In a spacious area, dozens of people from the monster empire were kneeling there, tightly bound. These were all stubborn elements who refused to surrender, including the city Lord Erica. MMM, with their mouths tightly gagged. This group of people couldn't say a word and could only emit muffled cries. "Everyone, take your shooting positions." An officer standing nearby commanded sternly. Immediately, a squad of soldiers, guns in hand, marched quickly and precisely to the back of Erica and the others. "Check your guns," the officer shouted again. The soldiers began to carefully inspect their firearms, repeatedly confirming that there would be no malfunctions or jams. "Chamber and aim." Following that, the officer issued new orders. The soldiers pulled back their bolts, the clicking sounds echoing as bullets were forcefully fed into the chambers. And then the cold gun barrels were aimed at the backs of their heads. Although the kneeling people had no idea what these commands meant, they could keenly sense the suffocating aura of death approaching. They began to struggle desperately, their bodies twisting violently, but unfortunately, they were bound tightly like rice dumplings and could not break free. "Safety off, fire." The officer's final command rang out like thunder. Bang, bang, bang. At this command, the soldiers decisively disengaged their safeties and pulled the triggers without hesitation. Instantly, bullets pierced through their skulls, one life after another extinguished, falling lifelessly to the ground as blood gushed out, forming a shocking pool of blood. The residents who survived and chose to surrender witnessed this scene not far away. After seeing such a disciplined and swift execution, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. They felt relieved that they had wisely chosen to surrender. Otherwise, they too would have had a place among the lifeless bodies lying on the ground. Meanwhile, after Andegu led the vanguard troops to successfully capture Shuangshan City, the main Blue Star forces officially began their operations. Various transport aircraft took off like giant birds flapping their wings, preparing to deliver large numbers of soldiers to all the cities between the border city and Shuangshan City. At the same time, fighter jets soared through the sky like agile eagles, while tanks began to move like a torrent of steel, forming a sandwich-like situation with the vanguard troops, launching a comprehensive and relentless attack on all cities between the two cities. 3 hours after the full-scale offensive began, the first city was successfully captured under the powerful assault of the Blue Star troops. After the 8th hour, the entire borderline was captured by the Blue Star forces. By the 18th hour, the encirclement had shrunk by more than half, leaving only a few larger cities still stubbornly holding out. After the 26th hour, all cities from the border city to Shuangshan City had been captured one by the Blue Star forces. From the departure of the vanguard troops to the end of the full-scale attack, it took a total of 34 hours, or a day and a half, for 1/3 of the vast territory of the Monster Empire to be completely occupied. Such astonishing speed left the Monster Empire with no time to react effectively. After all, to send out warnings, they would have to pass through Shuangshan City. Under the powerful firepower assault of the Blue Star main forces, the defensive formations crumbled like fragile toys, unable to withstand a single blow. The tank bombardments were ineffective because of their small caliber and lack of endurance. In light of this situation, 203mm self-propelled howitzers were directly dispatched for successive bombardments, with ample supplies of shells. Aside from a few stronger large cities that could hold out a bit longer, the smaller cities were almost instantly breached by the Blue Star forces. Chapter 51: The reaction of the 5 great empires in the capital of the Beast Empire, within a grand and magnificent castle. "Your Majesty, there is a messenger outside who says he has important news to report." A guard respectfully reported to the king of the Beast Empire. What important news? Bring him in." The king of the Beast Empire put down the exquisite wine cup in his hand and waved his hand casually, looking somewhat lazy. After all, the 5 great empires had already signed a peace treaty. At most, it would be some events like beast attacks on cities. What else could be such a big deal? Surely it's not to tell me that another empire has invaded. Before long, the messenger was brought in. "Your Majesty, we are under fierce attack from unknown enemies. The border has already been breached, and Shuangshan City has fallen. All the cities between the border and Shuangshan City have been captured by the enemy," the messenger said urgently, his voice trembling slightly from fatigue and tension. "What? The border has been breached? Shuangshan City has been occupied. Why are you reporting this now?" The king, who had just appeared indifferent, now looked astonished. Suddenly, standing up from his throne and quickly walking down the steps towards the messenger, his face filled with anger and disbelief. "Your Majesty, after Shuangshan City was occupied by the enemy, It was extremely difficult for our messages to get out. If it weren't for several 9th-level mages joining forces to cast powerful spells to send me out, I wouldn't have been able to deliver this urgent message to you. The messenger knelt on one knee, his head bowed deeply, his tone filled with endless helplessness and profound sadness. Hearing this, the king was completely stunned, his mind blank. What kind of formidable being could capture so many of his cities in such a short time? Losing a small city was one thing, but those large cities were basically protected by 9th-level powerhouses. They possessed all kinds of strange but incredibly powerful magical puppets, and our city defense formations were utterly unable to withstand them. They couldn't hold on at all. Even 9th-level powerhouses found it difficult to resist the attacks of their magical puppets. The messenger continued to recount everything he had seen about the Blue Star forces, describing the astonishing explosions of the magical puppets and their peculiar weapons. After listening to the messenger's detailed account, the king fell into extreme worry, his mood heavy to the extreme. This surely isn't the gods descending to punish us. Hurry, send messages to the other 4 great empires. Such a powerful enemy must be faced together by the 5 great empires. Otherwise, there won't even be a glimmer of hope for victory. The king shouted anxiously, his voice trembling with clear panic. Yes. In the capital of the Forest Empire, a gigantic towering tree stood like a giant umbrella before the palace. Under the shade of the tree, a guard knelt on one knee, looking anxious as he reported to the Forest Queen. Your Majesty, the Beast Empire has sent us a message requesting support. Support? The Forest Queen frowned slightly, a look of confusion on her face. She pondered in her heart what kind of change could have led the Beast Empire to request support from her. Thinking of this, she quickly reached out to take the envelope handed to her by the guard. The Forest Queen opened the letter and read it carefully. As her gaze moved across the paper, her brows gradually furrowed tighter. The letter detailed much information about the Blue Star forces, from their astonishingly powerful strange weapons to their rapid combat actions, all of which were shocking. I hope they are just exaggerating the facts, the Forest Queen murmured to herself. However, she knew in her heart that even if the Beast Empire had exaggerated, based on the content described in the letter, their enemy was certainly not to be underestimated, and it would indeed require the 5 great empires to join forces to have a chance of victory. Meanwhile, aside from the Forest Empire, the other 4 great empires also reacted with surprise and confusion upon receiving the letter from the Beast Empire. The king of the Beast King Empire, after reading the letter, couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in disbelief, "How is this possible? The Beast Empire could be so easily breached?" He knew that the strengths of their 2 empires were roughly equal, and if the Beast Empire couldn't resist, then he certainly wouldn't be able to. The king of the Chaos Empire, meanwhile, furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. He understood the seriousness of the situation. If the Beast Empire was really occupied, the ensuing flames of war would surely spread to his own empire, as their borders were adjacent. The king of the Fishman Empire, however, was not too worried, as his empire was in the sea. Nevertheless, with such a powerful enemy appearing, it would pose a threat to his country in any case. After careful consideration and weighing their options, the 4 great empires chose to send troops to support the Beast Empire. They all clearly realized that if they ignored the crisis of the Beast Empire, once it was occupied, they would inevitably be in danger themselves, as no one knew who that mysterious enemy's next target would be. Even the Fishman Empire felt the same. After all, if the land was entirely occupied, who knew if they would come to attack them at sea? In this life-and-death crisis, the 5 great empires must unite and work together to fend off the external enemy's attacks to have a chance of survival. On the other side, the Empire E-Titan transport ship once again delivered a large amount of weapons and equipment to the Blue Star forces. This time, not only were there conventional weapons, but also satellite devices and other important items. Although the fleet itself could act as satellites for reconnaissance, without the assistance of satellites, Blue Star's missiles and other weapons could not achieve long-range precise targeting, as Blue Star missiles could not connect directly with starships to obtain relevant information. After all, Blue Star's weapon technology was still too low for the fleet to match. In the newly constructed satellite launch base, the staff were busy, looking tense yet orderly. The huge rocket stood majestically on the launch pad, with various parameters being checked and confirmed repeatedly by the staff. All units, prepare to enter the launch countdown. The commander's powerful voice echoed continuously through the base via the broadcast. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, ignition. With the issuance of this command, the operator pressed the button, and the bottom of the rocket suddenly spewed forth a surge of roaring flames, the immense thrust causing the entire launch pad to tremble slightly. The rocket, carrying the satellite, slowly ascended into the sky, gradually disappearing from view. In the control room, the technicians were fully focused, closely monitoring the data on the screen, continuously reporting the satellite's real-time status. First stage rocket separation successful. Second stage rocket ignition normal. Finally, the satellite successfully entered its designated orbit, began to slowly unfold its solar panels, and activated various equipment. The satellite has successfully entered orbit, all data normal, and communication with the ground station is good. This exhilarating news brought a sense of relief to everyone, and smiles of joy and satisfaction appeared on their faces. With the successful experience of launching the first satellite, the subsequent rocket launch missions also achieved complete success smoothly. In just one day, the Blue Star forces had launched more than a dozen satellites in succession. With the assistance of these satellites, the Blue Star forces seemed to possess a heavenly eye, allowing them to more clearly and accurately grasp the movements of the enemy. Various missiles could also achieve more precise long-range strikes under the accurate guidance of the satellites, greatly enhancing the overall combat capability of the forces. Chapter 52, the Blue Star Transformation Project, completed on the other side, in the command room of the main ship. Liang received a message from Zhang, informing him that the transformation project of Blue Star had been completed. Upon hearing this news, Liang immediately decided to return to Blue Star to take a look. Given the current situation, the Blue Star forces were advancing rapidly, as if they could kill gods and Buddhas, and there was no need for the fleet to assist. However, after some consideration, Liang thought it would be prudent to leave a patrol ship here, just in case. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. If any unexpected situation arose, having a patrol ship would help manage it. After leaving a lone patrol ship behind, Liang commanded the other fleets to activate the hyperspace jump device and set off at full speed towards Blue Star. Upon returning to the Blue Star space station, Liang was somewhat surprised, as he discovered that there were already some Imperial citizens from other planets present at the space station. Captain Liang, you're back. After the transformation of Blue Star was completed, it successfully connected to the Imperial Star navigation map, and now other Imperial citizens have started to come for sightseeing. Seeing that Liang had returned, Xia Quan and a few others, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward to report on the events that had transpired during this time. In simple terms, Blue Star had now completely undergone economic development transformation and had officially begun receiving citizens from other empires. Seeing this situation, Liang discreetly pulled Xia Quan to a more secluded corner and quietly asked, "What is their spending power like?" "Captain, it's only been about 2 days since the first batch of alien tourists arrived. After deducting various costs, the net profit you received is around 20,000 star coins. So currently, I can get about 10,000 star coins a day. Don't underestimate these 20,000 star coins. You should know that as an Imperial officer, my monthly salary is only 20,000 star coins, and that's because my human identity doubles it. The T7, which can instantly kill level 9 powerhouses on alien planets, is priced at only 7 million star coins. This shows that the purchasing power of star coins should not be underestimated. Although Blue Star is considered Li Yang's personal property, second-class citizens are still a type of citizen, and he cannot keep all the earned star coins for himself. He needs to distribute a portion. Otherwise, if Blue Star is left empty, what use is it for him? To be honest, this is still thanks to Blue Star's unique human civilization. Otherwise, like other economically developed planets, it would take several times or even dozens of times longer to earn such profits. Ahem, think of ways to increase it a bit. As for the specific methods, you should understand. Liang pretended to cough lightly, and Xia Quan immediately understood, realizing Li Yang's intent. He quickly promised to find ways to increase revenue, especially since Blue Star had just connected to the star navigation map. and the number of tourists coming for sightseeing would surely increase day by day. As for what the specific methods were, well, it all counts as the tourism industry, and Blue Star has various ways to overcharge tourists, which could be perfectly applied to these alien visitors. Isn't that unethical? Blue Star, as a human civilization, allows you non-human races to visit freely. That is already quite generous. Although many Blue Star humans are not even second-class citizens. What does it matter if we overcharge you a little? Moreover, in this universe, who would go against star coins? As long as we don't violate imperial laws. What does morality matter? Seeing Xia Quan so perceptive and capable, Li Yong increasingly admired and had high hopes for him, secretly feeling fortunate. Indeed, he did not make the wrong choice in appointing Xia Quan as the head of the Blue Star Management Department. As time goes by, the number of alien tourists will inevitably increase, and with Blue Star's unique special treatment, it should be no problem for him to earn tens of thousands of star coins daily in the future. Not to mention other aspects, just looking at the current profits. He would only need a little over 50 years to repay the loan he borrowed from the Empire. Don't think that 50 years is too long. The total duration of the loan is 100 years, so the profits earned in the remaining time will all be net gains. As a Level 7 civilization officer, although his rank is currently low, with his human identity, being promoted in the future should not be a problem. By then, concerns about lifespan will be completely unnecessary, as achieving immortality is not difficult for a powerful empire. It just depends on whether your status is worthy of such privilege. Captain Liang, there is one more thing. Oh, what is it? Liang asked with great interest. In the solar system, Mars has also been transformed by the Empire into a habitable planet, and the governor of Mars wishes to meet you in person. Xia Quan did not dare to delay and quickly continued to recount other happenings during this time. Liang had some knowledge about the transformation of Mars, but he was somewhat puzzled about the position of this governor. Ding! The governor is the highest management personnel dispatched by the Empire in a region, such as a planetary governor or a stellar governor. The former is the highest management personnel of a planet, while the latter is the highest management personnel of a star system. For example, the governor of Mars is at the G6 administrative level in the Empire. G6 level? It's even one level higher than Xia Quan. It must be because Blue Star is my private property, so the administrative level of the head of Blue Star Management is relatively low. However, since the governor wants to meet him and Blue Star and Mars are in the same solar system, meeting and exchanging ideas would surely be beneficial. Chapter 53. Why is your head so pointy? After a brief and polite exchange of pleasantries, Xia Quan led Liang to the front of an extraordinarily luxurious and imposing building. This is the newly constructed office building of the Blue Star Management Department, and your exclusive office is inside this building, Xia Quan said with a smile as he walked in with Liang. Once inside, Xia Quan continued to introduce various facilities and layouts of the building while heading towards the office. Before long, they arrived at the door of an office, and Liang looked up to see the words Captain's Office prominently displayed on the sign above the door. Captain? I suppose that's the only title I have right now. Liang murmured to himself as he slightly tilted his head, pushing the door open. The first thing that caught his eye was the spacious and grand office. The floor was laid with rare, crystal mineral tiles from a distant galaxy, resembling a magnificent starry river, emitting a soft and mysterious glow that made one feel as if they were walking in a dream. On one side of the room stood a massive interstellar alloy desk, incredibly sturdy and textured, its surface shining with a cold metallic luster. The desktop was embedded with various gem-like operation buttons and a clear, bright projection screen, exuding a strong sense of technology. On the other side was a comfortable leisure area, furnished with exquisite sofas and a coffee table from an alien civilization. The ceiling projected a dazzling starry sky, the realistic effect making one feel as if they were truly in the vast universe, evoking endless imagination and awe. In the corners of the office were art pieces and antiques from different civilizations, each carrying unique and rich history and culture, emanating the charm of time. On the wall of the office hung two flags, one large and one small. The larger one was the flag of the Shili Empire, with a dignified and solemn emblem symbolizing the glory and authority of the empire, while the smaller one was the Blue Star flag, featuring a simple yet distinctive design that represented the unique charm of Blue Star. Looking at this luxurious office, Liang couldn't help but ask Xia Quan in a low voice, how much did all this decoration cost? After all, many of these items come from other civilizations, and their prices must be considerable. Don't worry, Captain, it was all free. Xia Quan quickly explained. All these decorations and items were contracted by the Martian governor. We didn't spend a single star coin. Given Blue Star's current situation of just connecting to the star navigation map, they indeed did not have enough funds to purchase such expensive alien products. Smart brain, does this count as bribing me? Liang hurriedly inquired in his mind after learning that all these items were gifts from the Martian governor, considering he had a bright future ahead and couldn't let such trivial matters ruin it. Beep. There is no concept of bribery in the Empire's laws. Officers and officials can accept gifts freely as long as they don't violate Imperial laws. Well, in that case, I can rest assured. After all, if the Martian governor really wanted something from him, he could always refuse decisively. Receiving money without doing anything didn't violate Imperial laws, and no one could accuse him of accepting bribes. Thinking this way, Liang accepted these items without any psychological pressure. After all, if it's free, why not take advantage of it? In the office, Liang and Xia Quan continued to discuss the future development direction and plans for Blue Star. Shortly after Xia Quan and the others left, a message suddenly appeared on the projection screen on the desk. Captain Liang, the Martian governor is here to visit and hopes to see you. I'll let him in. Liang leisurely sat in a comfortable armchair and took a sip of tea from an alien civilization. Ugh, it's really bad. Not as good as Blue Star's tea. Just as Liang finished his complaint, a crisp knock sounded at the door. Kumin, the door slowly opened, and a person dressed in imperial administrative attire walked in. Hello, you must be Captain Liang. My name is Anua, and I am currently serving as the governor of Mars. Anua greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, please take a seat, Governor Anua. Liang responded with a smile, also shaking Anua's hand warmly. Liang focused his gaze on Governor Anua, carefully observing him from head to toe. The appearance of Anua seemed no different from humans, looking like an ordinary Blue Star man. Ahem, Captain Liang, I'm actually not human. I'm a Dingjiao person. Seeing Liang staring intently, Anua felt a bit embarrassed and quickly removed his hat, revealing a thin horn on the top of his head. Upon seeing this, an inexplicable thought suddenly popped into Liang's mind, and he wanted to ask him, why is your head so pointy? However, he quickly shook off that strange thought and continued to treat Anua with warmth. After all, he was the one who brought him so many items. It wouldn't be appropriate to intimidate him right away. Captain Liang, I actually came to visit today with a small request. Upon hearing this, Liang's expression slightly froze as he secretly thought, as expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. I knew he would ask for my help. Please elaborate. If I can help, I will do my best. Liang meinte asmiling demianor. It's like this. I would like to ask if some of the humans from Blue Star can move to Mars to live. Mars has just completed its construction, and currently, there are not many residents, so naturally, there isn't much. Ahem. Anua spoke awkwardly, becoming hesitant. Upon hearing this, Liang immediately understood Anua's intention. In simple terms, he wanted to transfer some humans to Mars, using them to promote the unique features of Mars and attract more people to visit. 3-7. What does 3-7 mean? Anua looked confused, clearly not understanding Liang's meaning. The profit will be split 3-7. I get 7, you get 3. Liang said calmly. He naturally agreed to this request as it was beneficial for him too. After all, Blue Star had a large population, and with an influx of alien tourists in the future, it was indeed becoming a bit crowded. Transferring some humans to live on Mars would not only alleviate the population pressure on Blue Star, but also allow him to gain substantial profits, a win-win situation. Okay, thank you, Captain Liang. This small token is a token of respect. Please accept it, Anua exclaimed joyfully, quickly taking out a crystal ball from his pocket and handing it over with both hands. This is a product sold by the Empire. The crystal ball contains the coordinates of an unclaimed planet. I don't have a fleet, so this is of no use to me, but it will serve its purpose in your hands. Upon hearing this, Liang took the crystal ball and examined it closely. Inside the crystal ball was a vast starry sky, indicating that it would require matching the characteristics of this starry sky to find the exact coordinates. Isn't this what is called a treasure map? It's just that the treasure has turned into a planet. It seems that the Empire highly values the efforts of the people below to actively explore and expand into unknown territories. Chapter 54. Generous Anua, you're too polite, Governor Anua. How about this? For the specific relocation plan, you can just talk to Xiao Quan. He is the minister of the Blue Star Management Department and can handle this matter entirely on his own, Li Yang said with a warm smile, quietly putting the crystal ball into his pocket. Okay, I'll trouble you this time. Anua quickly agreed. After seeing off Anua, Li Yang immediately contacted Xiao Quan. Hey, the Governor Anua will come to discuss the plan for some Blue Star humans to migrate to Mars. You can handle it as you see fit. Captain Li Yang, this. Xiao Quan's tone revealed a hint of hesitation. Don't worry, I've already agreed to his plan. You just need to take care of the related matters properly. I see. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee I will complete the task successfully. Hearing that Li Yang had already agreed to the plan, Xiao Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief, as he thought he would have to figure out how to send off that governor earlier. After ending the call with Xiao Quan, Li Yang carefully took out the crystal ball again and observed it closely. Smart brain, how much does the Empire sell this thing for? Beep. The Star Map Crystal Ball is a limited-time item sold by the Empire's Land Bureau, which contains the location of an unknown planet. If you find the unknown planet and report it to the Empire's Land Bureau, you can obtain ownership of that planet. Its price ranges from 1 to 2 million star coins. Due to its limited-time sale nature, the resale price in the market is usually around 3 to 5 million star coins, with a specific price depending on the difficulty of the star map. After listening to the smart brain's detailed explanation, Li Yang quickly straightened up and carefully placed the crystal ball on the table as if it were a rare treasure. 3 million star coins? It seems that Governor Anua is not an ordinary person. After all, being able to casually give away something worth 3 million star coins indicates that his identity is certainly extraordinary. Leaving aside other considerations, just this financial capability alone is enough to prove he is a wealthy man. However, after careful thought, once the migration plan is implemented, even if Anua can only obtain 30 of the profits, over time, that will definitely not be a small amount. Li Yang is currently extremely short on money. Not to mention, he already has a huge debt of 200 million. Just wanting to buy new starships to build a larger fleet involves substantial expenses. Take his Imperial-class one-star destroyer, which would cost at least several tens of millions of star coins to purchase from the military. And that is only for a Class 1 ship. Other models with higher technological levels and better performance would likely be even more expensive. Not only did Li Yang receive a gift from Anua, but even Xiao Quan also received a gift. While enthusiastically discussing the details of the migration plan with Anua, he was informed that a mini shuttle had been gifted to him under his name, and it was already docked to the space station. Upon hearing this, Xiao Quan was taken aback and quickly messaged Li Yang. Captain Li Yang, Governor Anua suddenly said he gifted me a mini shuttle, and it is currently docked at the space station. A mini shuttle? Li Yang raised an eyebrow at the message from Xiao Quan, then quickly accessed the real-time image of the space station through the light screen on his desk. He saw a starship about the size of a yacht, docked at the space station, and Li Yang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Anua is really generous, but Xiao Quan too, reporting such trivial matters to me. Although Li Yang spoke to Xiao Quan, his opinion of him rose a level. After all, a subordinate who promptly reports even the receipt of gifts is someone to appreciate. Then, he sent a message to Xiao Quan, indicating that if he was willing to accept it, then he should go ahead, as it was just a gift and wouldn't violate imperial law. After receiving Li Yang's message, Xiao Quan let out a long sigh of relief, then quickly put on a smile and continued discussing the migration plan with Anua. On another planet, the Blue Star forces were advancing steadily from Shuangshan City, heading straight for the capital of the Beast Empire. When they received the news that the Blue Star forces were heading in their direction, the king of the Beast Empire looked tense, quickly gathering all the deployable troops in the Empire to prepare for battle. Whether they could win was set aside for now. At least they had to delay until the reinforcements from the other 4 empires arrived, or else their country would truly face destruction. Commander, our satellite monitoring shows that the other 4 empires are urgently gathering their armies. preparing to come towards us. A soldier reported to Andegu with an urgent expression. So soon? Andegu frowned and quickly approached the projection map. The four empires were relatively far apart, so their troops would inevitably take some time to gather. It would be best to find a way to disrupt their gathering plans, thereby buying as much time as possible for the attack on the capital of the Beast Empire. Taking them out one by one is the best plan. They must not be allowed to unite as 5 empires. Chapter 55. Airborne troops land after carefully observing the map. Andegu's eyes suddenly lit up as he excitedly discovered 2 excellent strategic positions. One was located on a long coastline several hundred kilometers away, and according to satellite intelligence, the support troops from the Fishman Empire were expected to land here. This allowed for the possibility of arranging a troop to arrive in advance to block them. The other position was a city within the territory of the Chaos Empire, strategically located at the border between the Chaos Empire and the Beast Empire. If a troop could be dispatched to occupy this city first, it would effectively block the support troops from the Chaos Empire. With a preliminary battle plan in place, Andegu did not dare to delay for even a moment and quickly summoned the officers from various units for a meeting. Everyone gathered together and enthusiastically discussed the specific action steps. After in-depth discussions, they reached a unanimous decision. They decided to send an airborne troop, utilizing transport planes to cross the territory of the Beast Empire and launch a fierce attack from above the target city. Since this operation would not have ground troop support, various fighter jets would also participate in the battle, and when necessary, powerful missiles would be allowed for long-range bombardment. On the other side, along the coastline, a well-trained engineering troop and a field army were dispatched. Their task was to quickly build a solid defense system to fully block the support troops from the Fishman Empire. Once the plan was finalized, the troops set off without delay. Huge transport planes soared like giant birds, loaded with soldiers, flying rapidly toward the new target city. Behind them, a complete squadron of fighter jets and bombers followed closely, serving as heavy fire support for the operation. Meanwhile, a convoy of transport vehicles and armored vehicles roared to life, their wheels rolling as they sped toward the target coastline. They had to race against time, striving to establish an impenetrable defense system before the Fishman Empire's troops arrived. As for the other 2 empires' troops, there was currently no more effective way to block them. However, as long as they could successfully block these 2 support troops, even if the other 2 eventually joined forces with the Beast Empire, the pressure on the Blue Star troops would be significantly reduced. When the airborne troops successfully arrived above the target city, the aggressive fighter jet squadron immediately launched a fierce attack. They streaked through the sky above the city like lightning, with machine guns spitting angry flames and air-to-ground missiles raining down like arrows, unleashing fierce firepower on the defending troops below. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly activate the city defense formation. Shouts of panic erupted from the defending troops on the ground. Accompanied by a surge of energy, the city defense formation quickly activated. A massive barrier enveloping the entire city, rendering the attacks from the machine guns and air-to-ground missiles ineffective. However, the clever Andegu had already thought of a countermeasure. The fighter jet squadron orderly withdrew from the battlefield, while a formidable bomber squadron headed toward the target city. Target confirmed. Prepare to drop bombs. The commander's voice echoed over the communication channel. With the order to drop bombs given, the pilots of the bombers decisively pressed their buttons without hesitation. Instantly, the bomb bay doors of the bombers slowly opened, and heavy aerial bombs poured out like black raindrops from the cabin. As these bombs fell, they tore through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle, spinning at high speed, and carrying terrifying destructive power as they plummeted directly toward the city defense formation below. As the aerial bombs struck the city defense formation one after another, deafening explosions erupted. Once the thick smoke gradually dissipated, it became clear that the once impenetrable city defense formation had been breached, losing its protective capabilities. Seeing this, the fighter jet squadron launched another attack, ruthlessly taking the lives of the defending troops inside the city. Meanwhile, the transport planes steadily arrived above the target city. The doors opened slowly, and soldiers jumped down without hesitation. For a moment, parachutes blossomed in the sky like pure white flowers, and under the powerful fire cover from the fighter jets. The soldiers successfully entered the city. Within an hour of the airborne troops entering the city, the entire city was successfully occupied. Back in the rear, the Blue Star troops quickly received the uplifting news of the city's occupation and promptly commanded large transport planes loaded with various artillery to take off. The airborne troops were also hastily clearing a runway for the transport planes to land. Of course, this runway could barely meet the landing needs of the transport planes, and taking off again would be impossible, but that was irrelevant. The Blue Star troops were strong enough and did not lack for transport planes. Shortly after the city was successfully breached, the King of the Chaos Empire received this shocking news. What? The city at the border has already been occupied by the enemy? The King of the Chaos Empire's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the map. This city was their only one closely connected to the Beast Empire, and the enemy's intent to occupy it was clear, without a doubt. It was to block the support troops he was about to send. How could they know we are supporting the Beast Empire? They even know the exact route of the support troops? The King of the Chaos Empire furrowed his brow, racking his brains in thought, but he couldn't figure out the reason. He would never have imagined that the Blue Star troops had satellites constantly monitoring their every move. Chapter 56. The plea for help from an imperial citizen on the vast coastline. The engineering troops and field army, upon arrival, did not dare to take even a second's break and immediately plunged into the tense and busy task of building defensive works. The engineers began to meticulously divide the winding coastline into several different areas, each with clear functions and defensive focuses. Some engineers operated massive construction machinery, fully engaged in the excavation of trenches, the roar of the machines resembling rolling thunder as large amounts of soil were continuously turned over and deep trenches gradually took shape, like scars etched into the earth. Other engineers worked diligently, intensively constructing bunkers, accurately assembling pre-made steel structural components, and then reinforcing them with solid concrete. Inside the bunkers, carefully designed firing ports and observation holes were set up, allowing soldiers to effectively monitor enemy movements and deliver powerful strikes. While the defensive works were being built fervently, the signal troops were equally diligent, laying communication lines. It was essential to ensure that information and orders could be transmitted promptly and accurately between various defense points. As not all soldiers were equipped with smart brains, stable and reliable communication lines were crucial in battle. The field army soldiers were also busy, actively assisting the engineers in transporting heavy materials while maintaining tight vigilance and patrols in the surrounding areas, fully ensuring the safety of the construction process and leaving no potential hazards unchecked. To further enhance the stability of the defense system, the engineers set up various obstacles and traps at key locations, driving sharp wooden stakes deep into the ground, erecting sturdy barbed wire, and meticulously arranging minefields on the beach, forming layers of protection. As time passed, the defense system gradually improved, with interconnecting trenches resembling a vast network and bunkers distributed in an orderly manner, capable of providing comprehensive fire coverage across the entire coastline, constructing a complex and impenetrable firepower net. In the warm and gentle glow of the setting sun, a solid defense system stood majestically on the coastline, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Fishman Empire's reinforcements. On the Blue Star side, Liang was sitting in his office, handling Blue Star's affairs, as some matters were beyond Xia Quan's decision-making. Beep! A distress call from an imperial citizen has been detected. The smart brain's prompt tone suddenly sounded. A distress call. How could it come to me? Accept call. Liang, filled with confusion, did not understand why this distress call connected to him, but he decisively chose to accept it. Hello. This is the Blue Star Management Department. Before Liang could finish his sentence, a series of urgent words came through the call like a rapid-fire barrage. Finally connected, I am a citizen of the Shili Empire, currently trapped on a planet where the natives are hostile towards me. Please send someone for rescue. I am here. However, before Liang could continue to inquire for details, the call abruptly ended. It seemed that some unknown factor had interfered, causing the smart brain signal to be cut off, and Liang had completely failed to hear the crucial information. Rescue? You didn't even provide an address. How can I rescue you? Liang frowned, feeling helpless as he muttered to himself. Beep. Would you like to request verification of the caller's information? The The smart brain's prompt tone sounded at the right moment. Request. Liang answered without hesitation. Verifying. The caller has been identified as a citizen of the Shili Empire, ID XXX, name XXX, race human. In a moment, the detailed identity information of the caller appeared before Liang's eyes. The information was extremely rich, even documenting their experiences from childhood clearly. Surprisingly, they were a human citizen. Smart brain, can you locate the position of the call just now? Liang said, somewhat surprised. Beep. Querying. The call address is G1005 star system. Min planet. Seeing that the specific location could indeed be queried, Liang no longer hesitated and prepared to rise for the rescue. Although he was filled with doubts about why the distress call came to him, as an officer of the Empire, rescuing Imperial citizens was an unshirkable responsibility. Moreover, the affairs on the alien planet essentially did not require his assistance at the moment, and most importantly, this kind of rescue should also earn military merit, right? PAL, notify all departments. The fleet is preparing to move. Liang contacted PAL through the smart brain. Yes, Captain. In just half an hour, the fleet was fully prepared, and all personnel were on high alert, ready to depart at any moment. Captain Liang, what exactly happened? PAL asked, filled with confusion, as the sudden assembly of the fleet indicated that a significant situation had arisen. Seeing this, Liang no longer kept it hidden and explained the situation to PAL in detail. A distress call from an Imperial citizen? Why would it reach a military officer's hands? PAL also looked puzzled, as such matters were usually handled by the Imperial Guard Division of the relevant star system, and the military typically would not intervene. Of course, there was another possibility, that the area of the universe where the target was located did not belong to the Empire. Only in such cases could a distress call potentially be received by someone else. But regardless, PAL also agreed without hesitation to go rescue the distressed citizen, as they were a citizen of the Empire and, moreover, a human citizen. Target star system coordinates confirmed. All departments, please note, prepare to initiate hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1. Jumping. With the command given, the fleet departed from Blue Star once again. But this time the target was the distant G1005 star system. Chapter 57. Assassination of Imperial Citizens. More than an hour later, in the G1005 star system, a fleet suddenly appeared in the vast universe, led by Li Yang. The target star system had been reached, and they were searching for the planet where the distressed citizen was located. After a short while, the so-called Mendez planet appeared before everyone. Looking at the blue planet on the screen, which resembled a gem and had several satellite-like devices orbiting it, Liang made a judgment in his heart. This planet was clearly also a technological civilization, but judging from its appearance, the level of civilization should be quite low. After the fleet conducted a comprehensive scan of the planet, the conclusion was that the planet only had the strength of a Type 1 civilization, even slightly inferior to Blue Star. PAL, see if we can still contact that Imperial citizen, Liang said with a serious expression. Yes. PAL quickly operated after receiving the order. After a while, PAL helplessly shook his head, indicating that there was no contact. Not only could they not establish communication, but even the signal from the intelligence brain could not be captured. The fleet carefully scanned the entire planet inside and out, but still could not find the citizen, except for a small starship that was clearly not from this planet, parked in a forest. Generally, in such situations, the distressed citizen is very likely to have encountered misfortune. After all, they were already so close, yet could not find any related signals. Send a small team down to scout, Liang decisively ordered. Since they could not make contact, they could only send someone down to search. At the very least, they had to bring that starship back. They couldn't return empty-handed. The hatch slowly opened, and a squad of Imperial fighter jets took off in an orderly manner, speeding toward Mendez planet. Just as the fighter jet squad slowly entered the airspace of Mendez planet at a heavily guarded military base on the ground. Report, multiple unknown flying objects detected. A soldier responsible for monitoring shouted loudly. Since the primary purpose of this visit was to find someone, the fighter jet squad did not make any attempts to hide and boldly flew in without any reservations. Unknown flying objects? It might be aliens. Quickly, send fighter jets to intercept. A nervous officer quickly issued the command, and several fighter jets in the military base rapidly powered up, roaring toward the position of the Imperial fighter jets. Report to the captain, the indigenous civilization seems to have discovered us. The system shows several flying objects are rapidly approaching us. So arrogant? A mere Type 1 civilization dares to intercept us. All units, prepare for battle. Although the Imperial fighter jets were only planetary class, possessing nearly the strength of a Type 2 civilization, they were certainly not something a Type 1 civilization could easily provoke and mess with. In no time, the two sides' fighter jets met in the sky. This is the Mendez Federation. You have entered our airspace. Please land and surrender immediately. The communication channel of the Mendez Federation fighter jets transmitted such a demand. Hearing this, the captain of the Imperial fighter jet squad had a dark expression. What is this? They demand our surrender right away. Are they that confident? Although he wanted to immediately open fire to teach the other side a lesson, he still patiently explained, "We belong to the Shili Empire. One of our Imperial citizens has gone missing on this planet, and we specifically came to search for them." This remark was naturally heard clearly by the officers in the military base. Sure enough, it is an alien civilization. Quick, shoot them down. The officer was excited. Previously, an unidentified flying object had suddenly entered the Federation's airspace, and upon forcing it to land, they discovered there was only one person on board, who looked completely different from the Mendez people. However, during the arrest, due to an accidental slip, they killed the alien and had to take it for dissection and research. Now, so many aliens appeared, this time they had to capture one alive no matter what. After receiving the officer's order, the Mendez Federation fighter jets quickly launched an attack without hesitation, with cannons spewing fire and air-to-air missiles howling toward the Imperial fighter jets. Activate stealth systems. Upon seeing the other side suddenly launch an attack, the Imperial fighter jet squad calmly activated their stealth systems, and in the blink of an eye, the entire squad vanished into thin air like phantoms. They've disappeared. No trace of them on the radar. The pilots of the Mendez Federation fighter jets were immediately thrown into a panic. After the Imperial fighter jets activated their stealth systems, they became like headless flies, unable to find their target, neither on radar displays nor through visual observation. Command Center, during the search, the enemy launched an attack on us, requesting permission to retaliate. Permission to retaliate granted. After receiving the message from the Imperial fighter jet squad, Liang unhesitatingly agreed to the request for retaliation. After all, they were only there to find someone, and the other side actively attacked, which was their fault. Understood. All units, shoot them down. The captain of the Imperial fighter jet squad decisively issued the command, and dazzling lasers appeared out of nowhere from the sky, instantly hitting the Mendez Federation fighter jets with precision. What? Where did the attack come from? The pilots of the Mendez Federation shouted in terror. Before they could react, in just 1 minute, all the Mendez Federation fighter jets were shot down. Ceasefire. Command Center, requesting to return to base. Return to base permitted. Understood. After successfully shooting down the Mendez Federation fighter jets, the Imperial fighter jet squad turned around and elegantly left, embarking on their journey back home. After all, the other side had already actively attacked them. Continuing the search was clearly no longer possible. Beep. The Imperial Guard Division requests communication. Just as Liang was about to send troops down for friendly communication, the intelligence brain's prompt sound suddenly rang. Guard Division, allow communication. Liang said without hesitation. Hello, Comrade Liang. This is the Imperial Guard Division stationed in the G-1001 star system. A steady voice came from the other end of the communication. Hello, what can I do for you? Although puzzled as to why another G-1001 star system was contacting them, the identity of the Imperial Guard Division could not be false. We have received a distress message from an Imperial citizen. Is this situation true? Hearing this, Liang immediately understood that this Guard Division had come specifically to understand the details of the matter, so he quickly and thoroughly explained the entire process of events. I see. The G-1005 star system has not yet been classified within the Imperial territory. As for the missing Imperial citizen, we will immediately check if there are any vital signs. Please hold on. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, the Guard Division quickly expressed their willingness to provide assistance, as Liang had already reached the target star system. so they did not need to travel a long distance to arrive. I'm sorry, based on our investigation, that Imperial citizen has lost all vital signs. Upon hearing this, Liang was stunned, filled with disbelief. How could this low-level civilization be so bold? They dared to harm an Imperial citizen, especially since this citizen was a human. Chapter 58. Activation of the Planet Destroyer. Comrade Liang, our Imperial Guard Division officially entrusts you with an extremely important mission. Mission? Tell me more. Upon hearing that there was a new mission, Liang instantly perked up and quickly responded. Because the planet Mendez dared to harm the citizens of the Empire? Such heinous crimes are simply unforgivable. We hereby entrust you with the task of delivering a devastating blow to that planet and its civilization. Hearing this, Liang's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself, destroying civilization and a planet. Does this mean the planet destroyer on the fleet can finally be put to use? With this thought, Liang couldn't contain his excitement and immediately agreed without hesitation. Just as Liang consented, a message came from the intelligence corps. Ding! The Imperial Guard Division has entrusted you with a mission. Please check it. Mission: annihilate Mendez, completely eradicate all civilizations and life on the target planet. Completion reward: 1,000 military merit points. Well then, since the mission has been issued, it must be done. Although the military merit is a bit low, a mosquito's leg is still meat. It should not be wasted. After finishing the call with the Imperial Guard Division, Liang quickly called Pal over. Pal, immediately notify the fleet to prepare the planet destroyer. The planet destroyer? Captain Liang, that may not be necessary. Besides, that Imperial citizen might still be on that planet. Pal looked incredulous. The planet destroyer is not something that can be used lightly. Once it is activated, it means that a planet will meet its doom. We just received news from the G1001 Galaxy Imperial Guard Division that the Imperial citizen has already been killed, which is why we must activate the planet destroyer. Such a civilization that dares to harm the citizens of the Empire must not be allowed to continue existing. Hearing this, Pal nodded in agreement, finally realizing that the Imperial citizen had suffered misfortune. In that case, they could act without restraint. Seeing this, Pal hurriedly went to arrange for the personnel to activate the planet destroyer. Not long after Pal left, the preparations for activating the planet destroyer began in an orderly and tense manner. The technicians in the fleet moved like busy ants, tirelessly shuttling between various compartments, meticulously checking the complex wiring and energy supply systems. Meanwhile, within the military base on Mendez, chaos reigned. They watched helplessly as all their fighter jets were shot down, suddenly waking up to the realization that they were facing a civilization far beyond their imagination. What kind of alien civilization is this? How could it be so powerful? The officers in the base were filled with anxiety, pacing back and forth. Earlier, they had easily intercepted that alien ship, but this time alien spacecraft was so powerful that it shot down their jets in seconds. Commander, I think we might have gotten ourselves into big trouble, one of the officers said worriedly. After all, from the fierce attack just now, it was clear that the opponent's technological level far exceeded their own. Big trouble? Maybe they're just bluffing, all show and no substance. Otherwise, why would they leave? The officer stubbornly maintained a defiant expression. To be honest, he couldn't be entirely blamed. After all, the impression left by the previous Imperial citizen made him mistakenly believe that the alien civilization was not that formidable. However, this momentary stereotype would ultimately bring about his own doom. No, it would endanger the entire planet. In the space above Mendez, the massive hulls of the Imperial-class planet destroyer slowly began to move outward, accompanied by the low, rumbling sound of machinery. The enormous cannon hidden within the center of the destroyer finally revealed itself. The energy within the planet destroyer continuously converged, gradually filling the entire cannon chamber. The muzzle began to emit a terrifyingly intense light, brilliant yet filled with lethal threat. At the edges of the cannon, one could even see the surrounding space warping under extreme energy, as if it were about to be torn apart by this powerful force. Report to the captain. The planet destroyer is ready. Pal reported loudly. Target Mendez. Fire the planet destroyer. Seeing this, Liang decisively issued the command without hesitation. As Liang's command was given, The energy of the planet destroyer reached its peak, instantly unleashing a world-destroying force as it fired. A massive beam of energy shot towards Mendez at an astonishing speed, its brilliance so intense that it was nearly impossible to look at, overshadowing the surrounding stars, dimming their light. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Mendez remained blissfully unaware, rotating in ignorance. On this planet, people continued to live their lives as usual, with bustling traffic in the cities and tranquil smoke rising from the villages, where children laughed and adults busied themselves, completely oblivious to the impending disaster. When that terrifying beam reached the planet's atmosphere, it instantly triggered an extremely violent explosion, as if the entire atmosphere had been ignited by raging flames, turning into a surging sea of fire. Next, the beam pierced through the atmosphere with unstoppable momentum, striking the surface of the planet with tremendous force, and this fierce attack showed no signs of stopping as it continued toward the planet's core. The land melted in an instant under the extreme heat, turning into flowing rivers of molten rock. Towering mountains collapsed instantly, reduced to flat ruins, and colossal tsunamis roared in, mercilessly swallowing coastal cities. Buildings of all kinds in the city crumbled under the violent impact of the energy, turning into a wasteland of ruins. People screamed in terror, frantically fleeing in all directions, but before this apocalyptic disaster, there was simply nowhere to escape. The beam penetrated deep into the earth, striking the planet's core and instantly causing a cataclysmic explosion. The shock wave generated by the explosion radiated violently from the core, spreading outwards like a rampaging beast. The entire planet began to tremble violently, the ground cracking open with huge fissures that spread rapidly like a dense spider's web, a horrifying sight. The oceans were completely evaporated, and the once vibrant, beautiful blue planet had turned into a burning hell of terror. Life ceased to exist in an instant, and the brilliant civilization was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Finally, amidst an explosion of light that was both dazzling and terrifying, Mendez exploded entirely, transforming into countless fragments and dust, scattering across the vast universe. The once vibrant planet and its glorious civilization were thus completely erased in an instant, as if they had never existed. Chapter 59. Coastal landing battle under the devastating attack of the planet-destroying cannon. A planet similar in size to Blue Star completely vanished from the vast universe in just a few minutes, leaving no trace behind. Truly worthy of the name planet-destroying cannon. The term destroying is not just a hollow title. Witnessing such terrifying power firsthand, Li Yong was completely shocked, as this was the first time he had experienced the overwhelming scene of a planet being destroyed before his eyes. Ding! Mission completed. Rewards distributed. At the moment when Mungda's star was reduced to ashes, the emotionless voice of the intelligence brain timely echoed. Let us go. Pal, notify the fleet to prepare for return. Coming back to his senses, Li Yong immediately informed the fleet to begin their return. Since the mission had been successfully completed, there was no point in staying here any longer. With the activation of the hyperspace jump engine, powerful energy fluctuations instantly filled the entire area. And with a flash of light, the entire fleet vanished like a ghost from the G-1005 star system. As for the G-1005 star system, aside from the missing Mungda star, there seemed to be no other significant changes. It continued to operate quietly in the cosmic flow. On the distant alien planet, the massive forces of the Fishman Empire finally arrived at the long, winding coastline. The coastline lay in heavy darkness before dawn, eerily silent, with gentle waves softly lapping at the shore, producing a deep, rhythmic sound. On the surface of the sea, countless Fishman Empire soldiers quietly emerged like ghosts. One by one, the fish-headed, human-bodied soldiers, robust in stature, donned in sturdy armor, and wielding sharp weapons, slowly emerged from the water, marching step by step towards the beach. On the coastline, the Blue Star forces had constructed defensive fortifications, ready and waiting ahead, with dark machine gun and cannon barrels steadily aimed at the approaching Fishman Empire troops. All units attention, the enemy has arrived. The commander, holding a telescope, focused intently on the movements of the Fishman troops, his expression serious and concentrated. waiting for them to step into the carefully laid minefield. Boom! Finally, the fishermen troops stepped into the dangerous minefield, triggering powerful explosives. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and several fishermen soldiers screamed as they were blown away, their limbs scattering in the air. Open fire! Seeing that the Fishman Empire troops had completely entered the fire network and minefield, the commander unhesitatingly ordered to open fire. In an instant, the machine guns in the fortress roared like frenzied beasts, bullets pouring down like a violent rain, penetrating the bodies of the Fishman Empire soldiers with astonishing force. The seawater quickly turned a dark red color from the blood, and Fishman soldiers fell one after another, some even dying the moment they surfaced, without a chance to struggle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Take cover! Someone in the Fishman ranks shouted in terror. But this open beach was completely empty, with no obstacles to provide cover. Damn it! Everyone charge! Just push forward! The commander of the Fishman Empire roared angrily, trying to boost morale. He had no idea of retreating and blindly commanded his soldiers to charge straight towards the beach. Hearing the commander's orders, the Fishman soldiers showed no signs of retreat. They gritted their teeth tightly, their eyes filled with determination and resolution, and faced the torrential gunfire as they struggled and fought their way across the sand. The defensive power of the Blue Star forces was not limited to just machine gun suppression. The artillery in the rear also began to unleash its firepower. Shells roared through the sky, exploding around the Fishman soldiers, each explosion sending towering columns of water and clouds of mud into the air, as if trying to bury the entire world. The rear Fishman troops were occasionally hit by shells, and fires burned wildly on the beach. Some Fishman soldiers were engulfed in flames, desperately trying to escape, with some tragically falling in the sea of fire, while others, covered in flames, recklessly ran into the water, just to save their lives. On the beach, the bodies of Fishman soldiers piled up like mountains, blood flowed freely, staining every inch of the land. Yet their cold-hearted commander continued to hysterically issue orders for a forward charge from the rear, seemingly indifferent to the lives of his soldiers, only wanting to use their lives to break through the impenetrable defense of the Blue Star forces. Unfortunately, how could flesh and blood stand against ruthless bullets and powerful artillery? Even though the Fishman soldiers, charged with the determination to die, they still could not breach the Blue Star forces' impregnable defenses. After sacrificing many precious lives, the outermost barbed wire was finally breached, allowing the Fishman soldiers to advance a short distance. However, in front of them, solid bunkers blocked their path, and the Fishman soldiers were instantly suppressed by the ferocious firepower from within the bunkers, unable to lift their heads. The entire beach was shrouded in smoke, visibility obscured by thick fog. The sounds of shouting, gunfire, and explosions intertwined, deafening, as if ready to tear the entire world apart. The Fishman's soldiers were covered in dirt, blood, and sweat, their original forms unrecognizable. Retreat! Retreat! Seeing that the Fishman Empire troops had lost more than half of their forces, the commander finally snapped out of his madness and hurriedly called for the remaining troops to begin their retreat. Upon hearing the order to retreat, the Fishman soldiers felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, quickly turning to flee in a panic, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, they would be struck by the powerful weapons and lose their lives. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow illuminated the tragic beach, revealing a scene of desolation. With Fishman soldiers' bodies scattered everywhere, broken weapons and equipment littered across the ground, creating a chaotic scene. Thus, the Fishman Empire's support troops were completely repelled, returning in defeat. Chapter 60. Urban Siege and Defense. What? Our troops have lost more than half. The king of the Fishman Empire shouted in disbelief, his face filled with shock upon hearing this news. Upon learning that the reinforcements he sent out were actually repelled, his eyes widened, filled with astonishment and anger. Being repelled was one thing, but losing more than half of the soldiers was an immense disgrace for the Fishman Empire. Your Majesty, I can't be blamed. The enemy's weapons are simply too powerful. Our soldiers didn't even get a clear look at the enemy before being struck by their astonishingly powerful weapons. The commander, with a helpless expression, wept and pleaded, trying to defend himself. If it weren't for your blind command, recklessly leading the soldiers into battle. How could we have suffered such heavy losses? Guards, take him away and execute him. The king roared angrily, his voice echoing in the palace. As soon as the king finished speaking, 2 strong guards rushed in, unhesitatingly seizing the commander and dragging him out of the palace. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The commander struggled desperately, pleading for mercy. However, the king remained unmoved, his expression grim, watching as the commander was dragged away for execution. Sai, send word to the Beastman Empire, telling them our troops have been decimated and are unable to provide further support. Let them fend for themselves. The king sighed deeply, saying helplessly, although he still had troops, his empire was based in the sea, and while their offensive capabilities might be lacking, their defense was surely the strongest among the 5 great empires. In this case, it was better to preserve their strength. Meanwhile, on the side of the Chaos Empire, despite the fact that the most crucial city had been occupied, the king of the Chaos Empire resolutely decided to send troops for support. Not for any other reason, but because the 2 countries were closely neighboring, sharing a relationship where the loss of one meant danger for the other. Thus, they had to send troops to lend a hand. Otherwise, the Beastman Empire's downfall would soon lead to their own. To ensure the successful recovery of the city, the number of soldiers dispatched for this campaign reached a staggering 100,000. As for why they did not choose to take a detour would not only waste a considerable amount of precious time, but would also likely result in being caught in a pincer movement by the enemy. At that point, they would truly be in a dire situation, akin to a turtle in a jar. On the side of the Blue Star, the defending troops were also formidable. Various artillery pieces were set up along the city walls, and the buildings within the city were meticulously arranged with all sorts of traps and sturdy fortifications. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence. Either completely eradicate the Blue Star troops within the city, or do not even think about crossing this impregnable city. As the sun set, in the blood-red glow of the dying sun, the army of the Chaos Empire surged toward the city like a roaring tide. The soldiers, clad in heavy armor and wielding various weapons, marched forward, the flags fluttering wildly in the fierce wind as the sounds of hooves, footsteps, and vehicles intermingled, shaking the earth beneath them. This massive force extended for miles, raising dust that obscured the sky, as if to cover the entire horizon. The commander of the Blue Star troops stood tall on the towering city walls, his gaze sternly fixed on the approaching enemy army. They have finally arrived. Notify all units to prepare for battle. The commander quickly issued the order. On the city walls, cannons were lined up neatly. The gunners wore serious expressions, fully prepared, with ammunition crates piled high beside them. When the army of the Chaos Empire entered the firing range, the commander suddenly swung his arm down and yelled hoarsely, "Fire!" In an instant, deafening cannon fire erupted. The shells screamed like meteors toward the enemy, and the explosive flashes continuously flickered among the enemy ranks. Billowing clouds of smoke filled the air, and the gruesome scene of blood and flesh flying was shocking. This sudden and fierce explosion threw the vanguard of the Chaos Empire into chaos. "Do not panic. Charge!" The commander of the Chaos Empire shouted hoarsely. Under his command, the troops steadied their formation and charged toward the city gate like frenzied beasts. Amidst the torrential rain of bullets and the earth-shaking explosions, the troops of the Chaos Empire braved countless dangers and finally reached the foot of the city wall. Explosive spell. Several mages shouted in unison, taking cover behind the brave soldiers. Bright magical lights erupted, and with a tremendous roar, the city gate was blasted open, splintering wood flying everywhere. As the troops of the Chaos Empire surged in like a flood breaking through a dam, on the streets of the city, the carefully planned traps set by the Blue Star troops began to take their deadly toll. Some enemy soldiers, in their hurried advance, unwittingly stepped on traps, and in an instant, hidden spikes shot up from the ground, piercing their bodies, blood gushing forth and staining the ground beneath them. Others fell into bottomless pits, filled with countless sharp spikes, leaving them no escape. Even worse, some unfortunate souls triggered powerful landmines, resulting in violent explosions. Beyond the solid and tight defense on the city walls, Many elusive Blue Star squads were hidden within the city, waiting in the dark corners, their eyes fixed intently on the movements of the enemy. Fire! Suddenly, a machine gun emerged from an inconspicuous window, aiming at the troops of the Chaos Empire and unleashing a torrent of deadly fire. Enemy attack! The panicked soldiers of the Chaos Empire scattered in disarray, hastily seeking refuge in the surrounding buildings. That direction! A sharp-eyed soldier quickly pointed out the location of the machine gun, and a mage immediately raised his hand, sending a flaming fireball hurtling toward the machine gun's position. Dodge! Seeing the fireball speeding toward him, the machine gunner's face changed drastically, and he hastily tried to leave his position. Unfortunately, the fireball was as fast as lightning, hitting the building where the machine gunner was stationed, and the collapsing structure mercilessly buried him, leaving his fate uncertain. This brutal and intense battle scene was unfolding in every corner of the city. It was a fight to the death, with no room for retreat or mercy. Deafening explosions rang out throughout the city, which was instantly engulfed in a raging sea of flames. Houses collapsed one after another, roads were shattered, and the roaring fire greedily consumed everything. On the streets, the acrid smoke and nauseating scent of blood filled the air, and everywhere one looked, there were the cold bodies of soldiers from both sides. Bullets flew like locusts. In every dark corner of the streets, every seemingly ordinary window could be hiding a deadly threat. Chapter 61. Missile launch. The entire battle raged fiercely from dusk until the early morning of the next day, as if the long night was forever illuminated by the flames of war. During this unbearable time, people tragically lost their lives every minute, even every second. Life became so fragile here, and a shadow of death loomed over everyone. Retreat. Finally, the commander of the Chaotic Empire looked at his heavily damaged and demoralized army, helplessly waving his hand to order a withdrawal. After a whole night of harrowing combat, the Chaotic Empire had lost the vast majority of its 100,000 soldiers. The remaining ragtag troops could only hurriedly exit the city with panic-stricken expressions, fleeing from this place that resembled a horrific meat grinder. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke that lingered heavily, like a thick haze. As far as the eye could see, there were corpses strewn everywhere, and the scene was devastating. Shocking to behold. This intense siege battle ultimately ended in a hard-won victory for the Blue Star troops. However, the situation for the Blue Star troops was not optimistic either. After a night of desperate fighting, the defending forces were also left with very few soldiers and suffered heavy casualties. If the Chaotic Empire continued its relentless assault, it was uncertain whether the Blue Star troops could hold this city, which had endured the ravages of war. Damn it! Damn it! Upon receiving the news of his troops' retreat, the king of the Chaotic Empire instantly exploded with rage, his eyes bloodshot like a frenzied lion. He wildly waved his arms, recklessly smashing precious items in the palace. Exquisite porcelain shattered into pieces, luxurious tapestries were torn down to the ground, and valuable furniture became broken under his fury. After a fit of venting, the king gradually calmed down, exhaustedly slumping into his throne, his brow furrowed as he began to rack his brain for how to respond next. After all, if an entire 100,000 soldiers could not breach the enemy's defended city, one could only imagine how powerful the enemy was, far beyond comprehension. After pondering for a long time, the king silently picked up pen and paper and quickly wrote a letter. Then he called for a messenger, his expression serious as he said, "Find a way to deliver this letter to the so-called Blue Star troops." After these two intense battles, the reputation of the Blue Star troops spread like a whirlwind across the globe of this planet, whether among the 5 great empires or various wandering adventurers. Almost everyone had heard of the remarkable name of the Blue Star troops. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star troops headquarters, Andrew stared intently at the images transmitted by the satellites, his face filled with excitement. In a vast forest, a team moved like a winding giant python, quietly advancing towards the Beast Empire under the cover of the lush forest. This team stretched for several kilometers, with women making up the majority. Without exception, they all had exquisite pointed ears, clearly indicating they were elves. This should be the support troops from the Forest Empire. Prepare the missiles. Endergoose shouted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. So what if they are women? The enemy is the enemy, regardless of gender or species. While missiles could not be used to bomb cities, bombing forests was still feasible. As Endergoos's command was given, the command center lit up, rows of sophisticated instruments and screens flashing complex and varied data and images. Technicians focused intently, their hands swiftly moving over control panels, accurately inputting various commands. In an open area, mobile missile launchers loaded with massive missiles quietly stood on the ground. The missiles beginning to rise slowly, standing upright. Target location confirmed. Missile launch system ready, waiting for final command. The report echoed clearly in the communication channel within the missile launcher. Endergoose took a deep breath, his gaze resolute, decisively issuing the order. Launch. With the issuance of this command, the operators inside the vehicle unhesitatingly pressed the launch button. Instantly, a powerful current surged like a torrential flood through thick wires to the bottom of the missile. A scorching flame erupted from the missile's tail, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to tear the heavens apart. The missile began to ascend slowly. The flames shooting out grew stronger, as if they wanted to consume everything around them, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The missile's speed increased rapidly, becoming faster and faster. The immense thrust causing the entire missile launcher to tremble violently, as if it would fall apart. One missile after another tore through the clouds, leaving behind a long white trail that gradually spread across the vast sky, like a gigantic dragon twisting and writhing in the air. The missile flew higher and higher until it became a nearly imperceptible, ultimately disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 62, The Power of Missile's Sister. What is that? In the ranks of the Forest Empire, a cute little elf girl tightly tugged at her sister's sleeve, looking up at the sky with a puzzled expression. This is... Everyone get down. The elf woman, referred to as sister, followed the direction her younger sister was pointing and saw several black dots with long trails of smoke racing towards them like deadly demons. Although she didn't know what these objects were, her strong intuition was screaming at her, warning that this was an extremely dangerous presence, a huge threat to their lives. Hearing the urgent shout, the entire team of the Forest Empire fell into chaos, and everyone hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, the vast kill range of the missiles was not something they could easily escape on foot. There were several loud explosions as a few missiles accurately struck the long line of troops, and in an instant, flames soared into the sky, with the sound of explosions echoing throughout the area. As the missiles detonated, it was as if the apocalypse had suddenly arrived. Huge and scorching fireballs surged upward like ferocious beasts, mercilessly engulfing everything around them. The incredibly high temperatures, accompanied by violent shock waves, surged outward from the explosion point like a raging tide. In the blazing flames, the figures of the elves were instantly swallowed by the roaring inferno. The originally tall and majestic trees burned violently under the extreme heat, producing a series of sharp cracking sounds before turning to ash. Thick smoke billowed upward, overwhelming the sky and shrouding the entire forest, as if it had suddenly plunged into a terrifying abyss of hell. In the core explosion area, those unfortunate elves were instantly obliterated, leaving no trace of their existence. The elves a bit farther away had their bodies torn apart by the immense explosive force, with severed limbs scattered all over the ground. Their beautiful pointed ears were scorched by the raging flames, their once exquisite faces covered in blood and dirt, and their lively and spirited eyes now only held endless emptiness and deep despair. Injured elves let out agonizing wails, their cries sounding so tragic and helpless amidst the billowing smoke. Some elves tried to rescue their wounded companions, but the fierce flames and collapsing trees made their efforts extraordinarily difficult. The once orderly ranks had now become chaotic, with fear and despair like a heavy haze enveloping everyone. The fire ignited by the explosions quickly spread, forming a raging sea of flames, and those elves who had survived the blast struggled desperately to escape the inferno. Their clothes and hair caught fire, their delicate skins severely burned, and the air was filled with the nauseating smell of burning flesh and the strong scent of blood. This once peaceful and vibrant forest had now turned into a hellish nightmare. Far away in the camp, Andergu focused intently on the clear images transmitted by the satellite. Nodding in satisfaction, it seemed they could save 2 medium-range missiles. The missile attack had been quite effective, successfully destroying the combat forces of the Forest Empire support troops. If the results were not satisfactory, Andergu was prepared to continue launching missiles until the Forest Empire's troops completely lost their combat capability. In the forest that had been bombarded by missiles, those elves who had miraculously survived and managed to escape the terrifying sea of flames quickly and frantically gathered together. Is this divine retribution? A barely surviving elf stared blankly at the endless sea of flames still raging behind her, her face numb, as if she had lost her soul, muttering to herself. After enduring the brutal baptism of the missiles, the Forest Empire support troops had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Now, only the Beast King's Empire support troops remained, making the operation to occupy the capital of the Beast Empire essentially a walk in the park. On the outskirts of the Adi Forest, it had now been transformed into an impregnable defense line by the Blue Star troops, with various machine gun and artillery fortifications standing like steel behemoths, and towering watchtowers rising high. Who goes there? A sharp-eyed guard instantly spotted a tall, thin figure lurking in the bushes. He immediately raised his weapon, aiming accurately at the target. Upon hearing the guard shout, other soldiers hurried over, and at the same time, bright searchlights on the watchtowers were turned on, casting strong beams of light into the bushes. Don't shoot. I am a messenger from the Chaos Empire, sent here to deliver a message by our king's order. Under the focus of so many weapons, a trembling messenger from the Chaos Empire slowly emerged from the bushes, hands raised high, with a letter visibly in hand. Letter? Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, and after confirming there were no potential dangers around, one soldier cautiously approached the messenger. Be honest. Get on the ground and raise your hands. Other soldiers shouted loudly around him. Hearing this, the messenger dared not resist, quickly complying and lying down on the ground with his hands raised high. Seeing the messenger cooperate so obediently, the guards felt relieved and quickly stepped forward to take the letter from his hand. They swiftly pulled out handcuffs and skillfully cuffed his hands. Other guards quickly gathered around. Let's go. Take it back to the camp. The guard spoke sternly, tightly gripping the messenger's arms as they escorted him in the direction of the camp. Chapter 63. The decision of the Forest Queen Commander. We have captured a messenger who claims to be from the Chaos Empire. This is the letter he brought. In Andergu's command room, several solemn-looking guards forcefully brought the messenger forward, then quickly took out the envelope and handed it to Andergu. A messenger? An envelope? Seeing this situation, Andergu furrowed his brows slightly, reached out to take the envelope from the guard, and slowly pulled out the letter inside to examine it carefully. After a long while, Andergu put down the letter with a puzzled expression, for it was not, as he had anticipated, a declaration of war or a letter filled with provocation, but rather an unexpected letter of surrender. Dear leader of the Blue Star Forces, hello. After a long period of careful consideration, I, Gallic King of the Chaos Empire, solemnly decide to surrender to you and the Blue Star Forces you represent. We have deeply realized that continuing to resist the Blue Star Forces will only lead to our total destruction. Your formidable power and remarkably advanced weapons leave us feeling utterly powerless. In this brutal war, we have clearly seen the situation, and it is entirely meaningless to continue fighting. We willingly lay down our weapons and are prepared to fully comply with your arrangements. Here, I sincerely hope you can treat our people with tolerance and compassion, giving them a precious chance and hope for survival. King Gallic of the Chaos Empire XXXX year XX month XX day. After reading this letter of surrender, Andergu fell into deep thought. He understood that this might be a rare opportunity to quickly end this alien war, but he also had to remain highly vigilant and approach it cautiously to guard against deception. After all, such a letter could not fully represent a nation's true attitude and position. Carefully tell me how your king sent you to deliver this letter. Andergu fixed his sharp gaze on the messenger, speaking in a serious tone. regardless of whether the letter was genuine or not. He needed to find a way to get more details from this messenger. Upon hearing Andergu's words, the messenger did not dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly spilled everything he knew, including how the king had raged in the palace, venting his fury, and even described some subtle expressions and actions vividly. After listening to the messenger's incessant account, Andergu remained silent, merely nodding slightly. If the messenger had not exaggerated his description, then this letter likely represented the true attitude of King Gallic. "My lord, I've delivered the letter. Can you spare my life?" The messenger's voice trembled, his face pale with fear, and his body shook slightly from extreme fright. "Rest assured, you will definitely be sent back. However, you won't be the only one going back. I will also arrange for a troop to accompany you." Although Andergu still had many doubts about the Chaos Empire's sudden decision to give up resistance and choose surrender, he was not entirely convinced of it all. After careful consideration, he decided to send a smaller troop to follow the messenger back, attempting to probe the real stance of the so-called King Gallic. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Forest Empire, the Forest Queen tightly gripped the intelligence in her hands, her fingers turning white from excessive force, and her breathing began to become erratic. 50,000 compatriots, a full 50,000 compatriots, the Forest Queen cried out in agony, her voice filled with endless pain and anger. The support troops of the Forest Empire, after being bombarded by missiles, had almost been completely wiped out, with only a few hundred surviving by sheer luck, many of whom were severely injured, but at least they had managed to keep their lives. This sudden and brutal attack left the Forest Queen feeling lost, unsure whether it was indeed the doing of the so-called Blue Star forces or truly divine retribution as rumored. But regardless of the reason, the fact had occurred. And the most important thing now was to consider how to choose next, whether to fight to the bitter end or to submit in humiliation. It should be noted that due to the special characteristics of the elf race, the Forest Empire had a majority of females, a low population, and weak combat abilities, making them the least powerful among the 5 great empires. "Come, prepare the supplies. I will personally go to meet the leader of the Blue Star forces." The Forest Queen's gaze was unwavering. Whether facing the threat of national extinction or living in humiliation, she was mentally prepared, knowing that the opponent's displayed strength completely surpassed theirs. "Your Majesty, it is too risky for you to go in person. Regardless of whether we choose to seek peace or fight, we will unwaveringly follow your choice." A personal guard of the Queen looked at her with reluctance, his eyes reddening. "I have made up my mind. If I cannot return with any news, then you will lead the Empire to fight them until the last moment." The Forest Queen spoke with determination, continuing, "After all, whether in war or peace, if not a single piece of news can be sent out, it indicates that the so-called Blue Star forces must be a group of ruthless and brutal individuals. Against such an existence, there can be no possibility of negotiation. We can only fight until the last moment of our lives." Far away in the satellite control center of the camp, the staff were fully focused on observing through satellite images. They saw another small troop marching out from the Forest Empire, but the scale of this troop was extremely small, only a few hundred people, looking nothing like a force preparing for battle. "I thought they were preparing to send troops again," the staff murmured softly, because Andergu had previously issued a strict order that if the Forest Empire sent out support troops again, they would not hesitate to continue launching missiles along their marching route until they completely gave up support. As for the Beast King Empire, their support troops had been marching in a scattered manner, with some going east and others west, and they had consistently chosen to march along urban routes, seldom staying in the wilderness for long. If it weren't for the knowledge that they were completely unaware of technological civilization, Andergu might even suspect that they were aware of missile weapons and had deliberately chosen such a marching method to try to evade attacks. Little did he know that his suspicion was entirely unnecessary. The support troops of the Beast King Empire were filled with undisciplined ruffians, so they completely disregarded military regulations, walking and stopping at will. As for why they preferred urban routes, it was simply because they could enjoy themselves while passing through cities during their march. Happy New Year! May you find more joy in your reading in the new year, and may your days become increasingly smooth. Chapter 64. Surrender Document in the Capital of the Chaotic Empire. A Blue Star army marched arrogantly and swaggeringly through the bustling streets. Tanks and armored vehicles rolled through with imposing might, their thunderous rumble and deafening engine noise resembling the roar of a fierce beast, shaking the windows of nearby houses and even causing them to creak. "What on earth is this?" Someone in the crowd gasped, wide-eyed in astonishment. Never before had they seen such a massive thing, with people sitting on top. The crowd murmured in disgust loudly, filled with curiosity and shock. This seems to be the rumored Blue Star Army, right? Among the crowd, there were keen observers who immediately recognized this as the recently famous and well-known Blue Star Army. The Blue Star Army? I've heard of them. But how did they come to our capital? Could it be that they have already breached the defenses and entered? Upon hearing this, many people felt a surge of fear, their faces turning pale. After all, fully armed soldiers appearing openly in their own empire's capital would lead anyone to imagine the worst. Thus, under the complex gazes of the curious yet fearful crowd, the Blue Star Army marched steadily and resolutely toward the palace. Inside the palace, King Gaul of the Chaotic Empire was well aware that the Blue Star Army had entered the city, as it was he who had given the order to allow them in. "Sigh, I really don't know if this choice is good or bad." Gaul frowned, pacing back and forth in the palace, his face full of hesitation. However, now that the Blue Star Army had entered the city, even if he wanted to regret his decision, it was too late. With no other choice, Gaul could only silently pray in his heart, hoping that everything would turn out well. Before long, a messenger hurriedly rushed in, looking flustered. "Your Majesty, the Blue Star Army has entered the palace and is currently waiting outside the hall. Hurry, please let them in." Hearing that they had arrived, Gaul's expression turned anxious, and he quickly instructed someone to invite them in. A line of well-equipped Blue Star soldiers marched in with orderly and powerful steps, holding steel rifles, their expressions serious and stern. Within just a few minutes, the entire palace was tightly surrounded by Blue Star soldiers. Seeing the scene, beads of sweat immediately appeared on Gaul's forehead. He quickly raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat streaming down, for at that moment, he truly felt like a turtle in a jar, with no hope of escape. "Hello, King Gaul. I am the representative of the Blue Star Army, Xiaofeng." Once the soldiers had fully taken control of the palace, Xiaofeng slowly walked in from outside at a leisurely pace. "Hello, Xiaofeng, sir." Gaul hurriedly jogged over, his face full of humility and his tone filled with ingratiation. "Just call me comrade." Xiaofeng shook his head slightly, smiling as he spoke. Yes, comrade Xiaofeng. I have also read your letter. Does your country truly wish to surrender?" Xiaofeng extended his right hand, looking at Gaul with a seemingly kind smile, his gaze calm. For some reason, even though Xiaofeng had a smiling and friendly demeanor, Gaul felt an inexplicable pressure and deep fear emanating from him. Yes, after careful consideration, I have deeply realized that surrendering is undoubtedly the right choice. I hope your side can be generous and show mercy." Gaul, feeling the urgency of the situation, quickly grasped Xiaofeng's outstretched hand with both hands, his face filled with a sycophantic smile. "All right, since that is the case, here is the surrender document we have drafted. Please take a close look, and if there are no objections, just sign it." Xiaofeng calmly pulled out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Gaul. The surrender document. Gaul was momentarily taken aback, and after a while, he slowly took the scroll from Xiaofeng. It clearly stated, from this day on, the Chaotic Empire must unconditionally surrender to the Blue Star Army and willingly submit to the Shili Empire. First, all military facilities of the Chaotic Empire, including but not limited to barracks, armories, defensive works, etc., must be completely handed over to the Blue Star Army without reservation within specified time. Any acts of concealment or destruction of military facilities will be met with severe punishment. Second, all personnel of level 5 or above within the Chaotic Empire must be registered in detail and handed over to the Blue Star Army for unified management. Third, the Chaotic Empire must do its utmost to cooperate with the Blue Star Army in other military actions, including but not limited to providing sufficient manpower, abundant material resources, and ample financial support. Throughout the entire combat process, strict adherence to the plans and schemes set forth by the Blue Star Army is required. No changes or delays are allowed. Fourth, all books and materials within the Chaotic Empire, such as magic scrolls, puppets, magical tools, etc., must be submitted to the Shili Empire without omission. The chaotic empire must not privately conceal or delay submission. Fifth, the political system of the chaotic empire will undergo a comprehensive reorganization, and all privileges enjoyed by the former nobility will be abolished. Sixth, the chaotic empire must provide a large workforce to participate in various engineering and production activities designated by the Blue Star Army. Seventh, the chaotic empire must not possess its own independent army and can only retain a small amount of armed forces for maintaining social order, which must also receive training and strict supervision from the Blue Star Army. The more Gaul read, the paler his face became, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. He knew very well that once he signed this surrender document, the chaotic empire would completely lose its independent status. However, the pressing situation did not allow him to refuse. I am willing to accept all these conditions, but what is this Shili Empire? After thinking for a moment, Gaul chose to surrender, but still asked with a confused expression. After all, he had never heard of this Shili Empire before. Yet the surrender document clearly stated that they needed to submit to the Shili Empire. Seeing Gaul's puzzled expression, Xiaofeng still smiled and patiently explained. Because we also belong to the Shili Empire, so if you choose to surrender, you naturally must submit to the Shili Empire. As for what the Shili Empire is. Saying this, Xiaofeng began to elaborate in detail about everything he knew about the Shili Empire. After listening to Xiaofeng's explanation, Gaul was left in a daze, frozen in place. It turned out that beyond this world, there was an even broader world. Thinking of this, Gaul felt incredibly fortunate about the choice he had made. If it were truly as Xiaofeng said, then the world he was in could easily be destroyed by others. Realizing this, Gaul hurriedly called his subordinates to quickly bring him a pen, then eagerly wrote his name on the surrender document. Thus, the chaotic empire officially declared its surrender, and the original 5 great empires were reduced to 4. Chapter 65. The cosplay corpses, however, just after Gaul formally signed the surrender document, a messenger rushed in with a panicked expression. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Some nobles are inciting the public to protest outside the palace, insisting that we cannot surrender. The messenger said breathlessly. Upon hearing this, Gaul's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and Xiaofeng's brow furrowed slightly. The surrender document has already been signed, yet there's still a protest. But why does this feel so familiar? Isn't this exactly what happened back on our Blue Star? Thinking of this, Xiaofeng turned his gaze to Gaul, wanting to see how he planned to handle this tricky situation. If he wasn't able to step in personally, he could lend a hand, as he already had experience dealing with such situations. Seeing Xiaofeng looking at him, Gaul immediately panicked and quickly said, I really didn't expect this. Those nobles have always been resentful about losing power. That's normal. I just wanted to ask how you plan to respond next. Or do you need our help? Xiaofeng nodded slightly, indicating that he understood Gaul's explanation. Help? I actually have been displeased with these nobles in the city for a long time. If your side is willing to help resolve this, that would be a huge help. The best possible. Seeing that Xiaofeng was willing to help, Gaul quickly smiled broadly and responded eagerly, as his own intervention would surely not be as effective as that of the Blue Star troops. Do you have a map of the capital? Xiaofeng asked seriously. Yes. I'll have someone get it right away, Gaul hurriedly replied. In no time, a detailed map of the entire chaotic empire's capital was respectfully handed to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng opened the map and examined it closely, noticing that the map showed more than 10 noble residences spread throughout the entire capital. It seemed this was undoubtedly a rather daunting task. Notify the troops to prepare for action. After a brief moment of planning the action route, Xiaofeng made a decisive decision and quickly left with the soldiers, leaving Gaul still standing dazed in place, motionless. Phew, let the surrender happen. At least my life can be saved. Moreover, as the first to surrender, perhaps this world will be managed by me in the future. He. Gaul chuckled to himself. After all, from what Xiaofeng described about the situation in the Shili Empire, after occupying a planet, which is the world he is currently in, they would also choose someone to manage the entire planet. Who knows, he might just be that lucky chosen one. On the other side, as Xiaofeng led his troops out of the palace, he saw a group of passionate people gathered outside, waving various weapons and protesting loudly. Refuse to surrender. Down with the Blue Star troops. Seeing them so spirited and happy while shouting slogans, Xiao Feng couldn't help but laugh. Why was he laughing? Because soon these people would not be able to laugh anymore. Everyone, prepare. As soon as Xiao Feng's order was given, all the soldiers immediately sprang into action. Raising their weapons, the gun barrels steadily and slowly aimed at the protesting residents of the chaotic empire, not humans. While the weapons on the armored vehicles and tanks also slowly turned to aim at them. As for the cannons, they definitely couldn't be used, since they were currently in the city center. It would be fine to kill the protesting chaotic empire residents, but if they accidentally injured other civilians, that would not be good, especially since the chaotic empire had already surrendered. Open fire. At Xiao Feng's command, as soon as the words left his mouth, a torrential rain of bullets surged toward the chaotic empire residents. Instantly, bullets struck one after another, blood splattering everywhere. Run! They're killing people. Many of those among them were ordinary residents who had been deceived and lured by the nobles. Upon seeing the Blue Star soldiers act so recklessly, they panicked and desperately ran toward the outside. The crowd instantly became extremely noisy and chaotic, with people pushing and trampling each other everywhere. In just a few minutes, the entire protesting crowd was emptied. Those who were lucky managed to crawl away, while those who weren't, well, there they lay on the ground, cosplaying as corpses, looking perfectly like cosplay. Advance! Seeing that the protesting crowd had been cleared, Xiao Feng immediately issued the command to continue advancing, targeting the first noble residents. Along the way, everyone who saw this troop panicked and quickly found places to hide, fearing they might be invited to eat peanuts. As this peanut was not something one could afford to eat, once consumed, it could cost them their lives. Before long, the troops arrived at the first noble residence. Halt! Who are you? This is the Duke's residence. You should leave immediately. The guards at the entrance looked serious, glaring angrily, completely unaware of the severe situation at hand. Seeing this, Xiao Feng was amused by the guard's stupidity. Open fire. Xiao Feng issued the command without hesitation. This was no longer a crowded market area. The tank's cannon directly aimed at the gate, and a powerful shell shot out, crashing directly into the thick door of the residence. As for those guards, they naturally became corpses. No, they had turned into minced meat, unable to even cosplay as corpses. With a loud bang, the door was blown open, and the Blue Star soldiers rushed in like a tide, launching a ruthless cleanup against those inside. Gunfire erupted continuously, even if there were ninth-level powerhouses. As long as they dared to show their heads, various shells and bullets would pour out like a storm. Not even a ninth level would survive, let alone if more came. After about 10 minutes, the Blue Star soldiers began to slowly come out, having completely cleared the nobles inside the residence. Next target, move out. After clearing this residence, the Blue Star troops pressed on, firmly heading toward another residence. Chapter 66. The two great empires unite, thus. Xiao Feng led his troops methodically clearing the noble residences in the royal capital one by one. Along the way, they encountered nobles who chose to surrender directly and beg for their lives. However, these nobles were essentially potential uncontrollable factors, highly likely to create trouble in the future. Therefore, Xiao Feng did not accept their surrenders or requests. He executed them all without a shred of mercy or hesitation. In just half a day's time, all the noble residences in the chaotic Empire's royal capital were completely cleared out. The brutality of their methods was chilling. Even the elderly, children, and women were not spared. If you were in the residence, you could not escape. Truly, the Blue Star troops were ruthless in their tactics. Upon learning that the Blue Star troops had cleared all the noble residences, Gaul's expression suddenly changed, and his body trembled slightly as he spoke with a quivering voice. If he hadn't surrendered, his fate would surely have been the same as those nobles. After the Blue Star troops successfully dismantled these opposing forces, Gaul did not dare to delay, quickly spreading the news of the chaotic empire's formal surrender. Once this news broke, it shocked and astonished the entire continent. It was known that the chaotic empire had a massive army of over 1 million. How could a mere defeat of 100,000 troops lead to an immediate surrender? It was truly inconceivable. In truth, Gaul was well aware that he still commanded over 1 million soldiers. However, The disparity in strength between both sides was enormous. No matter how many soldiers there were, if they were far outmatched in equipment, tactics, and strategy, it would be futile. Continuing to resist to the bitter end would only lead to inevitable defeat. Choosing to surrender now was also a form of defeat, but since the outcome was the same, why not surrender directly to minimize the Empire's losses and casualties, as well as protect his own interests? Of course, others were unaware of Gaul's true thoughts and could only judge based on their subjective assumptions. Some said the king of Gaul chose to surrender out of fear for his life, while others speculated that the Blue Star troops and the chaotic empire had secretly reached some sort of unspeakable agreement. Some even guessed that the chaotic empire was merely pretending to surrender, hiding a conspiracy beneath the surface. However, regardless of how people discussed or speculated, the fact remained that the chaotic empire's surrender was undoubtedly true. On a winding path, a convoy of several hundred was slowly making its way, and inside the carriages sat none other than the esteemed queen of the Forest Empire. "Your Majesty, we have just received news from the chaotic empire. They have directly surrendered to the Blue Star troops," a hurried attendant reported. "Surrendered? Is this news credible?" The Forest Queen looked astonished and incredulous, her beautiful eyes wide open. After all, the chaotic empire had always been stronger than her Forest Empire, and they had actually surrendered to the Blue Star troops like this. "Absolutely true, Your Majesty." This news was personally disseminated by King Gaul of the chaotic empire, and it is said that the Blue Star troops have already begun taking over the chaotic empire's affairs. The attendant replied confidently. After confirming the accuracy of the news multiple times, the Forest Queen was slightly taken aback, her expression complex. She then sighed softly. "Well, since the Blue Star troops are willing to accept the chaotic empire's surrender, they probably won't refuse ours either. Let's continue moving forward," the Forest Queen said helplessly. With that, the convoy continued towards the location of the Blue Star troops. "What? The chaotic empire has surrendered?" In the royal capital of the Beastmaster Empire, the king of the Beastmaster Empire widened his eyes in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment. He quickly shifted to an angry expression. "Damn Gaul, how cowardly. Just a siege battle, and he is so scared? It's only a loss of 100,000 soldiers. If they're gone, they're gone. How could he choose to surrender? What a coward." The Beastmaster King was furious, his fists pounding on the table with such force that it shattered instantly. Although he said this, he knew very well that if the chaotic empire surrendered, he would undoubtedly lose a powerful ally. After all, the territories of their two empires were closely neighboring, sharing both glory and loss. Now that the chaotic empire had surrendered, who knew if they would join forces with the Blue Star troops to attack him? If the chaotic empire really did launch an attack against him, he would be caught in a pincer movement. The best course of action now was to ally with the Beast King Empire. "Get someone here." With this thought, the Beastmaster King no longer hesitated. He quickly wrote a heartfelt letter, offering many valuable resources, and handed it to a messenger, instructing him to deliver it swiftly to the king of the Beast King Empire. In the Beast King Empire, the Beast King was currently in a state of indecision. He had received a letter from the Beastmaster Empire and had also heard the news of the chaotic empire's surrender. Now, he faced three difficult choices. One was to fully support the Beastmaster Empire and fight against the Blue Star troops together. The second was to cease all assistance to the Beastmaster Empire and watch from the sidelines. And the third was, of course, to follow the chaotic empire's example and surrender to the Blue Star troops. This was indeed a tough decision for the Beast King. After all, the king of the Beastmaster Empire had made a solemn promise in the letter to provide a significant amount of precious resources. Additionally, the two empires had deep-rooted connections, essentially sharing the same roots, with both nations primarily composed of beastmen. He had considered surrendering, but the conditions for surrender were far too harsh for him. It should be noted that after the chaotic empire surrendered, they accepted a total of 7 strict treaties from the Blue Star troops. If he truly signed those, he would suffer significant losses in terms of power and interests. After much contemplation, the Beast King ultimately decided to assist the Beastmaster Empire. After all, the losses he would incur from surrendering were too great for him to bear. Since he had made the decision to help the Beastmaster Empire, The Beast King did not hold back. He decisively dispatched over 2 million troops, leaving only a few 100,000 for defense within his empire. I don't believe it. With all our troops deployed, how can a suddenly emerged Blue Star troop resist us? The Beast King snorted coldly, filled with confidence. After all, in previous battles between various empires and the Blue Star troops, the maximum number of participating troops had only been around 100,000, never reaching the scale of 1,000,000. Now, with over 2 million soldiers from his side, combined with the forces of the Beastmaster Empire, they could easily muster 400,000 to 500,000 troops. He was confident the Blue Star troops would not be able to withstand such a force. After all, even to kill a chicken, it would be exhausting to do so for 400,000 to 500,000. The astonishing news of the Beast King Empire sending over 2 million soldiers to support the Beastmaster Empire spread like wildfire across the world, and everyone became aware of this significant event. Over 2 million? The Beast King Empire must have laid bare its entire foundation. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the case?" One can only say that these two empires are indeed branches of the same root. They dare to exhaust their resources without hesitation to help, others echoed. The news sparked various discussions and speculations among the people, with all sorts of opinions being voiced. Chapter 67, The Forest Empire's Convoy Arrives on the Other Side. The king of the Beast Empire was naturally overjoyed after receiving the shocking news. With both of our empires joining forces, let's see how the Blue Star troops can invade. The king of the Beast Empire laughed wildly, even thinking about launching a counterattack against the Blue Star troops to reclaim all the cities they had previously lost, while also showing the surrendered Chaos Empire what true strength looked like. As for the Fishman Empire, they remained indifferent, focusing on their own matters. After all, they calculated that regardless of which side ultimately achieved victory, they seemed to face no significant threat. If the Beast Empire won, they would still be one of the 5 great empires, their status secure. Even if the Blue Star troops won, they would simply have to abandon their interests on land. After all, it was unlikely that the Blue Star troops could attack them underwater like the Fishmen could, right? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Adi Forest, the large convoy of the Forest Empire finally arrived after a long journey. Is this where the Blue Star troops are stationed? The Forest Queen looked around at the lush trees, her brows slightly furrowed, filled with doubt. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this place did not resemble a garrison of the Blue Star troops. There were no signs of human presence, not even a trace of activity. Unbeknownst to her, a reconnaissance aircraft conducting a mission high above, 1,000 meters in the air, had spotted them. This reconnaissance aircraft had been flying routine missions around the Adi Forest and had just discovered the convoy of the Forest Empire. Report, this is reconnaissance aircraft number 3. We have spotted a convoy, suspected to be from the Forest Empire, requesting ground troop support. The reconnaissance officer quickly reported the situation. Received. A succinct reply came from the communicator. As for how the reconnaissance aircraft identified this as the Forest Empire's convoy, the reason was simple. The Forest Queen had prominently displayed her empire's distinctive flag on the carriage, just as the Forest Queen was preparing to delve deeper into the forest. Striking red lasers suddenly shot out from the trees, accurately targeting everyone in the Forest Empire convoy, especially the Forest Queen. Her body was covered with numerous red laser dots, clearly marked as a primary target. Danger! Protect Her Majesty! Seeing the situation was dire, the guards behind her were anxious, ready to rush forward to shield the Forest Queen with their bodies. However, before they could act, a bullet whistled through the air, striking the ground right at their feet and kicking up a cloud of dust. Stop! Don't move! At the sound of gunfire, the Forest Queen quickly waved her hand to stop the eager guards behind her. Seeing the Forest Queen's order, the guards, despite their anxiety, had no choice but to stand still, all of them tense and staring intently into the woods. Before long, a group of Blue Star soldiers, clad in advanced special equipment, steadily emerged from the trees. Of course, the weapons in their hands were still trained on the group, and if anyone from the Forest Empire dared to show any sign of movement, they would not hesitate to act without mercy. Who are you? What are you doing here? One of the Blue Star soldiers asked sternly. Hello, I am the Queen of the Forest Empire. I come on behalf of the Forest Empire to surrender to you. I have heard that you have been collecting supplies, and I have brought a full convoy as a gesture of goodwill, the Forest Queen replied hurriedly, eager to convey her intention. She had heard about these supplies before, as it was said that the Blue Star troops had been continuously gathering various materials and precious magical scrolls. To express her sincerity, she had prepared a full convoy of supplies for this visit. Surrender? The Blue Star soldier was slightly taken aback, clearly surprised, and quickly communicated with the headquarters. Report. This is Team 2 on the outskirts of the Adi Forest. We have successfully intercepted the intruders. Among them is someone claiming to be the Queen of the Forest Empire, who has come to surrender on behalf of her empire. Please instruct the command center. Seeing this, the members of the Forest Empire couldn't help but feel their hearts in their throats, anxiously watching the Blue Star soldiers, as the next order received could directly determine their fate. After a moment, the Blue Star soldiers nodded repeatedly, indicating they had received orders from their commander. Suddenly, the Blue Star soldiers turned their gaze towards the Forest Queen. At this, the Forest Queen's hands were tightly clenched. Due to excessive tension, her knuckles turned white, and cold sweat flowed uncontrollably down her face. She feared that the Blue Star troops would reject her surrender request. The higher-ups have agreed to your request. Please follow me. The Blue Star soldier said slowly. As he spoke, the soldiers gradually lowered their weapons, and the laser points targeting them naturally disappeared. This allowed the Forest Queen and her entourage to finally relax their tense nerves, letting out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 68. The first battle is the decisive battle. One battle determines the universe. The Forest Queen and her entourage cautiously followed the Blue Star soldiers as they slowly ventured deeper into the woods. Along the way, the people of the Forest Empire were filled with curiosity, constantly observing their surroundings, their eyes brimming with exploration and awe, and their hearts filled with deep respect for the mysterious and powerful forces of the Blue Star troops. Finally, they arrived at the camp, and a tall, serious-looking figure stepped out. This was Andergu. Normally, such important diplomatic matters would be handled by Xiangfeng, but unfortunately, Xiangfeng was not present at the camp at this time. So Andergu had to take over. Welcome, everyone. I am Andergu, the Supreme Commander here. Andergu, I am the Queen of the Forest Empire. You can call me Xia Wei. We are here to represent the Forest Empire to you. Xia Wei hurriedly spoke, trying to express their intentions. However, before Xia Wei could finish her sentence, Andergu lightly waved his hand, interrupting her. I am already aware of the situation. Please come in. I will accept the supplies you brought. As he spoke, Andergu turned and strode toward the command room without saying another word, leaving a stunned Xia Wei standing in place. After a moment, Xia Wei quickly followed him, feeling a slight sense of relief in her heart. After all, since they were willing to accept the supplies she brought, it was likely that her request for surrender would also be accepted. Upon entering the command room, Andergu remained silent, slowly picking up a scroll from the table and handing it to Xia Wei. Xia Wei looked at the scroll handed over by Andergu, her eyes, as bright as shining stars, filled with confusion as she stared intently at Andergu, hoping to glean some information from his expression. A letter of surrender. Please sign it, Andergu said expressionlessly. Even though Xia Wei was as beautiful as a flower, with exquisite features, Andergu's face showed no signs of emotion, as if accepting their surrender was merely a procedural matter. A letter of surrender? Xia Wei was slightly taken aback and quickly opened the scroll to examine it closely. It listed several major clauses, which were largely similar to the letter of surrender from the Chaos Empire. After carefully reviewing the clauses, Xia Wei did not hesitate and resolutely signed her name. As long as it can save the Empire, what does it matter if I lose my rights and interests? Seeing Xia Wei sign her name without any hesitation surprised Andergu. He had thought Xia Wei would bargain with him. Of course, even if she had, he would have refused all negotiations without any room for discussion. All right, now that the letter of surrender has been signed, according to the clauses in the letter, you are obligated to send troops to assist us, Andergu said with a serious expression. Send troops? To attack the Beast King Empire? Upon hearing Andergu's words, Xia Wei frowned slightly and asked after a moment of thought. After all, the entire world was aware that the Blue Star troops were bravely advancing toward the capital of the Beast Empire. No, a direct attack is not needed for now. We have received news that the Beast King Empire has begun to gather over 2 million soldiers to support the Beast Empire. Your task is to take advantage of the current situation while the Beast King Empire's local forces are thin and launch an attack to force them to divert some troops for reinforcements. Andergu explained the battle plan methodically. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. When did the Beast King Empire decide to deploy such a large force? I haven't heard any news about it, but we only have 1 million troops left now. We probably can't hold out for long, Xiaowei said with a worried expression, her tone revealing a hint of anxiety. Don't worry, besides you, the Chaos Empire will also assist. Upon hearing that the Chaos Empire would also lend a hand, Xiaowei finally felt relieved. After all, it was impossible for her to stop over 2 million troops on her own. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Chaos Empire, Galu also received messages from the Blue Star troops, requesting him to launch an attack on the Beast King Empire alongside the Forest Empire. Without hesitation, Galu agreed repeatedly, as after learning about the so-called powerful Shili Empire, he had completely lost the thought of resistance. After all, in the eyes of others, the world he inhabited was merely a pitiful ant that could be easily crushed. Soon after, the news of the Forest Empire's surrender spread rapidly throughout the world. While everyone was still in shock, an even more significant piece of news followed. The Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire simultaneously decided to go to war against the Beast King Empire, a development that undoubtedly caused a tremendous shift in the global landscape. Currently, a three-way stalemate had formed on the alien planet. One side consisted of the Blue Star troops, the Forest Empire, and the Chaos Empire. The other side was the alliance of the Beast Empire and the Beast King Empire, while the last side was the Fishman Empire, which had always remained on the sidelines, quietly watching the drama unfold. Damn Galu and that shameless bitch Xiaowei. It's one thing to surrender, but they even dare to unite with the Blue Star troops to launch an attack against us. What a disgraceful betrayal. Upon receiving this news, the king of the Beast Empire immediately fell into a frenzy. After all, this meant that the Beast King would certainly not continue to send reinforcements. Report, Your Majesty. The support troops from the Beast King Empire have informed us that they will not come. Their Beast King has ordered them to return, the messenger said, his voice trembling. What? Hearing this news, the already furious Beast King almost fainted from rage. Previously, even without the large-scale support of over 2 million troops, there were at least some support troops coming to aid them. But now, even those support troops have been recalled, which was simply intolerable. Of course, the Beast King did not blame the Beast King for this, but entirely placed the blame on the Blue Star troops. After all, in his view, if it weren't for the appearance of the Blue Star troops, he would probably still be living a carefree life without worries. Gather all the troops within the Empire and launch a counterattack against the Blue Star troops. The enraged Beast King had resolved to no longer continue defending. Rather than passively defending and watching as one city after another was taken, it was better to gather all troops and take a desperate gamble. Perhaps they could even repel or defeat the Blue Star troops with this last-ditch effort. Your Majesty, please think twice. After enduring such a long battle, we only have barely 2 million troops left. It is not wise to fight again. Seeing the Beast King's impulsive state, a Beast General quickly urged him. Whether it's defense or attack, it's all death. What do you suggest we do? Seeing someone obstruct him, the Beast King glared in anger, questioning the general fiercely. Seeing the Beast King glaring at him, the general immediately felt intimidated, lowering his head and not daring to say another word. To be honest, if he were to make the decision, he would actually prefer to follow the Forest Empire's example and surrender directly, but given the Beast King's current furious demeanor, if he dared to suggest such an idea, it would likely be his last day on Earth. Fine. Since none of you have anything to say, then we will do as I say. The first battle is the decisive battle. One battle determines the universe. The Beast King spoke with determination and a firm tone. Chapter 69, Final Battle, Part 1. The news that the Beast Empire had decided to fight to the death spread like a whirlwind throughout the world. Now, everyone was filled with tension and curiosity, eager to see how the Blue Star Army would respond. Unbeknownst to them, in the headquarters of the Blue Star Army, Ndegu was laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten up. Ha, they think this is the first battle the decisive battle, and that one fight will determine everything. Who do they think they are? This isn't the first battle at all. They don't even know how many cities we've already taken from them. But this is even better. Their constant defense has only wasted our time. Now that they've chosen to attack, we can take them down in one fell swoop. Andegu said with a big laugh. Once he regained his composure, Andegu wasted no time and began to gather the commanders of various units for an important meeting. His goal was clear: to resolve all issues at once and ensure that the Beast Empire would have no chance to prolong the conflict. A week passed in the blink of an eye. On the Beast Empire's side, all troops had assembled, and the situation had become frantic, with many civilians forcibly conscripted into the military. The Blue Star Army was equally well prepared, although the Titan transport ships had long exceeded their rental period. Andegu still specifically requested to extend the rental of the Titan transport ships from Lyon. As for Lyon, he naturally agreed to the request and extended the rental for another half-month, as Andegu confidently assured him that the entire foreign planet would be captured within that time frame. With the powerful transport capabilities of the Titan ships, various advanced weapons and ample resources were successfully delivered once again. Moreover, some soldiers from the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire were equipped with the Blue Star Army's superior weapons. Seeing the weapon support provided by the Blue Star Army, both the Chaos Empire and the Forest Empire were ecstatic, their morale soaring as their large forces eagerly advanced toward the Beast King Empire. They, like the Beast Empire, sent all their troops without reservation, even though this would leave their own countries vulnerable. But so what? There were currently no other potential enemies to threaten them. As for the Fishman Empire, they were completely overlooked. After all, this empire had only sent a small force at the beginning and had since remained a spectator. As dawn broke, a massive army, stretching for miles, slowly advanced toward the Blue Star Army. The line seemed endless, like a winding giant dragon. Meanwhile, the Blue Star Army, already on high alert, was fully prepared. The soldiers were all in high spirits, waiting for the Beast Empire's troops to arrive so they could deliver a crushing blow. At the same time, the coalition of the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire had successfully entered the territory of the Beast King Empire, advancing steadily toward the capital. The Beast King Empire, naturally, did not dare to show any signs of slackness and had also assembled all its troops for defense, preparing to fight to the death. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding, unanimously deciding that this confrontation would determine the outcome. Soon after, the vanguard of the Beast Empire appeared in the Blue Star Army's line of sight. A group of knights riding enormous, fierce-looking beasts accelerated their pace upon spotting the Blue Star Army, launching a fierce attack in an attempt to disrupt the Blue Star Army's formation with their charge. However, seeing the enemy launch a ferocious attack, Andegu remained calm and collected, closely watching the approaching foes. He waited until the enemy was within optimal range before giving the order to attack. Fire! With his command, the artillery positioned at the rear unleashed a furious barrage, with powerful shells soaring through the air towards the Beast Army like shooting stars. The deafening sound of cannon fire erupted as shells exploded among the Beast vanguard, sending dirt and blood flying in all directions. Yet, these brave knights did not falter. They continued to ride their frenzied beasts into the fray, the wild roars of the beasts mixing with the thundering of cannons, creating a haunting symphony of death. Seeing that some knights had managed to breach the artillery's coverage, the Blue Star Army decisively deployed tanks and armored vehicles. These steel behemoths surged forward like a tidal wave, charging at the Beast Army with overwhelming force. The machine gunners atop the tanks opened fire, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets that formed deadly barges. Knights and beasts at the front line fell one after another, blood splattering everywhere. But the beast soldiers continued to charge fearlessly, pressing forward one after another. Ultimately, they were either mercilessly struck by bullets or blown apart by the immense power of the artillery shells. On the other side of the battlefield, the coalition of the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire finally clashed with the Beast King Empire's forces. The elven mages of the Forest Empire closed their eyes and softly chanted mysterious incantations. Suddenly, enormous trees burst forth from the ground as if given life, extending their thick branches like ferocious pythons to attack the soldiers of the Beast King Empire. The warriors of the Chaos Empire, armed with sharp blades and burning with fearless determination, charged boldly into the enemy lines. The soldiers of the Beast King Empire, clad in heavy armor, fiercely defended against the attacks with their sturdy shields while countering with heavy weapons. Various dazzling magical attacks whizzed back and forth between the two sides, and in the fierce clashes, soldiers fell, blood pouring forth and staining the ground beneath them. Chapter 70, The Final Battle, Part 2. On the side of the Blue Star Army, the vanguard assault troops of the Beast Empire had suffered heavy casualties under the fierce bombardment, with most of them dead or wounded. As shells began to ruthlessly rain down on their rear forces, the mages of the Beast Empire quickly cast magical barriers, successfully blocking most of the shells. However, a few managed to break through and exploded among the crowd, causing a bloody scene. Seeing the iron tide of the Blue Star Army gradually closing in, the archers of the Beast Empire drew their bows and shot wave after wave of dense arrows, while the Blue Star soldiers skillfully used armored vehicles and tanks to dodge. At that moment, deafening roars echoed from the sky, and giant flying dragons soared above, opening their massive jaws to spew forth flames, sweeping across the Blue Star forces and igniting a sea of fire wherever they went. Indigo looked up at the flying dragons, his expression grave, and decisively called for the Air Force to engage, while the ground troops quickly retreated, just as the dragons were recklessly unleashing their fiery breath. Sharp air-to-air missiles surged in with a fierce momentum, striking accurately at the massive bodies of the dragons. In just a few minutes, some of the relatively weaker dragons were mercilessly shot down by the powerful impact of the missiles, their fates unknown. Only a small number of tough dragons, blood streaming from their wounds, continued to fly valiantly in the air. However, surviving one round of bombing didn't mean safety, as another wave of missiles came howling in. This time, the dragons attempted to evade, but with the missiles' infrared tracking systems and incredible speed, these flesh-and-blood creatures found it nearly impossible to escape. After this even more intense bombardment, all the dragons in the sky were shot down. In the end, they didn't even have time to see what was attacking them before they fell to the ground, meeting their demise. With the aerial threat eliminated, the Air Force of the Blue Star Army quickly began their assault, launching attacks freely over the beast forces. The sounds of gunfire and the haunting wails of the wounded intertwined, creating an extremely chaotic noise. The mages of the Beast Empire, witnessing the situation, hurriedly intervened, trying to fend off the aerial attacks. But at the same time, the artillery positions of the Blue Star Army opened fire once more, with continuous explosions shaking the entire battlefield. Deep, bottomless craters appeared one after another in the ranks of the Beast Empire, and countless soldiers met their end. The casualties beyond counting. Faced with such a terrifying scene, the soldiers' psychological defenses began to collapse, and they scattered in panic, regardless of how the commanders of the Beast Empire shouted orders. Seeing that the beast forces had nearly lost their morale, Andergood decisively ordered the ground troops to launch a full-scale assault, preparing to annihilate them completely. Meanwhile, the coalition of the Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire was also engaged in an intense battle against the Beast King Empire. The elven archers of the Forest Empire, under the cover of Chaos Empire soldiers, continuously shot lethal arrows. Chaos Empire warriors engaged in brutal close combat with the soldiers of the Beast King Empire, resulting in a gruesome scene. Equipped with Blue Star weapons, the soldiers from both nations acted like reapers of life on the battlefield, unleashing a torrential fire of bullets, causing one Beast King soldier after another to fall. With the significant disparity in numbers and the clear advantage in equipment, the Beast King forces began to retreat step by step, while the coalition pressed on relentlessly, determined to eliminate the Beast King Empire without leaving a trace. As the sky gradually darkened, like a huge black curtain slowly covering the earth, this fierce battle also began to come to an end. On the side of the Blue Star Army, under the powerful dual assault from the air and ground forces, the troops of the Beast Empire were completely annihilated. Unable to fight back, their king naturally also perished in this brutal battle. On the side of the Forest and Chaos Empire coalition, they successfully broke into the capital of the Beast King Empire and captured the Beast King. After consulting with Andergu coldly stated that they should not take prisoners, and thus the unfortunate Beast King was ruthlessly executed. With that, the two great empires were completely destroyed, vanishing without a trace, leaving only the Fishman Empire struggling to survive on the entire planet. After the battle, various precious materials and mysterious magical artifacts from the two empires began to be submitted to the Shili Empire through the fleet. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, Li Yong suddenly received a notification from the intelligence brain, beep, regarding the newly discovered Level 1 fantasy civilization. The Empire has completed a comprehensive investigation and no longer requires civilization data, etc. The mission has changed. Mission: launch a full-scale conquest operation against the target planet and eliminate all unstable factors. Hearing this, Liang was momentarily stunned, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, they had submitted all the detailed data and various rare items from 4 great empires. It was only natural that they no longer needed to retain anything. However, it seemed that there was still one empire left on the target planet. Forget it, since they don't need to retain the data. Let Andergu make the decision. If they need the fleet to directly bombard, then let us just blow it up. Since Andergu and the others have been working hard for this mission for so long, Li Yong decided to give this final choice to Blue Star. When Andergu received this message from Li Yong, a look of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly stated that there was no need for Li Yong to take action personally. He could handle it himself. Notify all units, prepare to launch. Nuclear bombs. Damn Fishman Empire, like to hide at the bottom of the sea, huh? If you like hiding, I'll blow you all up. Just blowing up fish. Who can't do that? Andergu said fiercely. Chapter 71. Nuclear missile launch after the final battle. Deep within the unfathomable ocean depths, a magnificent palace stood tall. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. The king of the Fishman Empire tightly gripped the information that had just been transmitted to him, his face instantly turning pale as paper. It is important to note that since the establishment of their 5 empires, 1,000 years had passed, yet now, they were suddenly wiped out by a powerful force that emerged from nowhere, destroying 4 of the nations in such a short time. As for the surrendering Forest Empire and the Chaos Empire, in the eyes of the Fishman King, surrender was no different from being conquered, as he was well aware of the terms of those surrender treaties. Upon learning of the complete annihilation of the Beast and Beast King empires, the Fishman King could not help but sigh deeply. Thankfully, he had not acted impulsively and continued to clash with the Blue Star forces. The Fishman King silently rejoiced in his heart, having made up his mind to remain hidden in the depths of the ocean for the rest of his life. After all, they were fishmen, and being on land would feel uncomfortable. However, just thinking of the vast industries on land made his heart surge with regret. As those were all his interests, someone sent a message outside, stating that our Fishman Empire will permanently refrain from coming ashore. The Fishman King weakly instructed the messenger. He definitely would not lead the Fishman Empire to surface before the Blue Star forces disappeared. When the news reached outside, no one was surprised. It would be odd for the Fishman Empire to emerge at this time. This news reached Andergu's ears, who sneered disdainfully. Do you think hiding at the bottom of the sea makes us powerless against you? We'll just let you enjoy your freedom for a few more days. A fierce glint flashed in Andergu's eyes. At present, they did not yet possess nuclear missiles and needed to transport them from Blue Star. Soon after, the Titan transport ship arrived again, and the nuclear strike operation plan against the Fishman Empire officially commenced. The following is entirely fictional and not related to reality. The Titan transport ship descended upon the alien planet once more. This time, a massive nuclear submarine was securely docked in its spacious hold. On the other side, on the vast ocean surface of the alien planet, a portal device for transportation was set up by Blue Star soldiers. As the portal device activated, the nuclear submarine slowly emerged from the portal. Once the last section of the hull successfully passed through the portal, the entire nuclear submarine officially set foot on the unfamiliar waters of the alien planet. This is the Golod nuclear submarine, successfully entered the waters, requesting the next command. A steady report echoed from within the submarine. The target location has been confirmed. Please proceed to the target location. The command from the command center came through clearly. Understood. Following the order, the entire nuclear submarine slowly submerged until it completely disappeared from the surface. Underwater, the Golod nuclear submarine revved its engines, racing towards the target location like an arrow released from a bow. Before long, the Golod nuclear submarine successfully arrived at the target location. Command Center, this is the Golod nuclear submarine. We have successfully reached the target position. Very good. Stand by, check the nuclear torpedo status, and await launch orders. Inside the submarine, soldiers appeared tense, concentrating on operating various precision instruments. Report, all parameters are normal. The Poseidon-type nuclear torpedo is ready. After carefully checking the nuclear torpedo, the entire crew of the submarine fell silent, waiting quietly for the final order. Suddenly, a serious and solemn voice came from the communicator. Golod nuclear submarine. This is the command center. Identity verification code is 9527-. Target coordinates confirmed. Latitude XX degrees north, longitude XX degrees west, depth XXX meters. Now issuing the nuclear launch secret order. Secret key 202500202. The captain swiftly and accurately entered the key on the control panel for final confirmation. Command Center, Golod has received the secret order. The key has been confirmed, preparing to launch the nuclear missile. Immediately, the entire submarine began to sound a rapid beeping alarm. Attention, attention! Nuclear torpedo will launch in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Launch. With the final launch command given, the compartment below the Golod nuclear submarine slowly opened, and a nuclear torpedo with a diameter of 1.8 meters and a length of 20 meters, carrying a warhead equivalent to 2 million tons of TNT, gradually left the compartment. It looked less like a nuclear torpedo and more like an unmanned submersible carrying a nuclear warhead. The propulsion device at the rear of the submersible roared to life, its powerful thrust driving it to accelerate. At the same time, the supercavitation device on top of the submersible began to operate, and as the supercavitation device activated, the entire submersible was instantly enveloped in air, losing the resistance of water, its speed increasing further, like a runaway wild horse, until it reached an astonishing 180 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Fishman Empire, the Fishman King was still soundly asleep, completely unaware of the impending disaster, still lost in sweet dreams. After the submersible sped along for several hours, it finally reached the capital of the Fishman Empire. What is that thing? Several fishmen stared at the shadow that suddenly flashed by, their faces filled with confusion and shock. It is important to note that at such a speed, even the fastest beasts in their waters could not compare. The Poseidon-type nuclear torpedo has reached the target location. Please instruct. Detonate. Chapter 72. Mission accomplished. The attack on the other world by Blue Star ends, as the detonation order was resolutely issued. The nuclear warhead carried by the submarine instantly unleashed a world-destroying energy. In an instant, an incredibly bright light suddenly burst forth in the capital of the Fishman Empire, shining like a sharp, giant sword, as if it intended to tear apart the entire seabed, dispersing the surrounding endless darkness in an instant. The intense light penetrated the seawater indiscriminately, transforming the originally dim and gloomy seabed into a bright and resplendent daylight. The light so dazzling that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. Immediately afterward, an unimaginable massive energy erupted wildly with the capital as its core. An incredibly powerful shockwave recklessly ravaging everything around it. The grand palaces and various buildings painstakingly constructed by the fishmen turned to fine powder in the blink of an eye. The walls and extravagant decorations built with rare and expensive materials instantly shattered into countless tiny fragments, disappearing without a trace in this violent surge of energy. The incredibly solid rocks were mercilessly crushed, massive coral reefs were brutally uprooted, and the once breathtaking coral groups instantly transformed into lifeless gray ruins. The ultra-high temperature generated by the explosion vaporized the seawater instantly, forming countless gigantic bubbles that rose rapidly at an astonishing speed. These bubbles compressed and fused together, creating turbulent and surging water currents, making the surrounding seawater appear as if it were boiling on a raging fire. The fishmen didn't even have time to emit a faint cry before being instantaneously vaporized or cruelly torn into tiny fragments, their bodies collapsing and disintegrating under the suffocating high temperature and terrifying pressure, completely vanishing. The Fishman King, still dreaming, was ruthlessly stripped of his life by this violent force, not even realizing how he died until his last breath. The entire capital of the Fishman Empire instantly became a land of death. The shockwave produced by the explosion continuously expanding outward, its impact growing wider, and other regions of the Fishman Empire were not spared, suffering catastrophic disasters. The once beautiful and enchanting underwater world had now turned into a scene of apocalyptic tragedy, filled with the despairing atmosphere of death and destruction. The surface of the water also erupted with massive water columns thousands of meters high due to this earth-shattering explosion, giving rise to an unprecedentedly large tsunami that surged toward the shore accompanied by terrifying shockwaves. The aftershocks of the explosion lasted for a long time, and the seawater gradually calmed down, but the Fishman Empire could basically be said to have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a deathly silence and endless desolation. The once prosperous Fishman Empire was utterly destroyed in this horrific explosion, forever becoming a speck of dust in the annals of history. Even the fortunate fishmen who survived would slowly die due to various radiations. At the very moment after the nuclear explosion, Liang, far away on Blue Star, received a message from the intelligence brain once again. Ding! The mission has been successfully completed. Rewards are being distributed. In the blink of an eye, Liang, who was still just a second lieutenant, instantly rose 3 ranks. The insignia on his shoulder underwent a significant change, transforming from its original style into a shining silver pentagram, along with a thick V-shaped bar and 2 thin V-shaped bars, officially promoted to a 5th-level lieutenant of the Empire. It seemed that Andegu and the others had successfully and thoroughly eliminated the unstable factors on that planet. Liang murmured to himself, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his expression. It's a pity that I couldn't witness the nuclear explosion scene with my own eyes, but I've seen a planet explode, so a nuclear explosion should be similar. Ding! Since the mission reward includes promotion qualifications from the Blue Star Management Department, should the promotion qualification be issued immediately? Upon hearing this, Liang agreed without hesitation to issue the promotion qualification. After all, Xia Quan, Andegu, and the others were his own people. If they could be promoted successfully due to this rare qualification, then his influence in the Empire would inevitably become even stronger. At the same time, the members of the Blue Star Management Department received the message from the intelligence brain as Liang agreed. Ding! This mission has been successfully completed. Captain Liang has issued promotion qualifications for you. Please proceed to the administrative center of the Silly Empire in the Milky Way for relevant assessments in 30 Imperial days. After receiving this exciting news, the members of the Blue Star forces all displayed expressions of excitement, as if they had won the lottery. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to elevate their administrative levels, and they had to seize it with all their might. As for how to reach the assessment location, they were not worried at all, as Blue Star had successfully connected to the Empire's star navigation map, and various spaceships could be freely boarded, though it would cost a bit of star currency, especially Xia Quan, who still owned a mini shuttle gifted by Ana, which would not even cost star currency. He could go whenever he wanted. With the successful completion of the mission, the alien planet was officially incorporated into the vast territory of the Silly Empire. However, this time, the planet would not be handed over to Liang like Blue Star. It would be directly managed and planned by the Empire. The Titan transport ship also began busily transporting the Blue Star forces back home. However, although this was a return journey, Liang still issued orders to take away all valuable items that could be carried. Although these items were merely products of a lower civilization, they could still fetch a good price in the Empire's vast market. After a careful tally, the total value of the items to be taken was estimated to be around 2 million star currency. For this, Liang felt quite satisfied. After all, this wealth was earned effortlessly, and regardless of the amount, it was unlikely anyone would complain. Liang also carefully counted his asset status. After deducting the costs of renting the Titan transport ship and maintaining the fleet, Along with the profits brought by Blue Star, he currently had over 3.6 million star currency in his account. If the products brought from the alien planet could all be successfully sold, he estimated he would have about 7 million star currency. As for military merit, up to this point, he had accumulated 100 military merit points. With so many military merits, he should be able to exchange them for some good items in the Empire's military department. After all, the Empire's Type 1 starfighter he currently possessed could be exchanged for just 10,000 military merits. Chapter 73, The Supreme Council of the Sheely Empire Smart Brain. Open the military supply exchange list. Since I have accumulated quite a bit of military merit, I must exchange for some new equipment to enhance my strength. This is too expensive. This performance is too poor. This has too high maintenance costs. Amidst the dense and dazzling military supply list, Liang browsed intently, his eyes nearly going cross-eyed. Some equipment, while performing excellently, had low cost-effectiveness, while others, although reasonably priced, did not offer significant advantages over his existing gear. In short, Liang was deeply entangled, truly unsure how to decide. Good equipment is prohibitively expensive, and he simply cannot afford it, while poor equipment is simply unappealing, failing to spark any interest. Just as Liang was at a loss, a special starship suddenly caught his eye. Imperial X-1 class guard frigate, retired, with a hull length of 1,800 meters, a crew of 15,000, 100 assisting officers, 10,000 service personnel, and 3,000 soldiers. This ship is equipped with 10 heavy turbo laser cannons, 20 space shock missile launchers, 5 tractor beam emitters, a spatial blockade device, a spatial defense system, and several point defense laser turrets. Additionally, it carries 100 Imperial Star-class fighters, 500 intelligent reconnaissance drones, 100 transport landing craft, several assault boats, several reconnaissance robots, and several support vessels. It is worth noting that this starship is Star-class, a whole level above the Planet-class destroyer he currently possesses. However, this is a retired frigate, so its firepower configuration is not particularly high compared to others. Yet the spatial weapons it carries have absolute advantages, enough to easily overpower his existing destroyer. For instance, the spatial blockade device, once activated, would prevent his destroyer from initiating hyperspace jumps for escape. And the spatial defense system would ensure that any weapons he fires would not hit the hull, as all attacks would be consumed by space. 11,000 military merits. Just enough to buy it. By the way, why is this thing so cheap? Even though it's a retired starship, it's still Star-class. How can it be only 1,000 military merits more expensive than the Planet-class Imperial-type destroyer? B. Imperial X-1 class guard frigate, previously served in the Imperial Guard Division. Retired from service in 6570. Due to its large quantity, and although it has a relatively good defense mechanism, the weapons it carries do not fully meet the standards of Star-class ship, which is why it is currently priced low. It is usually used by lower-ranking military officers in the Empire or purchased by private armed forces. After all this time, it turns out to be an outdated relic retired over 6,000 years ago. No wonder the price is so cheap. Although it is undoubtedly an antique, Liang resolutely decided to exchange for it. After all, it is still a Star-class starship, and the advanced spatial equipment on it is already enough to recoup the investment. B. Confirm consumption of 11,000 military merits to exchange for the Imperial X-1 class guard frigate. Confirm. Exchange successful. The starship is expected to arrive at your location in 5 days. After the exchange was completed, Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. All the military merits he had painstakingly accumulated were now down to just 100, and the speed at which they were spent was indeed fast. However, as long as it can enhance the fleet's strength, it is all worth it. At the administrative center of the Sheely Empire in the galaxy, an urgent message was delivered. Report to the speaker. There is a message from the Supreme Council of the Empire that requires your personal attention. The secretary, looking hurried, even neglected the usual etiquette, rushed into the speaker's office and said in a tense tone, "After all, the situation was special, and there was no time for basic greetings before barging in." The Supreme Council of the Empire? Why would they send a message to our remote little place? The Speaker of the Galactic Assembly had a look of shock on his face, At this moment, he was too anxious to care about the secretary's rudeness and hurriedly opened his administrative management system. A huge and prominent emblem of the Imperial Council filled almost the entire screen. It really is a message from the Supreme Council. The speaker frowned, quickly opening the message and carefully reading it word by word. Purely fictional. Not related to reality. Administrative appointment document number 0203, appointee name. Liang, based on the relevant regulations and administrative decision-making procedures of the Shili Empire. In order to promote the development and governance of the galactic region, the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire has decided to make this appointment. Appoint Liang, identity number XXX, as the Special Inspector for Galactical Affairs of the Shili Empire, with an administrative level of E7. Provide professional and forward-looking guidance and suggestions for the development strategy of the galactic region. Assist in resolving major administrative decision-making issues related to the galactic region, and participate in discussions and decision-making processes for key issues. Participate in the formulation and implementation of important policies, ensuring their rationality and effectiveness. Supervise and evaluate the implementation of relevant policies and the performance of administrative personnel, providing timely feedback and suggesting adjustments. Hold the authority to supervise administrative personnel in the galactic region, and if violations or illegal actions are discovered, can report to the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire to ensure timely and accurate information transmission. Can mobilize human, material, and financial resources within the galactic region to support the smooth development of work, but must follow relevant regulations and approval procedures. This appointment takes effect from notification issued by the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire and is valid for 10 years. After the expiration, it will be evaluated and adjusted based on work performance and the needs of the Empire. The Supreme Council of the Shili Empire looks forward to Comrade Li Yang demonstrating extraordinary talent in his new position and making significant contributions to the prosperity and stability of the galactic region. Seal of the Supreme Council of the Shili Empire. Date of issue XXX, Chapter 74. Assessment examiner. After reading the entire notice, the speaker was left stunned, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who the hell is this young master from some noble family coming down to experience life? Although the other party is only E7 level and he is D6 level, the difference in levels seems significant, but that person is directly appointed by the highest administrative council of the Empire as an inspector. One must understand how heavy the power that comes with the inspector position is. If he accidentally gets caught with some dirt, he could be in serious trouble and might be removed from his current position in an instant. If the situation is mild, he might be detained. If serious, he could even be executed. It's like sending an untouchable big shot over. As for coming to gain experience, impossible. Gaining experience wouldn't choose a newly incorporated star system like theirs, usually opting for luxurious and prosperous star systems. Speaker, what's wrong? Is there some major incident happening up there? The secretary, seeing the speaker's dazed expression and wooden demeanor, hurriedly asked with concern. It's nothing. Just that someone formidable has been sent over. The speaker still looked disheartened, weakly replying, and then projected the information on the screen. Hearing this, the secretary initially had a puzzled expression, filled with confusion, but after seeing the message projected on the screen, he was instantly stunned, his expression mirroring that of the speaker, filled with disbelief. Generally speaking, in smaller star systems like this, the inspector position is usually held by the stationed Imperial Guard divisions. Only those strategically significant, extremely important, or large star systems would specifically set up dedicated inspector departments or send personal inspectors. Their galaxy had only recently been incorporated into the Empire and didn't hold strategic significance. So it was hard to understand why an inspector would be arranged. Quick, find out who this Liang is, the speaker ordered his secretary as he regained his composure. Seeing the situation, the secretary quickly went to collect information on Liang, and soon detailed information about him appeared before the speaker's eyes. Human race. Originating from the original planet, not even from the Empire, the fire plan, a level 5 lieutenant, or an officer. Looking at the information before him, the speaker couldn't help but mutter to himself, increasingly astonished. He had thought this would be some big shot, son. But it turned out the other party didn't even have an Imperial background, just a human from the original planet. But the most critical point was that this person was already an officer and had now been granted an administrative identity. It must be known that, as far as he knew, only those high-ranking figures with an administrative level of A could handle military and political affairs. Yet, this mere level 5 lieutenant could start taking on military and political duties just like an A-level figure. Even if he was human, this was too outrageous. Could it be that the so-called fire plan played a special role in this? After all, he had only heard of the fire plan, which was said to be an extremely important talent selection program directly executed by the Empire. As for other specifics, he knew nothing. He only knew that the talents selected from this plan were quite rare, and as far as the current situation was concerned, besides this suddenly emerged Li Yang. He had never seen any other officers or administrative personnel promoted by the fire plan. Aside from this mysterious fire plan, the speaker truly could not think of why a human from the original planet could receive such special treatment. To this end, the speaker even consulted with other officers, but they knew about the situation just as much, only expressing that officers promoted by the fire plan had a bright and limitless future. But the specific details were entirely unknown. Forget it. Since he is from the original planet, he's certainly ISNT some big shot son. Looking at this intel, he doesn't seem like an arrogant or difficult person to deal with. So it seems he just needs to be cautious and treat him well. After all, he had just taken on the position of Speaker of the Galaxy, and there surely wouldn't be any unspeakable dirt on him. He wasn't afraid of this inspector. However, someone with such a promising future must be courted and flattered. Who knows, he might promote him in the future, and wouldn't that be a direct leap to success? On the other side, Li Yang, who was racking his brain, trying to sell the products of those mystical civilizations at a good price, suddenly received a message from the smart brain. "Beat, you have received an appointment notice directly issued by the highest administrative council of the Shili Empire. Please accept it promptly." Upon hearing this, Li Yang was full of doubts. What is this? The highest administrative council of the Empire? Appointment notice? With a heart full of confusion, Li Yang opened the message to read it carefully. After a long while, after reading the entire appointment notice, Li Yang's reaction was identical to that of the two secretaries earlier, as he was left stunned. Galactic System Special Administrative Inspector. Wow, I just exchanged for a guard frigate, and now I'm receiving an appointment letter related to it. Is it common these days to get a position with a starship purchase? Although he said this, Li Yang knew very well that it definitely wasn't he because of the starship exchange. After all, if that were the case, the entire empire would have been in chaos long ago, with everyone rushing to buy starships. Beep. A message from the Administrative Center Department of the Shili Empire in the galaxy has arrived. Please accept. He had just received one appointment notice, and now the Administrative Center of the galaxy was sending another message. It wouldn't be another appointment notice, would it? With a nervous heart, Li Yang took a deep breath and opened the message, his hands trembling. Don't ask why he was trembling. It was because he was shocked by the sudden appointment notice he had just received, as such a thing would astonish anyone. After all, one is sitting at home while the position comes from the sky, and it's not just any position. Hello, Chomrade Li Yang. We are the Administrative Center Department of the Shili Empire in the galaxy. Here, we sincerely invite you to serve as an examiner for the Administrative Personnel Assessment in 1 month. If you're not interested, please forgive us for this audacious disturbance. Every word in the message was filled with flattery, and upon reading this, Li Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth a few times. Good, indeed. Status determines position. After being appointed as an inspector, even the Administrative Center of the Galaxy is so eager to please him. However, he would definitely attend this examiner position, as there were personnel from the Blue Star Management Department among the candidates for this assessment. Ahem. He was going to help them take shortcuts. He just wanted to assess their abilities. However, if their abilities truly met the requirements, it wouldn't be wrong to promote them appropriately. Chapter 75, Martin Beep. Lieutenant Colonel Martin requests a call. Call accepted. As soon as the voice fell, Martin's projection instantly appeared clearly in front of Li Yang. Oh, Li Yang, my young brother, I heard that you completed your mission successfully this time. Martin appeared with a big smile, enthusiastically patting Li Yang on the shoulder. Not bad. You've already become a level 5 lieutenant. At this promotion rate, I might have to respectfully call you commander soon. The sharp-eyed Martin immediately noticed the insignia on Li Yang's shoulder and couldn't help but exclaim. After all, when he was promoted from lieutenant, it took him at least half a year to level up, unlike Li Yang, who went from level 1 lieutenant to level 5 lieutenant in less than half a year. Luck, it's just pure luck. So, is there something important you came to talk to me about? In the face of Martin's praise, Li Yang was also very modest. After all, he hadn't done much substantive work. This mission was primarily completed by Andergu and his team. It's nothing. I just heard you completed your mission, so I came to see you. If you need my help with anything, be sure to let me know. Oh, I thought you were coming to celebrate my appointment. After all this time, it turned out he just came to see how he was doing. He thought Martin already knew about the appointment news. Appointment? What appointment? Have you been transferred somewhere? That shouldn't be the case. There haven't been any major military movements lately, right? Seeing this situation, Martin's face was filled with confusion, and he asked a series of questions. After all, in his view, what kind of appointment could a lieutenant have? Oh, it's this appointment. Here. The notice from the Imperial Supreme Administrative Council. Seeing Martin's puzzled expression, Li Yang immediately projected his appointment notice so that Martin could take a closer look. The Imperial Supreme Administrative Council. Hearing this, Martin's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly looked at the appointment notice Li Yang projected with urgency. Special Inspector, E7 level. Directly issued by the Imperial Supreme Administrative Council. Key phrases continuously impacted Martin's heart, causing his heartbeat to accelerate. And even the mechanical motors inside him began to malfunction slightly. Hey, Brother Martin, are you okay? Seeing Martin standing there motionless, Li Yang quickly asked with concern. Don't call me brother. You're my brother now. From now on, you're my real big brother. Coming back to his senses, Martin quickly grasped one of Li Yang's hands tightly and shook it vigorously. All right, my arm is about to fall off. Li Yang hurriedly pulled back his arm, feeling a bit alarmed. If Martin kept shaking like that, dislocating his arm would definitely happen. By the way, why are you so surprised? Although it's an inspector position, it's only E7 level. If you choose to transfer, your level will be much higher than mine. While gently rubbing his arm that had almost been shaken apart, Li Yang asked Martin with confusion. The level is not the point, and the inspector position is not the point. Even the fact that the Imperial Supreme Administrative Council directly issued the appointment notice is not the point. The key point is that you now hold a position that combines military and political duties. Military and political duties? Is that rare? I remember that those at administrative level are all military and political combined, right? Li Yang naturally thought that since all level A positions were military and political combined, there must be some military and political personnel at levels below A as well. Seeing Li Yang thinking this way, Martin quickly explained the specific situation to him in detail. After listening to Martin's explanation, Li Yang finally realized the immense value of this military and political combined position. So, it turns out that I am the only one at a level and below who holds a military and political combined position. No wonder the Galactic Administrative Center has been so eager to curry favor with me. I thought it was just because of the inspector position. Now you understand, right? Although the imperial legal texts do not explicitly state that only level A can hold military and political combined positions, as far as I know, you are the only one below level A with such an appointment. Seeing this, Martin suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly sent a message with his smart brain. After a while, Li Yang's smart brain prompted him. Beep, you have received an invitation letter. Please check it promptly. Invitation letter? What is that? Li Yang was filled with confusion and quickly opened the invitation letter to check. Dear Comrade Li Yang, we sincerely invite you to participate in the Shili Empire Friendship and Mutual Assistance Association. Meeting time, XXX meeting place, and 01 Galaxy. Friendship and Mutual Assistance Association? What exactly is this? Why did they send me an invitation? How is it? Did you receive it? Just as Li Yang was still puzzled, Martin eagerly asked beside him, the invitation letter? Yes, that Friendship and Mutual Assistance Association is a gathering organized by a group of us spontaneously. Don't underestimate it. There are quite a few high-ranking people inside. To enter this gathering, you must be recommended, and there is a threshold. You must at least be D-level or a cadet. I originally planned to wait until you were promoted to cadet level to invite you, but who knew you were even more impressive than I expected and directly applied for special treatment to be invited in early. After hearing Martin's words, Li Yang felt quite excited. After all, with the threshold being at least D level or cadet level. There should be figures of C level and major level present. And maybe even B level and colonel level individuals might not be entirely impossible. Chapter 76. Anno's father. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for expanding social connections and building a network. Although my future is indeed limitless. There is a saying that a genius who has not yet matured cannot be considered a genius. Captain Leong, Governor Anno from Mars is here to see you. The receptionist informed as Leong and Martin were still engaged in lively conversation. Anno? The name sounded familiar. Never mind. Since you have something to attend to, I'll take my leave. By the way, don't forget about me when you become successful in the future. Don't worry, I won't forget you, Martin reassured him. As Martin's projection disappeared, Leong sighed and smiled wryly. I'm not an ungrateful person, really, but what could Anno want? Could it be to congratulate me on completing my mission? Leong thought to himself with suspicion. Regardless, since he was already here, I should meet him. Please bring him in. Leong instructed the receptionist through the holographic screen. Before long, there was a crisp knock on the office door. Come in. Captain Leong, congratulations. No, wait, it's Inspector. As Anno entered, a flattering smile spread across his face as he clasped his hands and repeatedly congratulated Leong. Indeed, this Governor Anno was not an ordinary person. Even Martin didn't know about my appointment. I had to tell him. Yet, Anno, a Martian governor, was able to receive the news immediately. Seeing Anno's demeanor, Leong silently thought, to be able to obtain such news so quickly, there must be a big shot backing him, at least someone reliable in the Galactic Administrative Center. Your title is too grand. We are not a feudal empire. Leong responded modestly. That's true, Captain Leong. Please forgive my loose tongue. Anno quickly replied, lightly slapping his mouth with an apologetic expression. All right, what brings you here? Don't tell me it's just to congratulate me. Leong continued to smile, but his gaze was scrutinizing. Captain Leong, you're overthinking it. I did come specifically to congratulate you, but also to please accept this small token of my appreciation. Saying this, Anno carefully took out a card from behind him and gently placed it on Li Yang's desk. A card? What does this mean? Leong furrowed his brow, looking at Anno with confusion. This is the membership card for the Empire's largest trading association, the Hope Association. With this card, you can purchase items at a starting discount of 20, and on the planets where the association has branches, you will have free accommodation and dining provided for you. After hearing Anno's description, Leong couldn't help but take a closer look at the card with interest. The card was primarily in black and white, with the striking logo of the Hope Association on one side and his name neatly printed on the other. Governor Anno, this gift is too extravagant. I can't accept it. Although the card tempted Leong, as it meant significant savings on purchasing a starship, he still handed it back, feeling the gift was too valuable. Captain Leong, how could you not accept it? Moreover, this is not just a small token from me. It's a gesture from my father. Please accept it. Seeing Leong refuse, Anno's face turned anxious as he quickly handed the card back and explained eagerly. Your father? Who is your father? Would you mind telling me? So it turns out Anno's father wants to befriend me, but I'm not inclined to befriend just anyone. If the other party cannot provide substantial help, there's no need for such connections. After all, my status has risen, and my perspective should be higher as well. I can't let anyone and everyone curry favor with me. To be honest, my father is the Chief Justice of the highest imperial court in this star cluster, Anno said with a serious expression. This star cluster? Does that include the Milky Way? Upon realizing this, Leong understood that Anno's background was not ordinary. The star cluster encompasses about 50 star systems, including the Milky Way. This is equivalent to a city versus a county, with a rank twice that of the Milky Way. Ahem, so you're the Chief Justice. It seems I will need your father's support and understanding in my future work. Since someone of such high rank wants to befriend me, Leong was naturally eager. After all, the Chief Justice must hold at least a C-level administrative rank. Moreover, my current position is as an inspector, which aligns perfectly on the same path. With that, Leong discreetly accepted the card Anno offered. Seeing Leong accept the gift, Anno couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as this was something his father had insisted he accomplish. Anno also understood that being a lieutenant could achieve military and political integration, which was quite significant. Haha, I'll accept the gift. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask, Li Yong said with a smile. Rest assured, I would never involve you in unlawful matters. After all, you are an inspector. I understand this basic principle, Anno replied with a smile as well. Hearing this, Li Yong couldn't help but look at Anno with a higher regard. After all, someone who understands the rules is very much to Li Yang's liking. If Anno truly needs help in the future, as long as it doesn't violate imperial laws, I will certainly assist. By the way, Captain Li Yong, about that crystal ball you. Crystal ball? The star map crystal ball? What's up? If Anno hadn't asked, Li Yong would have almost forgotten about that item. Yes, although that crystal ball can help you find an unclaimed planet, and it can belong to you unconditionally. If someone else discovers and occupies that planet first, then even if you find it later, it will not belong to you. Upon hearing Anno's explanation, Li Yong instantly understood his implication. In short, he should find that planet as soon as possible. Otherwise, if someone else finds and occupies it first, the crystal ball would lose its value entirely. If you need fleet assistance, I can provide you with a star-level fleet for free. Anno quickly offered as he saw Li Yong deep in thought. A star-level fleet? That's quite generous. I currently have only one ship that barely qualifies as star-level, and I haven't even taken possession of it yet. Never mind. I appreciate your good intentions, but it's better to use my own resources. If I use Anno's fleet, the crew would naturally be his people, which might not be comfortable for me. It's always better to work with my own people. Chapter 77. Spatial Shock Missile. Seeing Li Yong refuse his good intentions, Anno did not say much more, just exchanged a few pleasantries with Li Yong before turning to leave. However, before leaving, Li Yong specifically and seriously instructed Anno to keep his mouth shut and not to leak the news of his appointment as a special inspector, especially not to let the Blue Star management personnel know. After all, if this news got out now, it would take an hour before the door of his office would be knocked on incessantly by those people, congratulating and sending gifts, which would be quite bothersome. In response, Anno assured Li Yong that he would not reveal a word of the information. After Anno left, Li Yong took out the crystal ball that Anno had given him earlier and placed it on the table. Since there was a possibility of being preempted by others, he decided to wait until the arrival of the guard ship to search for this planet. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Your Empire's X-1 class guard ship has arrived in the solar system. Please receive it in a timely manner. When Li Yong heard the news that the guard ship he had been longing for had finally arrived, he immediately set aside the matters he was handling and hurried toward the space station. When Li Yong finally got to see the true form of the guard ship, he was instantly awestruck by its majestic appearance. The entire guard ship resembled a grand and massive metal fortress, with its 1,800-meter-long hull emitting a cold and dazzling metallic sheen, refracting a mysterious and solemn light under the brilliant sunlight. The bow resembled an incredibly sharp giant sword, with smooth and natural lines that were remarkably fierce, while the sides of the hull were evenly distributed with intimidating gun ports and missile launchers. The enormous hull was covered with intricate and highly precise patterns and unique insignia, all of which were powerful symbols of the HEIST Empire. Li Yong stood quietly on the observation deck of the space station, his gaze focused on the Empire's X-1 class guard ship, his face full of satisfaction. Pal, let us go in and take a look. Li Yong called to Pal and then stepped into the interior of the guard ship with him. As soon as they entered, a swift figure hurried towards them. Captain, I'm the vice captain of the Empire's X-1 class guard ship, Carter, a man with a dog-headed humanoid body, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood straight in front of Li Yong and spoke loudly. He bore a military rank that was one level higher than Pal's. Hello, Comrade Carter, Li Yong replied with a smile. Under Carter's guidance, Li Yong carefully toured the entire guard ship. It must be said that it truly deserved its status as a star-class ship, as the advanced technologies on board far surpassed those of battleships. However, this was still just a guard ship, so the main fleet would still have to be led by battleships. Carter, get ready and quickly familiarize yourself with the fleet environment. The fleet will set off tomorrow morning. Li Yong instructed seriously. Yes, Carter promptly replied. After that, Li Yong left on his own, leaving Pal and Carter to communicate and learn from each other. As for the itinerary for tomorrow, there was no doubt that they would be searching for the unclaimed planet. With more than 20 days until the assessment, they could use this spare time to locate the planet indicated by the crystal ball. This way, he would have another valuable planet under his name. The next morning, the fleet set off as scheduled. Liang sat steadily in the command room, tightly holding the crystal ball, his gaze fixed on the star map inside. The fleet sped through the vast universe, and Liang continuously adjusted their course according to the coordinates provided by the crystal ball. However, during their journey, they encountered a vast and enormous asteroid belt. Captain Liang, this asteroid belt is extremely large, and the movement trajectories of those asteroids are quite complex. Should we initiate a hyperspace jump to avoid this area? Pal said seriously, standing beside Liang. Just as Liang was about to nod in agreement, Carter's voice came clearly from the communicator. Captain Liang, the guard ship requests to use spatial shock missiles to clear this asteroid belt. Spatial shock missile, since both methods could successfully pass through this asteroid belt, it would be a good opportunity to see the specific strength of the guard ship. After pondering for a moment, Liang said, allow the use of weapons, and try to save time. Yes. Upon receiving Liang's order, the guard ship, which had been closely following the battleship, quickly sprang into action. Spatial shock missiles ready. 3, 2, 1. Launch. With the operator's command, the missile launch hatches on the hull slowly opened, and a uniquely shaped spatial shock missile shot forward like a runaway wild horse, charging straight into the asteroid belt. Detonate. As soon as the command was given, the spatial shock missile exploded violently in the asteroid belt. However, this explosion did not produce dazzling flames or powerful shockwaves. Instead, a violent fluctuation occurred in space from the center of the explosion, resembling ripples on a calm water surface, rapidly spreading outward. Any asteroid that came into contact with this fluctuation was instantly reduced to a nearly invisible pile of dust. In just a few minutes, the entire aggressive asteroid belt transformed into dust, completely vanishing in the vast universe. Truly, as a star-class ship, this weapon was formidable. Witnessing such powerful weaponry, Liang's face was filled with satisfaction, and he couldn't help but think that the 11,000 military merits spent were not in vain. Seeing that the asteroid belt had been successfully cleared, the fleet continued to advance towards their target. Chapter 78. Interstellar Pirates. However, not long after, Liang began to feel a headache as the star map in the crystal ball was too complex. It pointed this way and that, sometimes requiring an upward direction and sometimes a downward one. Staring at it for a long time while commanding the fleet was indeed overwhelming. Pal, you take over the command of the fleet. I need to rest for a bit. Yes. After saying this, Liang handed the crystal ball to Pal and then lazily leaned back in his chair, gently closing his eyes, preparing to rest for a moment. It had been over 10 hours since their departure, and Liang had been fully focused on commanding the fleet. His body was genuinely starting to feel overwhelmed. It seems I need to strengthen my body, Liang muttered to himself. Of course, when Liang referred to body strengthening, he was not talking about ordinary fitness exercises, but rather using advanced equipment to enhance his physical condition. This equipment not only significantly improves physical fitness, but also has the effect of extending lifespan. However, such high-tech equipment was not yet available on Blue Star. It could only be found in cities on other planets within the Empire, or would be available for use once Blue Star successfully introduced Imperial technology. Just as Liang was resting, a sharp alarm suddenly echoed throughout the command room. Captain Liang, 2 fleets are engaged in fierce combat ahead, and one side is using spatial blockade technology. Should we intervene? Pal said nervously, rushing to Liang's side. Fleet combat? That's normal. Now that we have left the Empire's territory, if there was a combat incident within the Empire, the Station Guard Division would quickly come to handle it. Let us go see if there are any Imperial citizens involved in the conflict. Although we have left the Empire, we are still only a few hundred light years from the border, and a few hyperspace jumps can get us there quickly. Liang decided to intervene, as there might be Imperial citizens involved, and it could potentially be a good opportunity to gain military merit. On the other side, within the fleet engaged in combat, a man in a crisp military uniform was glaring angrily at the fleet attacking him from a distance. Damn it! Interstellar pirates have appeared in this area, and this route is close to the border of the Shili Empire. Don't they fear attracting the attention of the Shili Empire? The man shouted in anger. This man was an officer from the Triangle Civilization, tasked with escorting a batch of important goods for trade within the Shili Empire. However, the Triangle civilization was only a level 5 civilization, and he was just a trivial junior officer. The fleet he commanded was equipped only with level 2 civilization technology. A route that was supposed to be so safe had unexpectedly encountered interstellar pirates. The opposing fleet's strength was not only superior to his own, but also employed spatial blockade technology, making escape a luxury. Meanwhile, Liang had already led his fleet smoothly into the area of the spatial blockade. Carter, is there a way to break this spatial blockade? Liang furrowed his brow, looking somewhat worried. Although he was here to intervene, he didn't want to end up in a situation where they couldn't escape if something unexpected happened. Don't worry, Captain Liang. According to our comprehensive scan, this spatial blockade technology is of a very primitive type, and we can easily break it. Hearing Carter's confidence, Liang finally felt relieved. Given that even the spatial blockade technology was so poor, it was likely that the strength of these two fleets wasn't much better. Send a message to both fleets asking why they are engaging in combat so close to the Empire's border. From the two fleets engaged in combat, Pal's authoritative voice came through the communicator almost simultaneously. This is the military fleet of the Shili Empire. Please cease fire immediately and explain the situation. The Shili Empire? Why are they here? I've robbed in this area many times without issue. The faces of the interstellar pirates were filled with fear as they hurriedly prepared to activate their hyperspace jump engines, attempting to escape. In contrast, the officer from the Triangle civilization was filled with excitement and joy, eagerly shouting into the communicator, "We are the transport fleet of the Triangle civilization. We unfortunately encountered interstellar pirates during our transport. We request assistance from your side." Triangle civilization? Upon hearing this, Liang was somewhat surprised, as it was the first time he had encountered people from another technological civilization. What exactly is the situation with this Triangle civilization? Ding! The Triangle civilization is a level 5 technological civilization located in the OU 552 star cluster, which has maintained business relations with a few companies within the Empire and is considered a friendly civilization. The brain provided timely answers to Li Yang's doubts. I see. In that case, my intervention seems to have been the right choice. Report, Captain Liang. The opposing fleet has not responded to our inquiry and is directly preparing to escape with a hyperspace jump. Please advise, Pal said urgently. It seems they are indeed interstellar pirates, not even attempting to justify themselves and preparing to flee without hesitation. Carter, activate the spatial blockade. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Li Yang's expression turned stern as he decisively issued the command through the communicator. Understood. Carter responded loudly through the communicator. Immediately, the spatial blockade device of the escorting warship activated, and the entire area was firmly sealed off. The interstellar pirates, who had intended to escape, realized they could not get away no matter what. Boss, they activated the spatial blockade, and it's far superior to ours. We can't break through it all. We're completely trapped, a pirate member said in panic. Damn it. How could they set up a spatial blockade so quickly? The pirate leader scratched his head in frustration and anger. What should we do, boss? Should we surrender? Seeing the situation, the interstellar pirates, knowing they could not escape, quickly suggested, hoping their leader would give up resisting, as they believed that surrendering would at least allow them to keep their lives, and perhaps they could negotiate to leave with some supplies. It should be noted that this place was not within the territory of the Shili Empire. Here, whether they could leave or be captured depended entirely on the other party's discretion. If this had happened within the territory of the Shili Empire, they would have been ruthlessly executed long ago. Sigh. A heavy sigh escaped the pirate leader's lips. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood. After a brief but intense internal struggle, the pirate leader ultimately made the difficult decision to surrender. After all, just judging by the far superior spatial blockade technology, he knew very well that in terms of strength, they were no match for the opposing side and had no chance of victory. Chapter 79 Hypocrisy Surrender. We surrender, please don't fire. The terrified voices of the pirates came through the communicator, filled with desperation and pleading. Captain Liang, should we accept their surrender? Pal asked with a serious expression. If Liang said no, Pal would order the fleet to fire without hesitation, destroying all enemy starships with the utmost speed, showing no mercy. Let them have a small chance at life first. Send the guard ship to bring their pirate leader to me, Li Yong decided after a moment of thought, preparing to spare them for now. Yes, Pao responded promptly. The pirates had surrendered, and the transport fleet of the triangular civilization naturally escaped danger. Li Yang's fleet remained in the area, quietly waiting for the follow-up matters to be handled, and the entire scene fell into a tense yet subtle calm. Before long, the soldiers from the guard ship swiftly and skillfully brought the pirate leader before Li Yong, bound hand and foot. At the same time, the commanding officer of the triangular civilization's fleet followed closely behind and boarded the battleship. The pirate leader looked utterly dejected, as if he had lost all spirit. His eyes filled with deep despair and unmistakable fear. Li Yong sat steadily in the command chair, his gaze sharp and cold as he scrutinized the leader. After a long silence, he slowly spoke up. Tell me, why did you choose to rob in this area? Don't you realize this is close to the border of the Shili Empire? How dare you be so bold? Hearing this, the pirate leader lowered his head even further and trembled as he replied, My lord, we are truly at our wits' end. Our original base was taken down by a stronger pirate gang, and my brothers lost their footing in an instant. We had no choice but to flee everywhere. We had successfully robbed this route several times before, so when we saw this transport fleet, we took a chance and harbored malicious intentions. After listening to the pirate leader's words, Li Yong snorted coldly, his expression growing even harsher, like two icy beams shooting toward the pirate leader. Being at your wits' end justifies your wrongdoing? You have caused countless innocent people to suffer unbearable disasters with your reckless actions. Have you ever felt even the slightest guilt? Thought about the lives and property you have ruthlessly plundered? Li Yang's words were forceful, filled with anger and reproach. At this moment, the officer from the triangular civilization's transport ship saw Li Yang's righteous demeanor and quickly walked over, bowing deeply with gratitude in his eyes and speaking excitedly. Thank you for the righteous assistance from the Shili Empire. If you hadn't arrived in time to help, we would have certainly lost this batch of goods that are crucial to us. Li Yong nodded slightly in response and waved his hand, saying, No need to be polite. Maintaining peace and stability in the surrounding area is the Shili Empire's unshirkable responsibility. By the way, what exactly are you transporting this time? The officer, not daring to delay, quickly replied, There are some precious resources unique to our civilization. This transport is meant for trade with some companies within the Shili Empire, hoping to promote mutual development. I see. Since you have successfully escaped danger, you should depart as soon as possible to avoid further complications, Li Yong said, realizing he couldn't fully handle the follow-up matters while the officer was still present, so he had to think of a way to send him away. After the officer sincerely thanked him again, he turned and hurried back to his transport ship. Once the third person left, Li Yong slowly approached the pirate leader without haste. Now, tell me, do you want to live or die? Li Yong said expressionlessly. Hearing this, the pirate leader looked incredulous. After hearing Li Yang's earlier righteous words, he thought for sure he had no way out, but unexpectedly, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. My lord, of course I want to live. Please, I beg you to spare me a chance. The pirate leader panicked and knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head, hoping Li Yong would show mercy and let him live. Stop bowing, don't dirty my floor. Let me ask you first, Li Yong said impatiently. After that, Li Yong contacted the Border Guard Division of the Empire through the intelligence system. This is the Border Guard Division of the Shili Empire. Please state your business. A stern voice came from the other end of the communicator. Hello, I am the Special Inspector of the Shili Empire in the galaxy. I have captured a group of pirates outside the Empire and would like to inquire if I need to bring them back inside the Empire, Li Yong asked calmly. Hello, Inspector. Fighting against interstellar pirates is a common responsibility of all civilizations. However, since you have captured these pirates outside the Empire, you are fully responsible for handling them. We do not take responsibility for pirate forces outside our territory. Upon hearing this, Li Yong understood that he could not expect any military merit from this incident. He exchanged a few inconsequential words and ended the call. Sigh, it seems that since the Guard Division won't take you, I won't be able to earn any military merit. You don't seem to be of much use, so it's better to kill you. Li Yong deliberately sighed and said coldly. Hearing this, The pirate leader panicked and shouted, "No, my lord, I am valuable. I am willing to pay for my life." Finally getting it, "Why didn't you say that earlier?" Liang thought to himself. From the very beginning of the rescue operation, Liang had gone there to gain military merit. Now that the merit was gone, he naturally had to extract some benefits from the pirates to make up for it. As for his earlier righteous demeanor, it was naturally a performance for the officer of the triangular civilization. After all, one must maintain a good facade in front of outsiders. Chapter 80. Simply a demon, all right? Since you're willing to spend money to buy your life, I'll give you a temporary reprieve. Now, tell me, how much are you willing to pay for your life? Liang crossed his arms and looked indifferent. Seeing this, the pirate captain was taken aback. He initially thought he would have to persuade Liang for a while before he would be willing to let him go. But he didn't expect that just one sentence would lead to Liang's willingness to spare him. Once he recovered, the pirate captain quickly shouted, "I'm willing to pay 5 million star coins for my life." 5 million? Liang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, it seems this pirate captain is quite wealthy. To call out 5 million star coins without blinking. However, judging by his demeanor, he must have more value to extract, and I need to squeeze it all out of him. 5 million. All right, your life is saved. But next, what about your brother's lives? How much are you willing to spend to buy their lives? Liang continued calmly and unhurriedly. Huh? The pirate captain was shocked upon hearing Liang's words. He never expected that the 5 million would only be enough to buy his own life, and that he would have to spend more money for his subordinates' lives. Faced with this situation, the pirate captain was conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately had no choice but to accept his fate, as his and his brother's lives were in someone else's hands. I'll offer another 5 million to buy my subordinates' lives. Goodness, another 5 million. In such a short time, that's already 10 million. Is being a pirate really this profitable? Liang was secretly astonished. All right, 5 million, I agree. Now, both your life and your subordinates' lives are saved. Phew. Hearing this, the pirate captain let out a long sigh of relief. Although he had bled a lot of money, at least he and his crew had survived. Next is your fleet. How much are you planning to spend to buy it back? Liang continued, his expression still unfazed. The pirate captain couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, he was completely devastated. First, he had to spend money to buy his subordinates' lives. And now he even had to spend money to buy back his fleet. What? What kind of officer of the Shili Empire is this? This is clearly a demon even greedier than himself. More like a pirate. The pirate captain lamented in his heart. What's wrong? Do you not want your fleet anymore? Fine then. Soldiers, throw them all off the starship. Seeing the pirate captain remain silent, Liang's tone turned cold as he issued the command mercilessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the trained Imperial soldiers immediately sprang into action, swiftly moving to grab the pirate captain to take him off the starship. Seeing this, the pirate captain was terrified. After all, without the starship, if he and his crew were thrown into the vast emptiness of space, they wouldn't survive for long. I'll buy it, I'll buy it. The pirate captain shouted in panic. Stop. Tell me, how much are you planning to pay to buy back your fleet? Hearing that the pirate captain was willing to buy back his fleet, Liang quickly raised his hand to signal the soldiers to stop. 5 million? The pirate captain said hesitantly, his voice tinged with uncertainty. 5 million? That's not good. Even if I sold your fleet, it wouldn't be worth just 5 million, right? Seeing that the pirate captain still wanted to buy back his fleet for 5 million, Liang frowned and slowly shook his head, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. Then, 8 million? The pirate captain looked at Liang with hopeful eyes, a hint of pleading in his gaze. Unfortunately, Liang still wasn't satisfied and continued to shake his head firmly. The previous 5 millions were easy for the pirate captain to offer, but it was clear he hadn't yet revealed all his worth. It seems you lack sincerity. Come here. Liang's expression darkened as he spoke sternly. No, let me think. Seeing Liang preparing to take action, the pirate captain turned pale and hurriedly shouted, "This is your last chance. If I'm still not satisfied with the price." Liang's gaze was icy, and his tone was like that of a cold, ruthless demon, sending shivers down the pirate captain's spine. The immense pressure felt like a heavy mountain, making it hard for the pirate captain to breathe. He was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration rolling down his face, trembling all over like a leaf in the wind. 15 million. Please spare me, my lord. I really don't have much money left. The pirate captain cried, snot and tears streaming down his face, looking utterly wretched. Seeing this, Leon felt it was about time. After all, it seemed that this pirate captain was truly out of money. All right, we'll go with what you said. 5 million plus 5 million plus 15 million, a total of 25 million. How will you pay? Liang asked calmly. Seeing that Liang had finally let him go, the pirate captain felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his chest, and he sighed in relief. My lord, here are 3-star coin cards from the Hope Chamber of Commerce, worth a total of 25 million. Please accept them. Saying this, the pirate captain shakily took out 3 cards from his pocket and carefully placed them on the ground. Pal quickly stepped forward, picked up the cards from the ground, and handed them to Liang. Smart brain, check if these are really worth 25 million. Liang took one of the cards and asked the smart brain. Beep. All 3 cards are from the Hope Chamber of Commerce, with a total of 25,656, 370 star coins stored within. This amount is exact. It seems that the pirate captain has truly emptied his coffers. All right, I'll accept the money. You can leave now. Liang took the 3-star coin cards and waved his hand towards the pirate captain, allowing the soldiers holding the pirate captain to release him. So, can I leave? The pirate captain asked cautiously. After all, Liang had given him the impression of a vicious demon earlier, and now suddenly being willing to let him go made him a bit incredulous. Yes, since you paid the price for your life, naturally, you can leave. What? Do you want to stay? Liang smiled at the pirate captain, but that smile held an inscrutable meaning in the pirate captain's eyes. Seeing this, the pirate captain scrambled to his feet, trembling uncontrollably as he shakily walked towards the exit. Just as the pirate captain was about to leave, Pal quickly approached Liang and asked Captain Liang, should we? Pal made a gesture to suggest whether they should eliminate the threat entirely. Forget it. They've already been drained of their value. Killing them now would only waste ammunition and yield nothing. Liang believed that he was not a purely good person, but he was also far from being a vicious villain. He was simply someone who adhered to his own bottom line, which could be adjusted according to the situation. Carter, deactivate the space blockade and let them go. Yes, back on his fleet. The pirate captain saw that the space blockade had vanished and quickly summoned all the starships to initiate a hyperspace jump to escape. He looked frantic, fearing that Liang would suddenly change his mind. In fact, if the Guard Division was willing to receive them and grant military merits, Liang might have actually reconsidered, extracting their value completely before sending them over to earn military honors. Chapter 81. Conflict Incident. After earning 25 million star coins effortlessly, Liang once again led the fleet bravely forward, continuing towards the unclaimed planet. On the other side, on Blue Star, due to the star map access, the presence of alien visitors could be seen everywhere. Come and take a look. Unique cultural artifacts from Blue Star, not 9,999 star coins, not 999 star coins, only 99 star coins to easily take home. A vendor shouted loudly, carefully pulling out a vase and gently placing it on a mat, shouting earnestly on the bustling street. Unique artifact from Blue Star? Hearing this call, nearby alien visitors were drawn over, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. After all, they traveled thousands of miles to Blue Star to experience its unique culture and distinctive scenery. In no time, the vendor's stall was surrounded by a crowd of alien visitors. Seeing this, other Blue Star vendors began to whisper to each other. Artifacts? Aren't those strictly regulated by the Blue Star management? They can only be traded within Blue Star, and alien visitors are not allowed to purchase them. Are you stupid? What's restricted are real artifacts. This one obviously looks like a poorly made counterfeit. Fake artifacts aren't restricted. Unbelievable. The tricks that used to deceive us Blue Star people are now being used to trick aliens. This person really has some skill. Although the vendor had no idea how the people outside were discussing him, he was overjoyed inside. After all, since Blue Star became part of the Shili Empire, the purchasing power of star coins on Blue Star was extraordinarily strong. An ordinary house could usually be bought for just a few thousand star coins, and Blue Star vendors usually made only 4 or 5 star coins in profit after selling all day. If he could successfully sell these replicas, wouldn't he make a fortune? Hello, is this a genuine Blue Star artifact? An alien visitor covered in fine, Longhair asked curiously while cautiously reaching out towards the vase on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? You can't touch it if you're not buying. This is a precious blue star artifact. If you accidentally break it, who will be responsible for paying? The vendor quickly slapped away the long-haired alien's hand, frowning and looking displeased. All right, I won't touch it. The long-haired alien wasn't angry. After all, he was dealing with a human, and he had indeed reached out first, so he was in the wrong. But I remember that the Blue Star Management issued a regulation that alien tourists are not allowed to purchase Blue Star artifacts, right? Just then, a woman with long rabbit ears in the crowd asked with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, other alien visitors began to discuss among themselves. All right, I think I was specifically reminded of that when I first entered Blue Star space. Indeed, I clearly remember that regulation, seeing the situation turning against him. The vendor hurriedly explained, No. The Blue Star Management issued regulations that their officially recognized artifacts cannot be traded or purchased. But this is a family heirloom of mine, a personal item that is not subject to the management's regulations. Do you understand? Although the vendor said this, everyone still felt a bit worried. After all, if they violated someone else's regulations on another planet and got caught or fined, the Empire wouldn't intervene. Really, trust me, I'm a true Blue Star person. How could I not know about the regulations? Besides, it's been so long, and I haven't seen anyone from the Blue Star Management come to arrest me. Hearing the vendor say this, everyone thought it over carefully. It had indeed been a while, and no one had come to stop him. It seemed that the regulation was, as the Blue Star human said. After all, he was a native Blue Star human. All right, since that's the case, 99 star coins, right? I'll buy it. A well-dressed alien with 4 hands and 4 eyes shouted loudly, expressing his willingness to purchase. Wait, if that's the case, I'll offer 110 star coins. Another alien visitor shouted, unwilling to be outdone, raising the price to 110 star coins. I'll offer 120, 130, 140. With the shouts of the crowd, the price kept climbing higher and higher. After all, alien visitors who could afford to travel to Blue Star had some money to spare. Without money, they would be stuck on their own planets, never experiencing the vastness of the universe. After all, interstellar travel costs more the farther you go, of course. If they had their own starship, that would be a different story. As the prices rose higher with the shouts, the vendor's face was nearly twisted with joy. He was absolutely thrilled inside. With so many star coins, he was about to become extremely wealthy. In less than a short while, the price had quickly reached 550 star coins and was still climbing. After all, this was an artifact of Blue Star human civilization, and whether for careful collection or resale, it would definitely yield a substantial profit. Just as the crowd began to get restless, several people in uniforms from the Blue Star Management Department walked into the crowd, shouting loudly, "Everyone stop! Who is selling Blue Star artifacts here without permission?" Then Lu Ji, who was in the center, walked into the crowd with a serious expression and a grave demeanor. He belonged to the Blue Star Management Department and was the head of the Cultural Development and Protection Department, holding a G9 level position. Although this was the lowest official position, he still carried the esteemed identity of an Imperial Administrative Officer. Seeing the appearance of the Blue Star Management officials, the crowd fell silent instantly. However, the 4-handed alien's face was filled with anger, as he had just raised the price to the highest, and no one was continuing to bid. Just as he was about to secure the artifact, who would have thought that the Blue Star Management officials would arrive at this critical moment? "Is it you who is selling Blue Star artifacts here?" Lu Ji asked the vendor sternly, his gaze intense. No. This isn't a Blue Star artifact. Just a replica. Selling replicas shouldn't violate the regulations, right? Realizing that people from the Blue Star Management had really come, and they were not just ordinary law enforcement officers, but officials from the Empire, the vendor panicked and quickly explained. After all, he had already thought of a countermeasure before preparing to sell. The best outcome would be to sell it smoothly, but if he couldn't sell it and got caught, he would just say it was a replica. After all, the regulations clearly stated that ancient artifacts could not be sold, but they didn't mention anything about not being able to sell replica artifacts, providing a perfect loophole in the regulations. Chapter 82. Alert the guards? Upon hearing this, the crowd around erupted into chaos, discussing among themselves. What is this? It's actually a counterfeit? It seems that no matter where you are, there are always such treacherous merchants. The crowd began to condemn the vendor, but he remained indifferent, thinking to himself that he wasn't doing repeat business anyway. If they got cheated, it was their own foolishness, not his fault. Especially the four-handed alien, who was already holding back a lot of emotions. Now that he learned that the so-called ancient artifact he had crazily bid on was actually a fake replica, his expression grew even uglier. Although he hadn't bought it, he felt like he had been played for a fool, regardless of whether it was real or fake. You need to take your things and come back to the department with me. Oh, and you guys, you were the loudest bidders just now. I heard you all the way from afar. You need to come back with me to the department for processing. Lu Ji pointed at the several aliens who had bid the most aggressively, including the four-handed alien. Seeing this, the four-handed alien's temper exploded completely. Being played was one thing, but now they wanted him to go back to the department with them, which was just infuriating. It was clearly his problem. Why were they grabbing us? The four-handed alien roared furiously. This sudden outburst was like a thunderclap, startling everyone present, and all eyes turned to him. What are you shouting about? It's not like we're taking you back to convict you. We just need your cooperation to take a statement. After all, you are considered relevant personnel in this incident. Lu Ji was not afraid of the four-handed alien, who was a head taller than him, and glared back. The others who were pointed out had no objections. After all, it was just to take a statement, merely wasting a bit of time. But the four-handed alien did not think so. He stubbornly believed he was being humiliated by the Blue Star people. Bastard, I'm not going. You go if you want. Saying this, he waved his large hand aggressively, pushing Lu Ji down to the ground. This is utterly lawless. Someone forcibly take him back. How dare he openly attack an Imperial officer? Lu Ji, who fell to the ground, was not one to be afraid. He quickly got up and called over the law enforcement personnel nearby, preparing to take down the four-handed alien together. Just like that, the two sides instantly began to pull and struggle with each other. Although the Blue Star Management Department had slightly more people, they were just humans and could not compete with the tall alien with 4 arms in terms of strength and physical fitness. As time passed, emotions on both sides became increasingly uncontrollable, eventually developing into a mutual brawl, and both sides began to fight openly in public without any restraint. They exchanged punches, and although the saying goes that 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, the alien had not just 4 fists but 4 hands, making it hard for both sides to gain the upper hand. It was rare to see Imperial officials and citizens fighting in the streets. The crowd gathered around, and some even started betting on which side would win. However, just a few minutes into the fight, the law enforcement personnel from Blue Star quickly arrived on the scene and took Lu Ji and the four-handed alien away. Of course, the vendor, the root cause of the incident, was also taken away. If it weren't for him, such a big issue wouldn't have occurred. However, the few aliens who had been pointed out by Lu Ji were overlooked in the chaos. In the Blue Star Management Department, Xia Quan was fuming, almost poking Lu Ji in the forehead with his finger, shouting loudly, "Just look at you, as a dignified Imperial officer. How could you fight with an Imperial citizen in public? What kind of decorum is that?" He started first. Lu Ji muttered defensively, "It doesn't matter who started it. You can't act so impulsively outside. Don't you know to first find a way to calm the other party down and bring them back to the department for processing? In the department, you could fight for a day and a night without issue because no one would see it, understand?" Xia Quan felt an immense headache. If this issue wasn't handled well, it might lead to a loss of foot traffic, and that meant a lot of wasted star coins. Lu Ji was really a blockhead. Didn't he know to handle it back at the department? Fighting in the department and fighting outside were completely different matters. "Report, Minister, it's bad." That alien said he has reported to the guards and has submitted a lawsuit against Comrade Lu Ji to the Solar System Imperial Court. A member of the Blue Star Management Department rushed into Xia Quan's office, looking anxious. "What? Look at the mess you've made. Go explain it to Captain Li Yong yourself." Hearing this, Xia Quan had nothing more to say. After all, the alien had directly bypassed the Blue Star Management Department to report to the Imperial Guards, and a court lawsuit had already been submitted. What else could be done? He could only consult Captain Li Yong, because they could still handle internal matters. But external issues had to be dealt with by Li Yong personally. On the battleship, Li Yong had initially received a message from Xia Quan stating that personnel from the Blue Star Management Department had clashed with an Imperial citizen on the street and had started fighting. Naturally, Li Yang sided with his own people, letting Xia Quan handle it according to the regulations of the Blue Star Management Department, and just verbally reprimanding the personnel from the Blue Star Management Department. As for the alien who had attacked, he would be dealt with as an attacker of an Imperial officer. However, not long after, the intelligence brain sent another message. Beep. The Solar System Station guards are requesting a call with you. Chapter 83. Chief Judge of the Solar System Empire Court, the Guard Corps? What do they want from me? Li Yang felt puzzled and agreed to the Guard Corps call request with uncertainty. Hello, I am Li Yang. What can I do for you? There was a hint of confusion in Li Yang's tone. Hello, Chomrade Li Yang. We received a report that personnel from the Blue Star Management Department under your name openly assaulted an Imperial citizen. According to legal regulations, we should directly take the reported personnel for investigation. However, since Blue Star is under your ownership, we are only here to inform you this time. The reporter has submitted a lawsuit against the reported individual to the Solar System Empire Court, so please handle it as soon as possible. Thank you. The attitude of the Guard Corps was very friendly, clearly indicating that they would not directly take Lu Ji away, but rather leave it for Li Yang to resolve himself. All right, I understand. Li Yang responded. After ending the call with the Guard Corps, Li Yang couldn't help but frown slightly, pondering to himself. How did Xia Quan handle this? How did the Guard Corps and the Empire Court get involved? Although he expressed dissatisfaction verbally, Li Yang knew he had to go back and deal with this matter. Otherwise, how would his subordinates view him as a leader? If he wasn't willing to help his subordinates with such small matters, who would want to work for him? However, if he returned now, all the effort spent on the journey these past few days would be in vain. Li Yang fell into thought and, after a moment, came up with an idea. Got it. A holographic projection should count as being there in person, right? It should be easier to deal with the Guard Corps that way. Since this matter has already involved the court, I might as well look for Anua. Li Yang muttered to himself. He decided to first figure out the issue with the court and set the Guard Corps aside for now. After all, Anuo's father was the chief judge of the highest imperial court in this star system. With that connection, he should be able to have some say with the small solar system Empire Court. Meanwhile, Anua was still quietly handling affairs on Mars. After all, a group of Blue Star humans had already been relocated here, and Mars was gradually becoming lively, with foreign visitors starting to arrive. Beep. Li Yang is requesting a call. The AI's prompt sounded. Li Yang? Yes, looking for me? I'll accept the call. Anua was somewhat surprised, but quickly issued the consent command. Once Anua accepted the call, Li Yang's holographic projection instantly appeared before her. This is my first time using this projection. It feels quite nice. Li Yang curiously examined his own body, reaching out to touch it, and surprisingly feeling a real tactile sensation. Although his consciousness was here, his physical body remained on the battleship. Captain Li Yang, your presence here is an honor, but I don't have anything to offer you as hospitality, so please bear with me. Anua smiled. Hospitality aside, I'm here for an important matter and need your help, Li Yang stated directly. Upon hearing this, Anua's eyes instantly sparkled like brilliant stars. After all, if she helped Li Yang with something, it would undoubtedly create a debt of gratitude, and if she ever needed help in the future, he would surely repay that favor. Given Li Yang's rapid promotion, once he rose to a high position, asking him for help would be a significant advantage. Help? Please feel free to instruct me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to assist you. The situation is like this. Seeing that Anua was willing to help, Li Yang slowly explained the entire situation. Fighting in public against an imperial citizen. This is indeed not easy to handle. Anua slowly spoke, her face showing a look of difficulty. What? Even you find it challenging? Hearing Anua's words, Li Yang felt confused. Anua's father was a high-ranking official. Could such a minor issue not be resolved? Well, it's indeed difficult for others, but for me, it's a piece of cake. Since you plan to handle the Guard Corps personally, I just need to take care of the court side. That is what I think too. But I really don't know anyone at the court. Li Yang helplessly shook his head as he spoke. If he had someone he knew at the court, he would have come to Anua for help. After all, such favors are not easily repaid. If there are no false elements in the sequence of events. From the perspective of imperial law, non-human citizens assaulting human officials is undoubtedly illegal. However, officials assaulting imperial citizens in public destroys the image of the empire, which is also illegal. Thus, both sides are actually at a disadvantage because it was mutual fighting, meaning the final decision is not in the hands of either party. So in whose hands is it? Naturally, it's in the hands of the court's chief judge. Since both are guilty, the final decision rests entirely with the chief judge. Anua then smiled slightly and called another person through the AI. Please wait a moment. I have sent a message to the chief judge of the Solar System Empire Court. He should be here shortly. Anua said, hearing that the chief judge of the Solar System Empire Court would be coming soon. Li Yong felt somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Anua to have such impressive connections. The chief judge can just be someone like that. He initially thought Anua would only call in some other ordinary judges, but he never expected her to bring in the highest judge. In that case, that's even better. Chapter 84, Friendly Communication. Li Yong and Anua quietly waited in the office, patiently anticipating the arrival of the presiding judge. After a while, a middle-aged man in a crisp imperial uniform hurriedly pushed open the door and strode in, his face showing a look of apology as he repeatedly expressed his regrets for being late. It's all right, please take a seat, Judge Chung Quan, Anua said. Seeing this, Chung Quan quickly sat down in the designated spot and then noticed that there was another person sitting next to Anua who appeared to be human. May I ask who you are? Chung Quan inquired, filled with curiosity. He knew that Anua's father was the superior of his superior, so the human sitting next to Anua must be someone significant as well. Let me introduce you. This is the Special Inspector of the Galaxy and also the highest administrator of Blue Star, Anua introduced. Hello, my name is Li Yong. Li Yong slowly stood up, extended his hand, and wore a friendly smile to show his goodwill. Hello. So it's Inspector Li. I've heard so much about you, and now that I've met you in person, you truly are a remarkable individual. Upon realizing that the person in front of him was the mysterious inspector, Chung Quan felt he couldn't afford to be negligent. He quickly stood up, bent slightly, and shook Li Yang's hand tightly, his face filled with excitement. They had previously heard about the appointment of a special inspector in the galaxy, but being officials in the solar system, they had no way of knowing who had been appointed. To unexpectedly meet him today, and knowing that Li Yong already held a position in the imperial military, combined with the inspector role, meant he had both military and political power. Thinking of this, Chung Quan's smile grew even brighter. It was a rare fortune to personally meet such a high-profile figure in his lifetime. All right, we brought you here because we need your assistance with something. Anua interrupted Chung Quan, who was still grinning foolishly. Oh, sorry. I got a bit too excited and was a little rude. Chung Quan quickly apologized, coming back to his senses. It's all right, Li Yong said generously, as he knew that the more the other party acted this way, the easier it might be to resolve the issue at hand. The matter is like this. Once both of them were seated again, Anua recounted the incident as described by Li Yong to Chung Quan. The imperial officials openly assaulting imperial citizens. This is indeed quite a tricky matter. Too many people witnessed it. After all, our duty as imperial officials is to serve the citizens wholeheartedly. Chung Quan's expression grew heavy and his brows furrowed as he listened to the entire account of the incident. Oh, where did this so-called just judge come from? Anua said with a teasing smirk. In the Empire, the law of the jungle is the mainstream rule. In this vast, endless universe, who would play the impractical joke of everyone is equal? Seeing Anua's unrelenting sarcasm, Chung Quan could only awkwardly laugh along. Is it really difficult to handle this matter? Of course, it was not about the difficulty of the case, but rather that he had not gained any benefits from it. Since he had only met Li Yong through Anua, even if the matter was resolved, it would be Anua who would receive the gratitude, not him. Judge Chung, although my subordinate acted a bit recklessly, it was ultimately the other party who struck first, right? Li Yang's deep gaze revealed that he understood Chung Quan's little thoughts. Well, since Inspector Li has said so, I will judge it as you say, Chung Quan quickly stated, feeling that the matter would be easier to handle now that Li Yong had spoken, rather than Anua. Ah, that's right. This is the fair and just Judge Chung. Haha, Anua said with a smile, pleased that Chung Quan was willing to help. Haha, but Judge Chung, I must remind you seriously that even though it was the other side that struck first, how this case is ultimately judged still has to strictly adhere to the laws of the Empire, Li Yong said with a serious expression. After all, as an inspector, he absolutely could not leave even the slightest blemish on his record. Of course, if it was in accordance with imperial law, it wouldn't count as leaving a blemish. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. If you want your subordinate to win, I naturally have ways to ensure victory. The interpretation of the imperial legal texts is in my hands. Upon hearing this, Li Yang felt reassured. After all, they were all sharp-minded individuals. If they couldn't handle such a matter, then his position would be for naught. Inspector Li, that's my son. He is a squad leader in the guard division, and I heard the assessment will start soon. I was thinking of having him become the deputy division leader. What do you think? Cheng Quan said, his face full of flattery as he forced a smile. Cheng Quan, of course, would not help without expecting something in return. He also had matters that required Li Yang's assistance, especially since Li Yang's position could indeed influence matters in the guard division. He had also heard that Li Yang was on the list of examiners for this assessment. Deputy division leader? Shouldn't it be division leader? Li Yang replied with a smile, appearing nonchalant. Ah, division leader? Inspector Li. You really have given me a huge surprise. Cheng Quan initially did not react, but after a moment, he came back to his senses and excitedly picked up a wine glass from the table to toast Li Yang. Ha ha ha. Come, since the matter has been decided, let's celebrate. And Nuo quickly raised her glass to toast Li Yang, who calmly accepted the gesture. In this brief moment, the issues on the court's side had been resolved. Li Yang not only successfully addressed the matter at the court, but also met the highest judge of the imperial court in the solar system through a Nuo. The price he paid was merely giving a bit of attention to Cheng Quan's son during the assessment. In comparison, this cost and benefit could be considered quite high in value. After all, during the assessment, he would certainly promote his own subordinates. And giving special attention to Cheng Quan's son meant that Cheng Quan's side would naturally join his faction. Now, there was only the matter with the guard division left to address. After a brief chat with Nuo and Cheng Quan, Li Yang decisively ended the call and sent a communication request to the guard division stationed in the solar system. This is the headquarters of the guard division stationed in the solar system. What can I do for you? I am Li Yang, the special inspector of the galaxy. I am here specifically to handle the mutual assault incident on Blue Star and hope to initiate a holographic projection. Oh, it's Inspector Li. All right. I have already granted you permission for the holographic projection. It should be noted that for special departments or military departments, due to the high emphasis on information security, the holographic projection function is usually strictly prohibited. It can only be activated with the explicit consent of the other party. Chapter 85. The Imperial Land Bureau, after successfully obtaining projection rights, Li Yang's figure instantly appeared in the headquarters of the guard division. You, Inspector Li. I am Chen Feng, the highest commander responsible for the garrison mission in the solar system, Chen Feng said with a smiling face, respectfully. Nice to meet you, Commander Chen. Li Yang replied with a smile. I can't really be called a commander yet, haha. Although Chen Feng humbly said he couldn't be called a commander when Li Yang addressed him as such. He was actually quite pleased to hear others refer to him that way. How can you say that? ISNT the guard division, just a division? Li Yang asked, Buzlet. Indeed, it is a division, but compared to those more powerful guard divisions above us, we are still quite far behind, Chen Feng said with a slight sigh, a hint of reluctance and longing for a higher level reflected in his eyes. After all, personnel from their guard division are distributed across every star system, with the number of personnel and the rank of the highest officer arranged according to the scale of the star system. To be honest, if it weren't for the special situation in the solar system, he wouldn't have been assigned as the highest commander of the guard division as a major. Generally, for smaller star systems, a captain would be sufficient, and in even lesser cases, a lieutenant could take up the position. Even for a special star system like the solar system, the number of personnel and the level of equipment in the guard division would certainly not compare to those stationed in the galactic system. Although they all carry the title of division, the differences are not trivial. Li Yang's gaze then fell on Chen Feng's shoulder insignia. He was merely a third-level major. All right, I won't beat around the bush. To get straight to the point, one of my subordinates has been reported to the guard division. So I came here specifically to handle it. I hope to trouble Commander Chen with this, Li Yang said directly. Report? Oh, you mean the human from Blue Star, right? Yes, that's him. Li Yang nodded in response. Rest assured, Inspector Li, since the ownership of Blue Star is in your hands, As long as he hasn't committed any serious offenses like treason or rebellion, our guard division won't interfere. Such a small matter can be decided by you. By the way, how's the situation with the court? Chun Feng said with a nonchalant look. After all, to him, this was indeed a trivial matter. In comparison, the situation with the court was the real key that needed attention. I have already handled the court matter, which is why I specifically came to trouble Commander Chun. Liang said slowly. Ha ha, since the court matter is resolved, you can rest assured, Inspector Li. I will immediately delete the report information, Chun Feng said, naturally willing to do this favor for Liang, as it was just a small report that could be easily deleted. Ha ha, thank you, Commander Chun, for helping with the report issue, Liang said with a smile. Report? What report? Inspector Li, weren't you just here for tea and a chat? Chun Feng suddenly feigned a look of confusion, turning his gaze towards Liang. Seeing this, Liang was initially taken aback, but quickly realized Chun Feng's intention and hurriedly responded, Yes, I was just here for tea and a chat. The two exchanged knowing glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Thus, with Liang personally taking action, the report concerning Lu Ji completely vanished. Now, they just had to wait for the court to convene. As for the outcome of the court session, it was naturally without suspense, ending with Lu Ji's complete victory. On the contrary, the four-armed alien was charged with maliciously attacking Imperial officials, maliciously attacking Imperial humans, and violating the Blue Star Treaty by privately purchasing ancient artifacts. Among other charges, once these charges were pinned on him, he would likely spend the rest of his life in an Imperial prison. As for Lu Ji, he merely received a serious notice of criticism from the Blue Star Management Department. Oh, finally settled Lu Ji's matter. However, thanks to this incident, I've also made connections with two quite good contacts. Liang sighed lazily as he lay back in chair on the battleship after handling all the affairs. Although a lot of time was spent on this matter, he had made connections with Chang Quan and Chun Feng. It must be said that now, in the solar system, Liang could do as he pleased, as the highest decision-makers of both the Imperial Court and the Imperial Guard Division had now become his own. Pal, haven't you found that planet yet? Liang frowned slightly, looking a bit anxious. To find this planet, the fleet had been sailing for nearly half a month, and if they couldn't find it soon, the assessment conference would begin, and he would have to attend in person instead of just participating through projection. Report, Captain. According to the star map in the crystal ball, we should find it within another day at most, came the reply. All right, one day it is. In any case, I must return within a week, no matter what, Liang said helplessly. A day later, sure enough, as Pal had expected, the fleet finally arrived at the mysterious planet. The planet was about half the size of Blue Star, and its surface showed no signs of blue-green vitality. Instead, it was filled with a depressing gray-brown color. Completely a barren, lifeless planet with no traces of life or civilization. Liang's face was filled with confusion. This thing? This is the planet? Pal, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Looking at this lifeless planet, which was half the size of Blue Star, Liang repeatedly questioned Pal. Pal, not daring to be negligent, quickly picked up the crystal ball and carefully compared it again with the star map inside. Captain Li, according to the star map in the crystal ball, this planet is indeed the one we are looking for, Pal replied firmly after looking at the star map. Well, you can't blame me. The star map can only be blamed, he added. Although the result was quite unexpected, this planet was indeed not mistaken. It was the one recorded in the crystal ball. Forget it, I'll report it to the Imperial Land Bureau to confirm, Liang decided. Although the probability was high that this planet was their target, he still opted to confirm with the Imperial Land Bureau. After all, this crystal ball was a product they had developed. Yes, even though Pal also had doubts in his mind, he could only follow Li Yang's instructions and contact the Imperial Land Bureau. After all, even he found it hard to believe that this planet would be the target they had been searching for so desperately, as it was just too small and a lifeless barren planet. This is the Imperial Land Bureau. How can I help you? A polite inquiry came from the communicator. Hello. We found a planet recorded in your product, the crystal ball, but it is just too small and too barren. We would like to confirm if there is an error in the celestial body record, Pal explained as clearly as possible. Please send me the number recorded in the crystal ball, and I will check it for you right away. In response, Pal took the crystal ball in hand and carefully examined it. At the very edge of the crystal ball, he indeed found a string of codes. He then quickly sent the code to the Imperial Land Bureau. Chapter 86. Not long after, the Imperial Land Bureau sent word. According to our inquiries, you did not misidentify this planet. It is indeed the one. Although its size is a bit smaller, the various resources and minerals on it are quite abundant. If mined properly, it is estimated that at least 10 million star coins could be obtained. After reading the message from the Imperial Land Bureau, Pal did not dare to miss any details and reported it verbatim to Li Yang. All right, it seems we just had bad luck and didn't find a larger planet. Li Yang shook his head helplessly and sighed. He could only accept this, as everyone knew that this crystal ball was essentially like a blind box. It was just that his luck was not good this time, and he failed to get a satisfactory outcome. Moreover, it was precisely because they went out to search for planets that they had the fortune of encountering pirates, resulting in an unexpected gain of 25 million star coins, which was far more valuable than this planet. However, Li Yang did not plan to occupy this planet. Just as the Imperial Land Bureau said, it was enough to find a company to mine its resources. But who should be responsible for the mining? Li Yang fell into deep thought again. By the way, I wonder if Zhang would take on this kind of job. Li Yang suddenly thought of Zhang. As among his connections, apart from officials, Zhang was the only one he had dealings with in private companies. Even if Zhang didn't take on this job, he would surely know some companies that specialize in resource mining. Brain, initiate a call to Zhang. Li Yang issued the command. Beep, call request in progress. The other party has accepted. Captain Li Yang, what can I do for you? Since finishing the Blue Star transformation project last time, Zhang had developed better in the company thanks to Li Yang's business and had been promoted. Seeing Li Yang call him again, he quickly agreed to the call without hesitation. Zhang, here is the thing. I've discovered a new planet that needs to be mined, and I'm not sure if your company takes on this kind of job. Li Yang got straight to the point. Resource mining? Sorry, Captain Li Yang. Our company mainly focuses on renovation and transportation. We Haven T really ventured into resource mining, so we might not be able to help you this time. Upon hearing that it was resource mining, Zhang could only shake his head helplessly. He felt a bit regretful that he was missing out on this business. But the fact that Li Yang thought of him first showed that their friendship was not in vain. Do you know any related companies that you could introduce to me? Li Yang asked immediately. Of course, we have a long-term cooperative company that specializes in resource mining. Their greatest achievement was completely mining out an entire star system. They could be considered one of the top resource mining companies within the empire. Hearing this, Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked Zhang to help arrange an introduction since he would definitely have similar planets with no other uses in the future that could be mined for profit. However, they only take on projects starting at 10 million star coins. They generally don't accept smaller projects. Zhang continued to explain. 10 million star coins? Is that the value of the resources reaching 10 million? Li Yang probed, as the resource value of his planet was roughly around that amount. No, that's the project quote. They only take on projects that start at 10 million star coins. Seeing Li Yang's misunderstanding, Zhang quickly clarified. A quote of at least 10 million? If I sell the mined resources from my planet, it would only be around 10 million. If your quote is 10 million, wouldn't that mean I'd be working for nothing with no gains? Li Yang could only give up on that option. Zhang, the company you mentioned is indeed powerful. But do you know of any that charge more reasonably and still have decent efficiency? Please recommend one to me. Li Yang asked expectantly. Yes, Captain Li Yang. There are definitely more than one such companies. I can recommend a total of 9. Zhang quickly replied. Seeing this, Li Yang hurriedly asked Zhang to provide him with the contact information of the 9 company heads. After obtaining the contact information, Li Yang wasted no time in initiating calls to each of them. After some comparisons and considerations, Li Yang ultimately chose the company with the lowest quote. Although this company's work efficiency was somewhat slower than the others, it was cheaper. After all, it was just resource mining, not an urgent matter, so they could take their time. In this regard, Li Yang officially signed a contract with the resource mining company, hiring them to mine the entire planet for 5 million star coins. Pal, inform the fleet to prepare to return to Blue Star. Since the matter has been properly handled, there is no point in staying here any longer. It's better to return early and make preparations to deal with the upcoming assessment conference. Although as an examiner, I do not need to participate in the assessment, there are many personnel I wish to promote. To ensure everything goes smoothly, It's best to first understand the relevant situations and clarify the routes. Understood. POW responded. Attention, all units. The fleet is preparing to return, initiating hyperspace jump. 3, 2, 1. Jumping. The command echoed through the fleet. On the way back, with clear coordinates, they naturally made the hyperspace jump for their return. Unlike their arrival, which had to explore slowly due to lack of precise coordinates, this time they could jump directly. After all, without a clear coordinate location, it was generally unwise to easily use hyperspace jumps. No one could guarantee they wouldn't skip over the target location, leading to unnecessary trouble and risks. Chapter 87. Internal transfers within the Blue Star Management Department. Don't ask me where I've been these past few days. Let's just say I've turned into Ultraman to save the world, got it? The fleet sailed smoothly without any unexpected incidents and successfully returned to Blue Star. As soon as Liang stepped into his office and hadn't yet had a moment to sit down and rest, he received a message from Lu Ji requesting a visit. Lu Ji? Let him come up. Hearing that the visitor was Lu Ji, Liang thought for a moment and agreed to his request. After all, it was easy to guess that Lu Ji had come to express his gratitude for helping him through this difficult time. Captain Liang, I can't thank you enough for this. Without your strong support, I might have lost my official position. As soon as he entered, Lu Ji couldn't wait to express his gratitude to Liang. His words were not an exaggeration. If Liang hadn't stepped in to help coordinate and handle the situation, things could have escalated and he might not have been able to keep his position. It's a small matter. By the way, judging by your appearance, you must have won the lawsuit? Liang waved his hand casually, speaking nonchalantly. Thanks to you, I won the case in the Imperial Court, and the other party was directly imprisoned, Lu Ji said with a delighted expression. After handling the relevant matters, Liang ended the holographic projection and returned to the battleship. He hadn't deliberately inquired about the court's outcome afterward. However, hearing Lu Ji's comment at this moment surprised him a bit. He had originally thought that Cheng Quan would only ensure Lu Ji's victory, but he didn't expect that the other party would be sent to prison. This really caught him off guard. All right, no need to say more about gratitude. You just need to understand one thing. You are my subordinate, Liang said seriously, his expression stern. Yes. Seeing this, Lu Ji's expression was excited, and he quickly replied loudly. Captain Liang, I won't disturb you any longer. Having expressed his loyalty, Lu Ji naturally prepared to leave discreetly. By the way, go call Xia Quan. I need to talk to him. Just as Lu Ji was about to exit the office, Liang suddenly remembered something important and quickly called out. Lu Ji didn't dare to delay, nodding repeatedly in response. In a short while, Xia Quan hurriedly arrived at Liang's office. Captain Liang, you called for me? Xia Quan's tone carried a hint of worry. Although Lu Ji's matter had been perfectly resolved, as Lu Ji's superior, he still bore some responsibility. You should know about the assessment meeting, right? However, Liang didn't call him over to discuss a past issue that had already been settled, but rather focused on future significant matters. Yes, the intelligence brain informed me about it earlier, Xia Quan replied. Send me the personnel list of the Blue Star Management Department. Although he wasn't sure what Liang needed the list for, Xia Quan didn't hesitate and quickly sent the complete list through the intelligence brain. After receiving the list, Liang carefully reviewed everyone's contributions and work status during this period through the intelligence brain. After thinking for a moment, he created a new list and sent it to Xia Quan. Captain Liang, this is... Upon receiving the new list from Liang, Xia Quan asked in confusion. This is the new list for personnel transfers within the Blue Star Management Department. Carry out all transfers according to the arrangements on this list, Liang said slowly. Hearing this, Xia Quan hurriedly looked closely at the names on the list and was surprised to find that his name was not on it. And not only his, even Daegu, Telung, and Xiafeng were also missing from the list. Captain Liang, why aren't our names on the list? Xia Quan's face was full of confusion and fear as he asked, his voice slightly trembling. He was puzzled as to why their names were absent and feared that Liang had given up on promoting them. Are you silly? This is an internal personnel transfer within the Blue Star Management Department. You are already a minister. Any further promotion will have to go through the assessment meeting. The same goes for Daegu and the others. Seeing Xia Quan's bewildered and fearful expression, Liang shook his head helplessly and spoke slowly. Chapter 88. You report. I approve Xia Quan had always been serious and diligent at work, but when it came to this matter, Even he started to act foolishly. Oh, I see. It was my brain that was foolish, making you laugh. Haha. After listening to Li Yang's explanation, Xiaoquan suddenly realized that the personnel changes on this list were merely internal transfers and promotions within the Blue Star Management Department, and as for them, they would have to wait for the assessment conference to begin. It seemed that this crucial assessment conference had indeed made Xiaoquan's mind a bit overly tense. However, Captain Liang, why is this person being dismissed? After understanding that this list was not related to their own situation, Xiaoquan once again looked closely at it, only to unexpectedly find that one person was not being promoted or transferred, but was being dismissed. In Xiaoquan's impression, although this person did not have any particularly outstanding performance at work and had even made some mistakes, it was far from serious enough to warrant a direct dismissal, right? You should know that this dismissal was not just about removing the position, but involved completely revoking their imperial administrative rank, turning someone from an individual with an imperial designation into an ordinary imperial citizen. The difference was not just significant. You don't know? Liang looked at Xiaoquan with a puzzled expression, which made Xiaoquan panic for a moment. He couldn't help but wonder if this person had done something illegal that he was completely unaware of. Sorry, Captain Liang, I really don't know. Seeing this situation, Xiaoquan dared not conceal anything and had to honestly admit that he was indeed unaware of it. After all, if he lied and claimed he knew, and then Liang asked him to elaborate on what it was, he would be completely exposed. Forget it. It's fine that you don't know. This person actually took advantage of his position as a Blue Star Management Department staff member to engage in illegal transactions with alien visitors. Not having arrested him directly has already been quite lenient. Although there are many local specialties for sale on Blue Star, some are completely prohibited from trading, such as antiques and certain rare plants and animals. This is because these items must be ensured to exist only on Blue Star throughout the entire empire. If some extremely rare plants and animals were traded, others could use the Empire's advanced technology to mass-produce the same items, place them on their own planets, and then attract alien tourists under the name of Blue Star. As a result, the flow of people to Blue Star would inevitably decrease. And these visitors are valuable star coins. Every little decrease in foot traffic means a significant loss of star coins, which Liang absolutely would not allow to happen. Since he had already decided to turn Blue Star into a tourist destination, it was necessary to make it the most unique and eye-catching planet in the entire empire. Such a thing exists? After hearing Li Yang's response, Xiaoquan was shocked, unable to believe that such a situation could occur right under his nose. If it weren't for the fact that the entire Blue Star was under my close surveillance, I probably wouldn't even know about this matter. However, he was somewhat restrained, having only engaged in illegal trading once and not continuing. Otherwise, it would not have reached this point. I would have sent someone to arrest him immediately rather than just dismissing him as I am now. During his free time, Liang would closely monitor various happenings on Blue Star through the planetary control device. It could be said that the entire Blue Star Management Department was effectively under Li Yang's watch at all times. I see, I understand now. I will handle it right away. But Captain Liang, it seems I don't have the authority to revoke his imperial designation, do I? Just as Xiaoquan was about to turn and leave, he suddenly thought of a crucial issue with his current administrative level. It seemed there was no way to revoke that person's imperial designation. He could suspend the position, but the designation itself could not be removed. I didn't ask you to revoke the designation. Just report it, and I will approve it, Li Yang said with a relaxed expression, as if it were merely a trivial matter. After all, their imperial designations were initially reported to the Empire by themselves, so removing someone's designation was a piece of cake. Moreover, now that he was a special inspector of the galaxy, revoking 8G9 level designation was even easier. All right, understood. Seeing this, Xiaoquan did not dare to delay and quickly left to handle the relevant matters on the list. After dealing with the issues on Blue Star, Liang began to prepare to head to the administrative center of the Galactic Empire. After all, since he had taken office as a special inspector of the galaxy, he had yet to report to the administrative center and was unsure if they had prepared an office for him. Once the assessment conference was over, it was likely he would have very few opportunities to return to the Blue Star office. Chapter 89 Welcome Ceremony. After handling various affairs on Blue Star, Liang led his fleet to set off at full speed towards the administrative center of the Galactic Empire. At this moment, in the administrative center of the Galactic Empire, the speaker received the news of Li Yang's imminent arrival. This special inspector was finally coming. Preparations were to be made to welcome him. The speaker's expression was serious as he quickly summoned his secretary, deciding to receive the incoming Li Yang with grand ceremonies. "Yes, I will arrange it right away," the secretary replied, promptly organizing personnel to begin setting up the venue. The massive and magnificent space station was cleaned to perfection, and a series of bright red carpets were carefully laid out under the traction bridge. It should be noted that this traction bridge was not just any ordinary bridge. It was the one closest to the administrative building, reserved only for high-ranking officials in the administrative center. On both sides, there were rows of ceremonial soldiers in crisp military uniforms, holding shiny ceremonial weapons, their expressions solemn and motionless. Meanwhile, various advanced intelligent robots moved back and forth among the crowd, some carefully inspecting whether various equipment was functioning properly, while others cautiously transported precious decorative items. The chefs in the kitchen were fully focused on preparing specialty dishes from various planets, striving for perfection in every dish, hoping to leave an indelible impression on this special inspector. The speaker stood in front of a mirror, meticulously adjusting his attire, repeatedly fine-tuning every detail, aiming to present himself in the most perfect image before the new special inspector. Although the administrative rank of Li Yang was lower than his, the significance of his position was high. After all, he was an inspector who supervised officials like them. If he inadvertently left a bad impression on Li Yang, he might face serious consequences later on. Once everything was ready, everyone eagerly awaited, their eyes fixed on the distance, waiting for Li Yang's fleet to arrive on time. Meanwhile, Li Yang's fleet, after a long journey, finally arrived at the star system where the administrative center of the Galactic Empire was located. Before them floated an unprecedentedly massive space station in the boundless expanse of space, surrounded by a dense array of starships, including various combat ships and numerous luxurious reception starships. Is this the administrative center of the Galactic Empire? The scale is indeed grand. Li Yang gazed at the enormous space station before him, unable to help but express a heartfelt sigh. Through the holographic screen in front of him, the scale of the entire space station was beyond imagination, nearly one-third the size of the Sun. It should be noted that this was not a planet, but an artificially constructed space station. Such a colossal space station must accommodate an incalculable number of personnel. However, thinking about the fact that this was the administrative center managing the entire galaxy, it suddenly seemed reasonable. After all, the galaxy had hundreds of billions of planets, and although only a small portion would be transformed into habitable ones by the Empire, it was still in the hundreds of millions. "Captain Liang, the administrative center has arranged a docking traction bridge for us, and we can dock at any time. Then notify the fleet to prepare for docking," Li Yang commanded. As the order was given, the entire fleet began to slowly move towards the space station. Each warship in the fleet steadily docked at its corresponding traction bridge, while the flagship, the Annihilation ship, naturally docked at its specially prepared traction bridge. As the hatch slowly opened, Li Yang was the first to step out, his crisp uniform perfectly showcasing his extraordinary demeanor. Just as Li Yang stepped off the starship, the speaker, along with a group of officials, hurried forward to greet him, their faces beaming with enthusiastic smiles. "You must be Inspector Li Yang. Welcome, welcome. I am Kunz, the speaker of the Galactic Empire's administrative center." As Kunz spoke, he quickly extended his right hand, his eyes filled with anticipation. Looking at Kunz's outstretched hand, Li Yang calmly shook it, responding with a gentle smile. "So it's Speaker Kunz. It's an honor to meet you. Is this grand welcome really necessary? It seems a bit excessive." As Li Yang stepped off the starship, he noticed a group of people standing neatly below. A long red carpet laid out on the ground, with various exquisite decorations around. In Li Yang's view, the grandiosity of the ceremony was somewhat exaggerated, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. However, in Kunz's perspective, Li Yang's words implied something else. Excessive? Does Inspector Li not like this grand welcome ceremony? Kunz pondered internally, worried that this first meeting would leave a bad impression. Ha! Inspector Li is joking. These ceremonies are the standard procedure for every imperial official's first appointment. Everyone receives this treatment. Coons explained quickly, his face showing an awkward smile. In fact, such a large-scale welcome ceremony had only been held twice since the establishment of this space station, the first being when Coons himself took office as Speaker. I am the highest commander of the Imperial Guard Station in the galaxy, Neil. After Coons finished speaking with Li Yang, Neil, dressed in a white military uniform, standing nearby, promptly saluted to indicate his identity. In response, Li Yang returned the salute. "Hello, Commander Neil." Li Yang smiled and replied. Li Yang glanced at the rank insignia on Neil's shoulder, where a brilliant golden planet was embedded, with 9 stars of the same color arranged below it, and delicate copper vines encircling the shoulder insignia. A level 9 colonel? Is the rank of the Galactic Guard so high? Looking at the insignia, which was significantly higher than Martin's rank, Li Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. To be honest, if it weren't for the Special Inspector title, as a mere lieutenant, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to meet him. Haha, Commander Neil was specially dispatched from above. Perhaps he will be promoted to Major General one day. As if sensing Li Yang's confusion, Coons added with a smile. Hearing this, Li Yang took another look at Neil. No wonder the rank of a Galactic Guard would be so high. It turned out he was also appointed from above like himself. After all, the administrative rank of the Galactic Speaker was only D6, yet the highest commander of a Guard division was a level 9 colonel. It seemed unusual, as generally, a lieutenant colonel would suffice. However, since it was an arrangement from above, it made sense. After all, even he, as a special inspector, was appointed from above. So a level 9 colonel was not surprising. Li Yang then met with the other officials one by one, all of whom held high positions in the administrative center of the galaxy, as lower-ranking officials did not have the qualifications to be present for the welcome. Please follow me. Inspector Li, I will take you to your office. After the meetings concluded, Coons prepared to lead Li Yang to his designated office. Thank you, Speaker Coons, Li Yang said politely. As they spoke, the group stepped onto the red carpet and slowly made their way into the interior of the administrative building. Upon entering, they immediately saw a tall flag of the Sirius Empire standing prominently in the center of the hall. Rather than calling it a hall, it was more like a spacious plaza, its vastness beyond imagination. However, considering the entire space station was so immense, such a scale seemed reasonable. Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared out of thin air right in front of Li Yang. Please, Inspector Li, as the entire building is indeed too large. We usually rely on teleportation devices for moving around, the chief scientist explained slowly. After all, if we didn't install these teleportation devices, just going to another department for a work exchange would tire a person out before they even reach their destination. Under Cohen's guidance, Li Yang stepped steadily into the teleportation portal. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived in an extremely spacious office. This is the office prepared for you. If you have any needs, Inspector Li, please feel free to mention them, he said. Li Yang slowly surveyed the surroundings. Here, in addition to the essential office supplies, there was a wide variety of furniture, even some novel items he had never seen before. It was not only suitable for work, but could easily serve as a comfortable home for daily living, filled with all kinds of necessities. Very good, Chief Scientist. I am very satisfied, Li Yang said with a smile. Seeing this scene, the chief scientist couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. This office was the best and most luxurious one aside from his own, and if Li Yang was not satisfied, he certainly couldn't just hand over his own office. Chapter 90 New Affairs. The group continued to chat casually in the office for a while, and then Coons was the first to get up and leave, followed by the others. In the blink of an eye, only Neil remained quietly in place. Inspector Li, according to the Imperial regulations, please make time to visit our garrison for an inspection and submit a report to the Empire. All right, I understand. Li Yang nodded solemnly, indicating that he would find time to go. Seeing Li Yang nod in agreement, Neil didn't linger and turned to leave. Let us see how much work awaits me. Since everyone else had left, Li Yang naturally had to start working. After all, as an inspector, he couldn't just stay in the office doing nothing and wasting time. Intelligent Brain opened the administrative management system. As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen suddenly appeared on the office desk, densely packed with official business that Li Yang needed to handle personally. Sigh. Looks like I have some work to do. Li Yang couldn't help but sigh. This contained detailed information on all officials in the galaxy, including the high-ranking officials Coons and Neil. Originally, This information was managed by the garrison stationed in various star systems, and only the tricky issues they couldn't handle would be reported to higher-ups. However, with the establishment of the inspector position, this information needed to be reviewed by the inspector first. Intelligent brain, filter out officials with complaint records. Ding! Filtering complete. The originally dense list was instantly reduced to only a few thousand names. This is much easier. Liang Wu-Ti foolishly read through the entire list. The officials without complaint records were of no use to him, just a waste of time. Only those with complaint records were his targets of concern. Looking at the list of only a few thousand officials, Liang immediately felt a lot less pressure and began to carefully review their information and complaint details one by one. Most of the complaints were trivial, such as poor attitude towards citizens or inefficiency in handling affairs. These minor issues were not worth Li Yang's personal intervention, so he continued looking. If he finished reviewing and found no officials that required his personal investigation, he could delegate the work, leaving the subsequent supervision and handling to the garrisons in each star system. Only major issues reported to him would need his personal attention. This is still a small issue, this. Liang murmured as he quickly browsed. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on a completely different complaint. Wu Qiu, vice president of the Imperial Court of the Tropi Star System, was reported for harboring criminals and illegally releasing them against imperial law. Interesting. This complaint was far more serious compared to the previous trivial matters. Just the act of illegally releasing a criminal was enough to necessitate Li Yang's personal investigation. However, even after finding such a subject to investigate, Li Yang planned to set it aside for now and continue looking to see if there were any other cases worth his personal intervention, aiming to resolve everything in one go. After a long time, Li Yang finally finished reviewing the information of the few thousand officials. Aside from Wu Qiu, the rest were involved in trivial matters, the most serious being damaging the image of imperial officials, which could be directly handed over to the garrison for handling. Intelligent brain, initiate a call with the garrison stationed in the galaxy. Is this the garrison stationed in the galaxy? EIM Inspector Li Yang. Handle all the officials I have marked according to imperial laws and regulations. Dispose of them as needed. Understood? Saying this, Li Yang transmitted the list of all marked officials to the garrison system without missing a single one. Yes, please rest assured, Inspector. By the way, send me the specific complaint details and relevant information regarding Wu Qiu, Vice President of the Imperial Court of the Tropi Star System. Understood. After ending the call, within just a few seconds, Li Yang received the information sent by the garrison. It included all the detailed information about Wu Qiu, from his background to his current situation, as well as the entire complaint information and the complainant's details, all thoroughly recorded. After carefully reviewing this information, Li Yang found the matter quite interesting. According to the content presented in the data, the sequence of events was as follows. Wu Qiu's nephew, Wu, illegally detained and assaulted a competitor during a construction bidding process on a planet in the Tropi Star System. Because the detained person could not appear at the bidding site to place a bid, Wu successfully secured the construction project for that planet. However, afterward, the detained person immediately reported to the garrison, which promptly arrested Wu. Yet, he was directly released without charge by Wu Qiu. As for the complaint against Wu Qiu, it was naturally initiated by the detained person. This project should involve more than just Wu Qiu and Wu. There must be others involved. Li Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself. In Li Yang's view, this was not just a matter between Wu Qiu and Wu. The fact that someone could be released without charge after illegally detaining and assaulting an imperial citizen indicated that there were certainly other personnel from the garrison and the Imperial Court of the Tropi Star System involved behind the scenes. At the very least, it was impossible for Wu Qiu alone to manage all this, especially since Wu had already been arrested. If this had happened before his arrest, a vice president of the Imperial Court might indeed have had the power to smooth things over. But being released without charge after arrest indicated that the complaint records against Wu in the garrison had been completely cleaned up and could not be traced at all. This method is quite similar. Li Yang couldn't help but think of Lu Ji's case, except Lu Ji's was initiated by the other side first, and he had only slightly favored one side. Moreover, aside from the aspect of cleaning up the garrison's complaint records, The rest of the process was executed entirely according to imperial laws and regulations. But Wu's situation was entirely different. Illegal detention and arbitrary assault were undeniable. Concrète crime. From the existing data, there was no indication that anyone had acted first. It was entirely Wu and's unilateral lawbreaking. Besides, new officials need to make a mark. Let us use them as fuel for the fire. After all, he had just taken office as an inspector, and he certainly needed to achieve some notable political results. Turning down such an opportunity for achievements that came knocking at his door would be foolish. It seemed he needed to visit the garrison stationed in the galaxy, just as Neil had mentioned earlier that he needed to inspect it. With that, Liang decisively closed the light screen on his desk, got up from the office, and strode towards the location of the garrison. Chapter 91, another starship using the convenient transport device at the space station. Liang smoothly arrived at the garrison of the Guard Division. Halt! Please identify yourself. As soon as he stepped into the garrison area, two fully armed Imperial soldiers stood like statues in front of Liang, blocking his way. I am Liang, the Special Inspector of the Galactic System. Here to see your commander, Liang replied calmly and unhurriedly. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly used their smart brain to identify Li Yang's identity. After confirming that he was indeed the new inspector, they promptly saluted respectfully and let him pass. Once Li Yang's figure slowly walked away, the two soldiers couldn't wait to chat. He really is an inspector. It's the first time I've seen one in person. He must be here to inspect the work. By the way, have you tidied up your internal affairs? Not yet. But the inspector shouldn't come to check on our trivial matters, right? Who knows? Anyway, my internal affairs are all sorted. Get lost. Liang was naturally unaware of the soldiers' conversation behind him. However, just as one of them had guessed, he was not there to inspect trivial matters. After confirming his identity smoothly, Liang had no obstacles in reaching Neil's office. Inspector Li, do you have time for an inspection? Seeing that the visitor was Liang, Neil quickly put down the matters he was handling and warmly greeted him. Well, I've handled most of my official duties. By the way, what does this inspection specifically entail? Liang indeed couldn't find any relevant information in his official documents. It's like this, according to our Guard Division's regulations. If there is a position of inspector in the station galaxy, then the Guard Division station in this galaxy needs to be fully inspected by the inspector. And a corresponding report must be written by the inspector, which we then submit to our superiors. Neil answered Li Yang's doubts in an orderly manner. I see. Then please lead the way, Commander Neil. After hearing Neil's explanation, Liang nodded slightly. Haha, then it's my pleasure, Inspector Li. Please follow me. Neil responded with a smile. He then led Liang to begin the inspection of the entire Guard Division's garrison. They meticulously checked the environmental conditions of the garrison, the equipment of various military facilities, the living standards of the officers and soldiers, the completeness of logistical support, the performance status of weaponry, and so on. After each area was inspected, Liang would carefully record the details through his smart brain and provide objective, fair, and detailed evaluations. After a thorough inspection that lasted half a day, Liang and his team finally arrived at the last segment, which was to inspect the starship. This is our Guard Division's main starship, the Imperial X-5 class guard patrol ship, which belongs to the superclass starship category. Most of the starships our Guard Division currently possesses are also superclass, with only a few being stellar class, and only 2 reaching the galactic class. As Neil led Liang through the inspection, he explained the current actual situation of the Guard Division's armed forces in detail. Galactic class? It seems to be a level higher than superclass starships. It's a pity that I only have one starship that barely qualifies as stellar class. Listening to Neil's enthusiastic description of the Guard Division's powerful armed forces, Liang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. By the way, Inspector Li, if you need starship support during your official duties in the galactic system, according to our Guard Division's regulations, you can choose any starship as your escort vessel. Hearing this, Liang's eyes instantly lit up, filled with surprise and anticipation. So, a galactic class 1 is also okay? Liang asked eagerly. Ahem, that's not possible. At most, it can only be a superclass, and it can only be used within the galactic system for the purpose of protecting your safety. It cannot leave the galactic system and is only valid during your tenure as inspector. Neil hurriedly cleared his throat and explained the regulations. Upon hearing Neil's words, Li Yang's excitement instantly won it. Although being able to obtain a superclass starship for free was appealing, the restriction of using it only within the galactic system diminished its practical value for him. However, it was better than nothing. He just happened to need a starship to investigate the Trelpi galaxy, and a superclass starship would be more than enough to sweep through such a small galaxy. Although they were unlikely to harm him, having more protection for his safety was naturally better. All right then, I'll take one of the Imperial X5 class guard patrol ships you mentioned. Li Yang thought, since they were all superclass, he might as well choose one of their main ships. Okay, I'll arrange the relevant procedures shortly and select the newest starship for you. By tomorrow at the latest, the starship and its crew will be assigned to your fleet. In fact, such a situation generally arises because the inspector position carries a certain degree of danger, and since inspectors do not have their own fleets, this regulation exists. However, due to Li Yang's special status, being integrated into military and political affairs, and having his own fleet, the procedures would naturally differ from those of ordinary inspectors, requiring the starship to be integrated into Li Yang's own fleet. Haha, then thank you, Commander Neil. Not a problem. It's just following the regulations. By the way, Inspector Li, have you finished the report on your side? Neil asked with a smile, his eyes eagerly looking at Li Yang. Seeing this, Li Yang instantly understood Neil's intentions. He wanted him to give him favorable treatment in the report. After all, Neil was already a level 9 colonel, specifically assigned from above. And if he couldn't even do a satisfactory job in a mere guard division, his chances of being promoted would likely become even more distant. Ahem. Don't worry, Commander Neil. After this half-day comprehensive inspection, I believe the overall situation in our guard division is quite outstanding. Not to mention just being good, I personally feel it can be rated as excellent. While speaking, Li Yang silently changed the previously considered good evaluation to excellent through his smart brain. Haha, you flatter me. Then I appreciate Inspector Li's help. Hearing Li Yang's words, Neil became even happier, although such a report wouldn't hinder his promotion. A better evaluation in the report would certainly be more beneficial for his advancement. After all, for the guard division, as long as no major incidents occurred in the station galaxy and the internal situation remained good, that would be the best achievement. Chapter 92. Wu Qiu and Wu and Li Yang quickly transfer the revised report to Neil through the intelligent brain. Looking at the prominent, excellent evaluation on the report, Neil's smile became even more pronounced. By the way, Colonel Neil, what is the progress on the handling of those officials? Since Neil's side had already properly dealt with the inspection matters, it was now time to address Li Yang's own issues. Rest assured, Inspector Li, I have already dispatched your personnel handling list to the security divisions of every star system in the galaxy. Within 3 days at most, all personnel on the list will be dealt with, Neil replied. Hearing this, Li Yang nodded in satisfaction. By the way, how much do you know about the officials in the HEIST star system? Li Yang asked seriously, looking at Neil. The HEIST star system? I know a bit about the highest commander of the security division stationed there, but I haven't had any contact with the others, Neil said, frowning slightly. After all, it had not been long since the entire galaxy was incorporated into the territory of the Shili Empire. Besides the security division that he belonged to, Neil did have some understanding, but he indeed knew little about officials from other systems. Oh, then tell me. Based on the information Li Yang had obtained, there were indeed no issues found with the commander of the security division stationed in the HEIST star system. The descriptions in the documents were bland, and there were no blemishes whatsoever. However, in the incident involving Wu Qiu and Wu En, there must have been personnel from the security division involved, and this person's position must not be low. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to eliminate the reported information about Wu En. In fact, during an internal conference we held before, I had a brief encounter with him. Judging from his words and actions at that time, I did not notice anything unusual. Since I became the commander of the security division in the galaxy, I have secretly investigated the past records and deeds of all the security division commanders across the galaxy. Not only him, but I also found no blemishes on others, Neil said, feeling quite reassured about the personnel within his security division. After all, those who could serve as security division commanders had been meticulously vetted by the Empire. Anyone with blemishes or ulterior motives definitely could not hold the position of security division commander. It seems the problem should not lie with the commander. Liang silently pondered in his heart upon hearing Neil's words. He also temporarily set aside his suspicions about the commander of the HEIST Systems Security Division. But the investigation still needed to continue. Better safe than sorry. Then, please conduct a thorough investigation into all officials of the HEIST Systems Security Division, regardless of their rank. Pay special attention to see if there are any officials with close ties to the HEIST Systems Court, Li Yang instructed. Understood. I will immediately send someone to investigate, Neil replied. Seeing Li Yang's serious demeanor, Neil clearly realized that there must have been violations within the HEIST Systems Security Division. Otherwise, how could an inspector be so persistently focused on investigating a small star system? Should we send someone to investigate the court as well? Neil asked, as he also understood from Li Yang's words that there were problems within the HEIST Systems Court. No need for now. I plan to investigate the court personally. Li Yang decisively refused Neil's suggestion. After all, the two sides belong to different systems. If the personnel from the security division rashly investigated the court, it would definitely alert the targets and lead to unintended consequences. It would be better to find someone from the same system within the court to conduct the investigation, as they could use other reasonable excuses to proceed without raising suspicion. Got it. After assigning the relevant tasks, Li Yang and Neil exchanged pleasantries for a while before returning to their respective offices. Intelligent Brain, initiate a call to Anua. Meanwhile, in the office of the Vice Chief Justice of the HEIST Systems Imperial Court. Look at you, causing such trouble at such a critical moment. Wu Qiu glared angrily at Wuan. But if I don't do this, the project will belong to them, and there are millions of star coins in profit at stake. Wuan said aggrievedly in response to Wu Qiu's accusations. Menial, don't you know that an inspector has been assigned to the galaxy? Wu Qiu retorted angrily. What if they trace it back to us? What will we do then? Seeing that Wuan still seemed a bit unconvinced, Wu Qiu became even more furious. If it weren't for the fact that he was his nephew, Wu Qiu wouldn't even bother to care. Uncle, didn't you erase my records in the security division? What is there to be afraid of? Wuan asked, trying to defend himself. You know nothing. If that inspector wants to investigate those records, it won't take long for them to find out everything. And you, if you're going to act, you should do it cleanly. How could you let the person go? Now look, they've reported me too, Wu Qiu said, getting more and more agitated, not only because of the situation, but also because he was now implicated. You have to understand, reporting officials is entirely different from reporting ordinary citizens. Even if you use connections within the security division to clean up the reporting information, the records of reports made within the Imperial system will always remain. What if that inspector sees my report record and follows the clues to investigate further? In fact, Wu Qiu was also unclear about the inspector's methods and whether this matter would eventually lead back to him. After all, he had no knowledge of the inspector's position, only knowing that it held significant power. However, from various rumors and related documents within the Empire, he understood that many important pieces of information could be accessed and reviewed at any time. Then what should I do now? Seeing Wu Qiu blaming him for not handling things properly, Wu made a gesture as if to cut his throat, tentatively asking, Forget it. Do you still think you can act now? It's too late. If you dare to act now, the security division will arrest you tomorrow, and at that point, no one can save you. Wu Qiu, furious at his foolish nephew, picked up the document from the table and threw them at Wuan, shouting in frustration. Wuan, hit on the head by the documents, was so startled that he didn't dare to say a word, covering his head with his hands, looking pitiful. Sigh. Just stay quiet for a while. It's best if you don't step out of the house at all, understand? Despite being family, Wu Qiu couldn't help but feel helpless as he looked at his aggrieved nephew and sighed softly. I understand. Seeing that his uncle was finally calming down, Wuan quickly replied. Chapter 93. Anno seeks help from his father. Meanwhile, far away on Mars, Anno also received a call from Leon. Inspector Li, how was the situation at the administrative center of the Galactic Empire? Not bad. Their space station is much larger than my blue star. By the way, have you heard of the HEIST System Imperial Court? Li Yang stated bluntly. The HEIST System Court? I haven't really looked into it. What happened there? Anno thought for a moment, and indeed had no special impression of the HEIST system. After all, he wouldn't pay attention to those remote systems with little value. Here's the thing. Seeing that Anno was also unfamiliar with it, Liang began to slowly explain the situation regarding Wu Qiu and Wen. Can a deputy chief judge have such great power? They can even orchestrate a release for someone found not guilty. After hearing what Liang described, Ano was quite surprised. His surprise wasn't about the release itself, but rather that a mere deputy chief judge could act so recklessly. You should know that even Cheng Quan, the chief judge of the Solar System Imperial Court, wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly. As for Liu Ji's case, it was because Liu Ji was human and he was the one who struck first that he was sent in. But if Liu Ji were not human and had attacked first, Cheng Quan would just have let him avoid prison, and he might not even keep his official title. So I think there must be someone else in the Trei Star System Court helping Wu Qiu, and it's likely that it's the chief judge. Listening to Li Yang's thoughts, Ano nodded solemnly in agreement. After all, besides the chief judge stepping in to help, Ano couldn't think of anyone else who could assist Wu Qiu in this matter. So what you mean is, Ano began to understand Li Yang's reason for coming to him. I want you to investigate the internal personnel situation of the Trei Star System Court. Since you are part of the same system, this won't easily alert them and scare the snake. I understand. Leave this to me, Inspector Li. I will inform you as soon as I have any news. Ano naturally agreed without hesitation to Li Yang's request. After all, the more help he provided, the more goodwill he accumulated, which was a guaranteed profit. After ending the call with Li Yang, Ano didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly sent a call request to his father. Investigating the internal matters of a star system court was a big deal, and with his current connections and abilities, he was still quite far from being able to do it. However, if his father were to assist, the situation would be entirely different. What is up? You have time to chat with your old man today? As soon as the call connected, Ano's father's image appeared clearly in front of him through holographic projection. Ano's father looked almost identical to a human, except for a single horn on his head that was sharper and longer than Ano's. Let us skip the chat. I need your help with something. I refuse. Don't always think about relying on me for help. You need to learn to do things on your own, understand? Ano's father shook his head resolutely, indicating his disagreement, and then started lecturing Ano at length. It's not me. It's Inspector Li Yang. He needs my help, but I can't do it alone. Seeing his father adopt the lecturing posture again, Ano hurriedly mentioned Li Yang's name. Li Yang? The one who combines military and political roles? Upon hearing Li Yang's name, Ano's father immediately tensed up, and his expression became serious. Well, otherwise I wouldn't bother looking for you. Besides, Haven T, you always reminded me to get along well with him, so you can ride his coattails in the future. ISNT this the opportunity? Ano looked at his father with a teasing expression. Cough, what coattails? I never said that. All right, since it's Inspector Li's matter, go on and tell me. What exactly is the situation? Seeing the playful look in Ano's eyes, Ano's father awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly asked what the matter was. Ano then detailed the situation regarding the Trei Star System Court to his father. Interesting, a deputy chief judge who gives him such great power. After listening to Ano's account, Ano's father became curious and interested in the deputy chief, Judge Wu Qiu. Yes, that is what I think too. So, I want you to investigate the internal personnel situation of their court. Is that okay? No problem. Leave this trivial matter to your father. Just wait for news. As soon as he finished speaking, the holographic projection instantly disappeared. TCH, as soon as it comes to Inspector Li, he acts so quickly. Who really is your biological son? Although Ano complained like this, he also understood very well that if the two of them wanted to advance further in the imperial political arena, they had to rely closely on Li Yang. In the imperial court of the Galactic Cluster, after finishing the call, Ano's father quickly summoned his secretary. Chief Judge in Cheng, is there anything you need my help with? Give me the complete list of all personnel in the Trei Star System Court and their relevant information. Yes. Although the secretary had no idea why such a high-ranking and powerful chief judge would personally seek information from small star system court, he didn't dare to slack off and quickly gathered all the data. After thoroughly reviewing the materials, and Cheng still couldn't find any valuable breakthroughs. After all, these materials were merely superficial statements. If there were clues to be found, Li Yang would have long identified the person behind it and obtained evidence from the documents. After all, capturing Wu Qiu and Wen was easy, but catching the person behind Wu Qiu was more challenging. For Li Yang, it It was about capturing them all at once without leaving any loose ends. Looks like I need to send someone to investigate on-site. Saying this, and Chung called his secretary over again, arranged for a few trusted people to take positions in the Trapai Star System Court and have them investigate the officials there, especially the chief judge and the deputy chief judge. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Chapter 94. Chief Judge Zibik, as soon as Chung spoke. Within less than half a day, the entire notification was swiftly dispatched to the tribunal of the Telepai Star System. What is going on? They actually sent 3 senior judges over. Chief Judge Zibik of the Telepai Star System Tribunal looked at the notification just received from the Administrative Management System, his face full of surprise. It should be noted that the senior judge level is the highest in the court hierarchy, aside from him and Wu Qiu, with only 5 in total. Now 3 are being transferred at once. After all, since 3 have been dispatched from above, the original 3 senior judges on their side will certainly be reassigned elsewhere. These 3 are basically people arranged by Zibik or Wu Qiu, and now with more than half suddenly transferred away, replaced by unfamiliar individuals, Zibik and Wu Qiu must feel quite unwilling. Chief Judge Shi, what is going on? Why are we suddenly getting people transferred here? Just as Zibik was still filled with doubts about this sudden transfer arrangement, Wu Qiu hurriedly walked into Zibik's office. You ask me, who should I ask? This is an arrangement from above, a decision from the Imperial Court of the Star System Group. Do you dare to have an opinion? Instead of answering Wu Qiu's question, Zibik aggressively questioned him. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiu immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. After all, as Zibik said, this was a direct order from the Imperial Court of the Star System Group. If it were an order from the Galactic Empire Court, he might still plead for leniency, perhaps only needing to transfer 2 or even 1. But a decision from the Imperial Court of the Star System Group meant they couldn't even express dissatisfaction. I'm just curious why the Imperial Court of the Star System would think to transfer people to our small place. After all, those who can work at the Imperial Court of the Star System generally have some deep background or outstanding abilities, let alone senior judges. From the notification, this is a direct transfer of senior judges from the Imperial Court of the Star System, not some mid-level or junior judges filling in as senior judges. Even in terms of administrative rank, the senior judges from the Imperial Court of the Star System are much higher than the chief judge of the Telepai Star System Tribunal. Could it be that they offended some big shot? Wu Qiu cautiously voiced his inner thoughts. Hearing this, Zibik frowned and thought for a moment, seeming to agree that this might indeed be the case. Besides this reason, he couldn't find any other reasonable explanation. Then they are really quite unfortunate, being transferred from the Imperial Court of the Star System to our obscure little place. Thinking of this, a hint of schadenfreude appeared on Zibik's face. After all, for him, this situation was equivalent to being demoted from the chief judge of the Telepai Star System Tribunal to a mid-level or even junior judge on a small planet. The disparity is not insignificant. A person with a poor mindset might even faint from anger. All right, since they are coming, we can't lose our manners. We should go welcome them and prepare well. With thoughts of others experiencing such a large drop, Zibik's mood became somewhat pleasant, and he quickly instructed Wu Qiu to start preparing for the welcoming work. Wu Qiu, not daring to say much, could only go down and arrange the work. To be honest, he still felt a bit uncomfortable, as 2 of the 3 senior judges being transferred were his trusted aides. Regardless of the reason, being transferred away like this was indeed a bit unsatisfactory. On the other side, in the Galactic Administrative Center, Liang finally awaited the arrival of the Imperial X-5 Guard Patrol ship from the Guard Division. This imposing Imperial X-5 Guard Patrol ship appeared sleek and wedge-shaped, with a silver-gray hull that sparkled with a cold and dazzling metallic sheen under the radiant light of the stars. Neatly arranged on both sides of the hull were rows of hatches, loaded with various advanced weapons. The scale of this starship was much larger than that of the Imperial Type I Star Destroyer. Intelligent Brain, pull up the detailed data on this patrol ship for me to check. Beep. Imperial X-5 Guard Patrol ship. Hull length reaches 3,800 meters. With a crew of up to 20,000 people, 500 assisting officers, 15,000 service personnel, and 5,000 soldiers. This ship is equipped with 10 heavy matter annihilation cannons, 10 space shock missile launchers, 2 Death Star energy cannons, 10 tractor beam emitters, space blockade devices, space defense systems, space compression weapon systems, and several point defense laser turrets. Additionally, it carries 200 Imperial superclass combat aircraft, 500 intelligent reconnaissance drones, 100 transport landing boats, several assault boats, several reconnaissance robots, and several support vessels. Looking at this patrol ship, which was clearly much more powerful than the Imperial X-1 Guard frigate he possessed, Li Yong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. However, it was unfortunate that it was just a patrol ship. In terms of firepower, it surely couldn't compete with specialized attack ships. But there was no choice, as the Guard Division mainly consisted of such patrol ships. I wonder how long it will take for Anua to send back news. Without obtaining specific evidence and accurate intelligence, Li Yong did not plan to rashly head to the Telepai Star System Tribunal to capture people. Even just to conduct an investigation was not feasible. As an inspector, if he inexplicably went to a remote little star system, anyone could guess he was definitely there to capture or investigate someone. Wouldn't that directly alert the hidden figures and scare them into hiding, right? Such a large place as the Galactic Administrative Center should be equipped with body enhancement facilities. Suddenly, Li Yong thought it was time for him to enhance his body. He had been struggling a bit on the way to find the planet last time. After all, an enhanced body would improve both physical quality and lifespan. Intelligent brain, check if there is a medical center at this space station. B. The nearest medical center has been located. Would you like to initiate a call with the director of a medical center? Hearing the intelligent brain's inquiry, Li Yong agreed without hesitation. Hello. This is the medical center affiliated with the Galactic Administrative Center. I am Director Deming. May I ask who you are? Deming was puzzled as to why there was suddenly a call, and it was directly connected without his consent. Hello, Director Deming. I am Inspector Lian. Oh, so it's Inspector Li. How can I assist you today? Upon realizing it was an inspector calling, Deming's expression changed instantly, and he spoke with a flattering tone. Chapter 95, Body Enhancement Director Deming. I would like to inquire whether your medical center has the equipment and related services for body enhancement. Li Yong asked directly. Yes. Our medical center is part of the administrative center of the galactic system. We have all kinds of advanced equipment and top-notch technology. Inspector Li, you can rest assured. Deming hurriedly replied. All right, I'm preparing to go over for body enhancement now. I wonder if it's convenient. Li Yong continued. Convenient. It's our utmost honor to have you visit, Inspector Li. I will arrange for dedicated personnel to prepare everything meticulously, ensuring that all is in order. Deming's tone became even more flattering upon hearing that Li Yong was coming. After ending the call, Li Yong did not delay and immediately set off for the medical center. Meanwhile, at the medical center, upon learning that the inspector would be arriving soon, Deming quickly called all the staff to attention, urging them to be fully prepared for the reception. Even if the inspector was not there for an inspection, the show of respect had to be done properly. Using the convenient teleportation device at the space station, Li Yong arrived at the medical center within just a few minutes. As soon as he walked in, he saw Deming standing with a large group of staff waiting respectfully to greet him. Inspector Li, you have finally arrived. This way, please, Deming said with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully to lead the way. However, Li Yong did not move his feet, but slowly scanned the crowd around him. Director Deming, I'm just here for a body enhancement. There's no need for such a grand reception. Please have him disperse, Li Yong said calmly. He did not want to be followed by a crowd of people, especially ones he didn't know. Seeing that Li Yong disliked this kind of formal reception, Deming quickly gestured to the people around, who understood and quickly dispersed, leaving only Deming and a few key staff members. Seeing this, Li Yong nodded slightly and followed Deming further inside. Inspector Li, for your body enhancement, we have specially assigned the most top-notch technicians and activated the latest equipment, doing our utmost to ensure your satisfaction, Deming introduced as he led the way. Director, how much will my lifespan increase with this body enhancement? Li Yong asked. He was not too concerned about other effects of body enhancement. After all, he held a high position and could delegate many matters. The increase in lifespan was what mattered most to him. According to the clear regulations of the Empire, with your current rank, you can only undergo a level 2 enhancement. However, please rest assured, it is generally no problem to increase your lifespan by about 500 years, Deming replied without hesitation. 500 years? It seems I underestimated the effect of this enhancement. I was thinking an increase of 1 or 200 years would be sufficient, but I didn't expect it to be a full 500 years, Liang thought. Just this additional 500 years meant that as long as he didn't make any major mistakes, he would be eligible for the next level of enhancement, which would further increase his lifespan. Before long, under Deming's guidance, Liang arrived at the room where the body enhancement device was located. In the center of the room stood a huge transparent device, about 1 meter in radius and 3 meters high, standing out prominently. This is the device we specially prepared for you, Inspector Lee. Please step into the preparation room to change into the special attire, Deming said. In the preparation room, Liang quickly changed into the special outfit. Following the careful guidance of the medical staff, the transparent cover of the device slowly opened, and Liang stepped inside steadily. Director, the device is ready and can be activated at any time, a staff member reported. All right, then let's start it, Liang replied. As the device activated, a large amount of an unknown liquid began to slowly seep up from beneath Liang's feet. Inspector Lee, this is a specially formulated liquid. Please don't worry. Even if you're completely submerged, you'll be able to breathe normally, Deming hurriedly explained, knowing that Liang came from the original planet, fearing he might misunderstand. Liang, however, remained calm and unperturbed, as he knew that in the Galactic System's administrative center, no one would dare to harm him. If it were when he first became a lieutenant and saw the liquid gradually engulfing him, he might have felt anxious. But now he had no such concerns. His current status gave him ample confidence. Once the liquid completely filled the transparent device, the enhancement program officially began. Liang felt an extremely powerful energy gradually permeating his body. His muscles tensed, his bones crackled, and his cells rapidly changed. Surprisingly, throughout this process, Liang did not feel any discomfort. Instead, it was an unprecedented feeling of comfort, as if every cell was joyfully breathing. After 2 hours, the enhancement was successfully completed, and the liquid in the device began to slowly recede. Once the liquid completely disappeared, Liang calmly walked out of the device, gently stretching his limbs, feeling an overwhelming surge of power throughout his body. Inspector Lee, your body enhancement has been successfully completed. According to the detailed report, this has increased your lifespan by at least about 600 years. Deming quickly approached Liang as he stepped out of the device. 600 years? It seems I gained an extra 100 years, haha, Liang said with a cheerful smile, patting Deming on the shoulder, approving of his excellent work this time. Deming's face was filled with excitement as he quickly stated, Inspector Lee, I will lead all the staff at the medical center to serve the Empire wholeheartedly. After all, Deming thought, with Inspector Lee's appreciation, he might have a chance to elevate his position as the director. Meanwhile, in the tribunal of the Trelepi system, 3 senior judges transferred from Anqing had already arrived at the court. Welcome, welcome. You 3 must be tired from your journey, Zibik said with a beaming smile, quickly stepping forward to greet them. However, to his surprise, the 3 senior judges ignored him completely and walked straight past him. How rude. Just because they were transferred here, they think they are still high-ranking judges from their original tribunal? Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Zibik managed a stiff smile, but his heart was filled with resentment. Even though Zibik was left embarrassed, the 3 senior judges continued to ignore him and walked silently towards their office, leaving Zibik and Wu Qiu standing awkwardly in place. How dare they act so high and mighty after being transferred here? Wu Qiu said disdainfully. No wonder they come from the original tribunal. They are so arrogant. Wu Qiu, find a way to show them who's in charge here, Zibik instructed. Yes, leave it to me, Wu Qiu replied. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone someone who has offended a big shot and has been demoted. Why should we be afraid of them? Chapter 96, The 3 Brothers' Eldest Brother. Is it really appropriate for us to completely ignore them like this? One of the 3 senior judges said with a hint of worry after confirming they were completely out of sight of the group led by Zibik. We are here on a mission to investigate their potential illegal activities. We don't have the time to build a good relationship with them, replied the judge referred to as the eldest brother, his expression serious and solemn. Moreover, people like Zibik will take any kindness as a sign of weakness and will quickly try to dominate you. That's right, third brother, the eldest brother is right. We must be clear in our minds that the three of us have been specifically assigned to carry out this investigation. The second brother chimed in, his gaze resolute. Hearing both of his brothers say this, the third brother nodded slightly and said no more. However, we must act with utmost caution. The eldest brother reminded his two siblings, walking steadily while being vigilant. Zibik is not someone to be trifled with. If he detects any signs of our investigation, gathering evidence of his wrongdoing will be exceedingly difficult. Our mission is crucial and allows for no carelessness. Eldest brother, you can rest assured. We have been through so much in this court within the star system. We've seen it all. What can Zibik do to us? The second brother confidently responded to the eldest brother's caution, his eyes filled with disdain and certainty. This was the confidence he had built over many years as a senior judge in the star system court. The three of them arrived at their newly assigned office, which was simply but solemnly decorated. As soon as they sat down, the eldest brother skillfully contacted Cheng through the smart brain. The moment the communication was connected, Cheng's familiar face appeared in the holographic projection of the smart brain. Chief Judge, we have successfully arrived at the Trepai Star System Court, and everything is proceeding as planned. The eldest brother reported the situation to Cheng with a serious expression and steady tone. Very good. Cheng nodded slightly, a hint of authority in his gaze. Your primary task is to find any evidence of criminal activity related to Judge Zibik by any means necessary. Remember, the evidence must be indisputable. Once collected, report to me immediately without any delays. Yes, please rest assured, we will not fail in our mission, the eldest brother replied firmly, his voice loud as if those few words bore an immense weight of responsibility. After all, the three brothers have been senior judges for many years, and this mission might just propel them upward. After ending the communication, the eldest brother slowly turned his head and looked at his two brothers with a steady gaze, his expression grave. Next, we cannot just sit back and wait. We must take the initiative, the eldest brother said seriously, methodically assigning tasks. Second brother, you have a knack for data analysis, so you will be responsible for secretly delving into the court's financial dealings. Every transaction must be scrutinized for any irregularities, especially those large sums with unclear destinations. We must uncover the hidden issues behind them. Third brother, you are meticulous. Find a reasonable excuse to thoroughly investigate all case files. Focus on cases involving significant interest to see if there are any wrongful convictions or unfair judgments, especially regarding the case of Wu Qiu's nephew, Wen. Perhaps that will provide a breakthrough. As for me, I will work on building relationships with the court's grassroots personnel. They're in the court every day and surely know a lot. I will find ways to extract information from them. Understood. The second and third brothers replied in unison, their voices filled with determination and confidence. Then the three of them prepared to take action. However, as soon as they stood up, they heard a series of urgent and powerful footsteps coming closer. Soon after, Wu Qiu strode in confidently. Seeing Wu Qiu enter so brazenly, the eldest brother maintained a calm expression, quietly saying, Deputy Judge Wu, your sudden entry without notice is somewhat disruptive to our work. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Wu Qiu's face as he thought to himself, work? You three just arrived and haven't even gotten your specific work assignments yet. How could I be disrupting any work? What pretense? Although he harbored contempt for the three of them, he would not say it out loud. After all, this minor matter was not worth completely breaking relations. In this bureaucratic world, it's best to leave a way out for future encounters, and he understood that. Cough, cough. I came over to arrange work for you three, didn't I? Wu Qiu said with a slight smirk, his eyes filled with mockery, emphasizing the term three senior judges with a sarcastic tone, as if to highlight their current unfortunate situation. Oh, I wonder what important work Deputy Judge Wu has arranged for us. The eldest brother's expression remained calm, but a barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his eyes as he countered with emphasis on the word deputy, subtly defending his dignity. You've already been demoted to this small place. Stop dreaming that you are still important figures in the Star System Court. I suggest you to stay here quietly and live your lives. Wu Qiu sneered, his disdain even more apparent. Saying this, He casually threw a stack of documents onto the table. Here, these are your upcoming tasks. Carefully clean up all the case files in the court. Every recorded document and case hologram must be wiped clean, and it all needs to be done meticulously. Seeing the three of them still so proud and arrogant, Wu Qiu was too lazy to continue pretending and directly expressed his thoughts without regard for feelings, deliberately assigning this trivial task, which should have been done by cleaning staff, to these three senior judges. After all, in his view, since these three had been demoted to the Trepai Star System Court, they would likely never return to the Star System Court, making it unnecessary to build rapport with them. Perhaps one day they would be demoted to even more remote and inferior systems. Of course, there was a more important reason. The arrival of these three had caused him to lose two capable subordinates, and he needed to take out his frustration on these three. After saying all this, Wu Qiu felt he had already established his dominance over the three and had no desire to continue sparring verbally. With a cold snort, he turned and strode out. Watching Wu Qiu's gradually receding figure, the three senior judges slowly snapped back to reality from the mocking and disdainful words of Wu Qiu. It turns out they think of us as demoted unlucky ones. No wonder they came in so arrogant. The third brother could not help but mutter, his tone tinged with helplessness and amusement. Indeed, if Chief Judge and Henti informed me in advance that this was an important task, I would have probably lost my composure when suddenly being transferred from the Star System Court to such a remote place. The second brother said with deep understanding, nodding in agreement with Wu Qiu's self-righteous thoughts. However, this is also good. The identity they mistakenly think is a demotion actually makes them lower their guard against us. By the way, what did he just say we need to clean up? Was it the case files? The elder brother frowned slightly, looking at his two younger brothers with a puzzled expression, trying to get confirmation from them. Yes, he did say that. He wanted us to carefully clean up all the case files, the second brother replied confidently. Ha ha, this is truly a blessing from the heavens. The elder brother's face instantly blossomed with a joyful smile. I was still worried. Having just arrived here, I couldn't find a suitable excuse to review all the case files. I didn't expect Wu Qiu to give us such a great opportunity. You have to know that according to the rules of the Imperial Court, case files generally cannot be accessed casually by judges, even senior judges, unless it involves specific cases or there are very legitimate reasons. Since Wu Qiu is so kind to present this opportunity to us, we must gladly accept this great gift. The third brother also laughed, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The three of them exchanged smiles, leaving the office in a cheerful mood, walking briskly towards the archives room where the case files were stored within the court. They knew well that this might become an important opportunity to unveil the dark secrets of the Treller System Court. As soon as they stepped into the archives room, they saw that the entire room was filled with densely packed transparent screens, each about the size of 2 palms. These screens were layered and arranged in a staggered manner, occupying almost every inch of space in the archives room. Each transparent screen contained detailed records of a case's background or some important related information. It seems there is quite a workload. The elder brother frowned slightly, looking at the mountain of transparent screens, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, with so many case files, finding the information related to Wu Qiu and his group would indeed take a lot of effort. I think it's not as bad as I imagined, the second brother responded with a smile, showing a hint of nostalgia on his face. Previously, Chief Judge and punished me to clean up the archives of our systems court. That scene was truly spectacular. The files piled up like a mountain, so numerous that it felt hopeless, as if I could never finish even if I worked myself to death. Fortunately, Chief Judge showed mercy and let me go after just a few days. Otherwise, I was really afraid I would have to give my life in there. Saying this, the second brother exaggeratedly shivered, as if that experience was still vivid in his mind. After all, as the archives of the Imperial Court of this system, the amount of information stored is extremely vast, and using hundreds of millions as a unit would not be an exaggeration. Just recalling that vast sea of information made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 97. The blocked information. Without further ado, the three senior judges quickly immersed themselves in their work, meticulously reviewing every document. They skimmed through the contents on the transparent screens, and whenever they discovered documents unrelated to Wu Qiu and his group, they tossed them aside without hesitation, swiftly moving on to the next one. Thus, they were absorbed in the archive room, racing against time to find crucial clues, with only the sound of documents being thrown around echoing throughout the space. Meanwhile, in another part of the court, Wu Qiu was reporting the situation to Zibik with a smug expression. "How's it going?" Zibik asked, reclining in his chair behind a large desk. "Oomph. I thought they were going to be impressive." Wu Qiu scoffed, continuing, "I sent them to clean the archive room, and they obediently got to work. They haven't even come out yet. Ha ha. They really are serious about their work, full of energy, just as expected from the imperial court of our galaxy." Zibik laughed loudly, though his smile carried a strong hint of sarcasm, as if he were watching a joke unfold. "Wait, that's not right." Zibik's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression turning grave as if he suddenly recalled something extremely serious. "The archive room contains quite a bit of special information." Zibik furrowed his brow tightly, suddenly realizing that some of the case files in the archive room contained records of his own unsavory activities. If those documents were discovered by those three, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this thought, a layer of cold sweat formed in the palms of his hands. "Rest assured, all that information is securely blocked." Wu Qiu patted his chest confidently. "Without the permissions of the two of us, those so-called senior judges have no right to access that information. Due to the strict management regulations of the Imperial Court regarding case files, once a case is recorded, it cannot be deleted at will. Therefore, to protect the cases they were secretly covering up, Zibik and Wu Qiu employed a method of permission blocking. Without their consent, no one, not even senior judges, could hope to peek into the contents. Take the case of Wu Qiu's nephew, Wu Wen, for instance. Since the case was established, all related information had been completely recorded. It was impossible to delete these records entirely, as the Imperial Court system has stringent protection and oversight mechanisms. Thus, they could only block this sensitive information, akin to placing a sturdy lock on it, preventing any outsider from accessing its contents. "Looks like I was overthinking it." Zibik nodded slightly, his tense nerves easing a bit. "By the way, don't push them too hard. Let them work for a few days and then let them out. After all, they are senior judges from the Imperial Court of our galaxy. If the relationship gets too strained, it won't be good, right?" As Zibik spoke, he looked at Wu Qiu with a meaningful gaze, as if hiding a deeper implication. "Understood, you can rest assured." Wu Qiu smiled knowingly. "I'm just slightly tempering their arrogance, making sure they know who's in charge here. I won't go too far. I promise to keep it within limits." "Good. That's great." Zibik smiled with satisfaction, leaning back in his chair, his demeanor returning to its usual ease. Unbeknownst to them, a week had passed since the three brothers arrived at the Imperial Court of the Teralpi Galaxy. During this time, the three seemed to have merged with the archive room, immersing themselves day and night. When they got hungry, they simply relied on energy supplements to maintain their strength. When tired, they took brief breaks before immediately returning to work. This left Wu Qiu quite puzzled. Initially, he thought of letting the three work for 3 days just to temper their sharpness. However, when he tried to notify them to stop their work, they seriously insisted that everything should have a beginning and an end, and they must not give up halfway. After that, they turned back to the archive room and continued their hard work. Wu Qiu truly had no way to manage them. After all, this work was assigned by him. Since they were determined to finish, he decided to let them be. He thought to himself that it would take about a month for the archive room to be completely cleaned up, and then he could arrange other work for them. However, he never expected these three to have such perseverance. After all, even janitors wouldn't work nonstop for 24 hours like this. Wu Qiu couldn't help but secretly admire that they were indeed from the Imperial Court of the Galaxy, their work ethic distinctly different from those in smaller regions. At that moment, the three, who had been focused on finding clues in the archive room, finally made a significant discovery. "Big brother, I found a piece of information that is specially blocked." The second brother's voice carried a hint of excitement as he hurried over to his elder brother, holding out a transparent screen. "Let me see." The elder brother paused his work, focusing on the screen as he took it. He slowly extended his finger and gently tapped the screen, but instead of displaying the dense information like other documents, it prominently showed the words "insufficient permissions, cannot access." "It seems there's a high probability that this contains evidence of Zibik and their illegal activities," the elder brother said, his gaze sharpening as he spoke with certainty. But we don't have enough permissions to open this. The third brother said anxiously, scratching his head in frustration. Why are you so stupid? The elder brother said impatiently. If we don't have enough permissions, can't we find someone with enough permissions to help us? But will Zibit give us the permissions? The third brother looked confused, unable to think of anyone else who could help them open this document. You blockhead. The elder brother couldn't help but lightly tap the third brother's head, exasperated. This records their illegal activities. How could they possibly give us permission? Use your brain. After lecturing his brother, the elder brother addressed the smart brain, initiate a call to Chief Judge Chung. Beep. Call request granted, connecting. How? Did you find clues so soon? Cheng's voice carried a hint of anticipation. After all, they had been there for a week, and they should have some leads by now. As soon as the call connected, Cheng's steady voice resonated directly in the elder brother's mind. At that moment, they were in the archive room, and according to imperial law, any form of holographic projection was not allowed to be turned on. Report to Chief Judge In. We indeed found a key clue, but we lack the permissions to access this document. The elder brother quickly and succinctly reported the situation. Insufficient permissions? What exactly is the situation? Please elaborate. Cheng's tone became serious. The elder brother then reported all their experiences in the Teralpi Galaxy's Imperial Court during this time, from Wu Qiu assigning them to clean the archive room to their discovery of the blocked document, detailing everything thoroughly. That's a minor problem. Just send me the document number. After listening, Cheng's tone relaxed a bit, and he ended the communication decisively. The elder brother didn't dare to delay for a moment and quickly sent the document number to Cheng via the intelligence brain. On the other side, in Cheng's office, he received the transmitted number. Cheng was sitting at his large and solemn desk, leisurely raising his hand to open his exclusive administrative management system. He began to check the specific situation of the document with the number, and when he saw the related permission settings, Cheng couldn't help but snort coldly. They really set up permission locks. It seems these guys are indeed not honest. Cheng slightly narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. These pests of the Empire must be eliminated. Having said that, Cheng used the authority he held as the Chief Justice of the Galactic Empire Court to start lifting the lock on this document. After all, in the entire judicial system of this galaxy cluster, his authority was at the top of the pyramid, and a mere permission lock on a small star system's Empire Court document was nothing to him. However, even as the Chief Justice, Cheng had to adhere to the strict regulations of imperial law. According to the clear provisions of imperial legal procedures, any documents stored in the archives of various star system courts have very stringent access restrictions. Specifically, they can only be accessed within the local court to which the documents belong and are absolutely not allowed to be accessed across jurisdictions. This meant that even if Cheng successfully lifted the permission lock on the document from the Teralpi Star System Court, he would not be able to directly view its contents. This was one of the important reasons why Cheng carefully selected 3 capable subordinates to send them to the Teralpi Star System Court for on-site investigation. Only by going deep into the local area could they break through these restrictions, obtain first-hand key evidence, and thoroughly expose the illegal activities lurking in the darkness. Chapter 98. Criminal Evidence. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Unlock it and see what's recorded inside. The third brother stared intently at the screen, and when he saw that the data permissions were finally unlocked, he could no longer contain his eagerness and called out loudly to his elder brother. Don't rush. Although the elder brother tried to soothe the third brother with his words, his actions were swift and his eyes sparkled with uncontainable anticipation. As the information on the screen loaded, a detailed case file gradually became clear. Case of commercial monopoly on Planet Annie. Teralpi Star System Case Number. XXX, parties involved plaintiff. XXX, head of a small business on Planet Annie defendant. Wu and had a large enterprise in the Teralpi Star System. Case overview. The plaintiff accused the defendant of forming a commercial monopoly through a series of improper means, including but not limited to malicious acquisitions, commercial defamation, and collusion with government officials to obtain exclusive policy support, severely squeezing the survival space of local businesses, leading many companies to face bankruptcy risks, causing massive unemployment, and having an extremely adverse impact on the local economic order. Evidence, detailed evidence, provided by the plaintiff recorded conversations among the defendant's executives discussing monopoly strategies, explicitly mentioning how to suppress competitors and the details of private communications with imperial officials. Records showed that to ensure the smooth implementation of the monopoly plan, they reached a benefit transfer agreement with Wu Qiu, Deputy Chief Judge of the Imperial Court of the Tralapai Star System, and Zibik, Chief Judge of the Imperial Court of the Tralapai Star System, in exchange for policy support. Financial statements clearly depicted the flow of funds during the monopoly process, with substantial amounts flowing to some unidentified accounts. Investigations revealed that these accounts were closely related to Wu Qiu, Zibik, and their relatives. Trial process initial review. In the initial review stage, although the plaintiff provided sufficient evidence, the presiding judge dismissed the plaintiff's claims on the grounds of insufficient evidence, stating that the funds were not bribery but loans. Ultimately, the plaintiff lost the case and did not pursue further action, leading to the case's termination. The elder brother read through the content word by word, his brows furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly serious. This was clearly not the case that Chief Judge and had previously mentioned to them. In other words, this was another illegal act hidden in the darkness. According to imperial law, officials are allowed to accept gifts under specific circumstances, but the legal text clearly defines that such acceptance is limited to the true meaning of gifts. The direct transfer of large sums of money as shown in the data far exceeds the boundaries allowed by law and constitutes serious bribery. It seems that this is undoubtedly crucial evidence of their illegal behavior. The elder brother said sternly, "I will immediately send this information to Chief Judge and you two continue to search carefully. In my opinion, there must be other similar documents that have been blocked." Upon hearing this, the second and third brothers immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded in agreement. Without any hesitation, they immersed themselves in a new round of searching. This time, they no longer checked all the data one by one, but focused solely on finding the documents that had been permission blocked. Time passed quietly during the tense search, and in just a few hours, they successfully found more than 10 permission-blocked data disks. It should be noted that they had only completed half of the entire archive room, which meant that, based on the current situation, at least 10 or more similar data disks remained undiscovered. Keep searching diligently. I will send the numbers of these documents to Chief, Judge, and right away to help lift the permissions, the elder brother said while reporting the document numbers through his smart brain. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Court of the Star System, Encheng turned pale with anger upon receiving the documents sent by the three brothers. Looking at the content presented in the documents, he could hardly believe his eyes. The plaintiff had almost laid the key evidence clearly before them, yet the presiding judge dismissed the case with a casual remark of insufficient evidence, leading to the plaintiff's defeat. Moreover, the plaintiff did not choose to appeal, and Chen quickly understood the reason behind this. It was certainly due to threats from Wu Qiu and his group. After all, if they had appealed normally with such solid evidence, the ruling of the Galactic Empire Court would undoubtedly have been entirely different. A dignified imperial court of the Tralapai Star System should symbolize the Empire's fair justice. But now the Chief Judge and Deputy Chief Judge were colluding and openly engaging in corruption. Such behavior is a disgrace to the imperial judicial system and represents a complete failure. And Cheng's heart burned with rage, vowing that these bad apples must be completely eliminated from the judicial team and should not be allowed to continue tarnishing the sanctity and fairness of imperial justice. Looking at the pile of documents waiting to have their permissions lifted sent by the three brothers, and Cheng's face twitched with anger. The Tralapai Star System had only been incorporated into the Empire for about 100 years. Yet the situation reflected in these documents showed a mountain of wrongful cases and injustices and utterly intolerable chaos. Suppressing his anger, he quickly used his authority to lift the permission blocks on all the documents one by one. After finishing, Encheng forwarded the specific information reorganized by the three brothers to Enual without hesitation. At this moment, far away on Mars, Enual was indeed surprised to receive these documents. A small imperial court of the Tralapai Star System dared to act so audaciously and recklessly. It was no wonder that Li Yong wanted to investigate them thoroughly. As it turned out, the darkness within was far beyond imagination, leaving one speechless. and Nuwa silently rejoiced that her father had much greater authority in the Empire than they did. Otherwise, these permission-blocked documents would indeed be difficult to see the light of day again. In a vast and complex imperial system, there exists a clear set of authority rules. As long as officials are within the same system, higher-ranking officials possess the power to interfere with lower-ranking systems. Take Neil, for example. As a level 9 colonel, he is ranked significantly higher than Zibik and his group, but since they are not in the same system, even if Neil is promoted to the rank of general in the future, he will still be unable to lift the permission blocks on these documents. Of course, there does exist someone in the vast imperial hierarchy who can ignore all system restrictions. This person can view any confidential documents at will, and who might that be? It must be the one standing at the pinnacle of the imperial pyramid. Now that they had successfully obtained the incriminating evidence against Zibik, Wu Qiu, and Wuan, and Nuwa did not dare to delay for even a moment and hurriedly sent all this information to Li Yang. Chapter 99. The capture operation in the dimly lit office of the imperial court in the Trelepi star system. Wuan frowned, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. He cautiously looked at Wu Qiu and softly said, "Uncle." As soon as he spoke, he noticed Wu Qiu slightly furrow his brows, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. "How many times have I told you? In the workplace, you must pay attention to titles. You need to address by position." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Wu En's face as he stammered, "Yes, Judge Wu. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy, always sensing something is off. Do you think the higher-ups have already noticed what we did?" Wu Qiu waved his hand, interrupting Wu and "Stop being so paranoid. You're just overthinking. Think about it. If what we did really got exposed, with the higher-up style, they would have sent someone to arrest us long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, we have Judge Shi here. He has some connections that can help us stabilize the situation. Just calm down and stop scaring yourself." While Wu Qiu comforted Wu En with these words deep inside, he too felt a bit uneasy. He just didn't want to show it in front of Wu En. This conversation was as much about comforting Wu En as it was about reassuring himself. In fact, Wu Qiu had also sensed something was amiss lately, as if an invisible pressure was looming over him. Usually, he was decisive and efficient in the court, but recently he often felt inexplicably anxious. This feeling was subtle, like the oppressive atmosphere before a storm, yet he couldn't figure out what exactly was wrong. "All right, if there's nothing else, you can go back now." Wu Qiu tried to make his tone sound calm. "By the way, remember what I told you before? During this time, you must keep a low profile and stop doing those things, understand?" His gaze fixed intently on Wu En, making him feel a bit scared. "Yes, uncle." "Judge Wu." Wu En quickly nodded in response, the slip of the tongue making his heart skip a beat, fearing Wu Qiu might get angry. "Go on." Wu Qiu waved his hand, signaling Wu En to leave. Once Wu En closed the office door and his footsteps faded away, Wu Qiu slowly stood up from the large chair. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked leisurely to the window. Outside, in the court square, people came and went. Everything seemed normal, but Wu Qiu's gaze appeared somewhat distracted, and his thoughts had already drifted far away. Strange. Wu Qiu frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "What exactly is causing this feeling?" The ominous premonition in Wu Qiu's heart grew stronger. Behind this seemingly calm court, it felt as if a dark current was quietly surging, yet he had yet to discern the source of this undercurrent. At the distant headquarters of the Galaxy Guard Division, the atmosphere was serious and tense. Neil was staring at the investigation materials in his hand. As his gaze moved, his expression gradually darkened, anger burning fiercely in his eyes. "How bold!" Neil couldn't help but shout angrily. A deputy commander actually dared to collude with those officials, openly embezzling and corrupting. It's simply disgraceful for our guard division, tarnishing the imperial uniform. He slammed the intelligence report on the table, his indignation surging like a tidal wave. According to this detailed intelligence, in the Trelepi star system, all reports of Wu Qiu and his associates' illegal activities were completely controlled by this deputy commander. Every report seemed to vanish without a trace, all intentionally deleted by him. If it weren't for Li Yang's superior system access, which allowed him to discover Wu Qiu's report records, the truths that had been deliberately concealed might have remained buried in darkness forever. Naturally, Neil had restored all the deleted reports through his administrative system. carefully verifying each piece of information to ensure nothing was missed before packaging them up and quickly reporting them to Li Yong via the smart brain. At this moment, Li Yong and his office also successfully received two important intelligence reports from Inua and Neil. These two documents were like critical pieces of a puzzle, gradually piecing together the full picture of corruption in the Trellepi star system. As he delved deeper into the reading, Li Yang's expression shifted from serious to astonished. In a single star system, the two judges, Zibik and Wu Qiu, were actually in cahoots with the deputy commander of the guard division, colluding together. Under such circumstances, the entire Trellepi star system was almost completely under their control, resembling an independent kingdom where they could act with impunity. Of course, the highest commander of the Trellepi star system guard division could not escape blame either. Such a large-scale embezzlement and corruption gang was stirring up trouble right under his nose, with even his deputy deeply involved, while he remained completely unaware. Such a commander had evidently lost effective control over the troops and was unfit for the leadership position in the guard division. His dereliction of duty was shocking. This situation in the Trellepi star system further solidified Li Yang's resolve to thoroughly investigate and eradicate corruption. Now that he had concrete evidence in hand, Li Yang knew he must act without delay. He wasted no time, quickly got up, left the Galaxy Administrative Center, and summoned the fleet and the guard division, preparing to head to the Trellepi star system to execute the capture operation. Pal, notify the fleet to prepare for assembly. Target the Trellepi star system. We are departing immediately. Yes, Pal responded without hesitation. Although the fleet had recently added a superclass guard patrol ship, Pal still served as the deputy captain of the Star Destroyer. Li Yong had not assigned him to command that superclass starship, but instead had Carter concurrently serve as the captain of both guard ships. Pal had no complaints about this arrangement. After all, on the surface, being the captain of a superclass starship seemed to far exceed his position as the deputy captain of a planetary-class Star Destroyer in terms of rank and external prestige. However, Pal knew that his role as deputy captain was not a typical secondary position. Currently, the main ship of the fleet was still the Star Destroyer, meaning he was not only the deputy captain of the Star Destroyer, but also the vice commander of the entire fleet, in addition to being Li Yong as secretary. Such multiple identities carried responsibilities and earned trust that could not be compared to that of a mere captain of a superclass starship. The fleet cut through the dark interstellar space, steadily heading towards the Trellepi star system. During the voyage, Li Yong sat at the command desk in the command room, his expression focused, with various data and information flashing on the screen in front of him. His fingers flew across the screen, quickly operating, as a detailed capture list gradually took shape. At the top of this list were Wu Qiu and Wu and the uncle-nephew duo. Wu Qiu, as the deputy judge of the Trellepi Star System Court, had abused his power, while Wu En, under his protection, was also involved in multiple illegal incidents. Following closely was Zibik, the court's chief judge, who colluded with Wu Qiu, becoming one of the core figures in the entire corruption system. Then there was the deputy commander of the guard division, who colluded with court officials, making it easy for embezzlement and corruption to thrive. As for the three senior judges who had been transferred by Encheng, since they were currently in other star systems and unable to act, Li Yong decided to leave the handling of their cases to the local guard division. After all, the corruption chain involved in this incident is intricate, like a massive spider web, and Li Yong understands the principle of capturing the leader before capturing the thieves. The focus of his action this time is to catch these high-ranking officials who hold the key positions. As for those minor players in this incident, they will all be handled by the security team, and I believe the security team will be able to catch them all. If even the small fish cannot be caught, it would be better to honestly report and leave. On a very remote planet in the galaxy, three senior judges who were reassigned are walking down the street, surrounded by various shops and pedestrians, venting their dissatisfaction. They really can't understand what those people above are thinking. One judge, with a face full of indignation, couldn't help but complain loudly. We were doing fine in the Trellepi star system, and now they have to move us to this godforsaken place. Here, not only can we get nothing, but we also have to serve others like servants every day. This life is so suffocating. The volume of his voice drew the attention of passers-by. Exactly, another judge chimed in, his face filled with helplessness. I don't know when Chief Judge Wu Chiu will be able to transfer us back. If I stay here any longer, I'm going to suffocate from it. It's probably difficult. The third judge sighed, looking quite dejected, and continued, the ones who took our positions were reassigned from the court of this star system group. Those people have significant backgrounds, and if we want to go back, we have to wait for them to be transferred away. Who knows when that will be? The three of them exchanged complaints, unaware that while they were venting their dissatisfaction, a group of plainclothes individuals was quietly surrounding them from all directions, gradually encircling the three judges. Meanwhile, the judges remained immersed in their complaints, completely oblivious to the impending crisis. Chapter 100. The capture of the deputy commander. As the three of them unwittingly stepped into the trap that had long been set, a group of ambushers swiftly surged forward, targeting the three oblivious judges. In the blink of an eye, they forcefully pinned the judges down onto the dust-covered street. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" One of the judges, pressed firmly to the ground, gasped out in a desperate attempt to intimidate his captors with his status. "I am a senior judge of the Imperial Court. Your actions are a blatant violation of the law." His eyes widened in anger and disdain, as if his position could serve as a shield against any consequences. "Violation of the law?" A member of the guard unit scoffed, his gaze revealing a ruthless coldness. "I think it is you who are truly breaking the law. We are from the guard unit, and based on irrefutable evidence, the three of you are suspected of serious corruption and bribery. Now, please come with us quietly." With that, he applied even more pressure, as if to convey his outrage toward these corrupt judges through that single action. Upon hearing the captors identify themselves as members of the guard unit, the judges' faces instantly turned as pale as a sheet. They felt nothing of the pain from their bodies. The arrogance they had just displayed vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer terror and despair. It's over. The guard unit is actually here to arrest us." The three judges, pinned to the ground, wore vacant expressions, their lips quivering as if they had lost their souls, mechanically muttering to themselves, still unable to accept this sudden turn of events. "Let us go, gentlemen." The guards ruthlessly dragged the three of them up from the ground, as if lifting heavy cargo, escorting them toward the nearby starship docking area. Along the way, the judges stumbled, dazed and lost, surrounded only by the sound of their heavy footsteps and the occasional muffled sob. "Those people just now seem to be from the guard unit, right?" A slightly plump alien craned his neck, his eyes fixed on the departing guards with a hint of surprise, unable to refrain from asking the person next to him. "Definitely, I clearly heard them speaking." The other alien beside him nodded with certainty, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had discovered a significant secret. "Wow, I didn't expect there to be such corrupt officials among us. Catching them is great. It's truly a relief." An obviously older alien, with murky eyes sparkling with a sense of justice, remarked with emotion. The surrounding crowd engaged in lively discussions, each echoing the sentiment, watching the departing group, their chatter rising and falling like a bustling market. On the other side, at the garrison camp of the Talapai star system, the originally tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of noise. "Why is it so noisy outside?" The deputy commander, sitting in his spacious office, furrowed his brow, instinctively halting his work. He listened to the indistinct clamor coming from outside, a look of confusion on his face. This is the territory of the guard unit, known for its strict discipline. Who would dare make such noise here? This illogical situation filled him with an ominous premonition. The deputy commander decided to get up and see what was happening. He abruptly pushed his chair back, stood up, and quickly walked toward the door. As soon as he stepped out of his office, he found the corridor eerily empty, devoid of anyone, uncharacteristically quiet. The bustling figures that usually moved about had vanished without a trace. "Strange, where is everyone? Could they all be outside?" The deputy commander muttered to himself, his confusion deepening. After all, the noise he had just heard was coming from outside, and since there was no one inside, the answer seemed obvious. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace, hurrying outside. The moment he stepped out the door, the sight before him left him stunned. The members of the guard unit stood in neat rows outside the entrance, all of them of squad leader rank, and even his superior, the highest commander, stood among them with a serious expression. Their faces were solemn, like statues, and the oppressive atmosphere felt suffocating. "What are you all doing standing here?" The deputy commander, looking bewildered, felt his unease rapidly escalating and couldn't help but raise his voice. His voice sounded particularly jarring in the silence, but when the deputy commander appeared, everyone turned to look at him in unison, yet none answered his question. All eyes were fixed on him, those gazes weighing heavily, causing the deputy commander to involuntarily shiver. "Hey, what is going on with you all? Speak up. You." The deputy commander's voice trembled slightly from anxiety and unease, and before he could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly locked onto something in front of the door, and he froze in place as if struck by lightning. There, standing in front of the door, were 3 individuals. 2 of them wore the same guard unit uniforms, standing tall with sharp eyes. However, the person in the middle stood out remarkably. He was clad in an all-black uniform made of high-quality fabric, subtly gleaming with a cold luster under the sunlight. The bright red epaulettes on his shoulders were particularly eye-catching, intricately embroidered with the emblem of the Sheely Empire, shimmering in the light. This uniform was the exclusive attire of an inspector, and its deeper color compared to the military uniforms of the Empire suggested endless authority. The number of emblems on the uniform was closely related to the wearer's rank, and that circle of red epaulettes emblazoned with the imperial emblem was a symbol of the inspector's identity, representing supreme supervisory power. Inspector, as the deputy commander of the guard unit, he was all too familiar with the various imperial uniforms and could easily recognize the exclusive attire of an inspector. In an instant, his face turned as pale as a sheet, and large beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. Seeing that the inspector had personally brought 2 members of the guard unit, and glancing at the unwavering stares of his colleagues around him, the deputy commander's heart sank. Realizing that all his unspeakable deeds had been exposed, and now the higher-ups had sent an inspector to capture him, Liang stood there quietly, his gaze calm and profound, not in a hurry to send people to arrest him. After all, this man was also a deputy commander of the guard unit. Even if he were to bring him to justice, Liang was willing to grant him a final bit of dignity in front of everyone, unless he himself did not cherish that face. The deputy commander understood very well that Liang's silence and patience at this moment were giving him a final opportunity, a last shred of face. At this critical juncture between life and death, though his heart was filled with fear and despair, reason told him that he could no longer struggle in vain. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath. Despite his legs feeling heavy as if filled with lead and his body trembling uncontrollably, he still mustered the courage to slowly walk toward Liang. The short distance of just over 10 meters felt infinitely long to the deputy commander. Each step took all his strength, as if he were not walking, but rather marching toward his fate's end, embodying a lifetime of hardships and helplessness. His steps were unsteady and faltering, as if he could collapse at any moment. Finally, the deputy commander managed to reach Liang, his face ashen, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Seeing this, the 2 guards beside Liang immediately understood and quickly stepped forward, each supporting the deputy commander on either side. After all, given his unsteady state at the moment, it seemed that without assistance, he would likely fall to the ground in the next second. Since they had successfully captured the person, Liang didn't linger too long. He nodded slightly as a signal and turned to lead the deputy commander towards the spaceship waiting nearby. The group gradually moved away, leaving the guards standing quietly in place, watching their departing figures, lost in prolonged silence. Chapter 101. To keep secrets, one must not act until Liang and his group completely disappeared from the side of the crowd. The tension in the hearts of the guards finally began to ease. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces reflecting complex emotions, shock, helplessness, and concern for the future. Who would have thought that within our esteemed guard unit, there would be such a corrupt official? An older member of the guard couldn't help but lament, his tone filled with sorrow, his eyes revealing disappointment and anger, as if he couldn't believe that the deputy commander, with whom he worked closely, could engage in such disgraceful behavior. Sigh. A team leader sighed heavily, his face full of worry. With the deputy commander taken away by the inspector, our guard unit will probably be disbanded and reorganized before long. His voice was thick with anxiety, as if he could already see the turmoil and changes that awaited their guard unit. After all, the management regulations of the guard unit have strict penalties for the emergence of illegal personnel within. Once such a situation arises, the entire guard unit will be thoroughly investigated to ensure there are no other hidden issues. Moreover, this time, the illegal actions were committed by a high-ranking official like the deputy commander. The seriousness of the situation is evident. It's not impossible that, according to past practices, everyone could be disbanded and reassigned to other guard units. Compared to the gloom of others, the overall commander's mood was undoubtedly the heaviest at this moment. His eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. As the highest commander of the guard unit, witnessing such a situation unfold under his nose undoubtedly raised serious doubts about his management capabilities. He knew deep down that it would be very difficult for him to keep his position. Everyone could only wait helplessly for the higher-ups' decision, unsure of what fate awaited themselves and the guard unit. After successfully taking the deputy commander away, Liang knew time was of the essence and could not afford any delay. He quickly dispatched personnel and rushed toward the imperial court of the Terapi system. At this moment, in the spacious and luxurious conference room of the imperial court of the Terapi system, Zibik and Wu Qiu were seriously presiding over a meeting. Brother, according to the news from Chief Judge and Inspector, Li has already taken action. I don't know when they will arrive. I can hardly sit still here. I really don't want to waste any more time. The third brother leaned closer to his elder brother, whispering anxiously, "Stop making noise and sit quietly. The inspector's task is not something we need to worry about." The elder brother frowned, casting a vigilant glance around, and quietly reprimanded the third brother while nudging him with his elbow to signal him to behave. The furtive whispering of the three brothers did not escape the notice of Wu Qiu, who was sitting at the front and passionately discussing matters. Wu Qiu, who had been speaking animatedly, caught sight of this scene and felt a surge of anger. Cough, cough. Wu Qiu deliberately cleared his throat, his voice echoing oddly in the quiet conference room as he cast a sharp gaze at the three brothers, a malicious smile on his face. Some comrades should listen attentively to others' discussions. Today's important topic at our meeting is how to effectively prevent corruption among imperial officials. Since some comrades are whispering among themselves and discussing, I believe they must have unique insights. So, could this comrade please stand up and share thoughts with us? Although the three brothers had already completed their work in the archives diligently, Wu Qiu had always held a grudge against them and found them displeasing. Now that they dared to speak privately while he was speaking, Wu Qiu thought to take the opportunity to embarrass them and deflate their spirits. Upon hearing Wu Qiu specifically call out the three of them, the elder brother initially wanted to stand up and say something but suddenly froze, as if he had been petrified. However, he quickly regained his composure, his face calming rapidly, and he hurriedly raised his hand to signal his two younger brothers to sit tight and not act rashly. He then stood up slowly, his posture straight, and met Wu Qiu's slightly provocative gaze with calm eyes. "All right, since our Vice Judge Wu is so eager to hear my opinion, I will respectfully comply and share my thoughts on this issue of corruption among officials, which is crucial to the foundation of the empire." The elder brother's voice was loud and firm, his gaze sweeping across the room, his expression serious and sharp. There are always some comrades who, enticed by profit, lose themselves and attempt to use the power in their hands to take bribes and seek improper benefits for others. They naively believe that their actions can go unnoticed. However, this idea is extremely absurd and wrong. He paused slightly, took a deep breath, and emphasized his tone. Know that the power in your hands is not inherent, but a sacred mission bestowed by the Empire. The Empire is always watching every action, every decision, and every behavior of its officials. Do not harbor any illusions that you can forever conceal these ugly deeds. Understand that paper cannot contain fire forever, since ancient times. To keep secrets, one must not act. Any attempt to challenge the legal bottom line and harm the interests of the empire and its citizens will ultimately be exposed to the sun and receive the punishment it deserves. After delivering this emphatic statement, the elder brother slightly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a sword, locking onto Wu Qiu and Zibik. His eyes seemed to contain endless depth, as if wanting to penetrate their hearts and expose the dark secrets hidden within. These words were like a heavy bomb, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves in Wu Qiu's heart. At first glance, it seemed like a serious reminder to every official present, but in Wu Qiu's guilty conscience, every word felt like a sharp dagger, piercing directly at his vulnerabilities. His face turned pale instantly, beads of sweat rolling uncontrollably down his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly. At this moment, Zivik was not in a much better state. If these words had come from any ordinary participant, he might have applauded without hesitation, pretending to express deep agreement. However, these words came from someone from the imperial court of this star system. From the moment the three of them were sent here, although Zivik had superficially believed they must have offended someone to be demoted to this remote star system, a nagging intuition deep inside him had always hinted that things were not that simple, and something felt off. Now, hearing such a profound statement, how could Zivik not understand that it was also mercilessly pointing at him and Wu Qiu? At this moment, both of them were secretly lamenting in their hearts, wishing the NT allowed this guy to speak, hoping that it was just their overthinking. Zivik and Wu Qiu were both silently comforting themselves, repeatedly reminding themselves that they were just being paranoid and thinking too much. However, before they could regain their composure, they suddenly heard a loud bang as the door to the conference room was opened. A group of personnel in guard uniforms rushed in swiftly. They moved in perfect unison, immediately surrounding everyone in the conference room like a large net, trapping all the participants securely with no way to escape. Chapter 102. Zivik and Wu Qiu finally captured the atmosphere in the conference room, became tense and oppressive as everyone was suddenly surrounded by the guards. It felt as if the very air had solidified. Just as everyone was in shock and chaos, Liang walked in with a leisurely pace from outside. His deep black uniform shone with a stern luster under the lights, and the bright red epaulets on his shoulders were particularly eye-catching, clearly emblazoned with the Empire's insignia, silently declaring supreme authority. This uniform, exclusive to inspectors, made Zivik and Wu Qiu turn pale, as white as paper, after just one glance. They understood all too well that the personal arrival of the special inspector was a clear indication of his purpose. "Are you, Inspectori?" The older brother, quick-eyed, spotted Liang entering and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him respectfully. "We are operatives assigned by Chief Justice and these two are my brothers." At this moment, he felt emboldened, which is also why he dared to openly express those significant words earlier when Wu Qiu deliberately made things difficult for him by asking him to speak. Because the moment Wu Qiu called on him, he received an urgent message from Chief Justice Sun, informing him that the inspector would soon arrive. "Hello. Thank you for your hard work." Liang nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his gaze. "It's our duty to serve the Empire." The older brother responded with a proud expression and a firm tone. While the three brothers conversed with Liang, Zivik and Wu Qiu watched the scene unfold, feeling as if a bottle of mixed emotions had been overturned in their hearts, a rush of various feelings overwhelming them. They finally realized that the decision to send these three down from above was part of a meticulous setup aimed at them from the very beginning. Thinking of this, despair and regret surged within them, but at this moment, it was already too late. After a brief exchange with the three brothers, Liang calmly turned around, his gaze piercing, directly looking at Zivik and Wu Qiu sitting at the front of the conference room. His face showed no signs of emotion, as calm as the depths of a lake, but his silent stare seemed to carry an invisible pressure, making the atmosphere in the conference room even more heavy. Sigh. After an unknown amount of time, as if time had frozen at that moment, Zivik finally let out a deep sigh filled with helplessness and despair. Slowly standing up from his seat, his vacant eyes scanned the surrounding guards. Then he silently lowered his head and walked heavily toward the exit. Each step felt like it drained all his strength, as if carrying the endless regret and unwillingness in his heart. Seeing their leader Zivik completely surrender without any struggle, Wu Qiu also slowly stood up. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't utter a word. He merely followed the guards, walking slowly toward the exit. When he passed by the three brothers, he deliberately paused, his expression surprisingly calm, his gaze sweeping over them one by one, containing a mixture of resentment, unwillingness, and a trace of unnoticeable admiration. But in just a moment, he withdrew his gaze and continued to walk outside, his figure appearing particularly desolate. Witnessing the sudden departure of their highest Chief Justice and Deputy Justice taken away by the inspector, the other attendees in the conference room, aside from the three brothers, were already trembling in fear. They all lowered their heads, wishing they could shrink into their necks, as if that could help them escape the impending punishment. One person attempted to reach for a teacup on the table to drink some water to calm his nerves, but as soon as his hand touched the cup, it began to tremble uncontrollably, unable to hold it steady. With a crash, the teacup fell to the ground, the sharp sound of shattering echoing in the silent conference room, tightening everyone's hearts. Under the long-term leadership of Zibik and Wu Qiu, it was clear to anyone with eyes that a significant portion of those present had either directly or indirectly participated in their illegal activities. However, for these small fry, there was no need for Li Yang, the high-ranking inspector, to personally apprehend them. The subsequent matters could be handled by the specially assigned investigation personnel below. Li Yang's gaze swept over the panicked individuals, and he had already made a decision in his heart. This farce of corrupt officials' small group should come to an end. With a cold demeanor, Li Yang left the conference room with Zibik and Wu Qiu surrounded by the guards. The three brothers followed closely behind, their departing figures seeming to take away the last lingering vitality in the conference room. At this moment, only those terrified attendees remained, sitting in their seats as if their souls had been extracted, unable to calm down for a long time. Everything that had just happened felt like a nightmare, leaving them with lingering fears. Just then, a hand unexpectedly patted one of the attendees on the shoulder. "No, I didn't break the law. Don't arrest me." The attendee, already immersed in extreme fear and still in shock, was startled by the sudden touch. Jumping up as if electrified, panicking and shouting, his voice filled with terror and confusion. "Sorry, I see your tea is finished. Would you like me to refill it?" A mechanical and polite voice sounded behind him. Everyone turned to look, only to see a service robot quietly standing there, its metallic exterior glinting coldly under the lights, its mechanical arms slightly raised in a questioning gesture. Upon realizing it was just a service robot and not the feared guards, the attendee instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, his previously tense nerves relaxing abruptly. However, after the fear subsided, a surge of unnamed anger ignited in his heart. "Damn it, stop with the tea. You scared the hell out of me." He cursed furiously as he turned sharply and kicked the service robot hard. Bang! The sound of metal colliding echoed sharply in the silent conference room. This kick seemed to use up all his anger and fear, yet the service robot remained firmly in place, unscathed. Conversely, he himself felt a sharp pain in his foot from the excessive force. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" The attendee cradled his foot, collapsing to the ground in agony, his body rolling and twisting, his face contorted in pain. This scene left the other attendees feeling a mix of emotions. They found his predicament somewhat ridiculous, yet at the same time, they saw their own fears and helplessness reflected in him. The entire conference room once again fell into a strange and oppressive silence. Chapter 103 Conference? With the Deputy Commander and Zibik, Wu Qiu and others falling into the legal net, most of the key figures in the entire case have been successfully controlled. Now, in this battle against corruption, only the last leader, Wuan, remains to be captured. Unlike the others who have been apprehended, Wuan has not held any official position in the imperial administrative system. He merely participated in this series of illegal activities as an ordinary imperial citizen. Because of this, in his capacity and role, Li Yang saw no need to personally handle this individual. Thus, the operation to capture Wu and was naturally carried out by carefully selecting a well-trained team from the security division, which quietly set off toward Wu An's residence. Upon arriving at his home, they successfully apprehended Wu and without him noticing. The entire capture process was swift and clean, causing hardly any commotion. At this point, all important figures in the case have been brought to justice, and the once powerful corrupt gang in the Treller system has now collapsed. What remains are merely scattered minor players who acted as supporting roles in this grand corruption drama. For these individuals, Li Yang naturally would not expend too much energy, but instead entrusted the task of dealing with them to the security division. After all, The security division has rich experience and professional means in handling such matters, and they will surely eliminate these residual corrupt forces, providing the people of the Treller system with a fair account. In the grand and solemn administrative building of the Galactic Administrative Center, everything appeared orderly, yet with undercurrents flowing. Li Yang, having successfully completed the capture operation, returned triumphantly. This operation was a great success, but the subsequent trial work for Zibik, Wu Qiu, and the others would not be accomplished overnight and would require some time to process. After all, to ensure the fairness and rigor of the trial, detailed interrogations were an essential step. Now that they were in custody, every illegal detail must be thoroughly investigated. During this waiting period, Li Yang had no intention of idling. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. The first fire was directed at handling various reports against officials in the galaxy, ensuring that every report received the attention and processing it deserved. The second fire was aimed at Zibik, Wu Qiu, and the others. He intended to use these individuals as typical examples to sound the alarm to all officials in the galaxy, making them understand that any illegal actions would be severely punished, with no room for luck. This was not only a declaration of zero tolerance for corruption, but also aimed at reshaping the clean and honest atmosphere in the officialdom. The final fire, Li Yang planned to ignite within the departments of the Galactic Administrative Center. He knew that to fundamentally solve the problem of corruption, the Galactic Administrative Center itself must first maintain integrity and cleanliness. At this moment, in the spacious and bright office of Chairman Cones, soft lighting illuminated the tidy desk. Cones, focused on his work, heard a gentle knock at the door. He put down the document in his hand, raised his head, and said, "Come in." The door slowly opened, and Li Yang walked in with steady steps, neither hurried nor slow. Upon seeing Li Yang, Cones immediately broke into a warm smile, quickly standing up and walking toward him. "Ah, Inspector Li, what a rare visitor," Cones said while extending his hand to firmly shake Li Yang's, his eyes revealing concern. "How did it go? Was the operation smooth?" "Haha, I appreciate your concern, Chairman Cones," Li Yang replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with confidence and determination. "The operation went very smoothly. Zibik and the others have all been brought to justice. Not a single one escaped." That's good," Cones said, visibly relieved, his smile growing even brighter. "Oh dear, please take a seat. What kind of chat is this while standing?" Saying this, he hurriedly walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and warmly invited Li Yang to sit. Li Yang nodded slightly in thanks, and then sat down. As soon as he sat down, Li Yang's expression turned serious. Looking at Cones, he said, "To be honest, Chairman Cones, I do have an important matter to discuss." "Oh, what is it?" "As long as it's within my capabilities, I will certainly do my best to help." Cones maintained his calm demeanor, but internally he was already overjoyed. He understood that Li Yang's visit meant he would owe a favor. Not to mention that Li Yang's future was promising. Just considering his current position as a special inspector of the galaxy, this favor was already significant enough for Cones to pay special attention. "It's like this, Chairman Cones. After experiencing the shocking corruption incident involving Zibik and the others, I deeply realize that stricter supervision and handling measures must be taken against the internal illegal behaviors of imperial officials to address the root cause and maintain the integrity of the empire." Li Yang said seriously, his gaze firm. "Therefore, I would like to ask you to convene a grand assembly of all personnel within the Galactic Administrative Center." Li Yang elaborated on his thoughts. This assembly was crucial for his upcoming plans. On one hand, it would send a strong warning signal to everyone in the Galactic Administrative Center. From then on, any official engaging in illegal activities within the center would face Li Yang's fearless capture actions, without any leniency. After all, he had already given everyone a heads up through the assembly. Anyone daring to test the waters would be openly provoking him, disregarding him, in terms of reason and morality. At that time, he would hold an absolute advantage, and his actions would be even more justified. A conference? Cones furrowed his brows slightly, pondering internally. He did not immediately agree, as the scale of the conference Li Yang mentioned was not trivial. All personnel in the Galactic Administrative Center would need to be present. Such a large-scale gathering would require a valid and sufficient reason to convene others. After all, the various affairs of the Administrative Center were busy, and everyone had their roles. Hastily calling everyone together without sufficient reason would inevitably cause some unnecessary trouble. May I ask what reason Inspector Li has for gathering everyone? Cones asked tentatively. Reason? Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, then confidently replied. The purpose of the conference is to prevent corruption among imperial officials and to issue a serious reminder regarding illegal behaviors. Ringing the alarm bell. Isn't that reason sufficient? Upon hearing that the assembly was aimed at preventing illegal activities among imperial officials, Cone's doubts immediately dissipated, and he unhesitatingly agreed. After all, such a reason was straightforward and reasonable, and he had no reason to refuse, both in public and private. Convening everyone for the purpose of maintaining the integrity of the imperial officialdom was justified, and he could certainly use that as a reason to call everyone together. However, if it were for other reasons, such as a celebration, even if Liang was an inspector, Cones would not easily nod in agreement, as it would not align with the principles and norms of the administrative center and himself.